Chapter 1. I am Ma Hongjun. In the kingdom of Balik, within the city of Douluo, there lies a secluded village, home to a somewhat dilapidated square. In this square, a boy clad in red, approximately 150 centimeters tall and somewhat portly, dashes about, carrying a woven basket on his back. His striking, fiery red mohawk stands out, and though his physique may be stout, his face possesses a notable resilience. The square, modest in size, measures merely 200 meters in circumference. The boy has lost count of how many laps he has completed. Sweat cascades down his brow with each step he takes. His name is Ma Hongjun, a student of the Shrek Academy. Hey there, fatty. Have you turned over a new leaf today? You look exhausted. Would you care for a delicious sausage? Inquired a man dressed in gray, sporting a neatly trimmed hairstyle. Oscar, just as I was feeling hungry, bring me one, Ma Hongjun replied, coming to a halt and gasping for breath. All right. Oscar smiled slightly, murmuring an incantation. Super recovery sausage. In an instant, a sausage materialized in Oscar's hand, condensed from his soul power. Here you go. A recovery sausage for just 1 copper soul coin, he announced. Ma Hongjun accepted the recovery sausage from Oscar. How stingy. We're from the same academy. And you're charging me? He protested. Even blood brothers keep accounts. 1 copper soul coin is quite a bargain, Oscar retorted, not truly intending to collect payment, merely jesting. In truth, few within the academy were willing to purchase the sausages crafted from his soul skills. He rarely sold even one. Here, take this. It's a gold soul coin. For the next 99 days, I expect a recovery sausage every morning. Ma Hongjun was well aware of the benefits of Oscar's recovery sausages. His rigorous training over the next 3 months depended on them. Then I won't be polite. It's a deal, Oscar chuckled. Fatty, what has triggered this change in you? I heard you started dating someone named Xiao Shui. Did you break up? How did you find out? Ma Hongjun responded, surprised. News travels fast in the village, Oscar replied. Good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels far. Let's spread. Training is my priority now, Ma Hongjun said earnestly. Unbeknownst to Oscar, the Ma Hongjun before him was no longer the same as before. That morning, Ma Hongjun awoke to the realization that he had traversed into the world of a novel he had once read, taking on the identity of a character within, namely Ma Hongjun of Douluo continent. Though he had read the novel many years ago, the plot remained vividly etched in his memory. Additionally, having recently watched over 100 episodes of the Douluo continent anime, he was acutely aware of his current circumstances. Having entered Shrek Academy at a young age, he had spent 6 years there and had only just turned 12 2 months prior. The next enrollment day for Shrek Academy was precisely 100 days away. This meant that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others would arrive on that day. After weighing his options, Ma Hongjun resolved to undertake the most rigorous training regimen within this 100-day span. While he did not aim to drastically increase his soul power, shedding his excess weight was paramount. Observing the serious expression on Ma Hongjun's face, Oscar tossed the gold soul coin back to him. Considering your heartbreak, keep the money. You don't have much. If you need recovery sausages, just come find me. With that, Oscar strode away from the square, muttering under his breath, Oscar, why are you so foolish? That was a gold soul coin. Since Oscar refused it, Ma Hongjun accepted the gold soul coin. Like Oscar, they were among the poorest students at Shrek Academy. Especially Ma Hongjun, whose entire net worth amounted to less than 3 gold soul coins. On the other hand, Dai Mu Bai, being a prince, had no financial concerns whatsoever. Neither he nor Oscar had yet reached the rank of Soul Master. Each month, they could only receive a stipend of 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall. Once they became Soul Masters, that stipend would increase to 100 gold soul coins, alleviating any financial woes. As for Ma Hongjun, a 26th level Great Soul Master, he could only claim 10 gold soul coins each month. However, after expenses, he barely had 2 left. The remainder went to the academy. Since he became a Great Soul Master, Flinder had begun charging him tuition. 100 gold soul coins annually, paid in monthly installments to the academy. Truly, Flinder was as astute as depicted in the novel. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Ma Hongjun did not immediately consume the recovery sausage offered by Oscar. He continued to carry the basket, laden with at least 50 kilograms of stones. Compared to the 80 kilograms he trained with under the master, it was still lacking. Ma Hongjun had his own methods, believing in a gradual approach to training. Even this 50 kilograms was already quite taxing. An hour passed. Ma Hongjun's stamina reached its limit, his legs trembling as though he might collapse at any moment. I can't give up. I must persevere. I must become stronger, Ma Hongjun declared. As a fervent fan of Douluo continent, he had recently witnessed Tang San rescuing Xiao Wu, who made sacrifices for him. In that moment, As an onlooker, he had been deeply moved by their bond. Now that he had the opportunity to become Ma Hongjun, a member of the Shrek Seven Monsters, he was determined to transform himself and grow stronger, refusing to squander the chance at becoming a level 1 god. Feeling a resurgence of confidence, he sensed a renewed vigor coursing through him. He pressed on. Another half-hour passed. Ma Hongjun could no longer endure. He collapsed on the ground, motionless. From a distance, atop a loft, a voice remarked, "It seems the fatty has taken quite a hit this time. Why not introduce him to someone?" Oscar suggested to a tall, golden-haired youth beside him. Dai Mubai glanced at Ma Hongjun before turning away. "Forget it, the fatty has genuinely changed. I heard he personally initiated the breakup this morning, claiming he needed to focus on his training while I went out on a date. If the fatty needs help, lend him a hand." "Is that so?" Oscar was surprised to learn that Ma Hongjun had truly transformed. Witnessing this transformation were not only Oscar and Dai Mubai, but also Flinder, the founder of the academy, who watched silently from the shadows. After resting for a while, Ma Hongjun gradually regained his strength. In his first training session, he aimed to discover his limits, but unexpectedly, he had surpassed them. He picked up the recovery sausage he had received from Oscar and consumed it. This was not a sausage in the conventional sense. It was a creation of Oscar's martial soul and soul power, yielding immediate effects upon consumption. In an instant, his stamina and soul power were replenished, alleviating nearly half of his fatigue. Recovery sausage, a remarkable item. Having teammates like this is truly advantageous, Ma Hongjun said as he rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. However, the sweat on his body had mingled with his garments, merging with the dust and mud on the ground, rendering him both filthy and odorous. Chapter 2. Divine Artifact Tattoo, Reforged. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ma Hongjun took a hot shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes, instantly feeling rejuvenated. During his shower, he made a peculiar discovery about his body. On his chest, an intricate pattern resembling a tattoo had appeared. This phenomenon had not been mentioned in the novel. Ma Hongjun found the design strange, evoking a sense of déjà vu. At first, he paid it no mind, but as he continued to wash, an inexplicable surge of heat enveloped him, flooding his mind with images reminiscent of certain films. Having read the original work, he understood the implications. He needed to engage in intimate relations or consume copious amounts of food to suppress this urge. Otherwise, he would never have gained such weight. Engaging in intimacy? That was out of the question. If he resorted to overeating, all his efforts today would be in vain. Engaging in excessive physical activity, followed by a large meal, would only enhance his bodus absorption, leading to further weight gain rather than loss. In a moment of struggle, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, adhering to the adage that self-sufficiency is key. As he prepared to take action, he felt a warm sensation radiating from his chest. The waves of heat surged towards the center of his chest, and suddenly, a vibrant red spear, approximately 18 centimeters in length, seemed to materialize, imprinted upon his skin. Remarkably, the heat dissipated as the spear-like tattoo absorbed it. In an instant, his mind cleared, and all intrusive thoughts vanished, leaving no trace of temptation behind. Lying in bed, he once again recalled the appearance of the pattern. Unable to resist, he pulled open his clothing to take another look, confirming it once more. "Isn't this the Zhurong temple I visited the day before my transference, with the fire god Zhurong's spear?" Ma Hongjun was astounded to discover that the design of the Zhurong spear was emblazoned upon his body. He thought to himself, where had he seen it before? At the temple, it hadn't possessed this hue. The spear, like the statue of Zhurong, bore the color of stone and concrete. Yet now, the spear on his chest glowed a fiery red. Having visited the Zhurong temple, Ma Hongjun had garnered some knowledge about Zhurong, who was steeped in various legends. Regardless of the version, Zhurong was the god of fire, and the spear in his hand was his weapon, the Zhurong spear. This Zhurong spear, it was said, was forged from a millennium of profound black iron, creating an unparalleled divine weapon. There were also rumors that the Zhurong spear was crafted from the eternal black flames of the fire realm, granting it the ability to control fire and an extraordinary capacity for destruction. In ancient times, Zhurong wielded this spear to become a dominant force. No matter the tale, the Zhurong spear was undeniably a formidable artifact. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of excitement within. Although it wasn't a true divine artifact, the mere presence of this pattern could potentially resolve the malevolent fire plaguing his body. He could not help but wonder what kind of existence it would manifest in the Douluo continent, but he believed it would surely rival any artifact in this world. Starting with a divine artifact, enjoying the privileges of a protagonist, Ma Hongjun was overjoyed. Though he felt a tinge of regret for not possessing the extraordinary dual martial souls like others who had traversed worlds, he believed that with a divine artifact and a malevolent fire phoenix martial soul, he would not be outdone by anyone, including the destined child Tang San. Perhaps, without the threat of malevolent fire, his martial soul might indeed be a genuine fire phoenix. Unable to contain himself, Ma Hongjun cautiously released his martial soul within the confines of his room. He had to be careful. The wooden structure was vulnerable, and the flames emitted by his martial soul were immensely powerful, igniting with but a spark. Yet, as soon as his martial soul was unleashed, a sinister thought emerged. The mark of the Zhurong spear seemed to vie against his martial soul. It began to ravenously absorb the power of his martial soul, including his soul energy. Please don't do this. I've worked hard to cultivate my soul energy. Just absorb the malevolent fire and leave my soul energy alone. Ma Hongjun exclaimed anxiously. In an instant, flames engulfed the room, igniting it entirely. However, at that moment, his martial soul had completely ceased to heed his commands. It appeared to be wholly consumed by the mark of the Zhurong spear on his chest, along with his own soul energy. The spear's mark seemed like an insatiable abyss, devouring everything in its path. The shadow of Ma Hongjun's martial soul began to wane. Fine, take my soul energy if you must, but don't extinguish my martial soul, he uttered helplessly, a sense of genuine concern creeping in. Just moments ago, he had reveled in his newfound advantage, but now this so-called advantage threatened to consume his cultivation and devour his martial soul. What kind of advantage was this? Not far from him resided Oscar, who soon noticed the flames engulfing Ma Hongjun's abode. Here we go again. Oscar glanced over before retreating to his own quarters. He had long lost count of how many times Ma Hongjun had set his room ablaze now. There were no other buildings surrounding Ma Hongjun's room. It stood alone in a clearing, at least until he could control the malevolent fire. Given the frequency of these incidents, Shrek Academy had taken precautions. Otherwise, the academy and the village would have been laid to waste. Oscar, along with other soul masters from different academies, merely shrugged it off. That kid is going to have to build his house again. When a room catching fire became commonplace, no one bothered to extinguish the flames. After all, such flames were beyond the capabilities of most to quell. Everyone understood that Ma Hongjun's martial soul igniting flames posed no harm to him. Yet, they had no idea that at this moment, surrounded by flames, Ma Hongjun was utterly despondent. Even if he shed tears, they would evaporate instantaneously. It's over. I feel like my second soul ring has vanished. You can't be serious. Ma Hongjun cursed vehemently, lamenting the cruelty of this golden finger. My soul energy is plummeting. 19 levels. 16 levels. Ma Hongjun was unaware of how many times he had cursed the mark of the Zhurong spear, yet persisted in its relentless consumption. Would this absorption lead to my own demise? If so, I might become the most unfortunate transmigrator in history. 12 levels. 11 levels. Ma Hongjun sensed his soul rings fading, devoured. Please, oh great one, leave me at least one. Whoosh. Gone? From a grand soul master to a mere soul scholar. And with no compensation? How can I possibly keep up with Tang San now? Despair washed over Ma Hongjun as he directed his ire towards the mark of the Zhurong spear on his chest. You've already devoured enough of my essence. I fear you not. Ma Hongjun was incensed. At that moment, contrary to his expectations of further decline, the mark of the Zhurong spear seemed to awaken from its stupor upon hearing his curses. It ceased its ravenous consumption of his soul energy. Is it finally over? Ma Hongjun sighed deeply, relieved to have retained 10 levels of soul energy, still holding on to hope. What? Not again. Just as he finished his thought, the mark of the Zhurong spear appeared to initiate new actions. No, this feels different. Ma Hongjun realized that his body was awash with a delightful sensation. Is it trying to make me feel blissfully comfortable? A particularly soothing energy coursed through his entire being. The malevolent fire phoenix had transformed into a mere shadow, and he sensed that the seemingly fading martial soul was undergoing restoration. Is this meant to reshape me and my martial soul? Ma Hongjun mused in astonishment. Chapter 3. Reshaping the Fire Sutra. The transformation of his martial soul filled Ma Hongjun with a flicker of joy. In the Douluo continent, cultivating one's martial soul was paramount. A superior martial soul was indeed a valuable asset. However, Ma Hongjun could not align with the sentiment that there were no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. The protagonist has various advantages, and being a blue-silver emperor, if that's a useless soul, then there are hardly any competent martial souls left in the world. It seemed a rather privileged perspective. While losing some soul energy could be remedied through further cultivation, Resolving the issues surrounding his martial soul was of greater significance. Ma Hongjun distinctly sensed the changes in his martial soul, as not a trace of malevolent fire lingered. This surge of energy enveloped his entire being, seemingly transforming his very body. Suddenly, a particularly cold and unique force surged into his mind. Could this truly be a cultivation technique? A wave of joy washed over Ma Hongjun as a plethora of information flooded his consciousness. The source capable of imparting such techniques could only be the tattoo emblazoned upon his chest. After all, the disappearance of his soul power and soul rings was entirely attributable to this divine tattoo. Now, it had bestowed upon him a complete set of cultivation techniques. The fire scripture, which also encompassed various accompanying martial skills. Indeed, every moment of this experience was worth it. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was devoid of anger and complaints. I apologize, Divine Gun. I misjudged you earlier. Your greatness is vast, and from now on, let us coexist harmoniously. I shall never overlook your significance, he murmured. The martial spirit was still undergoing transformation. Having recently acquired the technique, it now resided entirely within his mind. Cultivate. Ma Hongjun diligently followed the techniques and inner energy pathways outlined in the flame scriptures, and with the assistance of the energy emanating from the fiery tattoos. He remarkably succeeded in channeling his power on the first attempt. This inner strength, which could also be referred to as soul power, began to converge gradually into his dantian. As time passed, half an hour slipped away, and his wooden hut had completely collapsed. The ground lay scorched, with nothing left unburned, while his garments had been entirely incinerated. His corpulent form floated a meter above the ground. Initially, Flandre had not paid much attention, but he soon found himself drawn to Ma Hongjun's proximity. What has happened to this lad? Why do I sense something amiss? Flandre scrutinized him closely. This boy possesses considerable potential, comparable to my own. However, wait a moment. He is merely 12 years old. Flandre's face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, in truth, he still has a ways to go before he can match me. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was deeply engrossed in the cultivation of the fire scripture, which comprises 12 layers, surpassing Tang San's 9 layers of the Xiantian skill by 3. In Ma Hongjun's contemplation, if each layer corresponds to a realm, the 11th layer signifies divinity. What, then, could the 12th layer represent? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, and time gradually slipped away. After an hour had passed, Ma Hongjun sensed that the original energy within him had dissipated. Yet his fire scripture had remarkably attained the perfect state of the first layer. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell into the warm, charred ashes below. Ma Hongjun, what just happened to you? Flandre inquired, noticing that Ma Hongjun had emerged from his previous state. Dean, my house is burned down again, Ma Hongjun replied. What do you mean? You were suspended in midair for an entire hour. Are you all right? Flandre expressed his concern. Despite his astuteness, he was quite fond of his student, particularly the rather significant Ma Hongjun. Dean, where are my clothes? Ma Hongjun looked around, relieved to find only Flandre present. I was exposed for an hour, 2 hours in total, and I was just observed like this. He cast a glance at his brother, relieved that he seemed well. Otherwise, it would have been rather embarrassing. Put on my clothes, Flandre instructed, retrieving a set from his soul guide and tossing it to Ma Hongjun. As he received the garment, a strong odor assailed his senses, an unmistakable scent of sweat. It was evident that this was a piece of clothing that had been worn and was yet to be laundered. Dean, could I possibly have a different one? This one seems a bit lacking, Ma Hongjun hesitated. Wear this one, or go without, Flandre replied, displaying no willingness to negotiate. Sighing, Ma Hongjun conceded. Fine, I suppose I'll manage. Suddenly, he remembered his tattoo. Wait, my tattoo? He exclaimed, recalling the image of the god of fire spear on his chest. He lowered his gaze and discovered that aside from a bit of extra flesh, his chest was unblemished. No trace of the tattoo remained. Struggling to don the offensively odorous clothing, he asked, Dean, did you notice anything on my chest earlier? Ma Hongjun inquired tentatively. Is there something amiss? Flandre, with a puzzled expression, replied, Did you not perceive anything? Ma Hongjun pressed on. All I saw was an abundance of flesh. What else could there be? Flandre, feeling disinterested, declared, If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. This evening. You may join Oscar and the others. As he turned to depart, he added, By the way, when you're done with the clothes, do remember to wash them for me. Dean, please wait a moment. I have matters to discuss with you, Ma Hongjun implored. He decided it was best to inform Flandre of the recent developments. Flandre, he believed, would not wish him harm. Presently, he could be regarded as a 10th rank soul master, seemingly on the brink of possessing innate full soul power. Reduced tuition fees? Don't even think about it. Focus on your training and strive to become a soul sovereign as soon as possible. Then you would be entitled to 100 gold soul coins and subsidies, Flinder remarked. Ma Hongjun tilted his head and said, "That's not it. What I meant was that my martial spirit has undergone a transformation, possibly a second mutation." "What? A reduction in tuition is out of the question? Your martial spirit?" Flinder turned in surprise, having long been perplexed by Ma Hongjun's martial spirit issues, yet unable to find a resolution. Moreover, he had been unable to locate that individual, leaving the matter unresolved all this time. "Heh, Dean. Could we find a place to discuss this? My martial spirit may no longer be problematic," Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Very well, follow me," Flinder replied with a smile. Knowing that a resolution for Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly mark him as one of the most gifted individuals at Shrek Academy, Flinder led Ma Hongjun to a secluded spot. "Now, unleash your martial spirit. Let me see," Flinder instructed. Ma Hongjun unleashed his martial soul, and in an instant, a fiery crimson radiance shone as brilliantly as the sun. "An exquisite fire phoenix?" Flandra exclaimed in astonishment. The moment Ma Hongjun released his martial soul, Flandra sensed a remarkable power, a searing energy that even made him somewhat uncomfortable. "It seems you have dispelled any trace of evil fire. Ma Hongjun, this is truly remarkable. How have you achieved this?" Flandra inquired with curiosity. The question that had long plagued him was unexpectedly resolved by this young man. "Dean, I was just about to mention this matter to you. The mutation of my martial soul has resulted in some losses," Ma Hongjun said softly. Flandra glanced at him once more, asking, "What have you lost when your physical form remains intact?" "My soul power and soul rings are gone. I currently possess only level 10 soul power," Ma Hongjun admitted with some embarrassment. This meant he would need to seek out new soul rings, which was precisely the reason he felt compelled to inform Flandra. Chapter 4. The Fiery Phoenix, A New Beginning. "Your soul power and soul rings are both absent?" Flandra exclaimed in shock. Ma Hongjun could only nod and said, "I am uncertain about what has transpired. It seems that my soul power and spirit rings have all been absorbed by my martial soul, resulting in this transformation. Therefore, I kindly request the Dean to assist me in locating new spirit rings so that everything can commence anew." This was his intention. The thought of searching for spirit rings on his own? Perhaps that was best avoided. To seek spirit rings and start afresh? Flandra echoed. After a moment of contemplation, Flandra inquired, "Have there been any other changes to your body?" Ma Hongjun shook his head and said, "There is hardly any. If I must assert otherwise, I believe my body has grown stronger. I feel capable of absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring." "A 1,000-year spirit ring? Are you courting death?" Flandra retorted. "The first martial spirit is a 1,000-year spirit ring. It is unheard of, let alone seen. Principal, my original first spirit ring was 270 years, and my second spirit ring was 590 years. Under such circumstances, I have now cultivated to the 26th level. This implies that my physique should be nearing the threshold of a 30-level Great Soul Master. Furthermore, this recent mutation of my martial spirit seems to have enhanced my body. I believe that even a Soul Master who has already acquired a third spirit ring might not surpass my physical strength. Therefore, my current physical prowess should undoubtedly allow me to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring," Ma Hongjun explained. This situation bears resemblance to Tang San's later experiences, where his physical strength increased. After granting his spirit ring to Xiaowu, he replenished his own spirit rings, elevating all his previous rings to the 10,000-year level. One must admit, this indeed presents a method to alter spirit rings, though it has not succeeded for many. Perhaps only Tang San and myself possess such an opportunity. Although I cannot elevate my spirit ring to the 10,000-year level this time, I can certainly reach the 1,000-year tier. This is what one might call serendipity. From misfortune comes fortune. Flinder pondered for a moment before nodding. What you say may not be incorrect, although there are no records of anyone experiencing such a phenomenon. I believe you should attempt it. Well then, Principal, when shall we embark? Ma Hongjun inquired eagerly. You are indeed quite impatient. We shall acquire some clothing this afternoon in preparation, and we can depart as early as tomorrow morning, Flinder replied. Thank you, Principal. But it seems my funds have all but evaporated. Might you be able to assist me with a little financial aid? Ma Hongjun lamented. His flames easily melted ordinary metals, leaving him without a single copper coin. Remember to repay me. I will seek out Zhao Wujie to discuss this matter. For now, you should consider where you will stay tonight, Flinder said before swiftly disappearing from Ma Hongjun's sight. Ma Hongjun received a silver soul coin from Flander, which seemed rather meager. However, it was sufficient to purchase a complete outfit, with some funds remaining. With the silver soul coin in hand, Ma Hongjun hurried to the only tailor in the village. He was eager to rid himself of the foul-smelling attire he had been wearing. In less than half an hour, a new ensemble was crafted at the cost of merely 3 copper soul coins. Although the fabric was not of the finest quality, it was certainly an improvement over his previous garments. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun made his way to a nearby stream to wash himself and also cleanse the director's outfit. Though Flander could be excessive at times, he had not truly harmed him. Moreover, it was possible that Flander possessed only that one set of clothing. Unbeknownst to him, Flander was currently in discussion with Zhao Wujin, pondering whether giving him a worn garment would elicit any reproach, considering the boy was covered in soot. The lad had indeed faced such circumstances, exchanging his 16th level soul power for a flawless martial spirit, supplemented by a millennium-old soul ring, an exchange that was undoubtedly worth it. Zhao Wujin exclaimed in delight, "Prepare yourself. We shall depart tomorrow morning," to which Flander responded affirmatively. Upon returning to the academy, Ma Hongjun initially intended to seek out Oscar. However, he anticipated the likelihood of rejection. Thus, he resolved to first approach teacher Liu Qibin, who was responsible for student accommodations. Teacher Liu, possessing the spirit of star chess, was a formidable control system soul emperor at the esteemed level of 65. Curiously, when it comes to the art of persuasion, no one in the entirety of Douluo continent could rival Flander. This esteemed instructor of Shrek Academy boasts 2 soul emperors and 3 soul saints among his ranks, surpassing many other institutions. Furthermore, the students he enrolls are typically around 12 years of age, each a prodigy with soul power exceeding level 20. Teacher Liu, may I request a room designated for ordinary students? Ma Hongjun inquired, recalling that this marked the 4th occasion he had posed this question. The previous attempts, much like this one, had been met with rejection due to the unfortunate incident of a fire that had consumed the building. To his delight, this time, he received a different response. Liu Qibin produced a key and handed it to Ma Hongjun, stating, "Here is your key. The dean has just informed me that I could allocate a room for an ordinary student. Has your spirit issue been resolved?" "Thank you, Teacher Liu. Regarding my spirit, as the dean mentioned, it should no longer pose a problem," replied Ma Hongjun. "Indeed, the dean is truly capable," Liu Qibin remarked. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. Expressing his concurrence, he felt a sense of joy as Flanders had taken the initiative to inform him of the situation beforehand, granting him access to a room he had long desired to occupy. A small compliment was certainly in order. Upon receiving the key and glancing at the room number, he noted its somewhat obscure location. It was the kind of room that, even in the event of a fire, would minimize potential losses. Secluded. Yet it boasted the virtue of tranquility. Ma Hongjun recalled that this was the room of a student who had recently departed from the academy. That individual had failed to graduate, having reached the age of 20 and the pinnacle of soul power at 38. What a pity. The student had pleaded with Flander for a long time, but was ultimately dismissed. Thus, the current situation of Shrek Academy having only 3 remaining students came to be. However, according to the Academy's regulations, given his present circumstances, he was ineligible to be a student of Shrek. As night fell, Ma Hongjun found himself somewhat agitated, his emotions difficult to quell. Sleep eluded him for quite some time, prompting him to rise and practice the flame scripture. Within the flame scripture, there were 3 sets of martial techniques. The first was the divine eye of flame, which seemingly possessed the ability to see through all, akin to a fiery, all-seeing eye, enhancing one's mental acuity. The second was the traceless flame, a technique focusing on agility and movement. The final one was an offensive technique, the divine palm of flame. At present, these 3 techniques could be equated to 3 distinct soul skills. Such skills would grow in strength alongside his own, providing lifelong benefits. With a fresh perspective, he decided that his martial soul could no longer be called the evil Fire Phoenix. It would henceforth be known simply as the Fire Phoenix. The flame scripture and its various techniques would accompany him on his journey. Though not particularly grandiose, the name was fitting. Chapter 5, Ma Hongjun's decision the next day. Before dawn, the entirety of Shrek Academy remained ensconced in slumber. At that moment, Flander and Zhao Wujin had already set out with Ma Hongjun from Soto City. Without a carriage or any means of transportation, they traveled solely by foot. The Balik Kingdom bordered the Star Luo Empire and was adjacent to the Star Do Forest. Not far away, this marked Ma Hongjun's inaugural venture into hunting soul beasts to absorb soul rings since becoming a new student. And a tinge of nervousness lingered in his heart. "Hongjun, Let me see your martial soul, Zhao Wujin inquired with curiosity. Sure. Ma Hongjun promptly unleashed his martial soul. Zhao Wujin, the unmoving king, stood at just over 170 centimeters tall, his well-built physique exuding strength. He was not like those from previous lives who merely trained for muscle. His strength was genuine. Director, Teacher Zhao, I have named my martial soul the Fire Phoenix. Ma Hongjun announced as he released his martial soul. This was a true phoenix, a top-tier martial soul. Upon its emergence, Zhao Wujin sensed its distinctive aura. Indeed, this is something different, Zhao Wujin acknowledged, though he struggled to articulate his thoughts. He understood that Ma Hongjun's martial soul was extraordinary. Flinder. You truly have a knack for this, Zhao Wujin praised again, believing that Flinder's influence played a significant role in this development. Stowing away his martial soul, Ma Hongjun added. I am grateful to the director. It is thanks to you that I have reached this point. Flander felt a slight blush creep onto his cheeks upon receiving praise from both Zhao Waoqi and Ma Hongjun, but the dim light of dawn concealed it. Well, it's mainly due to Hongjun's own diligence, Flander remarked, contemplating how this portly fellow had surprisingly learned to offer compliments. I have done nothing noteworthy. Yet this praise is quite pleasing to hear. The trio traversed from the depths of night to the break of dawn, and from the scorching sun to the evening hours, finally arriving at a quaint little town named Black Soul Town, which lay merely 20 kilometers from the Douluo forest. Let us rest for the night and set off early tomorrow. If fortune smiles upon us, we might locate a suitable soul beast by afternoon, Flander commanded. Having already discussed their plans along the journey, Ma Hongjun's first soul ring was still to be acquired from the same soul beast as before, the fire scale beast. Since he desired a soul ring over 1,000 years old, Flinder suggested that they stick with the previous choice, as it might mitigate potential dangers. After all, absorbing the soul ring from the same soul beast a second time would likely enhance the body's resistance and provide a wealth of experience. In truth, at this moment, Ma Hongjun possessed only theoretical knowledge from memory. Early the next morning, the trio set out once more. Having hunted soul beasts at this location several years prior, Flinder was quite familiar with the area. By noon, they had arrived at the very spot where Ma Hongjun had first acquired his initial soul ring. Continuing ahead, I recall that the king of the fire scale beasts was a 1,000-year-old soul beast, precisely what we need, Flinder remarked. The fire scale beast king? Indeed, this region lies still on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. A 1,000-year-old soul beast is sufficient to reign as king. Though I wonder if this particular fire scale beast king still resides here, Flinder continued. As they ventured forth, it was Ma Hongjun's first encounter with such an untouched expanse of the Douluo forest. Along the way, he observed a plethora of peculiar soul beasts, both botanical and animalistic. However, he could scarcely recall their names, if at all. It was almost negligible. Unquestionably, Ma Hongjun understood that he had not diligently studied these foundational aspects. As a soul master, comprehending various martial souls and their characteristics is invaluable, as it could facilitate a strategic edge in future battles. Familiarity with soul beasts would also aid in his consideration of future soul rings. Regrettably, the knowledge imparted by his academy instructors had largely gone in one ear and out the other for Ma Hongjun. Ma Hong silently resolved that upon returning, his focus would not only be on hastening his cultivation of soul power, but also on supplementing his foundational knowledge of soul masters. With 2 soul saints accompanying him, he felt a sense of security, as any foolish soul beasts that dared to act were swiftly dealt with by Zhao Wujia and Flandra. After all, Ma Hongjun was still only at the 10th level. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, the trio arrived at a desolate canyon devoid of plant life, where a searing heat permeated the air. Exercise caution. This is the territory of the fire scale beast. Zhao Wujia, you and Ma Hongjun shall remain here while I venture to capture the fire scale beast king, Flandra declared. With a swift motion, Flandra dashed into a cave at the canyon's forefront. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed through the air as the cave erupted, revealing Flandra in his true martial spirit form. Grasping a lizard-like soul beast, its body adorned with scales. Honestly, Flandra, must you use your true martial spirit to capture a 1,000-year soul beast? It seems you haven't engaged in combat for quite some time, Zhao Wujia chuckled. Follow me, Zhao Wujia instructed, swiftly making his way out of the canyon. With Ma Hongjun promptly in tow, he understood that they were heading to a relatively safe location to absorb the soul ring. Absorbing it in the lair of the fire scale beast would undoubtedly invite attacks from other beasts of its kind. After a few minutes of running, they unexpectedly found themselves back at the site where Ma Hongjun had previously absorbed his soul ring. What took 20 minutes to walk could be accomplished in mere minutes by running. With a thud, Flandre hurled the fire scale beast from the air, reverting to his normal state. For a soul saint of level 78 to employ his 7th soul skill against a soul beast over 1,000 years old was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Principal, how many years has this fire scale beast lived? Ma Hongjun inquired with curiosity, recalling that Flandre had previously shared such knowledge. Yet he could not retrieve that information from his former memories. You rascal, didn't I tell you before? Judging by the size of its scales and body length, this fire scale beast king has surpassed 1,500 years. Are you capable of absorbing it? Flandre questioned. 1,500 years? Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of anxiety. He believed he could manage a beast just over 1,000 years, but the prospect of one aged 1,500 was indeed daunting. If it proves too difficult, we shall find another, Zhao Wujie advised. Remember to act within your capabilities. If necessary, I shall capture another. Flandre regarded Ma Hongjun, leaving the decision ultimately in his hands. Ma Hongjun gazed at the ailing fire scale beast king lying on the ground, acutely aware of the peril inherent in absorbing a spirit beyond his level. A moment's carelessness could lead to his untimely demise. Having journeyed to this world with great effort, he pondered whether such a risk was truly worth taking. Should he proceed or refrain? He had already mastered the Blaze Sutra, along with various martial techniques and the mark of a divine artifact. Although these abilities did not manifest at this moment, he firmly believed they resided within his being. His body, inherently close to level 30, had undergone a unique energy transformation, and the limit of his 3rd spirit ring was over 1,700 years. The prospect of absorbing a spirit of merely 1,500 years was hardly daunting. He was confident in his capacity to harness this power. Dean, Teacher Zhao, I have made my decision. My 1st spirit ring shall be this one, Ma Hongjun declared resolutely, pointing at the feeble fire scale beast king. Chapter 6. The new Phoenix Fire line. Upon finishing his words, Ma Hongjun retrieved the dagger that he had meticulously prepared from his waist. This pitiable and impoverished soul had yet to acquire a spatial soul guide, leaving him with no choice but to affix it to his belt. Flandre offered no resistance, yet Zhao Wujie approached him and whispered, "Why do you not intervene? What if something goes awry?" Flandre replied, "I have faith in Hongjun. It seems he has undergone a remarkable transformation. Should he successfully absorb this soul ring, he stands a chance of becoming one of the greatest soul masters in this world." At that moment, he recalled the sight of Ma Hongjun fervently training in the Academy Square on that fateful day. Very well, let us hope for his success. Otherwise, Flandre, you shall bear the burden of being Shrek's sinner, Zhao Wujie remarked. Ma Hongjun plunged the dagger into the neck of the fire scale beast, a method capable of instantly vanquishing over 80% of soul beasts, including the one before him. He recalled that he had employed the same technique years prior. The creature's blood flowed forth, emanating a scorching aura akin to molten lava. However, being of the same fiery attribute, Ma Hongjun found no aversion to this searing sensation. Rather, he felt an unexpected comfort in it. In the fleeting moments that followed, soul rings began to coalesce around the fire scale beast's body. A purple 1,000-year soul ring materialized before Ma Hongjun's eyes. With trembling excitement, he lowered the dagger. Ma Hongjun took a deep breath, reassuring himself to remain calm. After all, it was merely a matter of 1,500 years. He was certain he could manage it. He then promptly settled into a cross-legged position, focusing intently on his martial soul. With meticulous care, he controlled the soul rings, guiding them into the essence of his martial spirit. In the next moment, a surge of intense and explosive heat enveloped him as the soul rings activated. The absorption of the soul beast was crucial, particularly in harnessing the energy contained within the soul rings. Ma Hongjun immediately began to channel the flame scripture to quell the intense, searing energy. The invocation of the flame scripture swiftly alleviated much of Ma Hongjun's burden. Ma Hongjun recalled that the soul rings of spirit beasts transform into 2 streams of energy during the absorption process by a soul master. One stream manifests as the soul ring's soul skill, while the other is assimilated by the soul master to facilitate their advancement. Otherwise, how could each soul beast soul ring absorption result in an increase of 1 level in soul power? Absorbing beyond one's current level yields even greater enhancements. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was undoubtedly engaged in such a transcendental absorption, experiencing an energy surge akin to that of a 30-level soul master. Yet, he was merely at the 10th level. Fortunately, he had previously cultivated to the 26th level. Although his soul power had regressed, his physique had grown considerably stronger. With the aid of the fire scripture, the energies produced by the soul ring flowed through him as effortlessly as a fish in the ocean or a bird soaring through the sky. Ma Hongjun felt that absorbing a soul ring that had existed for 1,500 years might not be so daunting after all. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant and cautiously continued his absorption, unwilling to allow a single mishap. Initially, Zhao Wujie had harbored considerable concern. Yet, upon observing that Ma Hongjun, despite experiencing some discomfort initially, quickly appeared unperturbed, it seemed that the soul ring of 1,500 years was not beyond Hongjun's capabilities. Flinder spoke up, revealing his own anxiety. He had brought Ma Hongjun to the academy when he was merely 6 years old, having nurtured him closely. With Ma Hongjun demonstrating no signs of distress, Flinder's anxieties began to dissipate. As the fire scripture continued its operation, Ma Hongjun's soul power gradually increased, though the soul ring had not been fully absorbed, keeping his soul power level restrained. Time passed slowly. After half an hour, a purple soul ring appeared around Ma Hongjun's form. Wonderful! Ma Hongjun has succeeded, Zhao Wujie exclaimed with delight. Ma Hongjun did not rise immediately. His soul power surged dramatically, ascending in rank. The fire scripture had reached its second level. Level 11, level 13, level 15, it showed no signs of stopping. The increase in soul power soared with the swiftness of a rocket. An hour later, Ma Hongjun sensed that the energy bestowed by the soul ring had been entirely expended, and the augmented soul power he felt coursing through him was now a result of his own diligent cultivation. His soul power level had also reached a state of stability. It was over. Initially, he had harbored concerns about his performance, but now he finally exhaled in relief. As an ardent admirer of Douluo, observing was one thing, but to personally experience it was an entirely different matter, one that was far from simple. Ma Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the radiant sunshine that adorned the sky. He rose and spoke softly. Dean, Teacher Zhao, I have succeeded. As long as you have succeeded, that's what matters, Flinder replied with a smile. Only Zhao Wujin approached Ma Hongjun, inquiring, Hongjun, how do you feel now? What changes have occurred with your soul skill? My first soul skill remains largely unchanged. Yet I have named it the new Phoenix Fire line. However, its power has increased by at least threefold. Threefold? Flinder expressed his surprise. Indeed. Not only has my new Phoenix Fire line tripled in strength, but previously, it could only be emitted from my mouth. Now, it can be unleashed from my hands as well. Upon finishing his words, Ma Hongjun's purple soul ring glimmered, and he promptly activated his first soul skill. The new Phoenix Fire line. Flames danced around his hands. With a resounding boom, he directed the skill towards a towering rock nearby, easily shattering it into several pieces. It has indeed increased threefold, such as the might of a millennium-old soul skill. The difference in power compared to the first soul skill is truly significant, Flinder analyzed. This first soul skill possesses an additional technique. It can simultaneously unleash 3 Phoenix Fire lines from my mouth and both hands. However, the power of these lines may only reach half of what I can achieve now. After saying this, Ma Hongjun activated the skill once more. 3 Phoenix Fire lines surged forth, consuming slightly more of his soul power than before. Excellent. This first soul skill is remarkable, Zhao Wujin applauded. I must thank you, Dean. And Teacher Zhao, your support has been invaluable. Ma Hongjun bowed respectfully to both individuals, acknowledging their influence on his growth. Both men recognized that Ma Hongjun had indeed matured. Hongjun, I have heard that absorbing soul rings beyond one's level can significantly enhance soul power. Have you achieved such a feat? Flinder inquired. Ma Hongjun understood that the person mentioned by Flinder was indeed the master, and he responded without hesitation. My current soul power has reached level 17. 17? So much. The two were once again astonished. Ma Hongjun nodded deliberately and remarked, I am unsure. Perhaps it has rekindled the soul power that had vanished a few days ago. It is possible that a fragment of it has returned. In truth, Ma Hongjun felt no surprise at all. Possessing a soul power of level 17 was quite ordinary. After all, this was not merely an ascension through one level of soul rings, but rather a leap of 2 levels, involving a soul beast over 1,500 years old, which placed him perilously close to the limit of the 3rd soul ring. Were it not for the profound internal energy of the fire scripture, which consumed considerable energy, he might very well have reached level 20 by now and could have set out immediately to seek the 2nd soul ring. Moreover, given his currently low soul power, an increase of several levels was entirely reasonable. If a level 20 individual were to absorb a 1,500-year soul ring, they certainly would not experience an elevation of 6 levels in one go. Gaining 3 or 4 levels would be commendable. Chapter 7. You are a monster. No need to conceal in this instance of absorbing a 1,500-year soul ring. Ma Hongjun had indeed underestimated his body's capacity to endure. He sensed that even an additional 200 years would not preclude him from reaching the typical limit for a third soul ring. However, it was too late for regrets. After all, one's own spirit power was insufficient. Nonetheless, he felt quite content with the current soul ring, knowing that opportunities to enhance its age might arise again in the future, as long as he returned and perfected the 3 sets of techniques from the fire scripture. His prowess could ascend to a new echelon. Time was of the essence if he hurried. He could return to Black Soul Town before nightfall and reach the academy early the next day, as Flanders suggested. Understood, Ma Hongjun replied. On the journey, the exhilaration of acquiring a Millennium Soul Ring gradually waned, and he began to contemplate the potential troubles it might bring. For the first Soul Ring, a millennium in age, would those formidable Soul Master researchers seek to capture him for dissection and study? Observing Flandre and Zhao Wujia walking ahead, Ma Hongjun resolved to share his thoughts with them. Dean, do you think there is any way to conceal this Millennium Soul Ring? Ma Hongjun inquired. Why would you wish to hide it? Flandre countered, turning around in surprise. My Millennium Soul Ring may be a rarity in the history of our Douluo continent. Wouldn't its exposure invite trouble? Ma Hongjun responded. Flandre chuckled, saying, You, my boy, have indeed shed your wicked fire and begun to ponder such matters. Dean, Teacher Zhao, what should I do? Ma Hongjun pressed on. There may be methods to conceal or alter a soul ring, perhaps through certain special soul bones, but alas. We lack such items, Flandre mused, pausing momentarily. But why should we conceal it? Have you forgotten the rules of Shrek Academy? Rules? Only accepting monsters? Ma Hongjun retorted. Precisely. You are indeed one of our academy's little monsters, and there is no need for concealment. Should anyone dare to trouble you, they shall have to answer to me. Flandre spoke earnestly. With me and Flandre together, even if Contra were to arrive, they would not succeed. Rest assured, Ma Hongjun. Zhao Wuji clenched his fist and declared. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of emotion, and his inner turmoil was instantly resolved. Thank you, Dean, and also Teacher Zhao. He could be regarded as Flandre's most cherished disciple, known for his fierce protection of those he cared for. Zhao Wujia, fully aware of the potential peril he faced, willingly chose to confront the Titan giant ape alone, allowing his students to retreat. Indeed, I need not conceal my intentions any longer, especially since I have already done so. You rascal, you've learned to be courteous now. Hurry along, or you won't reach Black Soul Town before nightfall, Flanders said, giving Ma Hongjun's shoulder a reassuring pat. They hastened their pace. And by 3 o'clock the next afternoon, the trio had returned to Shrek Academy. Fatty, where have you been with the Dean these past few days? Surely, you weren't hunting soul beasts? You're only at level 26. Were you off at the brothel indulging in pleasures? Upon their return, Oscar immediately inquired. The brothel? The mere thought of the place Flanders had once taken him to send a wave of discomfort through Ma Hongjun. It was a location where one could achieve the greatest enjoyment for the least expense. In his previous life, he had indeed indulged recklessly, welcoming all experiences without fear. Reflecting on it now, Ma Hongjun felt his stomach churn violently, a wave of nausea washing over him, casting a shadow over his existence. Naturally, Ma Hongjun would not admit to having ventured into the Stardow forest. Although he no longer needed to conceal this fact, Flanders still requested him to wait. He would share the news with the others in the academy only after acquiring his second spirit ring and becoming a great spirit master. After all, according to Flanders' regulations, the minimum standard for Shrek Academy's students was to be a great spirit master. Admitting otherwise would be akin to slapping his own face, a folly Flanders would never entertain. Oscar, you need not disclose this. It's sufficient that you are aware, Ma Hongjun stated with utmost seriousness, fabricating a lie without a hint of embarrassment. Is that truly the case? It seems you have performed remarkably well this time, glowing with vitality, Oscar remarked with a smile. Oscar, what do you think of my training regimen the other day? As a support-type spirit master, you should also engage in physical training. It can only be beneficial. Ma Hongjun swiftly changed the subject. Oscar waved his hand dismissively, replying, Let us not go there. I'm not foolish enough to think that no matter how much I train, I'm still a support spirit master. And it's hardly feasible for me to charge into battle at the forefront. Ma Hongjun merely mentioned it, yet in his heart, he mused, in a few months. You shall understand. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. After bidding farewell to Oscar, he casually took a restorative sausage. With time still on his side, Ma Hongjun made his way to the library of Shrek Academy. The library was overseen by Xiao Xin, a level 71 soul saint and a practitioner of the food system, whose martial spirit was a jelly bean. Dressed akin to a chef, Xiao Xian was enjoying a moment of repose in a rocking chair outside the library, a steaming cup of tea resting beside him. Adjacent to the library was his dormitory. Such was the reality of the academy's conditions. Resources were limited, and management was simplified as most teachers held multiple roles. For instance, the former Lu Qibin handled room allocations for the academy. Flandre was also considered a capable manager. Had the admission standards been relaxed, Shrek would not be in such dire straits. Yet where could one find so many prodigies willing to come here? Teacher Xiao, I wish to borrow some books, Ma Hongjun said respectfully, recalling that he had not frequented this place much in the past. Ah, it is you, Ma Hongjun. How rare it is for you to visit the library. The door is unlocked. Feel free to enter and select as you please. Once you have made your choices, please register with me. You may borrow a maximum of 3 books at a time, and they must be returned within a month. Very well, thank you. Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude. The library of Shrek Academy was not particularly large, measuring less than 30 square meters. It contained 4 bookshelves, with an estimated total of fewer than 500 books. The volumes appeared rather worn, seemingly salvaged by Flandre from some refuse. An hour later, Ma Hongjun departed from the library, cradling 3 substantial volumes in his arms. One tome delved into the intricacies of soul beasts, another expounded upon martial souls. And the final volume was a collection of anecdotes chronicling the myriad wonders and peculiarities throughout the history of the Douluo continent. Upon returning home, Ma Hongjun immersed himself in his studies. Perhaps due to the recent days spent cultivating the fiery eye of the divine fire, his mental acuity had been heightened, significantly enhancing his memory. While he could not claim to read with lightning speed or retain every detail effortlessly, he found that with a few readings, the knowledge became firmly etched in his mind, greatly accelerating his learning process. In the evening, after half an hour had passed since dinner, Ma Hongjun once again shouldered the burdensome backpack. This time, he increased the weight to 20 kilograms and resumed his relentless sprint across the square, repeatedly surpassing his limits. After running for an hour, he consumed a restorative sausage. With the night cloaked in solitude, it was the perfect opportunity to practice the martial techniques from the fiery palm scripture. The fiery palm and fiery trace, both stemming from the same lineage, complemented each other. Their combined might exponentially greater. Under the moonlight, a corpulent figure diligently honed his skills. Chapter 8. Sparring. The martial arts display their might. The ensuing days returned to a tranquil state, and before long, a month had quietly slipped by. Every day, Ma Hongjun diligently engages in physical exercise during the day and dedicates his evenings to the cultivation of the fire scripture along with its associated martial techniques. In his spare time, he fervently supplements his understanding of the foundational knowledge necessary for soul masters. Flandre, however, refrains from participating in any of Shrek Academy's instructional activities, seemingly existing independently from the institution. After a month of rigorous training, he has already begun to see results in his weight loss, with a noticeable reduction in the circumference of his abdomen. Through relentless effort, he has shed 13 pounds in just 1 month. In another 2 months, Ma Hongjun believes he will achieve a physique that aligns with societal norms. In his previous life, he was also once overweight, but through a combination of exercise and dietary control, he managed to lose 36 pounds and bid farewell to obesity in less than 4 months. Weight loss relies on unwavering perseverance. Often, the initial month yields minimal fat loss results, leading many to abandon their efforts. However, the most significant results typically manifest during the sustained efforts of the 2nd and 3rd months, while the 4th month often presents a plateau, yielding even lesser results than the 1st month. In this past month, Ma Hongjun's achievements extend beyond mere weight reduction. More importantly, he has experienced a notable enhancement in his soul power as his progress with the fire scripture has accelerated, likely due to his prior cultivation reaching level 26. This phase of recultivation has been devoid of obstacles, allowing his soul power to peak at level 18 within a month. He has also made initial strides in mastering the 2 key martial techniques, fire palm and fire without trace, although he still requires some refinement in their execution. As night falls, Ma Hongjun continues his practice of fire palm and fire without trace in the plaza of Shrek Academy, just as he always does. As he prepares to train, he notices a tall figure approaching the square. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, what a miracle it is that you are not spending the night in the city tonight. Ma Hongjun calls out, maintaining his customary form of address. He is unconcerned about titles. After all, in his previous life, calling someone boss does not necessarily confer authority, and beauty is not solely defined by outward appearances. Fatty, are you still here training? Why don't you join the Dean and me for a battle at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena? By rights, with your level 26, you should be eligible to participate. Ma Hongjun pondered to himself. If I possessed the strength to compete, why would I remain here? At the very least, participating in the Soul Arena could earn me some money to improve my living conditions, rather than relying solely on the monthly subsidies from the Spirit Hall, most of which I would have to surrender to Flinder. I am uncertain. Surely the Dean has other arrangements. It seems you haven't visited the Great Soul Arena in quite some time, he inquired with curiosity. Over a year ago, after Dai Mubai broke through to the 30th level and became a Soul Master, he suffered a string of defeats, facing opponents who were all above the 37th or 38th level, making him no match for them. After enduring so many losses, he decided to suspend his participation in the Soul Arena. Ma Hongjun recalled that before his arrival, Flinder seemed to have intended for him to participate. However, upon his arrival, his soul power diminished, and the matter was never mentioned again. Dai Mubai chuckled wryly, remarking that he had been at the pinnacle of level 36 for several months now, and the Dean appeared to be hoping for him to break through in battle. How have your recent performances been? Ma Hongjun inquired, aware that this was Flinder's way of urging Dai Mubai to train diligently. This fellow, affluent and strikingly handsome, often spent most of his time amidst flowers. If he devoted himself to training, he might have already reached the Soul Sect by now, given his exceptional talent and the abundant resources at his disposal. Dai Mubai replied with a smile. Recently, I have achieved 3 consecutive victories, 2 of which were against 38-level Soul Masters. My record now stands at 27 wins and 23 losses. Congratulations. In less than 2 months, you shall attain level 37. Ma Hongjun congratulated, recalling that in 2 months, when Tang San enrolled, he and Dai Mubai would meet for the first time, at which point Dai Mubai would already be at level 37. Let us hope so. Once I reach level 30, the path to further cultivation becomes significantly more arduous. Come, Fatty, I am in high spirits today. Let us spar, Dai Mubai proposed eagerly. In Ma Hongjun's recollection, his previous sparring sessions with Dai Mubai had often resulted in his defeat, and his soul power had diminished as well. No matter how extraordinary his first soul skill was, it could not compare to the prowess of the 36th ranked Dai Mubai. Dai, you used to bully me, and I let it slide, but did you think I would remain so naive? As a 36th level Soul Master, how could I possibly stand a chance against you? Ma Hongjun lamented. Dai Mubai replied, I have observed your relentless training of late. Let me see the fruits of your labor. If you manage to best me, I shall reward you with 10 gold soul coins. Dai, are you embarking on a charitable endeavor? However, I have a stipulation. We shall not utilize soul power but engage in a contest of martial arts alone. What say you? Ma Hongjun proposed, believing this would afford him a chance at victory. Only a contest of martial arts? Dai Mubai inquired, puzzled. Indeed, while my soul power may not rival yours, I am confident that I can hold my own in hand-to-hand combat, Ma Hongjun asserted. This arrangement would allow them to spar while concealing his current martial soul. More importantly, he had been diligently practicing the blazing palm and blazing trace techniques without any real combat experience, which had hindered his progress in these martial arts. Dai Mubai pondered for a moment and then agreed. Very well, we shall contest without the use of martial souls or soul skills, focusing solely on our martial prowess. Ma Hongjun picked up a bundle of dry twigs from the edge of the square, and with a gentle flicker of his soul power, the twigs ignited into flames. The square was instantly illuminated anew. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun located a stone and inscribed a circle approximately 10 meters in diameter upon the ground. Anyone who steps outside the circle is deemed a loser, he declared. Not a problem, Dai Mubai replied. He had been quite curious about the transformations Ma Hongjun had undergone over the past month, especially since he often observed him practicing late into the night upon returning to the academy, which sparked the idea of a friendly duel. And thus, it began. Ma Hongjun prepared his flame palm technique, moving in a peculiar manner. A flicker of malicious light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes as he suddenly raised his right fist and charged forward, heading straight for Ma Hongjun. The movement was straightforward, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. In an instant, the momentum of this punch reached its zenith in both power and speed, an accomplishment unattainable without extensive combat experience. Ma Hongjun did not retreat. To do so would diminish his momentum. He slightly bent his left leg, his right arm curved inward. his right foot firmly planted on the ground as he prepared to meet Dai Mubai's punch head-on with an open palm. This was the first move of the fiery palm technique, fiery regret. Once unleashed, there was no turning back. It was fierce and unparalleled, though lacking in internal energy augmentation. Its power was undeniably formidable. With a resounding clash, palm met fist in a collision of raw strength, halting Dai Mubai's forward charge abruptly. Both fighters staggered back 2 or 3 steps. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. He had not anticipated that Ma Hongjun would be capable of countering his punch so effectively today. Indeed, he had made significant progress. "Let us continue," he said with newfound interest, his form unfolding as he leapt into the air to charge at Ma Hongjun once more. "Come at me," Ma Hongjun exclaimed with exhilaration, for the first time feeling a deep yearning for battle within him. Chapter 9. Successful Weight Loss, Level 20. As Ma Hongjun's fighting spirit surged, he braced himself to confront the new wave of assaults from Dai Mubai. The form of this strike lingered in his memory, being one of Dai Mubai's signature techniques. With an uncanny extension of his limbs, it appeared as though his entire being was riddled with vulnerabilities. However, the subtle movements of Dai Mubai's limbs seemed to harbor an infinite array of follow-up attacks. Ma Hongjun's expression shifted slightly. Dai Mubai's technique was immensely powerful and exceedingly versatile. The technique, Inferno without trace, was far more effective when used offensively rather than defensively. The employment of Inferno without trace instantly enhanced Ma Hongjun's speed. Dai Mubai was taken aback by Ma Hongjun's proactive approach, yet in this state, he had never feared anyone. "No way. Is this speed really from the chubby guy?" Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. Ma Hongjun noticed Dai Mubai's momentary hesitation and swiftly darted to his side, delivering a firm palm strike to his shoulder. Dai Mubai immediately staggered downward. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience allowed him to twist his waist mid-air, executing a full 1.5 rotation before landing gracefully on the ground. Yet the instant Dai Mubai's feet touched the earth, Ma Hongjun's next move was already primed. With seamless fluidity, Ma Hongjun merged his techniques flawlessly, striking Dai Mubai squarely in the chest with a scorching palm strike that sent him flying backward. This strike was nothing short of perfection, though he had previously struggled to synchronize these two martial skills. In that fleeting moment, they coalesced into an impeccable execution. The might of Ma Hongjun's palm was formidable, employing the techniques of the fiery palm. Although devoid of internal energy enhancement, its power was incomparable to ordinary palm strikes. "Dai, you seem to be out of the loop," Ma Hongjun remarked with a smile, having just absorbed a soul ring of 1,500 years. His physical strength and power far surpassed that of his previous self at level 26. Moreover, with the augmentation of 2 formidable martial skills, Ma Hongjun still held a chance of victory without utilizing soul power. However, should he resort to soul power, the disparity of 18 levels would render him utterly without hope of triumph. Earlier, Dai Mubai had exhibited a moment of hesitation, which allowed Ma Hongjun to execute a double strike, effectively knocking Dai Mubai out of the circle. "I lost." Dai Mubai stood up, realizing he had stepped outside the designated area. "Ma Hongjun, what sort of skills are these? I've never seen you employ them before," he inquired, seemingly unfazed by his defeat in the sparring match. "These are skills I have meticulously researched, 2 soul techniques of my own creation. What do you think? Not too shabby, right?" Ma Hongjun replied with a grin. Dai Mubai appeared skeptical, asking, "You can really create your own soul techniques?" Ma Hongjun remarked, "Of course, do not underestimate others. If I were to use my soul power, my strength would be far greater than this." "Very well, let us engage in a friendly match using soul power." Dai Mubai, eager to compete, replied, "I am ready." "Big brother Dai, perhaps it is best to reconsider. I am certain that I cannot match you when utilizing soul power. Here are 10 gold soul coins, and you must honor your word," Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Let us refrain from further sparring." "All right, here you go." Dai Mubai produced 10 gold soul coins and handed them to Ma Hongjun before turning to leave. Perhaps it was due to a sense of pride, or perhaps he truly had pressing matters to attend to. With the 10 gold soul coins in hand, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of delight and returned to his training. However, it seemed that from that day forward, he had genuinely provoked Dai Mubai. For the following fortnight, Dai Mubai visited every evening to challenge Ma Hongjun to a bout. They fought a total of 16 times, and beginning from the second night, Ma Hongjun faced 3 successive defeats. It dawned on him that his previous victory had been somewhat fortuitous. Dai Mubai had underestimated him, and he had fought while nursing injuries sustained in the daytime arena. It was not until the 8th evening of their sparring that Ma Hongjun finally tasted victory once more. In the final 8 matches, he achieved 4 wins and 4 losses, demonstrating that he was now nearly on par with Dai Mubai. However, prior to this, his record stood at 2 wins and 6 losses, culminating in an overall tally of 6 victories against 10 defeats. After Dai Mubai's ascension to the 37th level, he ceased seeking out Ma Hongjun for sparring, reverting to his former flamboyant self. It seemed that after Dai Mubai's breakthrough, Flinder had taken little notice of him, nor had he returned to the daytime arena or sought Ma Hongjun out. The 16 bouts had proved immensely beneficial for Ma Hongjun. He had proficiently mastered 2 martial techniques, achieving a level of seamless coordination. His soul power successfully broke through to the 19th level. At this moment, Ma Hongjun harbored no pride. He understood that even the 29th level Tang San could easily suppress Dai Mubai. He was merely at a comparable level to Dai Mubai, still a considerable distance from Tang San's prowess. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun believed that with diligence, surpassing Tang San would not be an insurmountable challenge. Upon careful reflection, he concluded that he was not inferior to anyone, not even to Tang San. You possess the Haotian hammer. Do I not have the Zhurong divine spear? You have the blue silver emperor. Is my fire phoenix any less formidable? Furthermore, I possess the fire scripture and am well versed in the storyline. Ma Hongjun realized that his aspirations for ascension were somewhat modest, considering that the fiery essence comprises 12 layers. Achieving divinity is merely a beginning, not an end. With newfound motivation and direction, Ma Hongjun devoted himself to his training with even greater diligence, employing every method he knew to enhance his physical prowess. With Oscar's daily provision of restorative sausages, he was able to sustain prolonged training sessions, effectively doubling his efforts within a single day. It is worth noting that within the academy, he had already earned the new nickname Wasp, a moniker that suggested Ma Hongjun had gone somewhat mad. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half had swiftly passed. On the 93rd day of his existence in this world, Ma Hongjun experienced an unusual morning devoid of his customary training. Some teachers felt a twinge of discomfort in not witnessing his early departure for practice. However, Ma Hongjun was far from idle. He was seated cross-legged within his dwelling, deeply immersed in his cultivation. The flames of the Lihu Jing coursed through his body, enveloping him in a resplendent crimson aura, as strands of internal energy coalesced in his dantian. After an indeterminate passage of time, the fiery halo surrounding him gradually dissipated. Upon opening his eyes, he murmured to himself, "Level 20, I have succeeded." From level 17 to level 20. He ascended through 3 soul power ranks in a mere 3 months, 90 days. While his accelerated pace of cultivation was indeed a testament to his renewed training, it was ultimately the result of Ma Hongjun's relentless efforts over the span of 90 sunrises and sunsets. Ma Hongjun rose and approached the mirror. His short, crimson mohawk hairstyle complemented his well-proportioned physique, rendering him unrecognizable as a person of ample girth. In the first month, he shed 13 pounds, in the second month, 18, and in the third month, 15, totaling a remarkable 46 pounds in just 3 months. His height had also increased slightly, now surpassing 1.60 m. As the saying goes, a single flaw can ruin the whole, while slenderness can conceal a multitude of imperfections. Although his charm may still pale in comparison to the striking visages of Dai Mubai and Oscar, he was not far behind. Ma Hongjun surveyed his current self with a sense of pride and remarked, "This is the true essence of who I am. However, my attire no longer fits me as it should. It is time for a change." At that moment, he still donned his old garments, which now hung upon him like a robe. Chapter 10, A Gathering, A First Encounter. As Ma Hongjun stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Oscar. "Ma Hongjun, I must say, you look quite well after losing some weight. Do you require my sausages today?" Oscar remarked, "Today is a day of rest. There is no need for anything. I am preparing to visit Soto City, for I have yet to collect this month's Soul Master subsidy." Ma Hongjun responded with surprise, "You have not gone yet? This is indeed the final day. If one does not attend, it will be automatically regarded as a forfeiture." In the past, Oscar was aware of Ma Hongjun, who seized the opportunity to claim the subsidy on the very first day it was available, and subsequently indulged in some leisure at the establishment. "Thus, I am going today. Would you care to join me? During this period, your assistance with the sausages has been immensely helpful to me. How about I treat you to a delightful meal?" Ma Hongjun chuckled. Over the span of 3 months, he had requested Oscar to craft a restorative sausage for him daily, and feeling unable to repay the favor, he could only express his gratitude in this manner. "Haha, I suppose you still have a conscience. Since someone is treating, I shall not hold back." Oscar grinned mischievously, as if he were intent on treating Ma Hongjun to a lavish feast. Upon departing from Shrek Academy, the two of them walked for just over an hour before arriving at Soto City. They proceeded to the Spirit Hall, where they presented their Spirit Master credentials and successfully obtained 10 gold soul coins. After accounting for the ones received from Daimu Bai during their initial battle, and deducting those handed over to the Academy, Ma Hongjun found himself with a mere 12 gold soul coins and 8 silver soul coins. Upon exiting the Spirit Hall, Ma Hongjun promptly ordered 5 tailored outfits, spending an entire gold soul coin in the process. It is worth noting that a single gold soul coin could sustain an ordinary family for 3 months. The cost of 5 outfits was, indeed, exorbitant. Ma Hongjun, why are you spending so much on clothing? The garments crafted by the village tailor can be completed for merely 2 or 3 copper coins, which seems rather wasteful. Oscar remarked with a hint of confusion. You fail to grasp the essence of it. One's appearance matters greatly. If one does not present oneself elegantly, how can they hope to make a favorable first impression when encountering a beautiful woman in the future? After speaking, Ma Hongjun leaned closer to Oscar's ear and said, I advise you to prepare a few good outfits as well. Who knows? This time the Academy's admissions might attract some beautiful ladies. You wouldn't want to regret it later, would you? Oscar gazed at Ma Hongjun with an expression of disbelief. Of course, what I say cannot be false. I am certainly no less than you now. Ma Hongjun replied with a chuckle. Indeed, one feels invigorated when joy abounds. With the dual delight of weight loss and an upgrade, how could Ma Hongjun not be elated? After pondering for a moment, Oscar said, Boss, I would like 5 sets as well. Unable to procure the garments immediately, Ma Hongjun made his way to the blacksmith shop, where he exchanged a silver soul coin for 20 kilograms of iron beads. The era in which he filled his backpack with stones had long since passed. He had transitioned to a garment crafted from fabric, designed to hold iron beads, and had additionally equipped himself with weights for his arms and legs. In total, he had outfitted these 4 areas. The garment contained 20 kilograms, while each arm bore 5 kilograms and each leg also carried 5 kilograms of iron sandbags. Should he successfully absorb the soul ring this time, his physical strength would undoubtedly increase once more, necessitating an upgrade to his current equipment. With plans to incorporate all 20 kilograms, Ma Hongjun persistently urged Oscar to engage in physical exercise, yet Oscar remained obstinate, believing that such efforts would yield little benefit. After completing their tasks, mealtime finally approached. Oscar eagerly inquired, What are we having today? There's no rush. I must first visit the dean's shop as I have some matters to discuss with him, Ma Hongjun replied. Surely you aren't going to bring up that issue again? Oscar questioned. My concerns regarding that matter have been resolved. I no longer need to revisit it. And I would appreciate it if you would refrain from mentioning it in the future, Ma Hongjun retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. The mere recollection of that place made him feel nauseous, as it had nearly left an indelible mark on his psyche. He dreaded the possibility of future repercussions stemming from that experience, yearning to erase the memories of such an unpleasant chapter in his life. Honestly, what kind of people did Flander find in his quest for a bargain? Oscar remarked, somewhat incredulously. Yet it seems he has managed to resolve the issue. Ma Hongjun chuckled and said, Otherwise, how would I have become what I am today? The two traversed a bustling street and made their way directly to Flandra's quaint shop. What brings you here? Flandra inquired. Director, it's me, Ma Hongjun. He gestured with 2 fingers. Flandra, who spent most of his days at the shop in Soto City, quickly understood the situation. I see, he replied. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to take his leave, Oscar, in his usual playful manner, remarked, Director. Ma Hongjun mentioned he would treat us to a meal. Flandra immediately rose from his reclining chair and declared, Let us go, we shall set off at once. Ma Hongjun was rendered speechless. Was this what they referred to as a pig teammate? At noon, Oscar said, Let us order 2 more servings of these 2 dishes. And let's add another of that one. I would like that as well, Oscar added. Ma Hongjun questioned, Is this meager portion truly sufficient? Are we merely stepping out to indulge in a modest meal? Oscar gazed at him with an innocent demeanor. At this moment, the heart of Ma Hongjun was bleeding. Introduced to such an upscale restaurant by Flinder, this meal would conservatively cost at least 5 gold soul coins. However, it was indeed an opportunity to lose weight. He only needed to consume what his body required, for excess would inevitably convert into fat. After all, he was acutely aware that his physique was predisposed to gaining weight, and he could not afford to overindulge. The lunch consumed a staggering 6 gold soul coins, leaving him in a state of financial distress. Now, he had dwindled to less than 6 gold soul coins. Wow, this meal is exquisite. It's my first time dining so lavishly, Oscar remarked. He hesitated to indulge in such luxuries himself, knowing that his wealth was not much greater than that of Ma Hongjun. What does it matter? Once you grow stronger, you'll have whatever you desire. Keep up the training. The future holds everything, Ma Hongjun encouraged. In the afternoon, Ma Hongjun and Oscar retrieved their outfits and immediately changed into them. Instantly, Ma Hongjun felt a transformation in his demeanor. The fiery red attire complemented his crimson hair. Particularly with his current physique, he resembled a dashing young man, almost unrecognizable from his former self. Even Oscar, adorned in new garments, appeared enhanced. Indeed, the saying clothes make the man held true, provided one possessed the frame to carry them. Burdened with bags containing 20 kilograms of iron beads and their clothing, the duo made their way toward Shrek Academy. Just as they were about to exit the city, Oscar called out, "Look over there, a beautiful girl." A beautiful girl? Ma Hongjun turned his gaze in that direction. There, he beheld a tall, slender girl in white, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old. Followed closely by a couple of women. The girl seemed to be experiencing the world for the first time, her eyes filled with wonder at everything around her. Ma Hongjun felt that this scene resembled those he had witnessed in his previous life on television, where such exquisite young maidens and their accompanying grandeur indicated a status far beyond what they could aspire to. Oscar, enough of the staring. Let us depart. No matter how beautiful, she is not for you, Ma Hongjun advised, adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Such a stunning beauty was a rarity, it was only natural to indulge one's gaze for a moment. Oscar's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, revealing his current disposition, which struggled to resist the allure of beauty. It must be said that the young girl before them was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, evoking the poetic imagery of fish sinking and swallows alighting, flowers blushing and moonlight dimming. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun was not the same person he once was. Otherwise, he would have approached her, eager to engage in flirtation, perhaps even desiring to pursue something more intimate in the next instant. Little did they know, the young lady had noticed them. In a swift motion, she appeared before Ma Hongjun and Oscar, directing her inquiry at Oscar. "Uncle, what are you looking at?" Chapter 11. The Frost Dragon. Cold Frost. Oscar had maintained his beard, and at 14, being addressed as uncle was not entirely unexpected. However, Oscar was displeased and retorted, "Uncle? Have you never seen a handsome man like me?" The young lady chuckled, "Handsome? None compare to you, with that full beard resembling a middle-aged man. The fellow beside you barely qualifies." Oscar could hardly fathom that his beard would lead to such a loss of dignity. "Thank you for your compliment, beautiful miss. But we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave," Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. As the saying goes, one does not strike those who bear a smile. After all, sweet words are universally cherished. Ma Hongjun hurriedly dragged Oscar away. Although Oscar wished to protest, he found himself being pulled along by Ma Hongjun. "Hey, who is the uncle here? Clarify that for me," Oscar exclaimed, still irked. However, his strength paled in comparison to Ma Hongjun's, and he was forcefully led away. As the two vanished from the sight of the young lady, the two women behind her stepped forward. "Miss, that young man in red is quite extraordinary. You should be cautious and refrain from casually engaging with strangers," one of the women advised. "Isn't it merely a conversation? What makes that individual so remarkable?" the girl in white inquired. "The young man in red is nearly your age, and he must be carrying something substantial in his bag, at least 20 kilograms. He managed to drag that man beside him without expending a shred of soul power while maintaining a steady breath and moving with remarkable agility. Do you truly believe such a person is ordinary? Could it be that this young man's talent surpasses mine?" The girl in white's interest was piqued. The woman nodded, replying, "There is indeed a possibility. This world is home to many gifted individuals, some even possessing innate full soul power. However, there are very few across the continent. Thus, even if someone has innate full soul power, it may not compare to your innate 9th level soul and top-tier mutated martial soul. We should not linger here. Let us hasten to Spirit City, lest we miss the enrollment time. No, I must follow to discover what kind of talent this person possesses. Perhaps he will also attend the Spirit Hall Academy," the white-clad girl insisted, her curiosity ignited. She dashed in the direction of Ma Hongjun and Oscar. One of the slightly plump women sighed, saying, "The young lady is too playful. Fortunately, it is only a 3-day journey to Spirit City, and we have 6 days until the registration deadline. If she continues in this manner, we may have to resort to binding her," remarked the other, slender woman. "Upon my return, I shall definitely shave off my beard. Let's see who still dares to call me uncle," Oscar grumbled, resembling a disgruntled spouse throughout their journey. "Determined to do so?" Ma Hongjun chuckled, inadvertently altering a small plot twist, realizing that Oscar would only shave after the lovely ladies enrolled, and now it was happening prematurely. Of course. I will shave once we return to the academy, Oscar asserted firmly. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun's brow furrowed. Someone is following us. After 3 months of cultivating the fiery god Si, his mental acuity had ascended to the level of a soul master, granting him far superior perception than Oscar. What do they want with us? Oscar queried. The two turned to see that it was, to their surprise, the white-clad woman from Soto City. Ma Hongjun, constrained by his current spirit power, found Oscar lacking in combat capability. Desiring to avoid conflict, he took Oscar along, only to be surprised by his companion's persistence. The two women accompanying the girl in white exuded an air of calmness that suggested they were formidable opponents. Greetings, may I inquire about your innate spirit power level? The young woman asked with curiosity. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. What kind of dialogue was this? Did someone really come right out and ask such a question? My innate talent is rather mediocre, with a primordial soul power of level 4. Of course, Ma Hongjun would never reveal his true innate soul power level. The girl in white, appearing somewhat contemplative, expressed her disappointment, saying, "No way, how could you possibly have only level 4? Hey, little sister, why don't you ask me? My soul power is quite impressive," Oscar declared proudly, for when it came to innate soul power, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of the pyramid. Humph. I have no interest in knowing your soul power level, the girl in white retorted disdainfully. Oscar, feeling a surge of indignation, boldly proclaimed, "I'm not afraid to tell you. I possess a full innate soul power." Ma Hongjun was still contemplating how to intervene, but Oscar's response was exceedingly swift, revealing his youthful inexperience. The girl in white chuckled softly, her disbelief evident. She remarked that such innate full soul power was not something one could casually encounter. "Are you truly endowed with innate full soul power? Don't jest," she said, her interest now solely directed at Ma Hongjun. With her captivating gaze fixed upon him, she inquired, "What is your innate soul power level? You cannot deceive me." "It is indeed innate level 4, Ma Hongjun replied. "I refuse to believe it unless you reveal your martial soul and soul rings, allowing me to ascertain your soul power level," the girl in white retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. At this moment, Ma Hongjun certainly did not wish to disclose such matters and replied, "I believe it is unnecessary." "Very well. If that is the case, I shall test your abilities," the girl in white declared as she charged towards Ma Hongjun. "All right," he conceded. "My soul power is at the innate 9th level. Is that sufficient?" Ma Hongjun, reluctant to engage in combat, voiced his response. However, the girl in white remained unconvinced and insisted, "I refuse to believe that. Let us have a contest." No sooner had she spoken than she activated her martial soul, revealing 2 yellow soul rings encircling her form, her martial soul being none other than the rare frost giant dragon. "I am Langschwanger, hailing from the snow city of the far north. I am a level 27 powerful assault-type soul master," she introduced herself. Observing this, Oscar swiftly took cover behind a nearby boulder, a typical maneuver for a support-type soul master. Ma Hong glanced at the 2 women behind Langschwanger, who showed no intention of intervening. It appeared that he must take action in this battle, otherwise, should the elder take matters into her own hands, the situation would spiral beyond control. Ma Hongjun, hailing from Shrek Academy, was a level 20 assault-type soul master. For the first time in 3 months, he revealed his martial soul and soul rings. A fire phoenix? A millennium soul ring? Oscar was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he Ma Hongjun supposed to be level 26? Was the individual before him an imposter? The thought of Ma Hongjun's unusual behavior during this time sent a shiver down Oscar's spine. In fact, the release of Langschwanger's martial soul had caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Curiously, Langschwanger inquired, "You are still a soul master. But how is your first soul ring a millennium? Are you afraid?" Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. "Humph, let us see." Without hesitation, Langschwanger activated her first soul skill, Frost Strike. In an instant, a chilling gust of frost surged forth, forming 2 ice pillars that hurtled towards Ma Hongjun. "Is that all?" Ma Hongjun smirked, not even needing to employ his first soul skill. He simply transformed his hands into palms, concentrating flames within them. Flame palm. To dare to meet the young lady's first soul skill head-on without utilizing a soul skill? Gasped the 2 women behind her. Chapter 12. Habitual actions. As the 2 ice pillars approached, Ma Hongjun caught one with each hand. Water can extinguish fire, but fire can also melt ice and snow. Not good. The power is surprisingly strong. With his palms firmly grounded, Ma Hongjun found himself forced to take a step back under the immense pressure exerted by the icy pillars. The chill of the soul force and the sheer strength were truly extraordinary. Indeed, the frost giant dragon, a primeval and top-tier martial soul, was exceptional. What appeared to be two seemingly ordinary ice pillars were such formidable power. However, my blazing phoenix is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, my cultivation of the fiery scriptures has enhanced the flame attribute of my soul force. Melt away, Ma Hongjun bellowed, as intense flames erupted from his palms, enveloping the ice pillars of cold frost air. In the blink of an eye, they melted away under the searing heat of his flames. Cold frost air's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. For the first time, her primary soul skill had been treated in such a manner, completely dissolved by her opponent's flames. Ice and fire, two opposing forces, naturally counteract each other. During her training, her family had arranged for several soul masters with various attributes to spar with her. Yet none had ever managed to dissolve her primary soul skill so effortlessly. The elders of her family had informed her that to achieve such melting, her opponent must either have a significantly greater soul force or possess a martial soul of equal or superior rank. Yet, the youth before her, Ma Hongjun, was not only 7 levels below her in soul force but also lacked 1 soul ring, yet he effortlessly melted her ice. This indicated that his martial soul was undoubtedly superior to hers. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit has been transformed by the divine artifact's mark. Although it still bears the name of the Blazing Phoenix, it is far from an ordinary top-tier martial spirit. Perhaps it is best not to engage in combat. Lest we harm our camaraderie, let us be friends instead, Ma Hongjun remarked with a smile, recognizing the extraordinary talent of his opponent, a veritable prodigy. However, Lang Shuang'er was not easily appeased. Let us spar first. Do not speak of friendship, for what of romance? She retorted, her words dripping with incredulity at her own boldness. Yet, almost instantaneously, she dismissed the weight of her proclamation, for among her peers, she had never tasted defeat. As long as she remained unvanquished, her words held no merit. Behind her, a slightly plump woman interjected, should we not intervene, miss? This seems rather reckless. I believe it unnecessary. This youth is exceptional. It is rare for the young lady to encounter a peer of such caliber. Let her engage in this bout. Another woman replied. Throughout this exchange, Oscar remained in the shadows of a massive stone, contemplating, has the season of the stout arrived? No. Perhaps it is inappropriate to refer to him as stout now. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, for such words were rather unexpected. Observing that Ma Hongjun seemed somewhat distracted, Lang Shuang'er smiled faintly and swiftly charged towards him with her fists clenched. As she approached, Ma Hongjun prepared to counter. His sparring sessions with Dai Mubai having significantly enhanced his combat experience. He met her punch with his palm, with a resounding thud. At the instant their fists and palms collided, Ma Hongjun deftly seized Lang Shuang'er's hands. Although she attempted to break free, she soon realized the astonishing strength he possessed. Her own efforts were futile against his grip. A chilling aura emanated from her fists, enveloped in a frigid essence. A smile flickered across Ma Hongjun's face as he remarked, you seem rather cold. Allow me to warm you. Instantly, the space between their hands transformed into a fierce contest of ice and fire, with time gradually slipping away as their soul powers surged forth. In that moment, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. However, only Lang Shuang'er understood that it was she who wished to break free yet remained tethered, her soul power being entirely restrained by her opponent. Infuriated, Lang Shuang'er's competitive spirit ignited. She had always been the one to dominate others, never had she been subdued. In the next heartbeat, her 2 yellow soul rings began to glow softly. Ma Hongjun inwardly lamented, suddenly sensing that his hands were on the verge of slipping from his grasp. Cold Shuang'er's hands began to swell, and the chilling aura of frost emanating from them intensified, causing his hands to feel as though they were being scorched by ice. Ma Hongjun hastily released his grip, employing the agile technique of fire without trace, swiftly retreating several meters with a deft twist of his feet. At that moment, Lang Shuang'er's hands had transformed into snow-white dragon claws. Although her martial soul was that of an ice dragon, these claws were not enormous. Rather, they merely expanded her hands slightly. This was her second soul skill, Frost Claw, which augmented her strength and defense by 60%. In addition to enhancing the chilling power by 20%, just as Lang Shuang'er was about to launch her attack, she was taken aback by Ma Hongjun's astonishing speed as he managed to evade to a distance of 3 meters in the blink of an eye. How did he escape? Let's go again, she declared earnestly. The purple soul ring of Ma Hongjun shimmered once more, as he chuckled. How can this be called running? Allow me to showcase my first soul skill. The brilliance of the purple soul ring drew everyone's attention, fixated upon Ma Hongjun's aura. Miss, be cautious. A slightly plump woman urged from behind. The first soul ring, being a millennium soul skill, undoubtedly possessed formidable power far beyond that of a mere century soul ring. In the blink of an eye, 3 new phoenix fire lines erupted forth, seemingly unavoidable. Cold Schwanger's expression turned grave, and she retreated. Having already deployed her second soul skill, she simultaneously unleashed her first soul skill once more. A chilling aura of frost materialized, instantly forming 2 massive ice pillars before her. Under the influence of her second soul skill, the potency of his first soul skill seemed to have intensified, and the ice pillars were now twice the size of before. Cold Schwanger, already slender, was completely concealed by the dual ice columns. A thunderous crash echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass, as the 3 new phoenix fire lines struck the ice pillars, shattering them instantly. This was no longer a mere melting of ice through flames, but a true demonstration of powerful, aggressive force. Cold Schwanger, alarmed, stumbled back 2 steps, her heart racing in disbelief. How could this be possible? My first soul skill, enhanced by my second, has been so easily dismantled? Beautiful lady, you have lost. Suddenly, Cold Schwanger felt a searing heat at her neck. When did you arrive? She gasped, realizing her defeat. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's right hand gripped her neck, poised to end her life at any moment. Miss, stop this. Release her. The 2 women seemed anxious, their martial spirits manifesting as a 6-ringed soul emperor and a 5-ringed soul king. Yet, Cold Schwanger remained surprisingly composed, responding, "You need not concern yourselves. I have lost." It dawned upon her that, apart from herself, there existed such extraordinary talent in the world. Ma Hongjun, in truth, harbored no ill intentions towards Lang Schwanger, for she was backed by a soul emperor and a soul king, figures he could not afford to provoke at this moment. His sole desire was to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. As the opponent conceded, Ma Hongjun reluctantly released his grip, yet, almost instinctively, he lifted the object to his nose, inhaling its scent, pondering that its aroma and texture were quite agreeable, albeit a tad too chilly. You? Lang Schwanger's murderous intent was palpable. Ma Hongjun suddenly sensed an unsettling aura and hastily clarified, "I beg your pardon, that was merely a habitual action." Can we proceed now? Chapter 13, Digging at the Soul Hall's Corner? The name Lang Schwanger prompted Ma Hongjun to meticulously recall the narrative of the Douluo novel, realizing that this character had seemingly never made an appearance before. Of a similar age to himself, possessing a soul power of 27, and endowed with the ancient ice dragon soul, she ought not to have been obscure. Yet, here she was, manifesting in Soto City. With a disdainful snort, Lang Schwanger retorted, "Is that truly a habitual action? I perceive it as deliberate on your part. Who exactly are you? Are you still Ma Hongjun?" Oscar emerged nervously from behind a boulder, inquiring with palpable tension. Ignoring Lang Schwanger, Ma Hongjun addressed Oscar, "Of course, I am myself. Who else could I be? As for my soul ring issue, I shall explain upon our return." Just as they were about to depart, an interruption arose. "Wait a moment. Stop them for me," Lang Schwanger instructed the 2 women, who were left with no choice but to comply as the pair swiftly made their exit, heads held high. Ma Hongjun inwardly lamented the situation, pondering whether they were about to face betrayal. Before he and his companions could fully comprehend the unfolding events, a slightly plump woman had already obstructed their path, revealing 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. She exuded the formidable aura of a soul king, seemingly displeased with Ma Hongjun's earlier grip on Lang Schwanger's neck. However, while the pressure of a soul king might overwhelm an ordinary soul master, both Ma Hongjun and his companion had endured the oppressive force of a soul sage. Thus, the sudden onslaught of a soul king did not seem particularly daunting. The slightly plump woman and another lady exchanged glances of mild surprise, recognizing that the youth before them was not to be underestimated, as he remained composed even under her imposing presence. Did they truly believe they could simply depart? Ma Hongjun's expression was grave, sensing an impending confrontation. He turned to Oscar and whispered, "If they make a move, I will hold them off. You must flee and fetch help." "All right," Oscar replied readily, aware of his limitations as a support-type spirit master. If he could swiftly locate Zhao Wujie or Dean Flinder, there was a chance to rescue Ma Hongjun. "What do you intend to do?" Ma Hongjun directly addressed Lang Schwanger. Before she could respond, a formidable aura began to approach. The 2 women suddenly grew solemn. This presence was extraordinary. Oscar exclaimed with delight, "It's the Dean. He has arrived." Above us? The 2 women simultaneously gazed skyward. They beheld the luminous spirit rings of Flinder appearing above Ma Hongjun and Oscar as he descended, retracting his flight spirit skill, revealing 7 spirit rings one by one. A 7-ring spirit saint? The women remained rooted in disbelief, not anticipating such rapid assistance for their adversaries. Flinder landed beside Ma Hongjun and Oscar. His tone icy as he remarked, "You, a spirit emperor, and you, a spirit king, dare to bully two children? Allow me to address you." With Flinder's arrival, the weight lifted from Ma Hongjun and Oscar's hearts. They felt secure. The plump woman hastily stood beside the tall, slender woman, shielding Lang Shuang'er and assuring her, "Miss, do not worry. We will protect you at all costs." Lang Shuang'er seemed to have something to say. She stepped forward and declared loudly, "You misunderstand. I have yet to finish my words." Suddenly, her previously pale and icy countenance flushed with a hint of crimson as she spoke softly. "Earlier, you bested me. And I wish to say, we could be friends." Her voice was so faint that even the two women behind her only caught a whisper of her intent. Ma Hongjun and Oscar merely witnessed Lang Shuang'er speaking but could not discern her words. Flinder, with a knowing smile, promptly withdrew his soul ring. Among those present, perhaps only Lang Shuang'er was unaware that no one could hear as clearly as he could. With the extraordinary hearing of the four-eyed cat eagle, he was attuned to even the faintest sounds. "What did you say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" Ma Hongjun inquired directly. Lang Shuang'er's face flushed deeper as she suddenly exclaimed, "I said, we can be friends. Shouldn't we be talking about romance instead?" Ma Hongjun promptly retorted, emboldened by Flinder's presence. "After all, there is comfort in the shade of a great tree." Lang Shuang'er abruptly turned away, feeling utterly embarrassed, not even glancing at Ma Hongjun and the others. It seemed unlikely that a fight would ensue now, as the two women disregarded Lang Shuang'er and simultaneously approached Flinder, bowing respectfully with one hand placed over their chests. Long Xuan, Soul Emperor of level 62, pays respects to the esteemed elder. Long Ling, Soul King of level 53, pays respects to the esteemed elder. We hail from the Frost Giant Python family of the extreme North Snow City, and this is the current clan leader, Lang Zhan's daughter, Lang Shuang'er, whose martial soul is the top-tier Frost Giant Dragon, evolved from the Frost Spirit Python. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but smile inwardly. This was indeed a formidable combination of the cold spirit. One must acknowledge the fortuitous fate of Lang Shuang, whose martial soul had successfully mutated from the Frost Giant Python to the Frost Giant Dragon. In comparison to the master, the difference was astronomical, after all. He had the potential to evolve into the Golden Sacred Dragon, a being even more powerful than the Frost Giant Dragon. Flander seemed to drift into reminiscence, chuckling as he remarked, "Ah, so it is that lad, Lang Zhan. I encountered him over a decade ago, when he was merely a soul king. Who would have imagined he has now ascended to the position of clan leader? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Flander, an esteemed soul sage at level 78. To their astonishment, he was indeed a level 78 soul sage. The two felt relieved that they had refrained from engaging in combat earlier, especially since the individual before them was acquainted with their clan leader, making matters considerably simpler. It appeared that they were not adversaries after all. Since you have a connection with the clan leader, this is indeed fortuitous. How is he faring now? Has he won the heart of his beloved goddess? Flander inquired suddenly. The somewhat plump woman, Lang Ling, glanced at Lang Shuang'er, uncertain of how to respond. The tall, slender woman, Lang Xuan, interjected. The clan leader faced disappointment in that regard. However, he subsequently devoted his energy to cultivation and has now attained the rank of soul sage at level 71. Lang Shuang'er abruptly turned and asked, "Who else did my father pursue?" "My dear, this is a matter you should inquire about directly with your father," Lang Ling suggested, reluctant to broach the subject further. Flander, puzzled, inquired, "Snow City and the Heaven-Do Empire are nearly polar opposites. What brings you to Soto City?" "Senior, the clan leader's close friend is a teacher at the Spirit Hall Academy. He seeks to invite our young lady to begin her training there once she turns 12. Our journey here is merely a stopover on our way to Spirit City for enrollment," Lang Xuan replied candidly. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun noticed a faint smile at the corner of Flinder's mouth. He realized that the dean was about to commence his persuasive techniques, undoubtedly intending to lure talent away from the Spirit Hall Academy. It was evident that Lang Shuang'er possessed the requisite aptitude to meet the admission standards of Shrek Academy. Flinder, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "The Spirit Hall? What is so great about it? Such exceptional talent would be squandered there. It would be far better for her to join our Shrek Academy, where we can ensure that this Lang Shuang'er flourishes." Chapter 14. The Art of Persuasion. In the face of Flinder's disparaging remarks about the Spirit Hall Academy, the three of them were momentarily taken aback. Ma Hongjun was deep in thought, realizing that the cold and distant Lang Shuang'er had chosen to attend the Spirit Hall Academy. Suddenly, Everything clicked into place for him. Soto City indeed served as a route to the Spirit Hall, and taking a moment to explore it was not a poor decision. As for Lang Shuang'er's absence in the original narrative, it was likely due to her not participating in the Senior Soul Master Tournament at that stage. The Senior Soul Master Tournament provided the only significant opportunity for lower-ranked Soul Masters to shine within the storyline. Subsequently, apart from the Shrek 7 Devils, the remaining Soul Masters faded into the background, with even Feng Xiaotian ultimately relegated to a more prominent supporting role. Examining the composition of the Spirit Hall's participants, it was apparent that most were nearing the 50th level. Now that Lang Shuang'er had ventured to the Spirit Hall, she certainly would not have the same fortune as those at Shrek, who had access to rare medicinal herbs, based on her soul power. During this round of the Senior Soul Master Tournament, Lang Shuang'er would likely only be a Soul Master, destined to make her mark in the next tournament. Regrettably, 5 years later, the Spirit Hall would have already taken action against various powers across the continent, aiming for unification. And that year would mark the conclusion of the Senior Soul Master Tournament. After a considerable pause, the tall, slender woman, Lang Xuan, finally spoke. Senior. The Spirit Hall Academy cannot be that lacking. After all, they have consistently been champions of the Senior Soul Master Tournament. What does a championship signify? It is merely because my academy did not participate. Had we taken part, the Spirit Hall would have stood no chance, Flander retorted. Only Ma Hongjun understood that in the next tournament, they would undoubtedly claim victory. However, Oscar's thoughts were different. He mused, you can't even gather enough participants. Yet, Lang Shuang'er cast an intrigued glance at Ma Hongjun. Her interest piqued. Then, she turned to Oscar, who had just claimed to possess full soul power, and asked, is it true that you are indeed a full soul power? Flander gave Oscar a meaningful look, as if signaling, it is your turn to perform. Seizing the opportunity to present himself, Oscar stepped forward and introduced, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Oscar, presently 14 years old, a natural full soul power possessor, with a martial spirit of sausage, and I am a level 29 food system great soul master, not far from reaching level 30. Afterward, Oscar promptly unleashed his martial spirit, eager to showcase it. Super recovery sausage, he declared, instantly conjuring a large sausage before everyone. Miss, you have expended considerable soul power and stamina. Would you care for a replenishment? Oscar suggested. Feeling a wave of nausea, Lang Shuang'er declined, perhaps not. Once Oscar concluded his demonstration, Flander spoke again. Indeed, he is a natural full soul power possessor. Our academy boasts not only him, but also a prodigy who, at the age of 15, has already reached level 37 as a soul master. Flander gazed at the two women before him, as well as the curious Cold Frost, who exhibited a hint of astonishment. He then proceeded to elaborate. Since the establishment of the academy, we have only accepted prodigies and extraordinary individuals. Those soul masters who have not attained a soul power of at least 21 by the age of 13 are ineligible for admission, even if they do meet this requirement. Passing the assessment to officially become a student is not guaranteed. You must consider this carefully at Shrek. You will be training alongside a host of geniuses who are not only your equals, but may surpass you significantly in prowess. But how can this be? At merely level 20, why does he possess a 1,000-year soul ring? Cold Frost inquired, pointing at Ma Hongjun with curiosity. The two women simultaneously turned their gaze to Flander, as the notion of a 1,000-year soul ring was indeed astonishing. Ma Hongjun, why don't you explain it yourself? Flander suggested. He offered him the opportunity to demonstrate, believing that since he wished for their admission, there was no need for concealment. He casually remarked, in fact, 3 months ago, I was also a level 26 Great Soul Master. Recently, the principal finally resolved the issue with my mutated martial soul, allowing it to evolve once more. However, this came at the cost of my soul power being reduced to level 10, resulting in the disappearance of my soul ring, which I have now regained. He attributed all these achievements to Flander, as the more he spoke of it, the more it underscored Flander's strength. Remarkable. So, you managed to progress from level 10 to level 20 in just 3 months. I am curious, what issue did your martial soul encounter previously? Cold Frost asked unexpectedly. This question left Ma Hongjun at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, Flander interjected, so, have you made your decision? I have no objections. I wish to attend Shrek, Cold Frost declared resolutely. In her heart, she believed Shrek must be an exceptional and powerful academy, undoubtedly filled with numerous elite talents. Moreover, having lost to the young men in red before her today, she vowed to reclaim her honor by defeating Ma Hongjun. My dear, The clan leader has instructed you to attend the Martial Soul Hall Academy, which has promised to nurture you diligently. They will even assign you a teacher of the Soul Douluo level. If a titled Douluo were to take notice of you, you might even become their disciple. The slightly plump woman, Cold Ling, exclaimed. Their mission was to ensure Cold Frost's enrollment in the Martial Soul Hall. Yet now they were considering a relatively obscure institution like Shrek, despite Flanders' status as a level 78 Soul Sage. It paled in comparison to the resources available at the Martial Soul Hall. I do not care. I will not attend the Martial Soul Hall Academy. I will go to Shrek, Cold Frost asserted firmly. Ma Hongjun decided that the young lady before him truly possessed discernment, and he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. But how will we explain this to the clan leader? Long Ling continued. I don't care. Just tell them the truth when you return. This is my own decision, Lang Shuanger declared. Seeing that the situation was progressing favorably, Flinder immediately interjected, that lad, Lang Zhan, owes me a favor from years past. I shall write him a letter, which you can deliver. I doubt he will dare to say much. Can we have 2 days to deliberate? Lang Swan inquired, thinking that a slight delay would not hinder their timely arrival at Shrek. They must persuade the young lady earnestly during these 2 days. 2 days? That seems rather excessive, Flinder remarked. If we truly go to inquire about Shrek, it would be disastrous. Flinder glanced at Ma Hongjun, seemingly hoping he would add something, especially since he had noticed a different glimmer in Lang Shuanger's gaze towards Ma Hongjun. Understanding Flinder's expression, Ma Hongjun promptly suggested, perhaps it would be better this way. You have yet to see our academy and its profound learning, which may make it difficult for you to believe. Upon hearing this, Flinder's expression darkened, as if to say, why would you bring this up now? Are you taking us there? Lang Shuanger asked. Ma Hongjun tilted his head and said, today is not feasible. Let it be 7 days hence. Come to Shrek on the morning of the 7th day, and you shall witness the most complete version of Shrek Academy. 7 days? Indeed. It is only on that day that our academy will be at its most splendid. That will not work. By then, the lady will have missed the enrollment period for the Spirit Hall. You have already conferred with the instructors at the Spirit Hall. And even if you arrive 2 days late, it should pose no issue. If our academy's talents do not meet the standards proclaimed by the principal, do as you wish with them, Ma Hongjun declared confidently. Fran's heart brimmed with frustration towards Ma Hongjun. It was nearly impossible to procure so many talents within 7 days, as Shrek had not admitted suitable students for quite some time. Very well, 7 days it shall be. We shall return to Soto City and find a place to stay. Lang Shuango decisively stated, turning on her heel without a backward glance. The 2 women hastily followed suit. What shall we do? Long Ling inquired of Lang Swan. What else can we do? Each of them is more persuasive than the last. You understand the lady's temperament. We should endeavor to persuade her, but if all else fails, we shall wait the 7 days. When the time comes, we will simply explain that unforeseen circumstances delayed us. Once the individuals had completely vanished from sight, Fran turned sharply to Ma Hongjun. What were you thinking? What do you mean by waiting 7 days? He exclaimed, his anger palpable. Over the years, he had never failed to persuade others, but today, Ma Hongjun had nearly derailed everything. If only the academy had a few more prodigies, it would have been advantageous. However, if none were to be found, and upon their arrival, they discovered that Shrek was not only situated in a remote area, but also lacked adequate facilities, including an appropriate simulated environment. How could they compete with the conditions at Spirit Hall? They would be at a complete disadvantage. Ma Hongjun skillfully evaded Flinder's slap and chuckled. Rest assured, the academy's enrollment is in 6 days. Surely, a few remarkable talents will join us. With that, Ma Hongjun swiftly took off, fully aware that Flinder would not believe him, as he wished to avoid a reprimand. You rascal, if there are no decent talents in 6 days, I shall have to give you a thorough thrashing, Flinder declared with a fierce expression. Chapter 15. The Food Chain of the Soul Beast Realm. Upon returning to the academy, Ma Hongjun faced another round of Flinder's scolding, this time for his claim that several geniuses would enroll. If Shrek Academy welcomed a few students every year, then it would not be left with only the 3 of them. Among them, both Ma Hongjun and Oscar had been brought in by Flinder when they were still quite young. Otherwise, Shrek would have been left with only Daimabai, and perhaps the academy would have disbanded long ago. Nevertheless, early the next morning, Flinder took Ma Hongjun back to the Star Doe Forest after a 3-month hiatus. The morning of the enrollment day was significant for Shrek Academy, even though there were no guarantees of new recruits. Thus, Zhao Wujie did not accompany Ma Hongjun this time. In the novels that Ma Hongjun had read, it seemed Flinder had lost much confidence in whether Shrek could attract students. Otherwise, he would not have spent the day in his small shop in Soto City. However, this time felt different, with Ma Hongjun's unwavering assurance that several formidable talents would join. Coupled with the appearance of Long Shuanger, Flinder began to harbor a glimmer of belief. The two hastened their pace towards the Stardow forest, and shortly after noon, they arrived at its outskirts. Fortunately, my training during this time has not been in vain. Otherwise, I would be utterly exhausted upon arrival, Ma Hongjun sighed. Acknowledging the fatigue from hours of rapid running, Flinder, though somewhat weary himself, noticed Ma Hongjun's relatively good spirits and refused to be outdone. He quickly rallied his energy and said, "Well done. Your intense training has yielded remarkable results. Have you decided what type of soul ring you desire? If you seek something akin to your second soul ring from last time, a 2,000-year one should not be too difficult to find." After a moment of contemplation, Ma Hongjun remarked, "Dean, let us set our sights on a fire-breathing lizard spirit ring akin to the second one we previously encountered. Should we encounter other suitable spirit beasts, we may adjust our course. However, this time, I aspire to seek a spirit beast that is at least 3,000 years old. And I am even inclined to explore those around 4,000 years. 3,000 years? Approximately 4,000? Flandre exclaimed in astonishment. Although he was already aware that Ma Hongjun's first spirit ring was 1,500 years old. Hearing that the second spirit ring would reach 3,000 years still left him somewhat taken aback. A spirit ring of 3,000 years or more is a rarity, with many spirit clans possessing rings of similar age. For a second spirit ring to attain such a level is indeed extraordinary. They had initially anticipated that finding Ma Hongjun a spirit ring ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 years would suffice. Yet this young man's ambitions proved to be far grander than expected. "Young man, are you certain you wish to pursue one of such high age? This is no trivial matter. A misstep could cost you your life," Flandre cautioned with genuine concern. Ma Hongjun pounded his chest and declared, "Dean, I have made my decision. My body is absolutely capable of enduring this. You need not worry. Do not overextend yourself. Be mindful of your limits." "It is perfectly acceptable for the age of the soul ring to be somewhat lower," Flinder remarked, his concern evident as he regarded the disciple he had nearly raised single-handedly. "Thank you, Dean. I understand," Ma Hongjun replied. "It is still premature to discuss this. In such a vast forest, finding a suitable soul beast is no easy feat. And discovering one that fits the appropriate age limit is even more challenging. For now, it is merely talk. We shall decide once we encounter one. This time, you will take the lead. Any soul beast below 1,000 years shall be your responsibility," Flinder instructed. "Understood." As they entered the Stardow Great Forest, Ma Hongjun activated his martial soul. This was a primeval forest, with paths carved by human hands, free of obstacles, though the threat of soul beast attacks loomed. Relying on his memory, they made their way directly to the location of the fire-breathing sun lizard, following the same route as before. Previously, a fire-scale beast resided near the volcano, and behind it lay the habitat of the fire-breathing lizard. As dusk fell, just as Ma Hongjun and Flinder were preparing to circumvent the territory of the fire-scale beast, a loud explosion echoed from the other side of the mountain, illuminating the sky with a fiery glow. "Could it be a volcanic eruption?" Ma Hongjun inquired. "Unlikely. Might there be others pursuing the same target as us?" Flinder speculated. In the next moment, a tremendous bird call echoed through the air. "No, it seems two soul beasts are engaged in battle. We must hurry, if fortune favors us." "You may secure your soul ring tonight," Flinder said with a smile. This volcano, modest in height at only 100 meters, was quickly navigated by the two as they bypassed the territory of the fire-scale beast and approached the rear of the mountain where the fire-breathing lizard resided. There stood a fire-breathing lizard over 3,100 years old and a golden flame eagle precisely 4,000 years old. Ma Hongjun was the first to speak. Flinder, slightly taken aback yet pleased, observed Ma Hongjun with admiration, surprised at his ability to identify both soul beasts and their ages at a glance. It seemed the past few months had not only been devoted to cultivation but also to acquiring a wealth of knowledge. "Are you familiar with these two types of soul beasts?" Flinder inquired, raising his eyebrows. "Of course. The golden flame eagle is a magnificent creature, reaching 8 meters in length at 4,000 years. Its claws are exceptionally sharp and powerful, making them its most formidable weapon. Its diet primarily consists of fire attribute soul beasts, with the fire-breathing lizard, just over 3 meters, being one of its preferred prey," Ma Hongjun responded, drawing from the knowledge he had gleaned from his readings. In the realm of soul beasts, as in the human world, the principle of survival of the fittest prevails. With a complex food chain in existence, Flinder nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the golden flame eagle is currently hunting, but its appetite is quite voracious. It has ventured alone to pursue the fire-breathing lizard and now finds itself besieged. Have you made your choice? Will it be the fire-breathing lizard at 3,100 years or the golden flame eagle at 4,000? Flander inquired once more. Aside from the two soul beasts, the other dozen or so fire-breathing lizards that appeared had not even reached 2,000 years and were hardly worthy of consideration. Naturally, the focus was on the apex of the food chain, the 4,000-year-old golden flame eagle. Ma Hongjun made his decision. The last time he absorbed his first soul ring, he had underestimated the transformations wrought upon his body by the Zhurong divine spear. However, after 3 months of rigorous training, he was confident that a 4,000-year-old soul beast posed no challenge. Are you certain? Flander asked again, fully aware that Ma Hongjun had changed significantly after resolving his martial soul issues. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Ma Hongjun were enigmatic even to him. Thus, he chose to allow Ma Hongjun to ponder the matter independently, merely offering a gentle reminder. Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly and said, "Dean, I am certain." After several inquiries from Flander, the responses remained consistent, and Flander ceased his persuasion. He spoke, "It is good that you have made a decision. Let us wait. After both parties have suffered, I shall intervene. You should proceed to the location where you last absorbed the soul ring, and shortly, I will bring you the golden flame eagle." "Thank you, Dean. This place is not suitable for absorbing the soul ring. It is impossible to defeat so many fire-breathing lizards here. One must venture further to a relatively safe location." Ma Hongjun set off without hesitation. Reflecting on the challenges of genuine growth in the Douluo continent, it is indeed arduous to thrive without the shelter of a grand tree. Much like the endeavor of hunting soul beasts. Yet, the majority of soul masters lack such protection, resulting in many obtaining white soul rings as their first. A notable figure among them is Su Yu Tao, who epitomizes this struggle. Chapter 16. It turns out I am the protagonist's destiny. Ma Hongjun swiftly made his way to the location where he had last absorbed a soul ring. This place was indeed his sanctuary. As fate would have it, this would mark the 4th occasion he had absorbed a soul ring at the same spot. Faced with the formidable golden flame eagle, he felt a tinge of anticipation. Among soul beasts, the golden flame eagle occupied a high tier in the food chain, although it was merely 4,000 years old. Records in the Soul Beast Compendium suggested that its overall strength would rank within the top 150 of similarly aged soul beasts. Particularly noteworthy were the eagle's claws, which were incredibly hard and delivered powerful strikes, instilling fear even in some 10,000-year soul beasts. This made the golden flame eagle an exceptional predator. Perched atop a grand tree, Ma Hongjun gazed at the flickering flames on the horizon and mused. Tang San managed to obtain an external soul bone from a mere 2,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. Could my 4,000-year golden flame eagle grant me a similar boon? The probability of an ordinary soul bone dropping was 1 in 1,000, while that of an external soul bone was even less than 1 in 10,000. It was a daunting prospect, yet not entirely devoid of hope. At least it was significantly more favorable than the odds of winning a lottery in my previous life. And certainly beyond deceit. I shall focus on adjusting my state and await the soul ring. Settling into a meditative posture on the tree, Ma Hongjun began to attune himself while remaining vigilant against any potential ambush from other soul beasts. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, a resounding crash echoed through the air as Flinder arrived, bringing the nearly defeated golden flame eagle with him. Back in the day when I sought my 4th soul ring, I also sought a golden flame eagle, but alas, I encountered no suitable candidates. You, my boy, are truly fortunate. Do not forget your illustrious Dean in the future. Flinder exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Dean, how could I ever forget you? I am your direct disciple, after all. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. I shall surely honor you in the years to come, Ma Hongjun replied, demonstrating his loyalty and gratitude. Without Flinder's guidance, the idea of absorbing a soul ring of such caliber was nothing short of fantastical. Moreover, Flinder had nurtured him for many years. To describe their relationship with a phrase from his past life would not be amiss. However, this sentiment held a different resonance for Flinder, who, having no children of his own, cherished Ma Hongjun as his sole disciple. In that moment, Flinder felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. His eyes glistened with emotion. Though he playfully retorted, "You sly boy," more eloquent than ever. "Now, prepare to absorb the soul ring. I want to witness your tangible actions in the future." "Indeed. I shall ensure you witness it," Ma Hongjun chuckled. As his words faded, flames engulfed one of his hands, and with a swift motion, he struck down upon the golden flame eagle. With a resounding boom, a violet soul ring materialized around the creature, signifying that the golden flame eagle was irrevocably defeated. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling the fiery energy within him to optimize his condition. The 4,000-year-old soul beast, the golden flame eagle, was formidable, and Ma Hongjun could afford no lapse in focus. A single misstep could lead to his demise, as the energy within the soul ring possessed the potential to obliterate him. After approximately 20 minutes, he began to guide the soul ring into absorption. The moment the ring entered his body, he was struck by a surge of intense energy that rapidly disseminated throughout him. This energy was overwhelming. As he felt the tremendous force from the golden flame eagle battering against his being, he knew that failure to withstand it would result in catastrophic consequences. Ma Hongjun hastily activated the flame scripture, which swiftly began to absorb the surrounding energy, gradually transforming it into his own soul power and channeling it into his dantian. At this moment, he felt a slight improvement, prompting him to continue absorbing the soul ring. Observing Ma Hongjun's condition improve marginally, Flinder felt a sense of relief. The initial moments had genuinely caused him concern. Soon, it seemed they had entered a phase of equilibrium. As the soul ring of the golden flame eagle began to steadily transmit energy, allowing Ma Hongjun to proceed with stability. However, the more stable it became, the more anxious Ma Hongjun felt. After an hour had passed, the situation remained unchanged. Was this all that could elevate him to the 20th rank? Was the 4,000-year soul ring destined to merely erupt once and then fade? This did not align with the expectations of a soul ring of such age. Just as Ma Hongjun was engulfed in worry, a tremendous surge of energy suddenly descended upon him. As the soul ring of the golden flame eagle unleashed an unprecedented torrent of power, at least 3 times greater than the initial wave he had experienced. Ma Hongjun's body trembled, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to adjust in time and narrowly escaped disaster. However, he was perplexed as the intensity seemed to escalate. Beads of sweat continuously streamed down his forehead, and his entire body quivered uncontrollably, eliciting a sense of alarm in Flinder. He recalled a previous incident at Shrek where a student experienced a similar fate, collapsing to the ground and never rising again. Flinder recognized that his anxiousness was of little use now, so he silently cheered for Ma Hongjun, while also feeling a twinge of regret for not having intervened when Ma Hongjun decided to absorb the 4,000-year soul ring. Ma Hongjun was tirelessly persevering. The blaze of fire had reached its utmost limit, yet it still could not withstand the overwhelming surge of energy. Could it truly end like this? Ma Hongjun pondered. Had he underestimated himself once more, or perhaps overestimated his capabilities this time? No, I must endure, having arrived in this world. I cannot settle for being a mere supporting character or an extra. I am destined to be the protagonist. I must push through. Ma Hongjun motivated himself, continuously adjusting. Yet the 4,000-year soul ring truly surpassed his limits. The soul ring of the golden flame eagle continued to unleash a torrent of energy into Ma Hongjun's body. Ma Hongjun could only grit his teeth and endure. Is this truly the end? Is my body truly giving way? I can hardly hold on any longer. The current state of Ma Hongjun can only be described as an overwhelming surge of energy. Any excess poses the peril of self-destruction. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, a sudden warmth enveloped his chest. At that critical juncture, the very energy that nearly led to his demise swiftly converged towards his heart, only to vanish in an instant. How fortunate. Thank you. Ma Hongjun silently expressed his gratitude. Once again, it was the divine spear of Zhu Rong that had rescued him, aiding in the absorption of the excess energy. With the assistance of the spear's imprint, Ma Hongjun rapidly absorbed the burgeoning energy within his body, which gradually diminished, leading to an improvement in his condition. At that moment, the tense Flanders finally released his sweat-drenched hands, genuinely relieved from Ma Hongjun. Having navigated through the most arduous phase, Ma Hongjun transitioned into a stable period of absorbing the soul ring. Gradually, another hour passed. All the energy was completely absorbed by Ma Hongjun, significantly enhancing his soul power as he approached the completion of the absorption of the second soul ring. Suddenly, after completing the absorption of his soul ring, Ma Hongjun discovered an extraordinary object. It had appeared, it had come, following the soul ring. It seemed that he truly was destined to be the protagonist. Chapter 17. The Shrek Academy enrollment in the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed, and the day of Shrek Academy's annual enrollment had arrived. Despite numerous advertisements, the turnout was still disappointingly sparse. The few attendees were predominantly commoners. If it weren't for the relatively affordable tuition of Shrek Academy, they would not have considered registering here. The faculty of Shrek Academy busied themselves in preparation for the newcomers. Even Oscar had set up a small stall to sell his sausages. At that moment, Only one individual was immersed in training within the entire Shrek Academy, and that person was Ma Hongjun, who had just acquired his second soul ring. 4 days prior, he and Flanders had returned to Shrek Academy, and this journey to obtain a soul ring had yielded tremendous rewards. Reflecting on that day still stirred a sense of excitement within him. Against all odds during the perilous soul ring absorption, he had unexpectedly discovered that the Golden Flame Eagle had unleashed a soul bone at the last moment. This coveted external soul bone granted him a fleeting sense of the protagonist's aura. The Golden Flame Eagle possessed 2 particularly formidable traits. First, its claws, the eagle's primary weapon of attack, and second, its eyes. In his previous life, Ma Hongjun had known that an eagle's vision was extraordinarily acute, surpassing that of a human by at least 3-fold. This remarkable ability allowed it to pinpoint prey from great heights. The eagle's eyes served as a means of targeting, while its claws executed the strike. Initially, Ma Hongjun had anticipated acquiring the Golden Flame Eagle's claws, envisioning himself wielding an unparalleled offensive capability. However, upon absorbing the external soul bone, he discovered that he had instead received the Golden Flame Eagle's eyes, or rather, the eye bone. What was this? Was he to become an ADC? He was meant to be a violent frontline damage dealer. After all, although it was merely an eye bone, it was certainly preferable to having none at all. Ma Hongjun promptly absorbed it, integrating it into his ocular region. Upon assimilation, he discovered that the eye bone conferred immense advantages upon him. His physical attributes were not only enhanced across various dimensions, but even his mental fortitude experienced a slight elevation. The most astonishing improvement, however, lay in his vision. Even without activating the eye bone, his sight was already twice that of an ordinary person. When he employed the eye bone of the Golden Flame Eagle, his vision was augmented to at least 5 times that capacity, allowing him to discern ants crawling on trees several hundred meters away with clarity. This exceptional pair of eye bones, Ma Hongjun named Eagle Eyes. As he had only recently acquired them, he had yet to fully merge with their capabilities, and he had not yet reached the pinnacle of what the Eagle Eyes could achieve. Moreover, he had not entirely familiarized himself with their powers, necessitating further exploration. In any case, this pair of eagle eyes was far from merely enhancing his sight. Despite the uniqueness of the day, Ma Hongjun did not alter his training regimen simply because it coincided with Tang San and the others' enrollment. However, he felt inclined to observe their battle with Zhao Wujia, allowing himself the pleasure of witnessing the trio of beauties from Shrek Academy. He no longer felt the initial excitement of arriving in this world. The strength of others was ultimately theirs alone, and only through his own might could he earn the respect of others. He was no longer the same Ma Hongjun who relied on Tang San's assistance to have a chance at divinity. Now, he was confident that even without Tang San, he could still lead a life worthy of admiration, perhaps even divine. Recognizing the reality, Ma Hongjun donned a vest sewn with iron beads weighing 25 kilograms, with each arm bearing an additional 7.5 kilograms, and each leg encumbered by 10 kilograms. At that moment, the total weight he bore amounted to 60 kilograms, nearly that of an adult. Outside Shrek Academy, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing remained unchanged from the original narrative, successfully completing the first phase of the Shrek test. The only notable difference was the addition of one more individual at the rear of their group. This newcomer was Lang Shuang'er, who had intended to arrive on this day but was misled by the Shrek enrollment advertisement, mistakenly believing that Ma Hongjun had miscalculated the date. Is this truly the Shrek Academy? Lang Swan queried coldly from behind. It is far too dilapidated, utterly disheartening. Miss, are you certain you wish to enroll? Lang Swan inquired once more. I am indeed certain. Just look at those 4 who qualified and that young soul master. Even the instructor who is providing a negative review possesses a strength exceeding level 60. Does that not speak volumes? Lang Shuang'er replied. Miss, but. There are no buts. I am going to enroll. I will take a look inside first, and you can wait for me outside. Cold Frost approached. Before long, she successfully passed the assessment and reunited with Tang San and the others. Since Dai Mubai had met with Zhu Shuqing alone, Cold Frost had to enter by herself, as there were only a handful of individuals from Shrek Academy. Upon her entrance, she spotted Oscar enthusiastically promoting sausages. Notably, Oscar had shaved his beard, and coupled with his new attire, he radiated a striking charm. Simultaneously, Cold Frost observed a group of 4, 1 male and 3 females, who had entered before her. Apart from the rather ordinary-looking male, the 3 young women were exceptionally beautiful. Oscar, where is Ma Hongjun? Cold Frost inquired directly. Daimubai and Oscar instantly turned their gazes toward her. Why are you here today? Didn't Ma Hongjun tell you to come tomorrow? He should still be training over at the village, Oscar replied. While Oscar maintained his composure, Dai Mubai was utterly captivated by Cold Frost, nearly drooling at her beauty, which seemed to surpass even that of Zhu Zhuqing, who was not far from him. Yet, in an instant, Dai Mubai sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Cold Frost and promptly averted his gaze. Everyone, follow me, Dai Mubai urged hastily. However, Cold Frost did not follow. Instead, she turned to Oscar and said, Oscar, will you take me to see Ma Hongjun? Didn't the dean mention that I could enter the academy directly? Surely. I won't need to undergo the subsequent tests? Of course, there is no problem. Come with me, Oscar replied with a grin. Feeling a surge of jealousy, why hadn't anyone sought him out? He had already shaved his beard. Nevertheless, the other three newcomers seemed promising. Surely one of them would be interested in him, he mused silently. He then addressed Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, I'll take her to find Ma Hongjun. She was personally recruited by the dean, so she shouldn't need to take the later tests. Personally recruited by the dean? And going to find Ma Hongjun? Has this fellow truly entered a new phase after losing weight? Dai Mubai remarked, casting another glance at Cold Frost. Then you both go ahead. I'll handle things here. Chapter 18. The familiar test. As she followed Oscar, Cold Frost increasingly felt that the conditions of this academy were quite subpar. It seemed they didn't even have a simulated training environment. The fact that so many talented individuals were willing to join this institution piqued her curiosity about what magical allure or unique qualities it possessed. Why are you here today? Oscar asked once more. Of course, I came to see your recruitment advertisement. Why was I told to come tomorrow? Cold Frost retorted. Oscar was at a loss for words and could only suggest, you should ask Ma Hongjun about that. The village was not large. And soon they arrived at one of Ma Hongjun's training sites, by the small river at the back of the village. From a distance, Lang Shuang spotted a figure clad in a thin garment, layered with an unsightly, somewhat heavy vest. Is this really Ma Hongjun? Is this how he trains? She almost doubted her recognition. Ma Hongjun was seen squatting and leaping forward step by step, his body stretching elegantly at the moment of ascent. Were it not for his striking crimson mohawk, Lang Shuang might have struggled to identify him. Why don't you go find him? I'll head back first, Oscar suggested, clearly indicating that the enchanting beauty before him was not in search of Ma Hongjun. In truth, Ma Hongjun had noticed Lang Shuang long before. Yet he chose not to interrupt his training to greet her, instead focusing on achieving his predetermined training goals. Only after completing his routine did he rise and regard the approaching Lang Shuang. When it comes to beautiful women, particularly those with an air of arrogance, it is wise to maintain a respectful distance. In essence, one must know when to advance and when to retreat. Excessive flattery can often lead to disinterest. What brings you here today? Wasn't tomorrow the agreed-upon day? Ma Hongjun inquired. Lang Shuang scoffed. Why does everyone keep asking that? Is there really a distinction between today and tomorrow? Besides, today is the day for enrollment. Of course there is a distinction. You are a specially recruited candidate by the dean and need not follow today as procedures. You can simply come tomorrow, Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. Checking the time, he realized Tang San and the others should have also arrived, and he was eager to witness the impending battle. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun began removing the iron sandbags strapped to his feet and hands. What are those? Are they what you mentioned the other day? May I see them? Lang Shuang inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Ma Hongjun had just shed the iron bead vest he had been wearing, which was drenched in his sweat and carried a peculiar scent. Here, take a look. Use some strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold it properly, he said. Upon catching a whiff of the odor, Lang Shuang's expression soured slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, preparing to accept it with both hands. With a thud, Ma Hongjun's weighted vest fell to the ground. He casually handed it to her, mentioning its weight, leading her to believe he was jesting. However, the sudden heaviness she felt upon grasping it caught her off guard, and she had no choice but to let it slip to the ground. Is it really that heavy? Lang Shuang exclaimed in surprise. Not much, only about 25 kilograms, Ma Hongjun replied. What? 25 kilograms? What about the total weight? She continued to inquire. That would be precisely 60 kilograms, he answered. Ma Hongjun effortlessly picked up the vest and placed it into the soul guide device. Indeed, this was a soul guide. Ma Hongjun had finally acquired his own spatial soul guide. On the journey back from obtaining his second soul ring, Flinder had finally bestowed upon him a spatial soul guide, acknowledging his status as a direct disciple. Perhaps it was Ma Hongjun's heartfelt declaration that a day as a teacher equates to a lifetime as a father that moved Flinder to grant him this gift. Initially, Ma Hongjun was deeply touched, only for Flinder to remark that he would need to repay him once he earned money, 10,000 gold soul coins for a cubic space. Although the space he provided was not vast, it measured 10 cubic units, equating to 100,000 gold soul coins. The nature of a shrewd merchant is unmistakable. Regardless, having received it, Ma Hongjun certainly had no intention of returning it, merely stating that he would consider it later. Thus, he possessed a soul guide. No wonder. Despite his low soul power, he could wield such formidable strength alongside a millennium-old soul ring. It all made sense. Lang Shuang'er emerged from her astonishment. It was the first time she had encountered someone with a talent surpassing her own, coupled with an unparalleled work ethic. Let us return to the academy. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold, and it would be a pity to miss it, Ma Hongjun declared, hastily heading toward the academy's location. Wait for me. What splendid spectacle? Lang Shuang'er inquired, her curiosity piqued, eager to discover what had captured Ma Hongjun's interest. In the distance, Ma Hongjun heard the voice of Zhao Wujia. I am Zhao Wujia. Since you four have passed the second and third trials without examination, I shall join you in some playful competition. I grant you the time of an incense stick to familiarize yourselves and strategize. After this duration, our test shall commence, wherein you 10 must work together to withstand my assault for the time of an incense stick. As long as one of you endures until the end, you shall succeed. Ma Hongjun glanced back at the cold and aloof Shuang'er and immediately called out, Teacher Zhao, wait a moment. I have another new student to introduce. Let us include them. Zhao Wujia, upon recognizing Ma Hongjun, smiled and replied, another one? Excellent. Adding another is no trouble at all. Everyone is welcome. Me? Shuang'er questioned, pointing at herself, gazing at Ma Hongjun in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others observed Ma Hongjun, who, clad in a mere thin vest, appeared somewhat unrefined yet undeniably charming, and found the situation puzzling. Could it be that he was also a student of the academy? Ma Hongjun, why should I participate? Shuang'er asked. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Only through shared experiences in battle can one truly integrate into the collective. Do you not aspire to gain admission through your own prowess? Me? Shall we pit our 5 against you? Lang Shuang'er felt a pang of guilt at the suggestion. Rest assured, even your 10 would struggle against Teacher Zhao. He is a formidable soul sage of the 76th rank in the assault system, Ma Hongjun replied with a smug grin. Pondering the precious crystal he had pilfered from Flinder's shop, a gem of exquisite quality, akin to a metal alloy. Although Ma Hongjun lacked understanding of its use, he was aware that Tang San had lost his dragon beard needle. It seemed exceedingly difficult to navigate this phase as one would in a novel. Moreover, Teacher Zhao had always treated him well, while he could not hinder Tang Hao. He certainly could not bear to witness Teacher Zhao endure the torment of the dragon beard needle. Lang Shuang'er gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Is this test not exceedingly daunting? Is it any wonder that our academy only admits geniuses and anomalies? Are you too timid to participate? Do you dare to join? Ma Hongjun challenged her. Unwilling to be outdone, Lang Shuang'er declared, Of course I will participate. I am determined to enter your academy through my own strength. Very well, then proceed. I shall seek someone else, Ma Hongjun responded. Upon seeing another person join, Zhao Wujia smiled. Excellent. We have 5 this year. However, I must add to my previous statement. Do not attempt to take shortcuts. No one can escape this area with mere speed. Furthermore, I must warn you not to harbor illusions of single-handedly withstanding my attacks. Cooperation among you is your only chance. Prepare yourselves. The timer begins with the first incense stick. Ma Hongjun did not remain, as the 2 women waiting outside the academy had arrived. Esteemed seniors, I invite you to witness the final assessment of Lang Shuang'er. Should you still be reluctant to keep her after this test, neither the dean nor I will compel you to stay. Lung Swan and Lung Ling, somewhat dissatisfied, replied. Very well, we shall observe this test that purportedly validates your claims. This was precisely Ma Hongjun's intention, with the prodigies of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School present. What further arguments could they possibly muster? In a bid to secure the affection of Lang Shuang'er, Ma Hongjun remained true to his promise made to Flinder. Chapter 19, The Test of Transformation, 3 verses. 5. Accompanied by Lang Swan and Lang Ling, they arrived at the battleground, where Zhao Wujia was already seated, eyes closed in slumber. At that moment, Dai Mubai was engaged in enlightening Tang San and Lang Shuang'er about various aspects of Zhao Wujia's persona. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment escaped Ning Rongrong's lips as she exclaimed that he was none other than the immutable king, Zhao Wujia. The immutable king? Lung Swan echoed, astonished. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Are you familiar with the immovable wisdom king? We know a bit, one replied. It is said that Zhao Wujia, the immovable wisdom king, had a conflict with the spirit hall and sought to punish him. Yet, He managed to break free from the siege of 16 bishops, each at least a sole emperor. At that time, he too was a sole emperor. Years have passed. Could it be that he is now at your Shrek Academy? Lung Xuan gazed at Zhao Wujie, who was lazily resting on a deck chair, his appearance echoing the descriptions from years past. Though they resided in the far-off Snow City, they were not entirely cut off from news. They were aware of significant events across the continent. Zhao Wujie's battle was indeed one of the rare major incidents during that period. Zhao Wujie represented the Academy's prestige, and Ma Hongjun had brought them to witness him. Moreover, Zhao Wujie was no longer fearful of the Spirit Hall. According to his knowledge of subsequent events, the Spirit Hall had not pursued him further, suggesting that the matter had settled. Thus, revealing Zhao Wujie's presence in Shrek was of no concern. Observing the astonished expressions of Lang Xuan and her companions, Ma Hongjun remarked, "Teacher Zhao Wujie is our vice principal, with a soul power of 76. And what are those young ladies doing?" Long Ling inquired. "Oh, you see that incense stick? When it burns out, they will collectively challenge Teacher Zhao Wujie. Only by enduring for the duration of the incense can they enter Shrek Academy." Ma Hongjun explained. "What? To challenge the immovable Wisdom King? A soul sage of 76? Zhao Wujie, who could not be defeated even by dozens of soul emperors. And they intend to battle him?" Lung Xuan and Lung Ling gasped in disbelief. This was an utterly unattainable feat. "This is Shrek Academy. We do not accept the inept. Only the talented," Ma Hongjun reiterated. They watched in silence as the five began to introduce themselves. Tang San, with the tool Spirit Blue Silvergrass, a 29th level control system Soul Master. Xiao Wu, with the Beast Spirit Rabbit, a 29th level assault system Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, with the tool Spirit 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, a 26th level support system Soul Master. Zhu Qing, with the Beast Spirit Spectral Cat, a 27th level agility attack system Soul Master. Lung Xuan felt somewhat disheartened. She had believed her talent would rank among the best on the continent, with few rivals unless they possessed innate full soul power. Yet, these talents of similar age matched her soul power, and among them was the renowned 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, a support spirit of unparalleled repute. In this setting, her own talents seemed rather ordinary. "Your spirit is indeed the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. Do you hail from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect?" Lang Xuan asked once more. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Ning Rongrong. With a playful stick of her tongue, Ning Rongrong replied, "Don't stare. I'm just like anyone else, having snuck out from home. Let us talk more after we pass the upcoming trial. My martial spirit possesses the ability to enhance both speed and strength, with an augmentation of approximately 30%. Sustained for the duration of a single incense stick." The crowd marveled, as the presence of Ning Rongrong seemed to instill a renewed sense of confidence among them. Finally, it was the turn of Lung Xuanger, who, having quelled her earlier pride, calmly stated, "I am Lung Xuanger, with a beast martial spirit, the Frost Giant Dragon, a level 27 assault system Soul Master." Tang Sen expressed his astonishment. "To think you possess the Frost Giant Dragon martial spirit, a paragon among top-tier spirits. How humble of you to downplay it." Lung Xuanger replied, "It is nothing of significance. Let us begin our preparations," Tang Sen proposed, actively assigning tasks and formulating a battle strategy. "Are you ready?" Zhao Wujie's voice resonated, as if the entire Shrek Academy could hear him. The five turned to see that the incense had nearly burned to its end. Dai Mubai promptly informed Zhao Wujie, "Teacher, we may commence." Despite the apparent disparity in this confrontation, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, being assault system soul masters themselves, were eager to seize this opportunity for learning. Zhao Wujie rose once more, clasping his hands together and stretching his wrists. A series of disconcerting cracking sounds emanated from his joints, inadvertently heightening the pressure on the others. Just as they prepared to engage, Ma Hongjun unexpectedly spotted Flander approaching, a development unanticipated in the original narrative. Zhao Wujie, noticing Flander at once, remarked, "Ah, the Dean Flander has arrived. I was just about to test these new students. I didn't expect you to take an interest. Would you care to give it a try?" Ma Hongjun gazed at Tang San, noticing the absence of any exchange between him and Xiao Wu. They appeared unfamiliar with Flinder, which was hardly surprising. Without the presence of the spirit crystal as a medium, the underhanded dealings were unlikely to unfold. Perhaps they had merely perused the shop, finding nothing of value. Or it was even possible that Flinder had not visited his little store that morning. The narrative, influenced by his presence, began to diverge increasingly from its original course. "Zhao Wujie, it would not be wise for you to intervene. Is this not the task of Dai Mubai?" Flinder inquired. Daimubai internally lamented, wondering if he was indeed expected to take action. He had just overheard the capabilities of the 5 newcomers. In a joint confrontation, he would undoubtedly find himself at their mercy. As the leader of the academy, a humiliating defeat would be too disgraceful to bear. Flinder gently gestured with his index finger towards Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and the distant Oscar, stating, Zhao Wujia, you may refrain. Let the 3 of them face off against the 5 newcomers. That should suffice. What? The 3 of us against their 5? Ma Hongjun felt an unsettling premonition upon Flinder's arrival, sensing that they were about to be embroiled in an unfavorable battle against the 5 opponents. Ma Hongjun found himself engulfed in regret. Why had he not chosen to diligently cultivate by the riverbank instead? To suffer defeat was a disgrace. 3 senior students should not be bested by 5 freshmen. Should they emerge victorious, it would merely be expected. Yet, he pondered whether Tang Hao had come to administer punishment that evening. However, as a peer, Ma Hongjun believed that Tang Hao had likely refrained from taking action. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently spared teacher Zhao from receiving a beating. The thought of Tang San's hidden weapons unsettled him. They were both poisonous and comprised various types of needles, making it quite challenging to contend with such an adversary. If only he could acquire the Golden Flame Eagle Claw as an external soul bone, he could withstand Tang San's hidden weapons. Alas, it was merely an eye bone. Oh, the eye bone. His vision was currently more than twice that of an ordinary person. Hidden weapons? Ma Hongjun appeared to have devised a plan, striding purposefully toward Daimubai, and remarked with a smile, no problem, let us 3 veterans put the 5 newcomers to the test. Chapter 20, The Battle Begins. Oscar, halt this instant. Flanders suddenly exclaimed. Noticing that the young lad was attempting to slip away unnoticed, apart from Ma Hongjun and Daimubai. Upon hearing Flanders' call, Oscar paused and replied, Do I really have to? You are part of the academy and must participate, Flanders stated with a serious demeanor. He had generally been lenient with Oscar. But with the sudden influx of such prodigious talent at the academy, he could no longer allow Oscar to evade responsibility. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to squandering his gifts, while also imposing some pressure on him. Perhaps the arrival of these new geniuses had invigorated Flanders, as he appeared markedly more spirited, as though rejuvenated. Dean, this seems somewhat unfair. I have just heard their entire strategy. Let us grant them a moment to adjust, Daimubai interjected. Very well. I shall allow another half a stick of incense's worth of time for you all to prepare, Flanders conceded. In the square, the assembly split once more into 2 factions, one led by Ma Hongjun and the other by Tang San. Although Daimubai held the rank of a soul master at level 37, he was acutely aware of the complete abilities of the 5 opponents, which made him exceptionally earnest. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, allow me to elucidate the characteristics of our adversaries, Daimubai stated earnestly. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, Brother Dai, there's no need for that. I have already heard it. He continued, Oscar, initially, you should prepare one of each type of sausage for us. Use them right from the start. Oscar inquired. Indeed, they are numerous, and there are 2 heavy attackers and 1 control and 1 agility type. Once these 4 individuals entangle us, we will undoubtedly be unable to protect you or allow you to exert your full capabilities. Therefore, it is imperative to deploy them at the outset. And then you should aim to flank and eliminate the adorable girl with shoulder-length hair, Ma Hongjun analyzed. Daimubai nodded in agreement. Ma Hongjun added, that is correct. But I don't want your sausage, just prepare it for Ma Hongjun. As expected, Daimubai would certainly not consume it at this moment. Oscar appeared taken aback, astonished that he was being asked to fight. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun leaned closer to Oscar's ear and whispered a few words, causing Oscar's face to flush instantly. Ma Hongjun, are you serious? Oscar asked. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Of course, whether we can win depends on you. But first, I need a recovery sausage. I expended a lot of energy this morning and must replenish before the battle. Time passed swiftly, and soon both sides were prepared, standing less than 20 meters apart. Daimubai stood at the forefront, with Ma Hongjun slightly behind, while Oscar took the rear. On the opposite side, Tang San was at the front, flanked by Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, with Lang Shuanger positioned slightly behind them, akin to Ning Rongrong's location. Let the battle commence, Flanders bellowed. At that instant, the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda emerged, proclaiming, strength, speed. I possess a grand sausage, and I possess a small sausage, Oscar declared, simultaneously unleashing his soul skills alongside Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's ability activated instantly, bestowing an impressive 30% increase in strength and speed to her comrades. Recognizing the proximity, Ma Hongjun understood he could not interrupt Ning Rongrong's soul skill. Thus, he resolved to face it head-on. In the next moment, Tang San unleashed a dark blue vine, targeting Dai Mubai. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked him, employing a straightforward tactic, given that their opponents were merely Ma Hongjun and his companions. The pressure was significantly reduced, and their confidence surged. "Allow me," Dai Mubai declared as he activated his second soul skill, White Tiger's Light Wave. As the leader and a strength-type attack soul master, he naturally charged forward. The White Tiger's Light Wave met Tang San head-on, shattering the vine that had been extended towards him. Once again, Tang San activated his first soul skill to shield himself. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had reached Dai Mubai's sides, their first soul rings illuminating. One wielded a waist bow, while the other unleashed a sudden, swift claw attack aimed at Dai Mubai. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing exerted particular effort against him. Ma Hongjun swiftly accepted 2 sausages from Oscar and rushed to Dai Mubai's side. The pair surged forward, with Dai Mubai immediately employing his first soul skill, White Tiger's Barrier, bracing to withstand Zhu Zhuqing's initial attack. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun had yet to reveal his soul rings or manifest his martial spirit. So what of the waist bow? The current physical prowess and strength of Ma Hongjun are beyond what Xiao Wu could ever compare to. Even if the waist bow could enhance Xiao Wu's waist strength by 100%, it would mean little. Why has he not unleashed his martial soul? Xiao Wu was taken aback. She leapt into the air, executing the waist bow technique aimed at Ma Hongjun. In response, Ma Hongjun spread his legs and propelled himself forward, delivering a punch directly towards Xiao Wu's foot. The impact was astonishing. In an instant, Xiao Wu was sent flying by Ma Hongjun's strike, and Tang San reacted swiftly, using the tendrils of blue silver grass to catch her. At that moment, Lang Shuang'er remained still, her eyes wide with astonishment as she watched Ma Hongjun. Her heart a tumult of emotions. In merely 6 days, he had grown stronger? Xiao Wu, let us confront him together. With that punch, Tang San had discerned the underlying truth, recognizing that Ma Hongjun was no ordinary opponent. Was Tang San preparing to strike at me? Ma Hongjun eagerly anticipated this moment. It was time to demonstrate who the protagonist was and who played the supporting role. Meanwhile, despite the 30% enhancement, the 27th level Zhu Zhuqing could not possibly contend with the 37th level Dai Mubai. Seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu preparing to confront Ma Hongjun, Lang Shuang'er, being part of the same team, promptly abandoned her intention to provoke Ma Hongjun and instead rushed to aid Dai Mubai. On the periphery of the battle, Oscar quietly approached Ning Rongrong. At this juncture, Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, cautioning him, "Brother, this person's strength is formidable. You must be careful." Tang San replied with confidence, "I understand. I will be cautious. Let me test him first." In the next moment, Tang San moved toward Ma Hongjun like a fleeting shadow. Was it the ghost shadow mystic steps? Ma Hongjun smiled faintly, asserting that he was no pushover. Remarkably, he moved with a speed akin to that of Tang San, as if a phantom gliding through the air. Suddenly, a loud clash resonated as the two engaged in combat at the center of the arena, their fists colliding with force. Tang San swiftly retreated 6 or 7 steps, while Ma Hongjun remained steadfast, unwavering in his stance. Ma Hongjun understood that at this moment, Tang San's strength should not be formidable. In terms of sheer power, Tang San would undoubtedly be no match for him. Shaking his numb arm, Tang San felt a twinge of indignation. This lad surprisingly possessed agility-based skills. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, he charged once more towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun quickly perceived that during Tang San's advance, his hands had transformed to resemble exquisite jade. Could it be the jade hand? Then allow me to demonstrate my blazing palm. Chapter 21. A brief introduction. As Tang San prepared to strike, Xiao Wu once again approached Ma Hongjun. The two intended to launch a simultaneous attack against him. After all, as seasoned students of the academy, they could not underestimate Ma Hongjun, who was merely clad in a thin garment. 2 opponents. Ma Hongjun, undaunted, was about to employ his fiery, untraceable movement technique when he suddenly realized that his legs had been ensnared. Was it Tang San's second soul skill, Parasite? It resembled vines sprouting from his legs, gradually creeping upward. However, at this moment, Tang San had not yet visited the Eye of Ice and Fire, and thus could not achieve immunity to both elements. The current flames posed a significant threat to the blue-silver grass. Ma Hongjun attempted to break free, yet it was indeed Tang San's second soul skill, making it rather challenging. He had underestimated Tang San. In that fleeting moment, a tactical plan had already been established. Xiao Wu and Tang San were poised to approach Ma Hongjun. In an instant, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit manifested, adorned with 2 purple soul rings. enveloping his entire being in flames. Although Tang San's blue-silver grass had become remarkably resilient under the influence of the two soul rings as a plant, it remained inherently fearful of fire. As the fiery blaze surged forth, it collided with Tang San's blue-silver grass vines, compelling Ma Hongjun to exert a powerful pull, allowing him to swiftly evade his bindings. At that moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were initially advancing to attack Ma Hongjun, came to a sudden halt. What had they witnessed? A person possessing 2,000-year soul rings. Tang San fell into deep contemplation. Was the master's theoretical research flawed? Hadn't it been stated that the limit for a first spirit was 423 years? Yet, how could this young man before him defy such logic? This was the first instance where Tang San found himself questioning the master's theories. Brother, it is the phoenix spirit. Upon seeing the phoenix and Ma Hongjun's soul rings, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a shiver run through them. Among beast spirits, the phoenix is regarded as one of the most formidable. Also known as the rainbow bird, it not only grants the host the ability to fly but also bestows immense fire attribute attack power, making it a pinnacle among offensive spirits. At this moment, Ma Hongjun stood before them, elevated 2 meters above the ground. Long, resplendent feathers of the phoenix had sprouted from his arms, while his hands had transformed into claw-like appendages. Ma Hongjun? Daimu Bai gazed at him in astonishment. When had this transformation occurred? Within Shrek Academy, everyone had become aware of the profound changes that had taken place within Ma Hongjun. The most evident alteration was his newfound diligence and weight loss, though only a select few were privy to the transformations of his spirit. Behind Ma Hongjun, a magnificent 3-meter-wide crimson phoenix wing emerged. It is noteworthy that when Ma Hongjun's spirit had previously been compromised, no wings had manifested upon spirit possession, let alone the ability to fly. Furthermore, not all flying spirits can take to the skies immediately upon spirit manifestation. Only those of considerable strength can do so, and generally, a flying spirit acquires a flight-related soul skill by the 3rd soul ring. However, in this instance, the powerful fire phoenix granted Ma Hongjun the ability to soar the moment his spirit was manifested. This was the true essence of the phoenix. Although flight was exhilarating, it was undeniable that such an exertion demanded considerable soul power. After Ma Hongjun extricated himself from danger, he promptly retracted his martial spirit, preparing to continue the battle, fully aware that Tang San's prowess extended beyond what he had witnessed. Upon landing, Ma Hongjun smiled and introduced himself. I am Ma Hongjun, wielding the martial spirit of the Fire Phoenix, a level 25 assault-type soul master. Following the absorption of the external soul bone and the 4,000-year soul rings, Ma Hongjun's soul power had ascended to level 25. Although this was a level lower than his state 3 months prior, his combat capability had more than tripled compared to that time. Fatty, no, Ma Hongjun. When did you transform into this? Daimu Bai inquired. At that moment, all combat ceased, and everyone turned their attention towards Ma Hongjun, astonished not only by his phoenix martial spirit, but also by the astonishing Millennium Soul Ring that defied common understanding. It seems I underwent a transformation inadvertently, Ma Hongjun replied, scratching his nose with a hint of pride. This lad is quite pleased with himself. Zhao Wujin chuckled beside Flender. In truth, Flender felt even more elated than Ma Hongjun. After all, he was his prized disciple. This boy is, at the very least, commendable, he remarked. Are you not satisfied? No wonder you have them face 3 against 5 newcomers, Zhao Wujin pondered aloud. Let each of them become familiar with the situation from here on. It will be up to us to guide their growth. Flender's heart reignited with the flames of hope. Vowing to lead this batch of Shrek students to greatness across the continent, Zhao Wujin responded earnestly, these children possess exceptional talents, and I will ensure our collaboration is seamless. At this moment, the battle had reached a standstill. Flender bellowed, What? Are you all afraid? If you are, then leave Shrek. We do not welcome cowards here. Prepare for action, commanded Tang San, a call that not only bolstered his confidence but also ignited his fighting spirit. This was the first opponent since his arrival in the Douluo continent that compelled him to take matters so seriously. Little Wu, let us fight together, Tang San declared. Brother, I have no objections, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. The battle dynamics remained as before. The level 37 Daimu Bai required the assistance of Zhu Zhiqing and Long Shuanger to hold his ground, while Ning Rongrong could only provide support from the rear. Ma Hongjun was well aware that the 2 individuals before him had cohabited for 6 years, fostering an unparalleled familiarity and a wealth of experience in combat collaboration. Thus, he could not afford to underestimate them. He observed as Tang San's first spirit ring illuminated once more, and this time, A multitude of blue-silver vines surged toward him. Was Tang San truly resorting to this tactic, fully cognizant of the fact that his martial soul attributes countered his own? Ma Hongjun instinctively recognized that this was undoubtedly a feigned maneuver. In the next moment, Xiao Wu unexpectedly materialized not far in front of him, her second spirit ring illuminating with a sudden blood-red hue, fixating its gaze upon Ma Hongjun. Yet, at that very moment, despite his awareness that this was Xiao Wu's second spirit skill, enchantment, he could not afford to close his eyes. He had to remain vigilant against Tang San's hidden weapons. At that moment, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, but fortunately, his mental fortitude was formidable. His gaze shifted, transforming into a fiery crimson hue. This was one of his three major abilities, the Fiery Divine Eye, specifically designed to counteract skills like those of Xiao Wu. In that fleeting instant, Tang San had already approached him. As Ma Hongjun had surmised, Tang San's initial soul skill was indeed a feint, with his graceful hand appearing right before Ma Hongjun. As Ma Hongjun unleashed his fiery palms, his hands instantly transformed into a hue reminiscent of flames. The collision of a jade-colored hand with a fire-red one ensued. Simultaneously, Tang San's figure began to shift gradually, causing Ma Hongjun to feel as if his fiery strike had met with a soft, yielding substance, as if much of his strength had been dissipated. This was yet another of Tang San's techniques, the controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, capable of achieving the impossible with minimal effort. In Chapter 22, it becomes evident that Tang San possesses a formidable edge. The moment Tang San made contact with Ma Hongjun's fiery palms, he realized that even with the use of the Xian Jade hand, he could not contend with Ma Hongjun's prowess. Clearly, Ma Hongjun also wielded unique abilities, and Tang San found himself outmatched in strength. Thus, he promptly resorted to the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to counteract the situation. The fiery palm of Ma Hongjun embodies an unwavering strength, a manifestation of absolute yang. Tang San seeks to conquer this might through subtlety, yet can Ma Hongjun be so easily thwarted? The adage of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds is but a metaphor. In the face of overwhelming force, even the gentlest approach may falter. Just as Ma Hongjun prepares to unleash his fiery palm, Tang San retreats. It becomes apparent that Xiao Wu has collapsed, her spirit somewhat disoriented, though not entirely lost to consciousness, unlike in the original tale where she succumbed to the backlash of Zhao Wujia's spiritual power, having employed her second soul skill moments ago. Xiao Wu was met with the unrestrained might of Ma Hongjun's fiery divine gaze, which not only perceived her technique but also dismantled it. As a result, she suffered from the backlash of her own spiritual energy. Yet, Ma Hongjun remains untroubled. He is aware that Xiao Wu has endured the spiritual backlash from Zhao Wujia before. Over the course of several months of cultivation, Ma Hongjun's spiritual power has only reached the pinnacle of the Soul Master rank. Bolstered slightly by the absorption of soul rings and the enhancement from external soul bones. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Tang San hurriedly inquired, his concern palpable. At the sound of his voice, Xiao Wu began to regain her composure, though her mental state remained fragile. Brother, I'm sorry. I just faced a backlash. His spiritual power surpasses mine. Reaching at least the Soul Master level, Xiao Wu explained. It is I who should apologize for failing to protect you. Please rest for a moment. I will handle the situation from here, Tang San replied gently. Meanwhile, the battle on Dai Mubai's side was nearing its conclusion. With both Xu Qing and Leng Shuanger, both at level 27, suffering considerable losses. Perhaps due to Zhu Zhuqing's prowess, they had not sustained severe injuries. On the other side, Oscar observed the unfolding events and deemed it unnecessary to seek trouble with Ning Rongrong. Instead, he chose to return to his original spot and await the battle's resolution. At this juncture, it appeared that only Tang San remained standing. Should he fall, their defeat would be assured. Tang San carried Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong's side before confronting Ma Hongjun once more. Suddenly, he turned to Flander, asking, "What must we do to pass the examination before us?" Flander produced a stick of incense, igniting it and placing it in the ground. Their battle has become a foregone conclusion. Within the duration of this incense, if you can either defeat him or achieve a draw, you shall pass the test. And all will be admitted into Shrek Academy. Very well, let us begin anew, Tang San declared earnestly. He turned to his 3 teammates, who silently nodded in agreement, having chosen to place their trust in him at this critical moment. Is this what it means to be favored by fate? To be the center of attention wherever one goes? Ma Hongjun, my brother, do exercise caution. Tang San abruptly lifted his head, his violet gaze intensifying with an extraordinary brilliance. Upon witnessing Tang San's purple eyes, Ma Hongjun chuckled softly and in the next moment, his own eyes transformed into a fiery red. Tang Xin cast another glance at Ma Hongjun, pondering whether this fellow was also from another realm, much like himself. Ma Hongjun's transformation extended beyond his eyes. His hands too underwent a remarkable change. The blazing palm was once again employed, fortifying his palms to their utmost limits. Even if your hidden weapons are laced with poison, before the might of my flames, every toxin must vanish. In a fleeting moment, 10 beams of cold light erupted from the fingertips of Tang San, each aimed at the vulnerable points of Ma Hongjun, his eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, and lower abdomen, with not a single position repeated, each a critical target. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun discerned Tang San's intentions, unlike Zhao Wujia's initial response, which was merely to confront force with force. Ma Honglia's feet ignited with flames, emitting sparks as his figure transformed. Under the enhancement of the blazing divine eye, Tang San's hidden weapons were vividly illuminated in his gaze. He swiftly evaded and then activated his martial soul, soaring once more into the air. All of Tang San's concealed weapons missed their mark. Ma Hongjun could distinctly discern the trajectory of each concealed weapon aimed at various parts of his body, with so many projectiles simultaneously unleashed, all targeting vital areas such as the throat and heart. A direct hit would undoubtedly be fatal. How infuriating! Tang San's ruthlessness is beyond belief. He had just referred to him as a brother, and in the next moment, he resorts to such treachery. Initially, Ma Hongjun had intended to engage playfully with Tang San, but under these circumstances, he could no longer afford to be courteous. Ma Hongjun became serious. At this moment, Tang San felt a surge of astonishment within. He was employing the intricate art of hidden weapons, a technique that unleashed a rain of floral projectiles, some flying straight, others at angles, with some even curving behind, all aimed at Ma Hongjun's form. Yet, Ma Hongjun effortlessly evaded them, as if he were his nemesis, with his martial spirit restrained. It appeared that all of Tang San's formidable skills and hidden weapons were rendered ineffective. No, I have not yet lost. I cannot afford to lose. If only I could strike him with my hidden weapon just once, Tang San mused. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun remained enveloped in the aura of his martial spirit, his body ablaze with flames, rendering ordinary toxins powerless against him. It is my turn now, Ma Hongjun whispered, as his first soul ring ignited in the air. In the next moment, a fiery line of phoenix flames surged from his hand, aimed directly at Tang San. It seemed as though Tang San had been prepared all along. As Ma Hongjun launched his attack, the blue-silver grass coalesced into a barrier. However, how could a wall forged from blue-silver grass withstand the might of Ma Hongjun's first soul skill? Upon contact, there was a resounding explosion as the phoenix flames surged through, striking the ground and creating a scorched pit, as if the very earth were ignited by the fire. Nevertheless, Tang San managed to delay the attack momentarily by utilizing the wall of blue-silver grass, allowing him to narrowly escape this onslaught. Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly grant Tang San no opportunities. The 2 additional lines of phoenix fire followed swiftly after the first. It appeared as though Ma Hongjun had completely obstructed Tang San's path, leaving him with no choice but to exert all his strength to maneuver through the phantom shadow. 2 resounding blasts echoed, seemingly striking Tang San directly. However, Ma Hongjun was aware that Tang San must have evaded the attack. Yet, he could not discern Tang San's whereabouts. Was the phantom shadow truly that swift? Suddenly, a chill crept up Ma Hongjun's spine, prompting him to hastily dodge. He narrowly avoided several brilliant flashes that whizzed past him, 6 crossbow arrows, which almost found their mark. At this moment, Tang San had maneuvered behind him, employing the concealed darts. After utilizing them, Tang San gasped for breath, having pushed the phantom shadow to its limits for the first time. His internal energy from the Xiantian Gong was nearly depleted. Now, let us proceed, Ma Hongjun remarked with a sinister grin. Tang San was undeniably ruthless. Each move aimed to be lethal. He had to be dealt with severely. Chapter 23, a single blow to overcome Tang San at this moment. Tang San's eyes still shimmered with violet, while Ma Hongjun landed, making him an undeniable target for Tang San in midair. It's my turn, Ma Hongjun shouted, as 2 of his soul rings illuminated. Perhaps due to the reabsorption of his second soul ring, his second soul skill exhibited some similarities to its previous form. Ma Hongjun refers to it as the phoenix reborn through flames. Previously, the activation of his second soul skill enhanced the power of the phoenix flames by 30%. However, upon the activation of his second soul skill now, the potency of the wind phoenix flames surged to an astonishing 100%. While simultaneously augmenting his strength and defense by 50%, an enhancement previously unattainable. Such formidable amplification could only be realized after he absorbed a soul ring that had existed for 4 millennia. Moreover, under the influence of his second soul skill, the efficacy of his first soul skill is also heightened. This essentially constitutes a combined assault of Ma Hongjun's 2 soul skills. Nevertheless, he hesitates to employ this technique against Tang San, as it is unnecessary unless his intent is to eliminate him. As Ma Hongjun's second soul ring illuminated, Tang San's body involuntarily began to tremble. Nonetheless, he retrieved a few concealed weapons from his soul guide and activated his soul skill as his soul ring glowed. In the second state of his soul skill, Ma Hongjun's blazing fire untraceable resembled Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing track. After a few phantoms, he swiftly appeared before Tang San. The speed was so astonishing that Tang San could not even react in time to throw his hidden weapon. With a resounding thud, instead of utilizing the blazing fire palm, Ma Hongjun delivered a powerful punch to Tang San's chest. Tang San let out a cry of agony, his entire form propelled backward, as if the force of the punch might cause him to sink into the ground. The accompanying phoenix flames instantly scorched a fist-sized mark onto Tang San's clothing. Underestimating Tang San's physical resilience, he managed to regain his balance mid-air and land gracefully, though this seemingly flawless descent lasted less than a second. With a spurt of blood, Tang San could only prop himself up with his arms, the smoke still wafting from his chest where the flames had burned him. Little Wu, now nearly recovered, rushed towards Tang San, her eyes wide with concern. Upon seeing Tang San in such a state, Ma Hongjun felt it was time to relent. Tang San was not as resilient as before, and further attacks could endanger himself instead. Ma Hongjun understood the punch's power. If the opponent had been slightly weaker, it could have been fatal. However, he believed Tang San could endure it. After all, Tang Hao was watching from the sidelines. Inflicting injury was acceptable, but if there was a threat to life, Tang Hao would undoubtedly intervene. Given Tang Hao's temperament, even the protection of Zhao Wujin and Flinder would be futile. It was wiser to cease hostilities now, to show respect to Tang Hao while also imparting a lesson to Tang San. Little Wu, worried, supported Tang San. Brother, are you all right? It's all that red-haired fiend's fault. I will make him pay. She prepared to take action, but Tang San swiftly halted her. Little Wu, I lost. I even resorted to using hidden weapons, which was unfair to him. Brother, it can't end like this. Are you truly all right? Little Wu pressed again. Tang San, though fierce, possessed a good heart, with the indelible spirit of the martial world from his past life deeply rooted within him. Ma Hongjun produced the restorative sausage he had received from Oscar before the battle and approached Tang San, saying, "Consume this. It can aid in the recovery of your injuries." Oscar's first soul skill is a remarkably versatile and comprehensive healing ability that promotes the healing of wounds, restores physical and soul energy, alleviates fatigue and pain, and enhances satiety. However, the sausage has a relatively short shelf life, lasting only 12 hours. I do not require your assistance. Brother, we shall take our leave. Xiao Wu gently assisted Tang San to his feet. Nevertheless, Tang San disregarded Xiao Wu's words and looked at Ma Hongjun, stating, "You are a formidable opponent, and I must apologize for employing a hidden weapon against you earlier." Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Tang San's unexpected apology. He chuckled, "It's nothing. So this is what you call a hidden weapon. In the future, it's advisable not to aim it at your own people. Who considers you one of our own?" Xiao Wu retorted angrily. Ma Hongjun glanced at the incense stick that had already burned out and said, "Do you not wish to enter Shrek? To be honest, this incense has burned far too quickly, likely in just a third of the anticipated time." While others were oblivious, Ma Hongjun was aware that during the use of his second soul skill, Flandra had employed a subtle trick, utilizing his soul power to hasten the burning of the incense while everyone was focused on the battle. Thus, before Ma Hongjun could launch an attack on Tang San, the incense had already been extinguished, for the cunning Flandra would not let such talented individuals slip away. "Can we join Shrek?" Tang San asked, somewhat astonished as he looked at Ma Hongjun and then at Flandra. Flandra nodded earnestly in response. "Oh, Dean, you truly are quite frugal. What kind of inferior incense did you purchase? It must surely have come from that old Wang's shop next door. So flimsy. I can only wonder what benefits Wang has bestowed upon you." Ma Hongjun lamented with a series of sighs. At that moment, everyone finally noticed that the incense stick had indeed burned to completion. Has it really burned out? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged incredulous glances at the mere remnants of the incense stick. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and gently patted Tang San's shoulder, remarking, "Not bad. We're evenly matched. You performed admirably. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Now, do not hesitate to consume this. It will aid in your recovery. The crowd was filled with delight, having narrowly passed the test. Yet, only Tang San understood the gravity of the previous situation, though he chose to remain silent about it. He merely expressed his gratitude to Ma Hongjun before promptly devouring the restorative sausage that had been offered to him. As soon as he took a bite, Tang San sensed the extraordinary quality of the sausage. The wound on his chest, inflicted by Ma Hongjun, began to heal rapidly. Furthermore, his soul power and physical strength were restored. By the way, this is the sausage crafted from Oscar's first soul skill, priced at 1 gold soul coin each. Do not forget to compensate him, Ma Hongjun casually mentioned while casting a glance at Oscar. Oscar responded with a sly grin, as if to convey, "Well done, my friend. I'll share half with you later." "Thank you." Tang San promptly produced a gold soul coin and tossed it to Oscar, who gladly accepted it, feeling as though he had struck a lucrative deal. After completing all of this, Ma Hongjun let out a long sigh, contemplating that if Tang Hao dared to seek him out in the evening, then Tang San would no longer enjoy peaceful days ahead. In truth, Ma Hongjun harbored concerns about this. Tang Hao was fiercely protective, spending most of his time guarding Tang San. Alas, Ma Hongjun lamented his unfortunate fate, lacking such formidable guardians, and constantly needing to exercise caution. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun was not to be underestimated. He vowed that he would eventually surpass all of them, including Tang San. Chapter 24. You must learn from Ma Hongjun. Defeating Tang San did not come as a surprise to Ma Hongjun. Since his arrival on Douluo continent, and throughout the Shrek Academy recruitment process, a span of 100 days, Ma Hongjun had engaged in intense training almost daily, with only brief respites when hunting for spirit rings. With the aid of divine artifacts, if he could not defeat Tang San under such circumstances, it would be better to find a block of tofu and end it all. Yet, Ma Hongjun was aware that the support behind Tang San would only grow larger and stronger. His spirit power had already reached the 29th level, nearing the rank of Spirit Elder, while Ma Hongjun was still at the 25th level. It was imperative for him to accelerate his cultivation and enhance his strength to avoid being surpassed by Tang San. This was Ma Hongjun's final line of defense. As for Tang San, how should one put it? From the perspective of watching anime and reading novels, Tang San was the protagonist. Most viewers who enjoy these stories naturally favored the main character. One must ask, could one continue watching without liking the protagonist? However, this is not an absolute. A small portion of viewers might still be captivated, drawn to the supporting characters, such as the elegant and charming Bibi Dong, the alluring and seductive Hu Laiina, and of course, Zhu Zhuqing, whose beauty and figure were equally impressive. Reflecting on his previous life, Ma Hongjun held a fondness for each member of the Shrek 7 monsters. Thus, he regarded them as friends, interacting amicably without any intention of targeting them. If one treated Ma Hongjun well, he would naturally reciprocate. Conversely, even if he had once admired a character, he would not resort to sycophancy. Had it not been for Tang San's initial onslaught of hidden weapons, which were excessively ruthless, Ma Hongjun would not have had to retaliate with such severity. This principle underpinned his belief that hidden weapons should never be aimed at one's own. As he pondered, Ma Hongjun approached Lung Xuan and Lung Ling, glancing over at Ning Xuanger and calling out, "Xuanger, come here for a moment." "Oh, coming." Lung Xuanger replied obediently, hurrying over. "Xuanger." Upon hearing this address, Lung Xuan appeared somewhat displeased. "Is there something you need?" Lung Xuanger inquired, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety in Ma Hongjun's manner of addressing her. Ma Hongjun spoke earnestly. "Now that you have witnessed the situation at the academy, it is up to you to decide whether to stay or leave. After all, the conditions at the Wuhuan Temple Academy are far superior to ours, boasting countless suitable environments for simulated cultivation, a feat we at Shrek cannot match. The choice is yours." "I wish to remain." Without a doubt, Cold Shuangho maintained her steadfast attitude. Alas, since the genius from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has chosen to come to Shrek, and the young lady is willing, what more can we say? However, this decision may incur the displeasure of that particular teacher from the Wuhuan Temple, Cold Swan sighed. Ma Hongjun chuckled, "Fear not, for he is merely a teacher from the Spirit Hall. In the future, Shuanger's accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass his." The Dean, Flander, prepared to hand over the letter he had ready, as Cold Shuanger remained behind. Ma Hongjun remarked, "If this task remains unfinished, Flander shall hold it against me for a lifetime." Flander had already readied an envelope, channeling his spirit power to toss it over from afar. "My dear lady, take care after our departure. We must visit the Spirit Hall to clarify matters and return to report your situation to our clan leader." All right, I understand. Do not worry, Cold Schwanger replied with a hint of impatience. After all, she was the only one who had brought companions, while the others appeared to have arrived alone. It felt reminiscent of the first day of school, where classmates would come solo, while their families would burden them with various items, creating an oddly disconcerting atmosphere. Once Cold Swan and Cold Ling, the duo of Cold Swan Ling, had walked away, Cold Schwanger quietly expressed her gratitude to Ma Hongjun. Thank you. Ma Hongjun was taken aback and asked, What do you thank me for? As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Schwanger left without providing an explanation, seemingly a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Flandre was in high spirits. With the addition of these individuals, Shrek Academy was bound to prosper. Daimubai led them to the finance teacher, Mr. Li, where each person was to pay a tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins. They would then proceed to Mr. Lu's office to arrange accommodations and briefly discuss the academy's regulations, as classes would officially commence the following morning. Flandre was eager to impart knowledge to this group of children, yet they had just endured battle and had not yet completed their enrollment. Furthermore, you, child, come with me, he said. Flandre had recognized Tang San immediately by the soul guide device at his waist. Tang San handed his coin pouch to Xiao Wu to pay the tuition on his behalf. And he learned from Ma Hongjun and the others that this man was the dean of Shrek Academy. Daimubai took the 5 newcomers to complete their enrollment procedures, while Oscar, enchanted by the array of beautiful women, happily followed along. Only Ma Hongjun returned to his dormitory, having trained for an entire morning. It was time for a shower and a change of clothes. Flandre's office, which also served as his residence, was situated beside the small playground and was sparsely furnished with only the essentials. After taking a seat, he gazed at Tang San, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, and spoke, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Flandre, the Dean of Shrek. How is the master? Tang San was somewhat astonished that Dean Flandre was acquainted with the master and quickly nodded in response. He is doing well. Flandre looked at Tang San in surprise. So you are his student. No wonder he gifted you that belt. In truth, Flandre had already surmised Tang San's status as the master's disciple. He merely sought confirmation, as it was inconceivable that Tang San would possess such a belt otherwise. Much like the soul guide device he had given to Ma Hongjun, such valuable items could not be easily bestowed upon others. At the moment he gifted the soul guide to Ma Hongjun, he had genuinely regarded him as his direct disciple. By the way, before we set off, the master instructed me to give you this letter upon your acceptance after passing the assessment. After reading the master's letter and engaging in heartfelt reflections and exchanges, Flandre recognized Tang San as the proof of his good friend, the master. Compared to his own disciple, Ma Hongjun, he felt an even greater sense of pride, believing that Ma Hongjun's talent and potential undoubtedly surpassed that of Tang San. With a hint of pride, Flandre remarked, Your name is Tang San, correct? In truth, your defeat to Ma Hongjun was not unexpected. After all, he is my direct disciple. I have diligently guided him since he was 6 years old, leading to his current accomplishments. You must learn from Ma Hongjun. His abilities have yet to reach their full potential. I hope you do not disappoint the master in me. Thank you, Dean. I will strive to do my best. Tang San responded earnestly, Indeed, you are still injured. Take good care of yourself upon returning. Tomorrow morning's training will not be easy. Off you go, Flandre remarked. Chapter 25. A necessary measure. The following day, in the early morning, the training ground of Shrek was bustling with 8 assembled students, each exhibiting a commendable state of spirit. Ma Hongjun arrived at the playground last, his attire thoroughly drenched in sweat, and the burden of 60 kilograms still clung to him. Standing amidst the crowd, he appeared rather out of place compared to the others. Yesterday, Tang San and the others were quite curious about Ma Hongjun's appearance, and today, the truth was unveiled. You are quite peculiar. What is the reason behind such an outfit? Xiao Wu inquired first, her curiosity evident in her tone. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, This is my training gear. This lad has already ventured out for training while you were still in slumber. He has likely been exercising for over 4 hours now. Dai Mubai remarked nonchalantly that he could not match such tenacity. Indeed, Ma Hongjun witnesses the dawn sky at 4 o'clock every morning, which is one of the reasons for his remarkable progress over the past 3 months. You rise at 4 to cultivate? Tang San inquired with curiosity, as even he could not accomplish such a feat, only practicing the purple extreme magic eyes after 5 or 6 in the morning. No wonder Dean Flandre claimed I lagged behind Ma Hongjun. The rest, aside from the original members of Shrek, gazed at Ma Hongjun with astonishment, as if beholding a monster. It's nothing, just physical training, Ma Hongjun chuckled. That is quite impressive nonetheless. "Oh, the dean and the teachers are here," Oscar announced. At that moment, Flander and several teachers were seen approaching from a distance. "Is this Dean a Sol Douluo?" Xiao Wu suddenly inquired. Beside her, Oscar quickly replied, "No. Our dean is the founder of Shrek, the four-eyed cat eagle Flander, a rank 78 soul sage, even more formidable than teacher Zhao. Moreover, he possesses a flying-type martial soul, which is exceedingly rare among battle soul masters. Ma Hongjun is his direct disciple." Xiao Wu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and murmured softly, "Thank goodness. Just a rank 78. Uncle Sausage, do we have any teachers at the Sol Douluo level in our academy?" Oscar shook his head, saying, "Please call me Sausage Specialist. Do you think Sol Douluo is as common as cabbage?" Before he could finish, Ma Hongjun interjected, "Of course, our academy has strong Sol Douluos, and not just one." "What?" Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, took a nervous step back, her face paling momentarily. Tang San quickly supported her, asking, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" The others looked at her in confusion, but only Ma Hongjun understood. For once one ascends to Sol Douluo, their mental prowess becomes substantial, revealing that Xiao Wu is a transformed soul beast if observed closely. He was merely teasing Xiao Wu and then smiled, saying, "Just a joke. I meant that our academy will surely have them in the future, but we certainly do not have any at present." "Really?" Xiao Wu looked to Oscar and Dai Mubai, seemingly skeptical of Ma Hongjun's words. Both nodded simultaneously, and only then did Xiao Wu feel reassured, though she inwardly chastised Ma Hongjun without showing it. "Do you think Sol Douluo is as plentiful as cabbage? There are not more than 100 Sol Douluo level experts across the entire continent, all supported by empires and their vassal kingdoms. As for title Douluo, the two great empires combined have barely 10. They are not so easily encountered." Oscar chuckled, as he noticed Flanders and Zhao Wujin were approaching. Ma Hongjun spoke again. "The dean and teacher Zhao will undoubtedly break through to the realm of Sol Douluo in the future." From a distance, Flanders overheard someone praising him, particularly his prized disciple, Ma Hongjun, which brought him immense delight. Little did he know that in the next moment, Ma Hongjun remarked, "If he weren't so sharp-tongued and miserly, I reckon he would have been a Sol Douluo by now." "Haha, what does that have to do with becoming a Sol Douluo?" Xiao Wu suddenly laughed, her earlier tension dissipating. "Ahem." Flanders deliberately coughed as the group arrived before them. With a serious expression, he spoke in his characteristically gravelly voice. "This year is quite remarkable. We have 5 more little monsters. I trust you are already familiar with the Academy's regulations, so I shall not elaborate further. Today, we will officially commence your lessons. However, before that, allow me to introduce myself as the Dean of Shrek Academy. My name is Flanders, and my martial soul is the four-eyed cat eagle, a soul sage at level 78. He continued, "This is Zhao Wujin, whose martial soul is the great strength diamond bear, a strong attack soul sage at level 76. Li Yusong, with a martial soul of the dragon pattern staff, a strong attack soul emperor at level 63. Lu Qibin, whose martial soul is the star chess, a control type soul emperor at level 66, and Xiao Xin, with a martial soul of the jelly bean, a food type soul sage at level 71. After the introductions, Flanders added, "You are fortunate to have chosen Shrek Academy. Now, it's your turn to introduce yourselves." The newly arrived 5 individuals were astonished to learn that even the least experienced teachers at Shrek were soul emperors, with 3 soul sages and 2 soul emperors teaching just 8 students. Which academy on the continent could compare? Next, it was Tang San and his companions' turn to introduce themselves. When it came to Ma Hongjun, who was at level 25, Flanders reprimanded him, noting that even the lowest among the other 7, Ning Rongrong, was at level 26, making Ma Hongjun's soul power the least among them. Nevertheless, not a single person looked down upon Ma Hongjun. Subsequently, Flanders addressed Ma Hongjun, saying, "Ma Hongjun, I have a task for you. Immediately go to Swoto City and replicate your equipment into 7 sets, then distribute them among them." "What? My equipment? It weighs 60 kilograms. Are you sure they can handle it?" Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Flanders' command. 60 kilograms? Surely you jest. Ning Rongrong loudly questioned. "It should be so. Ma Hongjun's equipment, if I'm not mistaken, is filled with iron beads, totaling 60 kilograms, Tang San remarked, having noticed Ma Hongjun's gear upon seeing him. "Now, you each state a number, indicating what you believe your maximum weight is." Flanders smiled. Dai Mubai, 30 kilograms. Tang San, 30 kilograms. Zhu Zhuqing, 15 kilograms. Xiao Wu, 15 kilograms. Leng Shuanger, 20 kilograms. Only Oscar and Ning Rongrong remained silent. We do not need this, do we? Oscar and Ning Rongrong simultaneously stated. I believe we do, I replied. Oscar weighs 10 kilograms, Ning Rongrong 5 kilograms, and the others should add 5 kilograms to the numbers they reported. So be it. As the conversation unfolded, Ma Hongjun approached several young ladies and surprisingly produced a small notebook. Xiaowu, your measurement should be around a C cup, right? Zhu Zhiqing, certainly a D cup. Shuang'er must be between D and C, which barely qualifies as D, and Ning Rongrong can just be considered a C cup. I must say, their natural endowments are indeed impressive, Ma Hongjun murmured quietly while jotting down his observations. Ma Hongjun, what are you mumbling about? Flander inquired. Oh, what is this? Wow, your judgments are quite accurate, Oscar exclaimed, glancing at Ma Hongjun's notes before turning his gaze back to the young women before him. What is it? Xiaowu, curious, leaned in for a look, her expression changing dramatically. Ma Hongjun promptly tucked it away and chuckled. To forge equipment, one must consider the dimensions, right? I shall take my leave now. Do continue your training. Observing the anger in Xiaowu's demeanor, he discreetly made his exit. Xiaowu, what did he write? The curious Leng Shuang'er inquired. He's a scoundrel. How could I possibly have such a paltry amount? What he wrote was. Xiaowu fumed, but quietly divulged the details to the other girls. Instantly, their murderous intent became palpable, especially from Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong. In Chapter 26, Ma Hongjun defies the aristocrats. The arrival of Ma Hongjun heralded monumental changes for Shrek, which might soon be referred to as Shrek's 8 oddities. Yet, Ma Hongjun felt that the name lacked a certain charm. The addition seemed to distort its essence. Furthermore, the alteration in training methods was noteworthy. Ma Hongjun recalled that the weighted training was implemented only after the master arrived. Now, however, it had been employed by Flander prematurely, possibly due to his own influence. As the past 3 months had witnessed remarkable transformations, this prompted Flander to adopt such a method. Within Shrek Academy, following Ma Hongjun's departure, the institution gradually resumed its original trajectory, beginning with Ning Rongrong's descent. She believed that, as a support-type soul master, such rigorous training was unnecessary, particularly with added weight, leading her to outright reject the notion. She was then compelled to run 20 laps around the village with Oscar, each lap spanning at least 3 kilometers. Ultimately, under Flander's command, Ning Rongrong reluctantly acquiesced verbally and jogged alongside Oscar for a time. After a spirited argument with him, she utilized her 7 treasures glaze tile to enhance her abilities and swiftly vanished from sight. In Soto City, since crafting those minuscule iron beads required considerable time, Ma Hongjun decided to explore Soto City. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had yet to properly roam its streets. To his surprise, upon entering the bustling commercial district, he encountered a familiar face. It was Ning Rongrong, who was leisurely consuming skewered barbecue while strolling, and they happened to cross paths. Although Ma Hongjun was aware of the underlying reasons, he still inquired, Ning Rongrong, what brings you to Soto City? Her response left her somewhat flustered. Ning Rongrong stammered, seemingly at a loss for words. You must have snuck out here, right? Did Flander send you out for a run? Ma Hongjun jested. For the Ning Rongrong before him was indeed a true enchantress. She embodied the kind of person who could hire a hitman without a second thought. Ma Hongjun recalled her previous attempt to hire Tang San to eliminate Dai Mubai, which had been firmly rejected. From that point onward, after being chastised by Flander and others, she began to undergo gradual transformation. The current Ning Rongrong was a genuine sorceress, wielding power, influence, and wealth. Indeed, wealth. Ma Hongjun seemed to have an epiphany. It truly cost a gold soul coin to procure such equipment and to have it tailored by Flander. Ning Rongrong looked at Ma Hongjun incredulously and asked, How do you know? She added, You mustn't tell Dean Flander. Even if I remain silent, Dean Flander will inevitably find out. What then shall you do? Ma Hongjun inquired. Ning Rongrong had already devised a plan, stating, It's simple. As long as I return before noon and rendezvous with Oscar, he can vouch for me. This is hardly a challenge for me. That's a commendable plan. By the way, what materials do you need for your crafting? Something akin to what I possess. Ma Hongjun responded. Having entered Soto City, he had already swapped out his equipment and now displayed it to Ning Rongrong. He initially anticipated that she would recoil from the odor of sweat, given that it had been dampened by perspiration throughout the morning. However, to his surprise, Ning Rongrong did not seem to mind. She even touched it and remarked, This material must be painful to carry. Well, it's good that you understand pain. That's precisely the effect I desire, Ma Hongjun chuckled. Why don't you join me in selecting the fabric? You could choose something of better quality. To this, Ning Rongrong shook her head and replied, I think I'll pass. You can select for me. By the way, Ma Hongjun, could you help lighten my load a bit? Lighten it? Ma Hongjun anticipated this request from Ning Rongrong. He feigned reluctance, saying, that seems impossible, as it is a command from the Dean. Besides, the budget for purchasing equipment is insufficient. I can only afford materials like these. All along, Ma Hongjun had been diligently training. He neither pilfered nor stole, and had no time to earn money. Aside from receiving subsidies, he had no source of income. He had once been sternly reprimanded by Flinder and Oscar. Additionally, while hunting soul beasts, he had spent some of his funds, leaving him with less than 4 gold soul coins. He knew he would have to spend one more shortly, and he was acutely aware that Flinder would not provide him with any assistance. Earlier, while wandering, he had noticed that the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City required 10 gold soul coins just for registration. Alas, he lacked even that minimal amount, truly a case of a penny thwarting a hero, reflecting his current predicament. Ning Rongrong seemed to have sensed Ma Hongjun's plight. A knowing smile graced her lips as she promptly retrieved a bag from her soul guide device, declaring, Here are 100 gold soul coins. Please help me purchase equipment for everyone. Ma Hongjun smiled, truly a disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, well-versed in the rules. Once Ma Hongjun received the pouch of golden soul coins, Ning Rongrong continued with a smile, then, in Soto City, are there matters regarding the reduction of equipment weight? Ma Hongjun chuckled and inquired, Have I encountered you in Soto City? Rest assured regarding the equipment, it will be handled impeccably. Weighing the gold soul coins in his hand, he silently mused, Now I have my initial capital. He recalled that in the Grand Soul Arena, a single victory awarded 10 gold soul coins, with successive victories yielding even greater rewards. With these gold soul coins, he could wager on his own triumphs, and soon, financial worries would be a thing of the past. Very well, may our collaboration be fruitful. After Ning Rongrong spoke, she turned to leave, mindful that she could not linger for too long. Once she had departed, Ma Hongjun weighed the 100 gold soul coins once more, murmuring, Though I may remain silent, it does not imply that others are unaware. As for the weight, let us reduce it by 1 gold soul coin. With the 100 gold soul coins in hand, Ma Hongjun promptly made his way to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. He registered at the arena with 10 gold soul coins, receiving an Iron Soul badge in return. If all went as anticipated, Flinder would bring them here later that evening. Originally, Ma Hongjun's record stood at 32 battles, with 21 victories and 11 defeats. However, due to the circumstances surrounding his martial soul, he had not participated in a single match since arriving in this world. Ma Hongjun has bestowed upon himself a formidable name, Fire God Zhu Rong. His current achievements are attributed to the Zhu Rong divine spear emblazoned upon his chest, which is why he chose not to adopt the name of the Phoenix as a mark of reverence to Fire God Zhu Rong. After concluding these matters, Ma Hongjun did not linger any longer and departed from the Great Soul Arena. However, he did invest 2 gold soul coins to purchase high-quality fabric, which he intended to take back to his village for tailoring. He also planned to make some alterations, adding an additional 10 kilograms, thereby reaching a total of 70 kilograms. As soon as Ma Hongjun returned to the academy and entrusted the items to the tailor in his village, he arrived at the playground and overheard Flinder reprimanding Ning Rongrong. The next moment, a heart-wrenching cry escaped from Ning Rongrong as she turned and fled towards her dormitory, casting a fleeting glance at Ma Hongjun, leaving him perplexed about its significance. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, and Ma Hongjun stepped forward to address the gathering. Everyone is present, and our equipment should be ready for use by tomorrow. What transpired just now? Who could dare to bully such a young girl? Chapter 27. The Dance of the 3-5 and Feng Feilong. As Ma Hongjun spoke, all eyes turned towards Flinder. At that moment, a hint of smugness graced Flinder's face, seemingly pleased with himself for managing the situation with the young girl. However, Dai Mubai interjected, Dean, should I assist her in gathering her belongings? Flinder shot him a glare and replied, Do you wish to see her off so eagerly? Though this girl has been spoiled, her nature is not malevolent. Just think of it as a lesson learned. Go summon Oscar back and relieve him of his punishment. Despite his mistakes today, he has successfully completed 20 laps. He then turned his gaze to Ma Hongjun, instructing, Ma Hongjun, go comfort Ning Rongrong. Me? Wasn't it supposed to be Oscar who comforts her? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise, bewildered by the sudden change in responsibility. Humph, you know well what you've done. Now go. The rest may head to the cafeteria for lunch, Flinder concluded, turning on his heel and departing. Having been noticed by Flinder, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to follow, pondering why the original narrative had Oscar in this role. At that moment, everyone else was left to wonder what Ma Hongjun had done to warrant such a task. Finally, it was Long Shuanga who spoke up. "Let us go together. Perhaps it is best if you girls handle it. We shall refrain," Dai Mubai replied, nodding in agreement with Tang San. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun followed along, though he remained in the background while the girls offered their consolation. Later that evening, within the Soto City Soul Arena, under Dai Mubai's guidance, they all registered as Iron Soul Masters, with Tang San and Xiaowu forming their own trio. Ma Hongjun glanced at his pouch. Having received 100 gold soul coins from Ning Rongrong today, in addition to the 3 gold soul coins he allocated for crafting his training equipment, leaving him with a total of 100 coins. However, this amount was insufficient. In their inaugural battle, none of them were fully aware of their own capabilities, making it prudent to wager on oneself at such a juncture. With this thought in mind, Ma Hongjun turned his gaze towards Tang San, considering it a gesture of goodwill towards him. "Tang San, do you possess any gold soul coins? Might I borrow 200? Ma Hongjun was aware that even if Tang San were to part with such a sum, it would not significantly affect him, especially since, in the original narrative, Tang San had expended 200 gold soul coins to purchase that particular crystal. "What is the matter?" Tang San replied. 200 gold soul coins is no trivial amount, and we have only known each other for less than 2 days. How could I possibly lend you such a sum? Ma Hongjun chuckled and said, "Will you lend it to me? I promise to return it swiftly." Tang San glanced at Xiaowu beside him. She was the kind of person who spent extravagantly, borrowing from him at will without ever repaying. At this moment, Tang San was quite frugal, as every gold soul coin represented the hard-earned money he had accumulated over the past 6 years at the blacksmith shop. "How about I offer this as collateral?" Ma Hongjun immediately produced a crystal, as he had no understanding of hidden weapons. As Ma Hongjun presented the object, Tang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you certain you wish to offer this to me?" he inquired. "Well, if not, I could sell it to you, since we are classmates." "I'll let you have it for a mere 200 gold soul coins," Ma Hongjun replied. "Ma Hongjun, is this not merely a worthless stone? How can it be so valuable?" Xiaowu scoffed. At that moment, Flinder happened to pass by and, upon noticing the item in Ma Hongjun's hand, recognized it instantly as one from his own shop. Could it truly hold such worth? After a moment of contemplation, Tang San declared, "Very well, I shall take it. Here are 200 gold soul coins, do count them." With a smile, Tang San felt he had made a profitable deal and was grateful to Ma Hongjun. However, just as Ma Hongjun was about to receive the coins, Flinder interjected with a laugh. "Thanks, but I was unaware that this item could be so valuable. You, young man, have pilfered from me." Tang San was left at a loss for words. Ma Hongjun sighed. "What else can I do? The dean is truly excessive, after all. I obtained these items from him." In terms of shrewdness, Flander undoubtedly ranked first, leaving Ma Hongjun feeling inadequate. "Brother, is this worthless rock really worth 200 gold soul coins?" Xiaowu inquired, puzzled. Tang San quietly explained the situation to her. Ma Hongjun had no choice but to seek a loan from someone else. Tonight was crucial for a significant gain. The only one who could possibly lend him money was perhaps Lung Shuanger. "Shuanger, could you lend me some gold soul coins?" Ma Hongjun directly asked. Lung Shuanger did not refuse and replied, "How much do you need?" "I'll take whatever you can spare," Ma Hongjun responded. "Well, I didn't bring much with me. Just a few thousand gold soul coins. This card has 5,000. Why not take it?" Lung Shuanger promptly produced a gold soul coin card. "Thank you. You are the best. How about we form a duo and participate in the 2-on-2 soul battle?" Ma Hongjun suggested with a smile. With 6 of them present, Tang San and Xiaowu would certainly form one team, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing might face difficulties. Even if he invited her, Zhu Zhuqing might not agree. "All right. Let us hurry and register," Long Shuanger replied cheerfully. The two proceeded to the registration desk, paid the gold soul coins, and received a rather splendid team name, Phoenix Source. Dragon Dances. Originally, Lang Shuangao had desired the name Dragon Source, Phoenix Dances, but Ma Hongjun had rejected it, as he certainly would not want to be associated with Phoenix Dance. Thus, they settled on this peculiar name. After completing the registration, everyone made their way to the Soul Battle Arena, but Ma Hongjun arrived a few minutes late. To his surprise, his opponent was a level 29 powerful assault-type Soul Master who had already achieved 4 consecutive victories, with odds of 1-5. In the 2-on-2 Soul Battle, the odds were 1-2, prompting Ma Hongjun to wager all his money on his 1-on-1 match. Moreover, While placing his bets, he noticed another figure, Flander, who was also betting, wagering on all of them to win. In fact, Ma Hongjun's match had the highest stakes, with bets of 5,000 gold soul coins, while the others had merely placed 1,000 each. Ma Hongjun understood that bringing them into practical combat was one matter. Aiding Flinder in earning some income was another story altogether. However, he refrained from elaborating too much, recognizing that maintaining a college came with its own set of challenges. And Flinder had his own burdens to bear. Did one think that the Soul Saints and Soul Emperors among the instructors did not require remuneration? All these issues were for Flinder to resolve alone. What kept you so long, Ma Hongjun? Asked Ling Shuanger. Apologies, I might have overeaten at lunch. My stomach feels a bit uneasy, Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. And how do you feel now? She inquired. Much better. It won't affect the upcoming soul duel. Ma Hongjun answered. Throughout their journey, Lang Shuangao had mostly conversed with him, while Zhu Zhiqing was her other primary companion. Xiao trailed closely behind Tang San. While Dai Mubai seemed somewhat isolated, Zhu Zhiqing had never exchanged a word with him, and even when Dai Mubai attempted to strike up a conversation, he was met with indifference. Chapter 28. The descending palm technique. Perhaps due to their early arrival, no soul duels had yet commenced. Despite the division of the soul duel platforms, each measured a considerable 20 meters in diameter, providing ample space for the soul masters to exhibit their skills. However, the audience was sparse. The seating was estimated to be only about 40% occupied. In the center of the soul duel stage stood a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat. He cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "We shall now commence the first battle in our 14th division of soul duels. Introducing two esteemed soul masters, the soul master of the Blazing Phoenix, Huishan Zhirong, and the soul master of the Ironback Earth Dragon, Zhang Long, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories. Will Zhang Long extend his winning streak to 5? Or will the newcomer Huishan Zhirong seize victory? The clash of Dragon and Phoenix. Let us await the outcome. Now, let us welcome our two esteemed soul masters to the stage." As Ma Hongjun had registered earlier that morning, he was the first to take the stage, skipping the entire preliminary process. The audience erupted into cheers. With chants of Zhang Long's name resounding clearly, he had a considerable fan base. Soon, a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, ascended the stage. His broad shoulders and distinctly defined muscles suggested a professional bodybuilder. The black veins beneath his skin resembled intricate patterns, and with a mighty roar, he seemed to perpetually exude strength. This Zhang Long was undoubtedly a power-type soul master. The overwhelming cheers were directed towards Zhang Long, while Ma Hongjun appeared diminutive in comparison, barely reaching his shoulder. Haha, Zhang Long is bound to win. Although his opponent wields the Phoenix Soul, Zhang Long possesses the Dragon Soul. Indeed, I just purchased 100 golden soul coins, wagering on Zhang Long's victory. Upon reviewing the information, I was astonished to discover that this young man was participating in his first soul duel, possessing only a soul power of level 25. While Zhang Long had already reached the pinnacle of level 29 and was on the verge of a breakthrough to become a soul master, an audience member exclaimed loudly. And many others simultaneously took note of this revelation. Ma Hongjun smiled faintly. Dragon Martial Soul? It is merely an earth dragon, considered to be of lesser rank even among the sub-dragons. How could it possibly compare to my fiery phoenix? Zhang Long clenched his fists and cast a glance at the currently slender Ma Hongjun, remarking, "Little brat, haven't your family members informed you that the Great Soul Arena is not a place for someone like you?" "Enough with the nonsense," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. "Prepare yourself." With that, Zhang Long manifested his martial soul and threw a punch toward Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun clenched his fist tightly, channeling his soul energy into it, igniting a fiery aura as he struck forward. The resounding clash between him and the strength-type soul master marked a first for Ma Hongjun, as he sought to gauge the true essence of such formidable power. Regrettably, while his punch was indeed powerful, it also showcased his unique techniques derived from the application of the fire palm. Zhang Long's body was propelled backward with a force that seemed to make the very ground tremble beneath him, his substantial weight of at least 300 pounds accentuating the impact. "Wow, Ma Hongjun's strength is truly impressive," exclaimed Xiao Wu. "This fellow, I wonder how he trains." "His might is not inferior to mine," remarked Dai Mubai. Zhang Long, visibly enraged, rose to his feet, his 2 soul rings illuminating as his physique instantly swelled, resembling a colossal earth dragon. "Kid, you are finished. Behold my earth dragon power," Zhang Long bellowed, determined to reclaim his dignity after being knocked down by that single punch. The audience erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, Zhang Long is unleashing his most powerful soul skill. It is said that this technique can enhance his strength by 80%. Coupled with his weight, the resulting impact could easily exceed 1,000 pounds. He has achieved consecutive victories with this very move. No one has ever been able to withstand it. I doubt this could stand a chance. Yet, amidst the fervor, a more discerning spectator murmured, "It seems Zhang Long may be in trouble. That boy's punch was delivered without even unleashing his martial soul." Ma Hongjun smiled, uncertain of who had set the odds at 3-1. The proprietor of the Seoul Arena in Soto City would undoubtedly incur significant losses today. As they had greatly underestimated Zhang Long, was this not equivalent to handing out money? Though his strength exceeded 1,000 jin, what did it matter? In truth, the odds established by the arena were somewhat reasonable. A novice soul master with only a 25-level attack capability facing an experienced peak-level soul master at 29 would naturally lead to such a disparity in odds. Perhaps they had not anticipated that someone would place such a hefty wager for a debut in soul combat. Suddenly, the ground trembled as Zhang Long charged towards Ma Hongjun. However, considering his speed, even against a power-type soul master, he should have had a slight edge. Yet, his opponent was Ma Hongjun, an explosive attack-type soul master. Moreover, Ma's speed was not to be underestimated. Utilizing the Flame Sutra without the need to release his martial spirit, he vanished like a fleeting flame, leaving Zhang Long disoriented. In that moment, Ma Hongjun resembled a bull in a ring, or rather, a dragon in combat. Each time it seemed Zhang Long was about to land a hit, Ma would inexplicably evade his attack range. Frustrated, Zhang Long resorted to his second soul skill, which was quite taxing on his soul power. In the next moment, however, he astonishingly retracted his soul skill and martial spirit, standing still as he regarded Ma Hongjun. It was as if he were saying, "Since you choose not to attack, neither shall I. Let us simply wear each other down." Soul combat also had a time limit. Should this stalemate continue, the arena would ultimately judge the outcome based on their performance in this duel. The 5,000 gold soul coins wagered by Ma Hongjun, along with Flinder's equally substantial stake, are bound to be lost in the battle arena. This is a foregone conclusion. One stands to gain 10,000 gold soul coins, while the other risks a loss of 20,000. Even a hint of unfairness does not cloud the decision-making process. Moreover, the majority of the audience, who are also betting on Zhang Long, will hardly voice any opposition, creating a harmonious scenario where no one bears ill will towards the money at stake. Well then, if you are so eager for me to showcase my prowess, I shall demonstrate my strength. With that, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit gradually illuminated, and in an instant, the very air of the battle arena seemed to ignite with heat. This is the true phoenix. At the moment his martial spirit manifested, all present were rendered speechless. After all, in Soto City, encountering such a pinnacle martial spirit is a rare occurrence. Ma Hongjun soared into the sky, his fiery palm swirling with energy as he advanced directly towards Zhang Long. Zhang Long licked his lips and chuckled. "You have arrived just in time." Suddenly, his first soul ring illuminated, and as he opened his mouth, a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry erupted, resounding with deafening intensity. In an instant, everyone instinctively covered their ears. Beneath the reverberation of his dragon's roar, a colossal wave of soul power surged forth, hurtling towards Ma Hongjun in the sky. The fiery palm. In the air, Ma Hongjun was suddenly struck by a scene from a certain television drama. In the next instant, a colossal palm imprint, formed from flames, descended from above. This technique, known as the fiery palm, is one that I, Ma Hongjun, can also execute. The fiery palm enables the practitioner to condense soul power into a striking force. With a thunderous roar, within merely 2 breaths, Zhang Long was seen sprawled on the ground, his arms propping up his body as he gasped for air. Blood flowing from his mouth, his entire body scorched by Ma Hongjun's flames. "Will you not concede?" Ma Hongjun inquired as he slowly approached Zhang Long. "I concede. I admit defeat," Zhang Long hastily responded, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun. Chapter 29. Assisting Ning Rongrong's growth. Ma Hongjun triumphed in the competition and, after bidding farewell to his companions from Shrek, proceeded to the betting settlement area of the Great Soul Arena. Before he even crossed the threshold into the room, a loud voice erupted from within. "You imbecile! How did you estimate the odds? 1-3? Did you not see that the opponent possesses a top-tier Phoenix martial soul? But wasn't that approved by the boss?" Came a sheepish reply. "A 25th level soul master against a peak 29th level Zhang Long, and that child is merely 12 years old. I initially suggested 1-2, but you altered it to 1-3. Can you really place the blame on me? You need not come to work tomorrow. Just get lost. Whoever is in charge, check if there are any other matches involving that so-called fire god Zhu Rong." There is a 2-on-2 match against an opponent with 3 consecutive victories, another voice chimed in. From now on, the odds are changed to 2-1. The room was filled with reprimands. In the Great Soul Arena, as long as the match had yet to commence, the odds could be altered. However, when settling the bets, it would always be according to the odds at the time of purchase. For instance, if one initially bet on 1-2. No matter how the odds were modified later, the settlement would adhere to the original odds. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun spotted a familiar figure during such settlement moments. One could hardly overlook Flander. Hey, hurry up and settle my bets. I have limited time, Flander urged, noticing Ma Hongjun's arrival. I am here to settle as well. Here is my ticket, Ma Hongjun replied. Well done in your first battle. But where did you acquire such funds? You wagered over 5,000 gold soul coins on yourself. Yet, with those odds of 1-3, you've earned over 15,000 gold soul coins. How about you return me 15,000 gold soul coins first? Flander displayed his characteristic sly grin. Flander was truly cunning. Even in his 2 lifetimes, Ma Hongjun had fallen prey to his schemes. This time, he was determined not to allow Flander to outsmart him. He needed to keep that sum of over 10,000 gold soul coins intact. With that amount, he would not have to fret about finances. These gold soul coins could serve as capital, and in the future, the amount would only multiply. The Great Soul Arena was indeed one of the best avenues for soul masters to earn money, but it required exceptionally skilled practitioners. As sometimes the outcome of matches was not solely determined by one's own abilities, some individuals could even manipulate the results. You little rascal, if you don't repay me now, I shall demand interest in the future, Flander chuckled. Then you better prepare for that. Tang San's master gifted him a 24-cubic soul guide without demanding a single copper coin. Why is there such a vast disparity between teachers? Despite being in the same role, Ma Hongjun retorted playfully. Exchange my winnings, with odds of 1-3, along with the principal. I should receive 20,360 gold soul coins. Ma Hongjun chuckled, having repaid the 5,000 to Lang Shuang, leaving himself with over 15,000. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction, akin to guarding against thieves. With the gold coins securely in hand and placed within his soul guidance device, his heart felt considerably more at ease. Despite having won such a substantial amount, he refrained from further betting, recognizing that this was sufficient. Otherwise, the Grand Soul Arena would not look kindly upon him. Moreover, with Flinder being a soul sage, it seemed that even the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City would hesitate to act against him. Ma Hongjun arrived at the Battle Soul platform, where he found Xiaowu standing, facing an opponent who was also a power-type fighter. Surprisingly, the adversaries seemed to have not even summoned their martial spirit before Xiaowu swiftly defeated them. Following this match, Tang San's opponent was Zhu Qing, and as expected, Tang San achieved an effortless victory. Next up was Lang Shuang, who faced a level 28 soul master, also of the assault type. Lang Shuang merely employed her first soul skill and secured her triumph. Daimubai, a soul sovereign of level 37, had already proceeded to his designated battle soul platform. Shuang, let us engage in a duo battle. As the night unfolded, the battles concluded, comprising 2 duo matches and 5 individual matches, all of which Shrek secured victories. Flander had mysteriously disappeared to indulge himself, leaving the 6 of them to return on their own. Ma Hongjun recalled that in the original story, after this soul battle concluded, Flinder seemed to have gone somewhere. Never mind, it's better not to dwell on it. The thought alone sent a shiver down his spine, as that scene was far too unsettling. Are you hurt? Cold Schwanger inquired. No, this is for you. Thank you, Ma Hongjun replied. As Ma Hongjun and his companions returned to Shrek Academy, they unexpectedly encountered 2 individuals at the entrance, whom the group instantly recognized. It was Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the latter of whom appeared to have regained her usual complexion. Oscar, on the other hand, bore an expression of reluctant compliance, as though he had been forcibly brought along by Ning Rongrong. Were you waiting for us? Here, I've brought you some food, Ma Hongjun declared, producing skewers from his soul guide. Having triumphed in the soul battles today, it was only fitting that they share a meal together before returning. Of course we were waiting for you. Wow, you even brought delicious treats, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, eagerly accepting the food and appearing considerably more cheerful, though the reason for their presence remained a mystery. While this scene bore some resemblance to the original narrative, it diverged significantly, as there was no intervention from Flinder to lead them astray, nor any disputes ignited by Zhu Qing and Daimubai. Everything seemed harmonious, with no signs of discontent amongst them. It appeared that Ning Rongrong had come to a realization, though one might wonder if that was truly the case. Daimubai then interjected, inquiring of Ning Rongrong, have you figured things out and decided to stay? Of course I'm staying. It's so much fun here. How could I just leave? Ning Rongrong replied while munching on her food. What, do you want me to leave? Daimubai, showing signs of displeasure, retorted sharply. Ning Rongrong. This is Shrek. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please, nor is it your home. Pfft, I'm not listening to you. Ning Rongrong shot back before turning her gaze to Ma Hongjun. You scoundrel, did you tell the dean about me? Did you drop a little report? Zhu Zhuqing, uninterested in their exchange, chose to ignore the commotion and walked away, as if questioning her own involvement in the matter. Are you handing over your lines to Daimubai? She mused silently. Observing the situation, one might think that, given the generous facade exhibited earlier, it was now Ma Hongjun's turn to assist in Ning Rongrong's growth. For this moment truly marked a significant transformation for her. In the next instant, Ma Hongjun adopted a serious demeanor and deliberately stated, Yes, it was me. So what? Do you think you can be lazy and have a valid excuse? Of course, I can be lazy. What business is it of yours, you fatso? Ning Rongrong shot back. I've already heard that you used to be a worthless person, feigning issues with your martial soul just to attract those unsavory women. What a disgrace. Her words commanded the attention of everyone present, even causing Zhu Zhuqing, who had been walking away, to pause momentarily. After all, the current Ma Hongjun was not the same as before. He had changed, and yet, she could not deny the truth of his past actions. Ma Hongjun's face darkened as he remarked, What? Do you wish to experience that sensation as well? Believe me, I could easily deal with you. Surprisingly. Ning Rongrong responded with a mischievous laugh. Oh, I am so frightened. Come now, show me how you intend to handle me. Chapter 30, The Sleepless Night Indeed. As Ma Hongjun had anticipated, Ning Rongrong's temperament was explosively bold, daring to utter such words. Were it not for the presence of their peers, he would have truly taken action against her. Yet, he merely entertained the thought, feigning anger as he summoned his soul power, which surged forth and propelled Ning Rongrong away in an instant. However, Tang Sen stepped forward, blocking Ning Rongrong with a single stride. He extended his arms, skillfully using the control crane and seize dragon technique to dissipate Ma Hongjun's soul energy. Let us call it a day. We're all classmates after all. In reality, Ma Hongjun had not exerted excessive soul power, allowing Tang San to easily neutralize it, though it did take a toll on him, as he had sustained some injuries during the soul battles, causing his blood to surge. Ning Rongrong had never before encountered such a setback and was taken aback by Ma Hongjun's audacity to strike at her, although she was not physically harmed. The overwhelming pain made her acutely aware of the reality of the situation. With tears streaming down her face, she stared at Ma Hongjun, rendered speechless. This was the plight of a support-type soul master, utterly silenced in the presence of an assault-type soul master. Very well, I shall give Tang San some face, Ma Hongjun declared, turning his attention back to Ning Rongrong. Remember this, while at the academy, you must adhere to its rules. Regardless of status, everyone is treated equally. After delivering this message, Ma Hongjun understood that his role in this drama had concluded, leaving the next act to Tang San. Once Ma Hongjun departed, Lung Xuanger followed suit, and Daimubai trailed behind as well, leaving only Tang San, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar in the vicinity. As Ma Hongjun walked a short distance away, Ning Rongrong wiped her tears and suddenly turned to Tang San, asking, Tang San, what is it? Tang San, struggling against his discomfort, looked at Ning Rongrong. He had not yet fully recovered from his previous encounter with Ma Hongjun, and now he bore new wounds, making his situation particularly arduous. With determination, Ning Rongrong declared, Help me eliminate Ma Hongjun. With your special weapons and a surprise attack, it can surely be accomplished. I shall offer you 10,000 gold soul coins, and you will thereafter be a distinguished guest of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, enjoying its unconditional support. What do you say? Had any other soul master from the continent been present, they would have been astounded by the prospect of becoming a cherished guest of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, replete with immeasurable benefits. Yet, before Ning Rongrong stood Tang San, who approached her slowly and said, Ning Rongrong, not everything in this world can be exchanged for money or power. This is an academy, not your home. We are all classmates. If you continue to maintain an attitude of superiority akin to that of the esteemed young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, I advise you to depart. Ning Rongrong gazed at Tang San with a hint of reluctance, declaring, You are unaware of the might of our sect. You shall undoubtedly regret your decision. And what if I do? Replied Tang San. Xiaowu, let us leave. After his words, Xiaowu supported Tang San as they departed, cognizant of his pressing need for rest. Oscar, would you be willing to assist me? Ning Rongrong expressed her discontent. I'm sorry, but when I first encountered you, Eventually, Oscar too took his leave, leaving Ning Rongrong isolated, her tender heart shedding silent tears at the age of 12. Years later, Ning Rongrong would reminisce about her youth, particularly one fateful night, the most agonizing of her life, that became a pivotal turning point in her existence. However, she would later discover that this was merely a scheme orchestrated by Ma Hongjun to manipulate the others. Not far away, Ma Hongjun questioned, "Is this acceptable? What is wrong with it?" He responded, "Although it diverges from the script I initially proposed, it has achieved the desired outcome. Trust me, from this day forth, Ning Rongrong will undoubtedly undergo a tremendous transformation," Ma Hongjun asserted earnestly. Aside from Oscar, the other 6 members of the Shrek team observed from a distant corner. The scene elicited feelings of compassion among the onlookers, yet they recalled Ning Rongrong's earlier words, pondering the appropriate course of action. "What were you speaking of earlier, Ning Rongrong? Is any of it true?" Cold Frost suddenly inquired of Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, surprised that Long Schwanger would bring this up. "Well, I don't really know about that. What do you think, Dai?" Ma Hongjun suddenly turned to Dai Mubai. "Forget it, I have no intention of going to such places." Dai Mubai replied after glancing at Zhu Xing. "I suppose I'll take my leave then. It's not like I have much choice," Ma Hongjun said, before stepping out with the flame of no trace, vanishing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Continuing this way would only lead to his own embarrassment. They could figure it out themselves. After all, the current Ma Hongjun was nothing like the one from before. "So, you all have indeed harmed girls in the past. But Ma Hongjun doesn't he seem like that kind of person?" Xiaowu remarked. "It's not exactly harming. As I mentioned earlier, we went to the brothel," Dai Mubai replied. "You mean the brothel? Did Ma Hongjun frequent such places?" Tang San naturally understood what that entailed. It was unavoidable. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was not the flame phoenix, but the evil fire phoenix, one of the most ferocious beast martial spirits. If he couldn't control the evil fire within him, it could lead to his demise. "Humph, all men are filthy," Zhu Xing commented. "Our Tang San is as pure as ice, so don't generalize," Xiaowu countered. "All right, your Tang San is good, and we are filthy. Is that satisfactory? However, my taste is certainly far superior to Fatty's," Dai Mubai boasted. Zhu Xuqing suddenly turned to Dai Mubai, saying, "Your taste is better than his? Do you go there often?" Dai Mubai immediately realized he had misspoken and stammered. "Xing, you're only 15. It's quite disgusting," Zhu Xing retorted before walking away. Meanwhile, Lang Shuanger was completely puzzled, asking, "Excuse me, what exactly is a brothel? Does Ma Hongjun still possess the evil fire?" "You should ask Ma Hongjun yourself," Tang San suggested. "Oh, then I shall go find him now," Lang Shuanga said as she headed straight towards Ma Hongjun's dormitory. Xiaowu looked at Tang San and asked, "Brother, does it still hurt? You got injured because of me." "It's fine, just need some rest. I should be all right by tomorrow morning," Tang San replied. "Brother, do you think Ma Hongjun is really that kind of person?" Xiaowu inquired. Tang San pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm not sure. But judging by how he is now, he doesn't seem to be." With Xiaowu's support, he slowly made his way towards the dormitory. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Zhu Xuqing and Dai Mubai began bickering again, while Ning Rongrong was undergoing a transformation, and Oscar was preparing to break through the 30th level. Meanwhile, Long Shuanger, like a curious child, knocked on Ma Hongjun's door. "Ma Hongjun, were you really a chubby child before? Could you enlighten me on the whereabouts of the brothel? Furthermore, have you managed to quell your malevolent fire? How did you extinguish it? Might you recount the process to me?" Cold Frost inquired tirelessly. In a moment of resignation, Ma Hongjun decided to speak candidly. "Oh." It seemed as if the entire Shrek Academy could hear him. "Ma Hongjun, you are a rogue. I shall ignore you henceforth." Chapter 31. Ma Hongjun's sense of crisis. A night had passed. Some remained restless, others indulged in daydreams, while a few enjoyed a deep, untroubled slumber. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun, as was his custom, rose before dawn, donned his pristine gear, and commenced a new day of training. With 2 gold soul coins, he procured half a bolt of fine fabric, which, though it imparted a somewhat burdensome pressure, significantly reduced the harm to his skin. Although he could have foregone this, he was aware that the young ladies would certainly take note. This time, he added an additional 10 kilograms, and Ma Hongjun felt the weight acutely. With this burden atop his original 60 kilograms, he now bore 70 kilograms in total. After donning the gear, his pace and agility were notably diminished. By dawn, after 3 hours, he had accomplished merely a third of the exercise he typically completed in the same span, leaving him breathless and exclaiming his discomfort. Though 10 kilograms may seem trivial, the impact on Ma Hongjun was profoundly evident. In the morning, Ma Hongjun made his way to the Shrek cafeteria. He took 2 steamed buns, a small dish of vegetables, and a bowl of porridge to begin his meal. Shortly after he sat down, he noticed Cold Frost and Zhu Zhuqing entering, their eyes tinged with bloodshot hues. Particularly, Cold Frost appeared as if she had not slept a wink, seemingly preoccupied with the events of the previous night. Upon their arrival, they disregarded Ma Hongjun and proceeded directly to serve themselves a bowl of rice. Soon after, Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived together. Tang San appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting that his injuries were not severe. The atmosphere seemed somewhat awkward, likely due to the previous night's occurrences. After a brief interval, Dai Mubai entered the cafeteria leisurely. With a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, he approached Ma Hongjun and suddenly remarked, "Ma Hongjun, did you not once request that I introduce you to someone? Join me tonight, and I assure you, I shall find you a suitable companion. If that is insufficient, I shall procure 2 for you." It was evident that Dai Mubai intended to provoke Zhu Zhuqing deliberately, yet he was not to include me. Ma Hongjun, in this jest, although my previous self may have warranted such attention, I had not broached the subject in over 3 months since my arrival. Ma Hongjun immediately laughed and said, "Dai, when did I ever utter such words? It was your own desire to go out, wasn't it?" Dai Mubai glanced once more at Zhu Zhuqing, who was still engrossed in her meal, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. He raised his voice slightly and declared, "Well, whether you choose to go or stay in the dormitory is up to you. Regardless, I am heading to Soto City to seek out that pair of twins from last time. Daytime is meant for cultivation. Can you handle the exertion of searching for your twins at night?" Ma Hongjun provocatively remarked. Dai Mubai retorted, somewhat irritably, "I am a white tiger, endowed with the vigor of a tiger. Matters such as this are not for you to concern yourself with." He glanced again at Zhu Zhuqing, who remained unresponsive, her demeanor icy as she focused intently on her bowl of rice porridge. Noticing her indifference, Dai Mubai felt his efforts were in vain and opted to say nothing further. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed, prompting everyone to hastily finish their breakfast and assemble in the academy square. Neither Flinder nor any other teachers had arrived yet, but a beautiful figure was already present on the playground, Ning Rongrong. Her fair face appeared somewhat haggard, her eyes red and her spirit somewhat diminished. Flinder, though not yet present, called out from a distance, "Ma Hongjun, bring out the equipment you crafted yesterday. We may need it shortly." "Hey, where's Oscar? Still sleeping in?" Flinder noted the absence of one person and inquired. Tang San quickly responded, "I saw Oscar practicing when I left this morning. Should I go fetch him?" Flinder replied, "Go ahead." "No need. He is coming," Ma Hongjun interjected as he spotted Oscar approaching at a run. Flinder observed Oscar from afar and asked, "Oscar, are you thinking of going for another lap?" Oscar hastily shook his head and explained, "No, Dean, let me explain. I've made a breakthrough. My soul power has now reached level 30. "What? Level 30? Flinder exclaimed in astonishment, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Although Oscar had innate full soul power, as a food system soul master, he belonged to one of the most challenging martial spirit categories, far more difficult to cultivate than a battle soul master reaching level 30, especially considering Oscar was only 14 years old. "Indeed, I just leveled up this morning," Oscar said with a hint of pride. Flinder's eyes lit up at this news. "Excellent. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the second current student to reach level 30. Congratulations." "Congratulations, Oscar, Soul Master," Ma Hongjun added with a smile. Everyone else also offered their congratulations to Oscar, though Ning Rongrong remained silent, appearing somewhat shy. "Now, let us commence the first item of today's lesson. Except for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, each of you must consume a sausage crafted by Oscar, regardless of the type. Just one will suffice." Flander was not overly concerned about Ma Hongjun, for that lad had consumed dozens, if not hundreds, of them. Tang San, on the other hand, though aware of the unpleasantness, had partaken of one on his first day at Shrek. The pain was simply too great to endure without it. As these words left his mouth, particularly the 4 young ladies grimaced, with Ning Rongrong showing signs of nausea. Oscar smiled faintly, holding a large sausage and a small sausage in his hands, and inquiring, "Who among you will be the first?" "I shall go first," Ning Rongrong declared eagerly, once everyone had finished their sausages. Flander instructed each person to stow away their respective gear. Rather than immediately commencing training, he allowed everyone an hour to prepare. After this hour had elapsed, the entire group set forth towards the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his 3rd spirit ring. On this occasion, Master Zhao Wujie would refrain from intervening to aid Oscar in acquiring his spirit ring. Instead, he would let the 8 of them handle it themselves. only stepping in during moments of peril. Anticipation filled the air as the group ventured forth, with Tang San, who had never been to the Douluo forest, persistently inquiring of Ma Hongjun and Oscar about their experiences. An hour later, Zhao Wujie led the 8 Shrek students out of the academy. However, Ma Hongjun found himself unable to share in the joy of the moment. An unexpected sense of oppression and crisis loomed over him. With more than 2 years remaining until the Senior Soul Master competition, his soul power stood at a mere 25, the lowest among his peers in Shrek. This journey not only promised advancement for Tang San, but also for Xiaowu and Oscar. While he remained stagnant, he was acutely aware that upon their return, the master would arrive, and he understood the subsequent training methods. If he continued to progress at this pace, how much improvement could he hope to achieve? Likely not much more than the original Ma Hongjun, who had been compelled by the master to train alongside others, resulting in only marginal improvements. Did he truly intend to follow this path for another year or two, waiting for Tang San to unveil his celestial grade offerings before experiencing significant growth? No. This could not continue. He must discover a more effective means of cultivation and cease relying on others. He needed to empower himself, as Ma Hongjun murmured. Chapter 32. A millennia in a moment. The Douluo forest lies to the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, in the direction of Soto City, a mere 500 kilometers away. As night fell, the Shrek group had arrived at a small town less than 100 kilometers from the Douluo forest. Their pace was somewhat slower than when Ma Hongjun had traveled alone, despite their brisk jog. The presence of the support-type soul masters Ning Rongrong and Oscar meant they could not push their speed too far. Ning Rongrong refrained from using her soul abilities to enhance the group, relying solely on Oscar's supply of sausages. In consideration of these two, their speed was consequently moderated. Under Zhao Wujie's guidance, they settled into a rather ordinary inn, where they fortuitously encountered the Songhui Academy. Fate seemed to weave their paths closely together. Although Ma Hongjun maintained a low profile, he nonetheless stirred a bit of commotion, which Zhao Wujie ultimately quelled. This experience appeared to foster unity within the Shrek team. However, Ning Rongrong still felt somewhat out of place, as she did not activate her martial soul to assist during battles. On the following morning, as dawn barely broke, Zhao Wujie called everyone to rise with his resounding voice. Ma Hongjun, for once, did not rise at the break of dawn, yet he did not remain idle. Perhaps sensing an impending pressure, he immersed himself in training throughout the night, ultimately allowing his soul power to advance to the 26th level. Following the last absorption of a soul ring, his soul power had already peaked at 25, but it was only last night that he encountered the opportunity for a breakthrough. However, Ma Hongjun did not indulge in self-satisfaction. He was merely restoring his original 26th level of soul power, still lagging behind his peers at Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun, why are you still not out? We have all been waiting for you. Zhao Wujie called out once more. I'm coming. Ma Hongjun hurriedly stepped outside, refraining from announcing his own advancement. In contrast, ascending a mere level after surpassing 20 does not evoke much surprise, unless one reaches level 30. However, as soon as he emerged, he overheard the delightful news regarding Tang San and Xiaowu. Congratulations, Tang San, and you too, Xiaowu. Did you both plan to reach level 30 on the same day? Congratulated Lung Shuanger. Hee, I'm not quite sure. It might just be a coincidence, Xiaowu replied joyfully, as she was also preparing to seek an opportunity to advance to Soul Zone. Alright, this time we aim to acquire 3 soul rings. This truly marks a momentous occasion for our Shrek Academy, with so many little monsters appearing all at once, Zhao Wujin proclaimed loudly, as he often did. The group exited the small town and quickened their pace, for they were quite near the Douluo forest. Within less than an hour, they arrived at the forest's edge, where the dense expanse of the primordial forest was visible from afar. Zhao Wujing gazed at the 8 Shrek students before him and said, "Listen carefully. Some of you may have never set foot in this place before. I must caution you that the Douluo forest is not akin to the enclosed habitats of domesticated soul beasts. The soul beasts here are exceedingly perilous, and you may face attacks from 1,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beasts at any moment. Therefore, once we enter, none of you may stray more than 20 meters from me. Especially you two, Oscar and Ningrongrong. You are to heed my commands without taking it upon yourselves to engage the soul beasts. Is that understood?" "Understood," came the unified response. Oscar, displaying his maturity, swiftly utilized his first and second soul skills to produce a generous supply of recovery sausages and detoxification sausages, distributing 1 to each member. Having accomplished this, Dai Mubai took the lead, activating his martial soul and forging a path for the group. They moved swiftly, guided by Tang San, a disciple trained by the master, who possessed extensive knowledge of soul beasts, allowing them to avoid numerous encounters without conflict. Ma Hongjun also noticed that upon entering the Stardow forest, Xiaowu appeared to be burdened with worries. As the group continued their journey, after approximately an hour, Zhao Wuji suddenly exclaimed, "Something is approaching. Everyone, be cautious." Ma Hongjun sprang into action, swiftly ascending to the branch of a towering tree. His vision was enhanced twofold, allowing him to spot the distant phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with ease. "What is it, Ma Hongjun?" Zhao Wuan inquired. "It appears to be the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, measuring between 6 to 8 meters in length, and its cultivation level should be around 1,500 years, Ma Hongjun replied. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately conveyed his analysis to Oscar, concluding that the soul ring of this spirit beast would be exceptionally suitable for him. "Here it comes. Everyone be cautious," Ma Hongjun warned. As he spoke, he unleashed his martial soul, and at that very moment, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake arrived. Suddenly, it sensed an overwhelming force of suppression, causing it to stagger and nearly lose its footing. The phoenix martial soul exerted a natural dominance over the snake. However, in the next instant, the creature regained its composure and charged directly at Ma Hongjun. Noble 7 treasures. Second, speed. Ning Rongrong activated her second soul skill, bestowing upon Ma Hongjun a newfound lightness. With the technique Flames Without Trace, he leapt through the air, leaving behind trails of fire, and positioned himself above the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. He then unleashed his second soul skill, Phoenix in the Fire, sending forth a wave of intense energy. Realizing the imminent danger, the snake attempted to flee. Tang San and Dai Mubai rushed forward, activating their respective soul rings, but none could match Ma Hongjun's speed. As soon as his second soul skill was initiated, his first soul skill was already primed. A line of phoenix fire erupted from his hand. His first soul skill was already thrice as powerful as before. And with the enhancement from his second soul skill, its potency was further amplified. With a resounding explosion, the phoenix fire line pierced through the body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, detonating upon impact. A segment of the snake's body was obliterated, narrowly avoiding its vital points, or else it would have met its demise in that instant. Ma Hongjun hastily exclaimed, "Tang San, restrain it." Tang San swiftly activated his first soul skill, ensnaring the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake with remarkable speed. At this moment, the serpent had already endured a devastating blow from Ma Hongjun, leaving it gravely weakened and devoid of any chance of escape. Nevertheless, Tang San tightened his grip to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. Everyone present observed Ma Hongjun's series of actions. His speed, augmented by Ning Rongrong's support, combined with the martial prowess of Li Hu Whn, was nothing short of electrifying. Furthermore, the synergy between Ma Hongjun's second soul skill and his first exhibited extraordinary strength. Zhao Wujie directly praised, "Young man, it appears your efforts during this time have not been in vain. The combination of your 2 soul skills surpasses even the 4th soul skill of an average soul master." Ma Hongjun smiled and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Zhao." It was unexpected that Ma Hongjun, merely a soul master of over 20 levels, could effortlessly vanquish a soul beast that had lived for over a millennium. Even Dai Mubai, at level 37, would find such a feat unattainable. Must we really hunt the soul beast? Xiao Wu suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with reluctance. Tang San quickly stepped in to elucidate some reasoning to Xiao Wu. Yet, she remained somewhat disheartened, her head bowed and her complexion pale. Nevertheless, the attention of the group was fixated on the soul beast, leaving her feelings unnoticed. At that moment, Oscar had already drawn a dagger, poised to end the life of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. "Stop!" A hoarse voice suddenly resonated. In the next instant, 2 figures appeared near the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, one old and one young. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun patted his head, realizing with a start that he had forgotten about the serpent matron and Meng Iran. Chapter 33. Ma Hongjun's speculation, is it not rather abrupt for them to arrive so swiftly? Observing their attire, it indeed seemed plausible that they were pursuing the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. The elderly woman before him tightly gripped a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, her 6 spirit rings shimmering with energy. Her physique remained unchanged, and the manifestation of her spirit rings signified that she had released her martial spirit, which took the form of the staff in her hand. Beside her stood a striking young lady, around 16 or 17 years of age, with a bobbed haircut and clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated her well-developed figure. Her large, Deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the phoenix-tailed rooster snake, which was ensnared under Tang San's control. She too wielded a serpent-headed staff, albeit shorter than that of the serpent matron, and her spirit rings comprised 2-century-old ones. The serpent matron glanced around, noting that most of the crowd consisted of adolescents aged 12 or 13, with the eldest among them, Zhao Wujing, not particularly advanced in age either. She promptly took a couple of steps forward, her spirit rings continuously illuminating her status as a formidable spirit emperor. Due to Ma Hongjun's decisive defeat of the phoenix-tailed rooster snake, Zhao Wujing had not yet released his martial spirit or revealed his spirit rings. Zhao Wujing hurried to the forefront, addressing the serpent matron. Is there something you require? This phoenix-tailed rooster snake is our quarry. Might you allow my granddaughter to have it? The serpent matron inquired directly. Zhao Wujing scrutinized the serpent-headed staff in her grasp and replied, "Why should we relinquish it to you?" Upon finishing his words, he unleashed his martial spirit, causing his 7 spirit rings to illuminate. 3 profound black 10,000-year rings, each a testament to his might. In the realm of spirit masters, the strength of one's fist dictated the weight of one's words. Thus, the serpent matron, bolstered by her status as a spirit emperor, attempted to exert pressure for the relinquishment of the spirit beast. Upon witnessing Zhao Wujing's spirit rings, the serpent matron's expression softened. "Greetings, esteemed spirit sage. We were the first to discover this snake and initiated the hunt. Otherwise, how could we have followed it here?" Seeing an attempt to seize their spirit beast, Oscar could not help but interject, "How can you prove that you hunted it first?" The serpent matron smiled gently and replied, "Young man, do not be hasty. Observe the 2 wounds on its abdomen. They were inflicted by my peculiar staff, as well as those beneath its wings." In the next moment, all eyes were fixed on the ailing phoenix-tailed rooster snake. "How could this be?" The serpent matron exclaimed in shock. "My apologies. I may have exerted a bit too much force, rendering it in such a state," Ma Hongjun remarked. Having employed his first spirit skill under the influence of his second spirit skill, resulting in immense power, Zhao Wujing inquired, "Might I ask the esteemed name of this venerable elder?" The elderly woman sighed. "I dare not claim such honor. I am known as Chao Tianxiang, and among my peers in the spirit master community, they affectionately refer to me as the serpent matron. My husband, Meng Shu, is known as the Dragon Duke. This journey to the Starry Forest is to seek a suitable 3rd soul ring for my 30-level granddaughter. Are you unaware of the esteemed name of this soul sage? I am Zhao Wujie." Zhao Wujie is also cognizant of his opponent's background. A solitary figure may be manageable, yet should the Dragon King arrive, he would surely be outmatched. "So it is the immovable king. I beg your pardon." The snake lady, Chao Tianxiang, protested. Zhao Wujie and the snake lady engaged in a dispute, each unwilling to relinquish the soul beast. Ma Hongjun glanced at Oscar, who immediately nodded in affirmation. With a decisive snap, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake convulsed, and a purple soul ring illuminated. "You? Why do you take action?" The snake lady, Chao Tianxiang, exclaimed in fury. Oscar replied, "This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has sustained grave injuries. If we do not strike now, the soul ring will be lost. To acquire the soul ring, the final blow must be delivered by the soul master absorbing it." Thus, Oscar's act of slaying the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake rendered any claim they might have moot. "Very well, immovable king, remember this." The snake lady retorted with irritation. Aware of Zhao Wujie's formidable reputation, she recognized that provoking him might lead to dire consequences, prompting her to depart with Meng Yiran. However, Meng Yiran lingered, casting a wistful glance at the purple soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake before reluctantly leaving. "Thank you, Ma Hongjun. Here, have a sausage to restore your strength." Oscar crafted a restorative sausage. Ma Hongjun, displaying no reservations, promptly indulged in the meal. Now that everyone has departed, hasten to absorb the soul ring. Remember, in the absence of my command, do not act impulsively, Zhao Wujun instructed. The group encircled Oscar, and after the passage of half an hour, he successfully assimilated the soul ring. The others congratulated Oscar on this achievement. Upon acquiring his 3rd soul ring, Oscar appeared significantly revitalized, particularly his enchanting peach blossom eyes, which sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the energy emitted by a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Subsequently, Oscar unveiled his 3rd soul skill. As for that soul incantation, he maintained his whimsical declaration, "I possess a mushroom sausage." The ability allowed him to fly for 1 minute, proving invaluable for soul masters who lack the capability of flight. However, For someone like Ma Hongjun, who could soar with the aid of his martial spirit, it held little practical merit. Nevertheless, its merits were not to be dismissed entirely, as Oscar's flying mushroom sausage matched the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Due to the necessity of finding a soul ring for Tang San, Zhao Wujuan decisively led the group in a different direction, wary of the potential arrival of Long Gong and Long Shipe. If the two were to join forces, even Zhao Wujuan would find himself at a disadvantage. For the next 3 days, the group pressed onward through the forest, yet they encountered no suitable soul beasts. Ma Hongjun was also contemplating his cultivation path, pondering how he might expedite the mastery of his flame scripture. This scripture was bestowed upon him through the mysterious mark of the divine spear, which resided upon his chest. Despite the passage of time and his diligent observations, the mark had yet to manifest. Unbeknownst to them, the group traversed a location well known to Ma Hongjun. It was the very site where he had previously acquired his soul rings. Suddenly, a realization struck him, as he recalled something he had inadvertently overlooked upon reaching this familiar place. Ma Hongjun truly wished to give himself a slap for forgetting such a crucial matter. From the moment he absorbed his first soul ring to the second, he encountered a similar situation on both occasions, as his sole focus was on the ambitious act of absorbing a soul ring beyond his level. At the very instant of absorbing the soul ring, the divine spear mark also yearned to absorb energy. However, during those moments, Ma Hongjun was oblivious to these considerations and proceeded directly with the absorption. He recalled that the divine spear mark seemed to possess an insatiable thirst for fire attribute energy, likely due to his own fervent desire for the soul ring. It refrained from siphoning energy during his absorption process. Yet, when he was absorbing the second soul ring, the excess fire attribute energy placed him in peril, prompting the divine spear mark to actively emerge and assist him by absorbing energy to help him navigate through the crisis. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, "I am truly sorry, divine spear, for only now do I comprehend your needs." At that moment, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest, as if the divine spear had sensed his thoughts and was responding to him. A surge of joy welled up in Ma Hongjun's heart as he realized that they were less than 500 meters away from the volcano. He quickly spoke up. "Teacher Zhao, shall we take a brief respite? I need to relieve myself." With the reminder of the mark of the divine spear, he resolved to sneak over and give it a try. After all, the fire-scaled beast clan had not existed for over a millennium, and a century-old soul beast would pose little challenge for him. Chapter 34. He is unworthy. Ma Hongjun's request was met with understanding rather than ridicule from the others. After spending several days in the Stardow forest, it is only natural for anyone to feel this way. Zhao Wujia chuckled and said, "Let us pause for a moment. Do hurry, but do not wander too far. It's better to maintain some distance. I fear I may offend your senses," Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. And with the manifestation of his martial soul, he swiftly dashed away. Given Ma Hongjun's formidable flying abilities, he could easily vanquish the powerful thousand-year spirit beast, the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. Thus the group felt no concern for his safety and sought a suitable spot to rest. Leaving the team, Ma Hongjun surged forward at full speed, soon arriving at the periphery of the fire-scaled beast valley. It had been several days since they had departed from Shrek Academy, during which Ma Hongjun constantly contemplated the path of his future cultivation. Being well-versed in the narrative, he understood the rewards he would receive within the team. However, he also recognized that remaining within the group would limit his potential achievements. With the current trajectory of growth, his teammates would rapidly become powerful. As Tang San gradually acquired external spirit bones, refined his body through the fusion of ice and fire, and absorbed 10,000-year spirit rings to augment his strength, Ma Hongjun feared being left behind, still relying on his old methods. With Tang San now wielding the Haotian hammer, Ma Hongjun questioned whether he could even rival him. It is not that he intended to constantly compare himself to Tang San. Rather, in relative terms, Tang San's prowess served as a benchmark, epitomizing the pinnacle of their generation in the Douluo continent. Yet, Ma Hongjun's ambition was to surpass this pinnacle, not to be surpassed, and then left to catch up. The foremost concern was his spirit power level, which stood at a mere 26. His greatest asset lay in the divine spear mark upon his chest. Without it, the current Ma Hongjun would not exist. The divine spear mark required energy of the fire attribute, so he resolved to seek out ample fire attribute energy to nourish it. Upon arriving at the valley, Ma Hongjun beheld 2-century-old fire-scaled beasts lingering at the entrance. These creatures were of similar size, each boasting an age between 300 and 400 years. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Hongjun's figure flickered as his hands swiftly transformed into a fiery crimson hue. With two resounding impacts, the fire-scaled beasts were rendered unconscious on the ground before they could even react. Ma Hongjun channeled his soul power, exerting great effort to drag the creature into a nearby thicket. After all, the location of the volcano valley lacked the presence of divine trees, rendering it a rather unique area within the Douluo forest. Once he ensured that no other soul beasts were nearby, Ma Hongjun struck down once more, swiftly ending the life of a fire-scale beast, as a radiant yellow soul ring emerged above the creature's lifeless form. Ma Hongjun swiftly harnessed the soul ring, assimilating it into his body as if absorbing it. This was indeed a perilous endeavor, for a soul master typically only undertakes such an act upon reaching the capability to absorb a soul ring. Historical accounts have documented instances where individuals attempted to absorb a soul ring before attaining full mastery. For example, attempting to do so at the 29th level resulted not only in failure, but also in the soul ring's energy being unleashed throughout their body, culminating in a catastrophic explosion that led to their demise. Ma Hongjun had also come to comprehend the capabilities of the divine gun mark, as well as the fact that the age of this soul ring was not particularly high, being under 400 years. Even if the energy were to explode, given his current physical condition, he would sustain only minor injuries and would undoubtedly endure. Upon the entry of this century-old soul ring into his body, the divine gun mark indeed reacted. It seemed to perceive the soul ring as sustenance, and thus, it was swiftly absorbed. Astonishingly, the energy from a soul ring over 300 years old was completely assimilated within less than 10 breaths, a speed that was truly astonishing. However, the energy still coursed through his body. Had his physique not been sufficiently robust, such rapid absorption could have resulted in self-harm. It was as if the divine gun mark was aware of its own limits, managing the process with perfect precision, leaving only the sensation of searing heat in the wake of the hastening energy. Ma Hongjun swiftly examined the area over his chest and discovered that the mark of the divine spear had re-emerged after absorbing energy, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. It was evident that the energy from the fire-scale beast, accumulated over the past 3 centuries, was insufficient to satisfy its insatiable appetite. If one was inadequate, then perhaps 2 would suffice. After vanquishing another fire-scale beast, Ma Hongjun employed the same method once more, allowing the soul ring to re-enter his body, while the mark of the divine spear absorbed the energy anew. How much fire attribute energy must one consume? Ma Hongjun pondered. At that moment, an exceptionally pure energy emanated from the mark of the divine spear. What could this mean? A familiar essence had manifested within him, reminiscent of the sensation experienced during the absorption of the soul ring, capable of directly augmenting his soul power. A flicker of joy surged within Ma Hongjun as he leapt onto the bough of a great tree. Although absorbing such potent energy alone in this place was somewhat perilous, he found himself unable to resist the allure any longer. Channeling the essence of the fire scriptures, he swiftly absorbed the energy transmitted by the divine spear mark. The speed of absorption astonished even him. The energy emanating from the divine spear mark was remarkably pure, akin to that acquired through rigorous cultivation of the fire scriptures. In less than a minute, he had completely assimilated the fire attribute energy, transforming it into his own inner strength or soul power. This was no trivial amount. It likely equated to a substantial 20% of the energy from these 2 soul beasts, which together boasted a lifespan of over 700 years. It was almost comparable to the energy contained within a soul ring of approximately 150 years. However, this energy alone was insufficient to elevate him to the 27th level, yet Ma Hongjun glimpsed a flicker of hope. Splendid! I knew it. I am destined to be the protagonist. I can only blame my own folly for not delving into the techniques imparted by the divine spear mark, which cost me over 3 months of precious time. Had I realized this sooner, I would undoubtedly have already advanced to the rank of Soul Sovereign. Ma Hongjun cast one last glance at the fire attribute soul beast lying on the ground, murmuring softly, I apologize, but I shall return to repay you one day in the future, once I ascend to divinity on the Douluo continent. This sentiment reflected his understanding that the divine spear mark had bestowed upon him 20% of its pure fire attribute energy, while the remaining 80% was absorbed by the mark itself. In comparison, the energy required by the divine spear mark far exceeded his own needs. Resolutely, he thought, O divine spear, I shall procure sufficient fire attribute energy for you, transforming you from mere insignia into a genuine divine spear. As Ma Hongjun finished speaking, A wave of warmth surged within his chest, this time more intense than before, exceeding double the previous heat. I understand now. The more fervently you express yourself, the happier you become, correct? Ma Hongjun remarked with a smile. Although the gun mark could not articulate, its warmth conveyed its sentiments. Suddenly, an idea struck Ma Hongjun's mind. This was the Zhurong divine spear brought from my past life, the true weapon of the primordial fire god Zhurong. How could I merely inherit the title of fire god? That would be a disgrace. I should aspire to become the fire god myself. As for the fire god of the Douluo world, he is unworthy. In the Douluo divine realm, within the fire god's temple, a yawn escaped. Is it that incantation again? Chapter 35. My apologies. Please call me Hongjun brother, having discovered the remarkable utility of the gun mark. Ma Hongjun returned to the team with a heart full of joy. Perhaps due to the slight delay, upon his return, Dai Mubai jestingly remarked, "You took quite a while. Surely, you aren't suffering from constipation?" At Dai Mubai's words, laughter erupted among the group. After Ma Hongjun rested for a while, they resumed their quest for soul rings. Tang San, however, was not as fortunate as Oscar. He had searched for days without finding a suitable soul ring. If there was a champion in the quest for soul rings, it was undoubtedly Ma Hongjun, who had ventured into the territories of fire attribute soul beast twice, finding suitable candidates almost immediately upon arrival. This gave Ma Hongjun a false impression that soul beasts were easy to find. However, after several days, he truly realized that locating the right soul beast was far from simple. Among the soul beasts they encountered, not a single one was of the fire attribute. Had he not known that two types of fire attribute soul beasts resided near the volcano, Ma Hongjun would have had no inkling of how long his search would last. Though they had not found any soul beasts, their journey through the Douluo forest allowed the 8 members of Shrek Academy to continuously refine their teamwork amidst challenges, fostering mutual trust and understanding. With Zhao Wujia's guidance, although their soul power did not exhibit significant changes, their practical experience and overall strength were subtly enhancing. Before long, another day was drawing to a close. As night fell, it was time to rest. The 4 boys took charge of cleaning and setting up temporary tents, while the 4 female students prepared some food. The night appeared deceptively tranquil. How about you, Tang San? Are you feeling anxious? Ma Hongjun inquired with a smile. Tang San shook his head and replied, "Not really. The search for soul rings is ultimately a matter of luck. There's no point in rushing." Beside them, Zhao Wujia sighed. The Douluo forest has grown desolate. 20 to 30 years ago, soul beasts of 1,000-year level were abundant here. I wonder if they have retreated deeper into the forest or if there is another reason. Regardless of the cause, it is we who perceive it as such. While soul beasts are indeed fierce, we humans possess greater prowess. After all, we require their soul rings for our cultivation, Tang San stated. Ma Hongjun chuckled. This is simply the way of nature. We all exist within its food chain. What is the food chain? Tang San inquired, gazing at Ma Hongjun in confusion. Zhao Wujia's expression mirrored his own, as he too had never encountered this term and was oblivious to its meaning. The concept of a food chain is indeed something that belongs to a different world, so they were entirely unaware. How to explain the food chain? For instance, plants extract nutrients from the soil, and herbivorous soul beasts consume these plants. In turn, these soul beasts become prey for carnivorous soul beasts, while the entire category of soul beasts is hunted by humans seeking soul rings. Powerful soul masters slay these soul beasts. Yet even the mightiest soul masters cannot escape the cycle of life, aging, sickness, and ultimately returning to the earth as nutrients. Is this not a cycle that exemplifies the food chain? Every creature's existence serves a purpose, so we should not obsess over the numbers of soul beasts. It is not within our control unless one aspires to attain a divine status in the future, Ma Hongjun expounded. God? Does such a being exist in this world? Zhao Wujia questioned. Brother Ma Hongjun, your explanation of the food chain is remarkably insightful, even surpassing some of our teachers' theories, Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Ma Hongjun smiled, recalling the knowledge he had acquired during his 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life. How could they possibly compare? Oh, it's merely some of my immature thoughts, he humbly remarked. A master? Heh, one might say I am quite competent here on the Douluo continent. At that moment, as everyone gathered, Dai Mubai suddenly suggested, since we are all at Shrek, why don't we arrange ourselves in order of age? What a splendid idea. Oscar chimed in. I am 15, and Oscar is 14. We should occupy the first and second positions. How about the rest of you? Dai Mubai inquired. Ma Hongjun smiled subtly and said, I am 12 years and 8 months old. You may call me Jun Go. Hongjun Go will suffice, but what about you? Oscar and Dai Mubai were momentarily taken aback, clearly aware that Ma Hongjun had intentionally exaggerated his age by 2 months. However, they chose not to expose him, for Ma Hongjun's prowess was already widely acknowledged. Tang-san, with a hint of resignation, replied, I am 12 years and 7 months old. This was a deliberate act on Ma Hongjun's part, as he was well aware that Tang-san was actually only 12 years and 6 months. Subsequently, everyone shared their ages, resulting in the following order: Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tang-san, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Leng Shuanger, and Zhu Shiqing. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Shiqing was the youngest. Ma Hongjun inadvertently cast another glance at Zhu Shiqing, marveling at her remarkable development. If she were to wait a few more years, how astonishing would that be? Ma Hongjun, what are you gazing at? Dai Mubai inquired. Seemingly perturbed, Ma Hongjun turned around and remarked, Oh, I am ranked 3rd, so does that mean I am no longer called Sangu? Otherwise, I might think you're addressing Tang-san. Xiaowu promptly replied, I have no desire to call you Sangu. Siga feels far too unfamiliar. Come now. If you call me Hongjun, I shall relinquish the title of Sangu to Tang-san. Ma Hongjun asserted that he had now proven himself through his strength and diligence. No longer the fatty as depicted in the original novel, where he seldom received respect from the other members of Shrek Academy. However, things had changed. Humph. For the sake of my brotherly status, very well, Hongjun, Xiaowu conceded. The others joined in, calling out, Hongjun. And what about me? Oscar chimed in, eager for a title. Xiaowu laughed. You shall remain Xiao Ao. Yes, Xiao Ao, echoed Oscar with a disgruntled expression, saying, Why is it that when it comes to me, I am simply Xiao Ao? Before Oscar could finish his sentence, Zhao Wujin suddenly boomed, Everyone, come here and stand behind me. Teacher Zhao, what is the matter? Dai Mubai inquired. Perplexed, Ma Hongjun urged hastily, Hurry, listen to Teacher Zhao. With that, he swiftly stepped behind Zhao Wujie. Apart from Ma Hongjun, none could fathom the cause of Zhao Wujie's unusual anxiety, a man typically composed of his own formidable strength. At that moment, they were suddenly struck by a bizarre scene. In the direction Zhao Wujie was indicating, 2 towering trees parted, and a colossal figure emerged silently from the depths of the forest. Upon seeing this behemoth, everyone seemed to hold their breath, finally understanding Zhao Wujie's apprehension. This was the Titan Great Ape. While Ma Hongjun knew that this Titan Great Ape posed no threat to them, he, along with the others, feigned fear. However, he also noticed that Xiao Wu was mimicking their expressions, appearing genuinely terrified, leading one to believe she was truly frightened. It turned out that Xiao Wu was quite the actress. Chapter 36. The Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape was an awe-inspiring sight, resembling a small mountain, its ebony fur shimmering faintly under the moonlight. Even on all fours, it towered over 7 meters in height. If it were to stand upright, it would likely exceed 15 meters. Viewed from a distance, it resembled a gargantuan gorilla, its muscular physique so robust it appeared chiseled from stone. This enormous creature could traverse the dense Douluo forest in utter silence, not even a whisper of breath escaping it. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, Ma Hongjun declared. An undisputed ruler of the woods, a century-old Titan Great Ape could easily contend with soul beast of millennial age. Ma Hongjun understood that the Titan giant ape before him was not merely a soul beast of a century or a millennium, but a genuine soul beast of 100,000 years. Even the esteemed title Douluo at levels 95 or 96, such as Ju Douluo, would be powerless against such a formidable soul beast. Zhao Wujie, suppressing the fear within his heart, was acutely aware that there were 8 children present. As their teacher, it was his solemn duty to stand at the forefront. It is worth noting that Zhao Wujie was once a notorious figure himself. Yet now he was willing to risk everything for the sake of the 8 Shrek students. This exemplifies Zhao Wujie's noble character. Respected king of the forest, we harbor no intentions of offense. If this is your territory, we are prepared to depart immediately and will not disturb you. Zhao Wujie spoke, feigning calmness. However, the Titan giant ape paid no heed to Zhao Wujie's words. It merely took a small step forward. Yet, this seemingly insignificant step was enough to instill terror. Though it was but a minor movement, its towering form loomed ominously before the Shrek students. Through gritted teeth, Zhao Wujie declared, I will hold it off. You must immediately consume Oscar's mushroom sausage and flee. I fear I cannot withstand for long. You must be swift. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Wujie took a deep breath, and his 7 spirit rings ignited, charging towards the Titan giant ape. Simultaneously, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th spirit rings shimmered, as Zhao Wujie unleashed 4 spirit abilities in one go. With the spirit of the mighty diamond bear manifesting, he centered his gravity control towards the Titan giant ape, while firmly thrusting his palm forward. Ma Hongjun recognized that the impending danger was minimal and was eager to test the formidable strength of the Titan giant ape, for it epitomized the pinnacle of power in this world. It was a rare opportunity for a peril-free experience. He immediately summoned his martial spirit and ascended into the air, declaring, "Dai, Tang-san, lead everyone away. I shall assist Teacher Zhao. I shall not leave either. I will join in aiding Teacher Zhao," Dai Mubai replied, also manifesting his martial spirit and simultaneously activating his third soul skill, the White Tiger's diamond transformation, which rendered his physique robust and muscular, his clothes straining against his form. Black stripes adorned his skin, resembling the patterns of a tiger's hide. "Go on. I too wish to assist them," Ning Rongrong decisively proclaimed, activating the 7 treasure-glazed pagoda. The famed treasures of the 7 were strength and speed. These 2 soul skills were simultaneously conferred upon Zhao Wujin, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, enhancing their power and velocity by 30%. "Very well, if we are to depart, we shall do so together. If we are to remain, we shall stay united," Tang-san stated as he summoned his blue-silver grass. Remarkably, the illustrious Shrek actress, Xiao Wu, also activated her martial spirit and joined forces with Zhu Xing to engage in the fray. At the moment when Ma Hongjun soared into the air, he simultaneously unleashed his first and second soul skills, releasing a formidable line of phoenix fire. Zhao Wujia's powerful palms, augmented by an astounding 130% strength, struck heavily upon the crown of the Titan giant ape. In that very instant, as Zhao Wujia's hands made contact with the Titan giant ape, his entire body was propelled backward as if shot from a cannon. The Titan giant ape appeared to be incensed. Ma Hongjun activated his Eye of the Phoenix and the Fire God's Eye, clearly perceiving the ominous black aura emanating from the Titan giant ape's body. To his astonishment, Zhu Shiqing was still charging forward. What would happen if she were struck? "Everyone, retreat," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, swiftly seizing Zhu Shiqing, who was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just as his first soul skill activated, Ma Hongjun, with remarkable speed, grasped her. Tang-san's purple extremity magic eye also detected the dark aura. In that explosive moment, he immediately employed his blue-silver grass to rescue Xiao Wu. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang-san moved with extraordinary swiftness, one utilizing the fire of no trace, the other employing the ghost shadow misty steps. Ma Hong swiftly grasped Zhu Xing with his left hand, positioning her protectively in front of him, while his right hand reached out to seize the nearby Lang Shuanger. With each woman secured on either side, he shielded them from the oncoming black tempest unleashed by the Titan Great Ape. Having executed these 2 maneuvers, it could be said that Ma Hongjun had pushed his speed to its utmost limit, yet it was still insufficient. With a thunderous roar, the trio was violently propelled backward, and Dai Mubai immediately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Ma Hongjun found himself in a predicament, having placed both Lang Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing before him, absorbing all the assaults directed at them. Instantly, he felt as though a heavy object had struck his back, causing him excruciating pain, and blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. Almost simultaneously, every member of Shrek was knocked to the ground. Tang-san utilized his blue-silver grass to swiftly guide Xiao Wu to safety, resulting in her sustaining the least injury. Oscar, positioned closest to Ning Rongrong, reacted with remarkable speed, managing to shield her in his embrace. As for Dai Mubai, he initially intended to use his tiger claw to reach Zhu Xing, but Ma Hongjun's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he had enveloped her in his grasp, causing an uncomfortable sensation to surge within him. Although Zhu Zhuqing was an agile attack-type soul master, her velocity paled in comparison to the blazing speed of Ma Hongjun. When pulled into his embrace, her instinct was to resist. However, just as she prepared to struggle, Ma Hongjun exerted his strength, leaving her utterly powerless to fight back. A flush of embarrassment colored her cheeks as she comprehended her predicament. With a thunderous roar, the Titan Great Ape raised its forelimb and lunged forward. Tang-san's voice tore through the air in desperation. "No, let Xiao Wu go." In a frenzy, he attacked the Titan Great Ape, while Zhao Wujin unleashed his martial soul as true form, determined to engage the colossal creature in a life-and-death battle. Yet, their assaults proved futile, leaving them helpless as they watched the Titan Great Ape whisk Xiao Wu away. Once the Titan Great Ape had departed, the group finally exhaled in relief. Though Xiao Wu had already been captured, Dai Mubai paid no mind to the situation, rising swiftly from the pit he had created. Upon seeing Zhu Xing tightly held within Ma Hongjun's embrace, fury ignited within him. In an instant, his martial soul manifested once more, and he glared at Ma Hongjun, exclaiming, Ma Hongjun, you glutton, release Xu Qing. Despite the fact that it was Ma Hongjun who had ultimately protected Zhu Qing in Dai Mubai's eyes. No one but himself should have the privilege to touch her, especially in such an intimate manner. Ma Hongjun promptly rose, releasing Zhu Qing and Lung Shuang'er from his grasp. I apologize, he said. I acted out of desperation. Blood dripped from his lips, a testament to the tremendous force he had just endured. Zhu Qing and Lung Shuang'er, feeling the vibrations of the impact, noted that they had been spared from harm, as they had been in close proximity to him. Zhu Qing, somewhat irate, interjected, Dai Mubai. What are you saying? Ma Hongjun was saving us. Ignoring Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun turned to the despondent Tang San and inquired, where is Xiaowu? Zhao Wujin's expression darkened as he replied, how could the Titan giant ape possibly appear at the outskirts of the Stardow forest? I regret that I could not prevent it from taking Xiaowu. Tang San, please accept my condolences. Chapter 37, The Transformation of Ma Hongjun with Xiaowu captured. Even Zhao Wujin's soul power, formidable as it might be, proved inadequate against the Titan giant ape. With a heavy sigh, he suggested, everyone, let us regroup and consider our next course of action. Yet, how could Tang San abandon the search for Xiaowu? As soon as Zhao Wujin finished speaking, Tang San sought out Oscar for a recovery sausage, his eyes bloodshot with anguish. Oscar, without further ado, utilized his third soul skill to conjure a flying mushroom sausage. As Oscar activated his soul skill, everyone instinctively turned to observe. Tang San immediately consumed the flying mushroom sausage, resolutely declaring, I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao. I must go find Xiaowu. Ning Rongrong swiftly employed her soul skill to enhance Tang San's speed. Despite her typically gentle demeanor, she was unyielding in moments of crisis. After consuming the flying mushroom sausage, Tang San exchanged a brief glance with Ning Rongrong before swiftly propelling himself towards the direction where the Titan giant ape had vanished. Oscar sighed, you all witnessed it. If I hadn't provided him with the flying mushroom sausage, he would have charged off regardless. Blame me for this. Zhao Wujin, slightly irritated, retorted, what are you blaming yourself for? Hurry and produce more mushroom sausages. If we are to pursue, we shall do so together. If death awaits us, let it be together. Anyone unwilling to join should leave the Stardow forest at once. Upon hearing this, Oscar began to create more flying mushroom sausages. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai approached Zhu Qing, gently placing a hand on her shoulder and asking softly, Zhu Qing, are you all right? You aren't injured, are you? Zhu Qing brushed aside his hand and replied coolly, thank you, their brother. No, it is thanks to Brother Hongjun that I remain unscathed. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was taking a third shot, occasionally misfiring in the process. Zhu Qing glanced at him, who was wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. She recalled how Dai Mubai had just risen and had audaciously referred to Ma Hongjun as that dead fatty, demanding him to release Xu Qing. She was aware of Ma Hongjun's past, yet he had transformed, and no one referred to him as a fatty anymore. Hearing such a remark from Dai Mubai felt utterly demeaning. It was a sign of his irrationality. Even if there was a misunderstanding, others were risking their own safety to shield him from harm. It seemed Dai Mubai understood Zhu Qing's sentiments, perhaps recognizing his own folly. He approached Ma Hongjun and said, I apologize. I spoke those words in a moment of desperation. Ma Hongjun was taken aback to discover that Dai Mubai genuinely cared for Zhu Qing. Yet, if he held such affection, why did he choose to evade her? Why allow others to seek him out? In truth, despite projecting an image of unwavering strength to the outside world, Dai Mubai was fundamentally a timid individual. Why? Simply because he distanced himself from the Stardow Empire, retreating to enjoy life in the indulgent realms of Shrek and Soto City, leaving Zhu Qing to endure her pain and suffering alone. It could be said that her cold demeanor was forged in the crucible of a harsh survival environment. In terms of character, Dai Mubai could not even begin to compare with Zhu Qing, and upon closer examination, one might feel a twinge of pity for her. With a slight smile, Dai Mubai offered an apology to Ma Hongjun. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, having already apologized, and as they belonged to the same academy. Ma Hongjun responded, it's nothing. This is what I ought to do. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai felt the apology had been accepted and swiftly turned his gaze towards Zhu Qing. However, the image of Ma Hongjun embracing Zhu Qing lingered in his mind, particularly the placement of that hand. At the same time, Zhu Qing too was lost in thought, recalling how Ma Hongjun had held her, his hand resting on her chest. She found it difficult to contest this. Firstly, she could not match his strength, and secondly, the situation had been urgent, leaving her with little choice. Moreover, given that Ma Hongjun had also been injured, she felt it inappropriate to pursue the matter further. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing paid little heed to Dai Mubai's apology towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the position of his hands moments ago. It was indeed an accidental misplacement, yet he refrained from offering an explanation. As such clarifications often exacerbate misunderstandings, it appeared that this incident had further widened the rift between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Once Oscar completed the sausage, he found his spirit power waning. With a sigh of relief, he exclaimed, "At last, it is finished." The group eagerly consumed the flying mushroom sausage and, under Ning Rongrong's second enhancement, swiftly pursued the direction in which Tang San had departed. Approximately a minute later, they had flown about 3,000 meters, at which point the effects of the flying mushroom sausage began to fade. 3,000 meters away from Ma Hongjun and the others, the humanoid demon spider lay lifeless, a purple soul ring coalescing above its corpse. Tang San stood beside the fallen creature, while 3 others faced him, 2 of whom were the previously encountered snake lady Xiangxiang and her granddaughter Meng Iran. The third was an elderly man wielding a dragon-headed cane, his 8 soul rings manifesting in a striking display. Zhao Wujie had sustained injuries in his earlier confrontation with the Titan giant ape and had already activated his martial soul's true form, leaving him only capable of exerting half of his optimal strength, not to mention the formidable Dragon Lord Meng Shu. He found even Xiangxiang to be beyond his capacity to contend with. Stepping forward, Zhao Wujie smiled and addressed, "Esteemed Dragon Lord, it is an honor to finally meet you." "I am Zhao Wujie." Meng Shu's expression soured as he coldly regarded Zhao Wujie, retorting, "Do not be so formal, unmoved king. Is this how you teach your promising disciples to bully the Meng family in our absence?" "Senior, there seems to be a misunderstanding," Zhao Wujie replied. "While I am indeed a teacher to these children, Tang San is not my disciple. He has another mentor whom I cannot presume to overshadow." "Dragon Lord, may I have a word with you privately?" Zhao Wujie inquired. It was unclear what Zhao Wujie discussed with Dragon Lord Meng Shu, but upon relaying the information to the snake lady, both exhibited expressions of astonishment. Consequently, the illustrious couple, the dragon and snake, softened their stance, seemingly willing to spare Tang San for the sake of their esteemed master. Yet they made it abundantly clear that there would be no second chances. Should another encounter arise, they would not show mercy. However, Meng Iran was unwilling to let the matter rest. While her grandparents could afford to show deference to that so-called master, she had no intention of doing so. She challenged Tang San to a contest. Producing 36 broken soul daggers, she proposed a duel of hidden weapons, each wielding 18 to strike at the falling leaves from the trees. Yet, in the face of Tang San's unparalleled skill, her efforts resulted in a resounding defeat, forcing her to follow her grandparents in retreat, though the grudge lingered in her heart. At this moment, Tang San felt exceedingly weak. Oscar promptly chanted an incantation. "I have a splendid sausage." Tang San consumed the sausage, regaining some strength. With Xiao still in peril, he could not afford to dwell on his own condition and hurried to the side of the humanoid demon spider, stating, "I appreciate everyone's assistance." As Ma Hongjun absorbed the soul ring, he realized that this marked the beginning of Tang San's extraordinary ascent, with each subsequent advantage more formidable than the last. Tang San was to obtain the 8 spider spirit bone. However, due to the possession of the Zhu Rong divine spear, Ma Hongjun felt no envy whatsoever. Akin to a sovereign observing a mere bronze, what Ma Hongjun was unaware of was that his perspective on matters was gradually shifting, slowly aligning him with those of higher status. Chapter 38, a 3-day ascension to level 3. Tang San's process of absorbing the soul bone proved to be quite perilous. Upon completion, he acquired the 8 spider lances, akin to having gained 8 additional legs of a spider. Shortly after, Tang San successfully absorbed the soul ring and soul bone, Xiaowu reappeared. This time, she had also advanced to level 31, attaining the rank of Soul Master. Her explanation, however, was somewhat vague. She claimed ignorance as to why the Titan giant ape had discarded her, stating that on her way back, she encountered an injured soul beast, affected by the Titan giant ape, which she subsequently defeated to obtain the soul ring. Nonetheless, with Xiaowu's safe return and her promotion to Soul Master, no one questioned her words, as apart from Ma Hongjun, the others in Shrek had no knowledge of her true identity. This expedition to the Star Do Forest had been fraught with danger, yet fortunately, everyone emerged unscathed and managed to find suitable soul rings. The following day, upon exiting the Star Do Forest, the group indulged in a delightful feast at a nearby town and enjoyed a peaceful night's rest before preparing to return to the academy. The next morning, outside the town. "What? Ma Hongjun, you wish to return home for a visit?" Zhao Wujin inquired. Ma Hongjun nodded and said, "Indeed." I have been away for over 6 years and have never returned to visit. My hometown is merely 700 or 800 kilometers away, and I wish to request a 10-day leave to go back and take a look. Due to the influence of the divine mark of the gun, Ma Hongjun discovered a method to advance in his cultivation. The energies emanating from the divine gun felt akin to those he had cultivated through his own fire of fury technique. Upon absorbing them, he experienced no discomfort, nor did his soul power waver in stability. It could be said that he assimilated them flawlessly. After much contemplation, this was the only viable solution he could conceive. Furthermore, upon his return, he had no intention of training under the master, as his progress was significantly swifter than the master's expectations. Ultimately, enhancing one's strength remained the paramount objective. A 10-day leave, you say? Zhao Wujie inquired. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Indeed, the dean intends to employ my training method, and as you can see, I have already increased the weight to 70 kilograms. My training volume far exceeds that of my peers. Even if they return in 10 days, they will not surpass me. Zhao Wujie pondered for a moment and replied, Very well, make haste and return quickly. I shall inform Flander of this matter. Thank you, Teacher Zhao, Ma Hongjun smiled. In those 10 days, he resolved to venture to the Douluo forest and hunt the 2 soul beasts that inhabit the volcano, the fire-scale beast and the flame-spitting lizard. Ma Hongjun, are you truly yearning to return home? Oscar inquired. It has been quite a while since I last visited. I fear I may forget, Ma Hongjun replied. I never imagined you to be so homesick, Tang San remarked, reflecting on his own father, wondering how he was faring. Ma Hongjun had not seen his family for nearly 6 years. Were he able to return and reunite with his loved ones? He would undoubtedly embark on the journey without hesitation. Ma Hongjun waved his hand and said, Everyone, we shall meet again in 10 days. With that, he promptly set off. The others followed suit, their directions slightly divergent, merely adjusted by a few angles, yet leading to 2 distinct paths. In truth, Ma Hongjun's home lay over 600 kilometers from Sodo City. Departing from here was marginally closer than returning to Shrek, especially since it was Flander himself who had brought him into the academy. Why had Ma Hongjun come to Shrek? It was none other than Flander's endeavor to recruit students, venturing into remote villages to discover children of suitable age who had awakened their martial souls. And Ma Hongjun's village was among those. However, he currently possessed only a faint recollection of his former life, retaining a vague sense of direction. After walking several kilometers and distancing himself from the others at Shrek, Ma Hongjun promptly turned back. He passed through that small town once more and headed straight towards the Douluo forest. 3 days later, within the volcanic valley of the Douluo forest, the number of fire lizard beasts was steadily diminishing. The newly ascended fire lizard king had gathered all the fire lizard beasts together, causing them to huddle in fear and refrain from venturing out. Ma Hongjun gazed at the group of fire-scale beasts from a distance, shaking his head in resignation. It appeared that further hunting of these creatures was no longer feasible. Before him, the once numerous assembly of fire-scale beasts had dwindled to just over 30, a stark contrast to the more than 60 that had roamed 3 days prior. This indicated that he had successfully hunted nearly half of the fire-scale beasts within this brief span, specifically 28, each boasting a lifespan exceeding a century. However, now, aside from the venerable fire-scale beast king, which had lived for over 900 years, there were scarcely any remaining fire-scale beasts with lifespans of 300 years or more. Ma Hongjun, channeling the essence of the fire of the sun, felt the immense fire attribute soul power coursing through his body. He murmured to himself, From level 26 to 29, I accomplished this in less than 3 days. Moreover, my soul power is remarkably stable. The energy derived from the low-age fire-scale beast soul ring is becoming increasingly negligible for enhancing my soul power, unless it is the formidable fire-scale beast king, which boasts over 900 years of age. However, Ma Hongjun was not one to annihilate entirely. He intended to retain a powerful leader to safeguard the fire-scaled beast clan. It is time to venture to the other side of the volcano, he mused, as he deftly maneuvered around the volcanic valley, proceeding toward the rear of the volcano. Upon reaching the backside of the volcano, Ma Hongjun distinctly perceived that the fire attribute energy here was significantly more abundant than on the previous side. Otherwise, the fire-spitting flame lizard would not occupy such a prime location. The population of fire-spitting flame lizards was considerably larger than that of the fire-scaled beasts, dominating a significant portion of the volcanic territory. The fire-scaled beasts appeared to be the remnants left behind after the fire-spitting flame lizards had feasted. The last time he had visited, Ma Hongjun had acquired his second soul ring from the battle between the 3,000-year-old fire-spitting flame lizard and the golden flame eagle. The leader of the fire-spitting flame lizards, a king in its own right, should still be alive. Aside from the 3,100-year-old fire-spitting flame lizard, most of the inhabitants there were over 1,000 years old, with only a few exceeding 2,000 years. To hunt the fire-spitting flame lizard, one must seek out those that are solitary. Ma Hongjun calculated the distance meticulously, locating a colossal tree that required at least 4 individuals to encircle. With a single leap, he ascended to the pinnacle of this tree, which stood approximately 60 to 70 meters tall, making it the tallest in the vicinity. From this arboreal vantage point, he gazed across a diameter of over 1,000 meters. Thanks to the synergy of his eye bone and the fire god's eye, he could see with remarkable clarity at this distance. He was able to discern the age of the soul beast with precision. As the eye bone gradually integrated with him, its capabilities began to unfold, transcending mere enhancement of vision. More significantly, the eye bone could harmonize with Tang's fire god's eye skills, yielding unexpected effects and powers. However, at this moment, Ma Hongjun merely sought to locate a solitary fire lizard. As he scanned the area, he noted, there's one. But its age is rather low, only 500 years. That won't do. Then he spotted it, a solitary fire lizard aged 1,200 years. Within less than 5 minutes, he had identified a millennium-old fire lizard. Will this allow me to advance to level 30? Once I level up, I shall return to Shrek to consult Dean Flinder regarding my third spirit ring. Chapter 39. Reaching an accord, the 1,200-year-old fire lizard was not particularly large, measuring merely 1.2 meters in length, rendering it quite diminutive among spirit beasts of its age. Even their leader, aged 3,100 years, only reached 3 meters in length. Confirming the target, Ma Hongjun leaped forward from his lofty perch of 60 to 70 meters. In midair, his movements were as fluid as gliding, and mere seconds later, he silently landed upon a thick branch before springing onto another. He navigated the dense Douluo forest with agility, barely disturbing any of the spirit beasts around him. After 2 minutes, Ma Hongjun reached a tree near the 1,200-year-old fire lizard, with a straight-line distance of less than 30 meters. This particular fire lizard was rather amusing. Having strayed over 1,000 meters from its kin, nestled in the grass and soundly asleep, it was remarkably well concealed. Even lower-ranked spirit masters passing nearby might not have noticed it, as it seemed to blend seamlessly with the flora of the forest. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's use of the fire god's eye, he might have overlooked its existence entirely. My apologies, he murmured. Ma Hongjun sprang into action, instantly awakening his martial soul. Simultaneously, he unleashed 2 soul skills while utilizing his first soul skill in the state of the blazing phoenix. This maneuver could undoubtedly annihilate a 1,000-year soul beast. A resounding blast of phoenix flames struck the vital point of the fire-breathing lizard, and moments later, a violet 1,000-year soul ring coalesced above its body. The magnitude of this attack was immense, certain to attract other soul beasts. This was a stark contrast to his previous hunts for 100-year soul rings, which were easily subdued, generating minimal disturbance. However, 1,000-year soul beasts were different. Their combined might was significantly greater. Even Ma Hongjun needed to exert himself fully to achieve an instant kill. In the realm of great soul masters, very few on the continent could accomplish such a feat, and even Tang Xin would likely struggle unless employing his hidden weapons. Once the soul ring materialized, Ma Hongjun wasted no time, swiftly guiding the ring towards his body. Due to the imprint of the divine spear, a soul ring below level 30 could not normally enter his body, being repelled instead. Yet now, his body seemed to act as a conduit for the divine spear imprint, allowing the violet soul ring to penetrate and merge with the imprint. The soul ring entered his body, directly settling at the position of his chest. The divine spear imprint manifested once more, but only at this moment, and intriguingly, the violet soul ring began to encircle the imprint, resembling a soul ring upon the divine spear itself. This state lasted barely a second, as if an unseen force exerted an irresistible pull, causing the violet ring's hue to gradually diminish, transforming into fiery red energy that flowed into the divine spear imprint. Ma Hongjun felt an intense heat in his chest, the immense energy coursing through his body. The fire attribute energy from the Millennium Soul Ring far surpassed that of the Century Soul Ring. Fortunately, his body was sufficiently robust to endure it. Glancing around, he noticed that soul beasts were beginning to approach, prompting him to prepare for a swift escape. He needed to find a suitable place to receive the feedback from the god Gunmark, although he had ample fire attribute energy to absorb. It was imperative to accept the feedback when it arrived. After each hunt, he would immediately seek a safe refuge while the God Gun mark absorbed the energy. He had merely 1 minute, for after that time, the God Gun mark would return 20% of the fire attribute energy, swiftly navigating through the numerous beasts. His eyes scanned the vicinity in search of a secure hiding spot. However, it seemed that due to his recent slaying of the 1,200-year-old fire-spitting flame lizard, the surrounding soul beasts had become increasingly agitated. Time slowly passed, yet Ma Hongjun had yet to identify the most optimal concealment location. This was one of the drawbacks of energy absorption. He could no longer delay. The feedback was imminent, and he had to settle for that spot. Ma Hongjun swiftly leaped onto a large tree, selecting a sturdy trunk ample enough to accommodate his seated form. As he settled down, the energy feedback from the mark of the sharpshooter surged towards him, hissing. Just as he assumed a meditative posture, Ma Hongjun sensed an impending danger. Before him, upon a branch, rested a colossal serpent, measuring 6 meters in length and as wide as a bowl, with an age exceeding 900 years. It was now fixated upon Ma Hongjun, as if it had laid eyes upon its next prey. Ma Hongjun hastily rose to his feet, compelled to allow the energy emanating from the mark of the divine gun to course through his body. He pondered whether it was possible to store this energy for future use. Without delay, Ma Hongjun unleashed his martial soul, unfurling the wings of the phoenix. He had no intention of contending with the colossal serpent. Instead, he turned and soared into the air, witnessing its prey attempt to flee. The massive serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged forward, striving to seize the escaping Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun yearned to depart swiftly at this moment. He could not absorb the surging energy and was compelled to release it from his body to avert any harm. In an instant, the fiery energy erupted from him, with a portion directed towards the colossal serpent. The serpent appeared to be fearful of the flames, halting its advance and refraining from pursuing Ma Hongjun any further. Having evaded the serpent's assault, he realized that more than half of the fire energy had been expended in the process. Brother Divine Spear, could you perhaps store this energy for me to use when I am safe? This marks the third occurrence of such a situation. We can negotiate, cannot we? Even if the feedback is slightly diminished, it would suffice. Ma Hongjun endeavored to communicate, repeating his plea for the third time, though the final phrase was uttered for the first time. Witnessing the squander of such immense fire energy pained him. If only it could be conserved for later use when he was secure, even a slight reduction would be acceptable. After all, the locations he sought to explore for these soul beasts were unlikely to be entirely safe. Safety was paramount. Otherwise, what value would the fire energy hold if he were lost? At that moment, Ma Hongjun finally sensed the reaction of the divine spear mark. A warmth surged in his chest, drawing the energy back towards the mark. Is it ready? Without the overwhelming energy weighing upon him, he felt considerably lighter. After soaring for a while and confirming his surroundings were secure, he settled down. He unfastened his shirt and was taken aback to clearly observe a faintly glowing mark on his chest, accompanied by a stream of information that seemed to emanate from the divine spear mark, elucidating its significance. Essentially, there were 2 key points. First, energy absorbed could be stored within the mark, reflected by its hue. The lighter the color, the less energy contained, and vice versa, with complete disappearance indicating total consumption. Secondly, the feedback energy would be reduced to 10%, with 90% of the absorbed energy allocated for its own restoration. In that moment, Ma Hongjun comprehended that the divine spear existed in this form because it, too, required mending. He pondered the trials it must have endured, undoubtedly harrowing. It seemed that it needed the fire energy even more than he did. Very well, I shall take only 10%. The remainder is yours. Ma Hongjun resolutely declared that a purity of fire attribute energy at 100% is already quite remarkable. Upon hearing his words, the divine spear of Zhu Rong flared up once more, as if expressing its gratitude towards Ma Hongjun. In Chapter 40, soul beasts engage in group battles. Having reached an agreement with the spear, Ma Hongjun felt elated. He glanced at the faint imprint of the spear on his chest, although it was merely 10%. He felt immense satisfaction. As long as there was sufficient fire attribute energy, he could upgrade infinitely without concern for his realm. After all, the pure energy emanating from the spear would enhance the blaze scripture upon absorption. This upgrade mechanism far surpassed that of Tang San, alleviating any worries regarding the enhancement of soul power. From this point forward, he would prioritize body refinement and mental cultivation, with practical combat experience following closely behind. Following a successful hunt, Ma Hongjun soon entered a frenzied hunting mode, targeting the fire-spitting lizard, starting with those that had lived for a millennium. He tirelessly sought out solitary fire-spitting lizards, striking swiftly the moment he found one alone. Thus, 5 days passed, during which Ma Hongjun hunted a total of 20 millennium fire-spitting lizards, causing the divine spear to exhibit a subtle red hue, averaging 4 hunts a day. This began to alert the local population, prompting them to gather under the leadership of a 3,100-year-old fire-spitting lizard. The wounds from its previous battle with the golden flame eagle were still fresh, with severe claw marks marring its body, some even continuing to bleed. Ma Hongjun requested a leave of absence for 10 days, and now, 8 days have elapsed. He requires an entire day to return, which means he can linger here for just 1 more day. According to Ma Hongjun's calculations, the energy contained within the soul rings of 20 Millennium Soul Beasts amounts to 10% of the total energy found in the complete soul rings of 2 Millennium Soul Beasts. It is important to note that when Soul Masters absorb the energy from soul rings, it is divided into 2 parts. One portion transforms into soul skills, while the other contributes energy to elevate the Soul Master by 1 level. By absorbing all of this energy, he effectively converts both portions into fire attribute energy. Thus, these 2 complete fire attribute energies equate to the energy required for 4 30th level Great Soul Masters to ascend to Soul Venerable status. Presently, Ma Hongjun possesses ample energy for his advancement to the 30th level. However, on this final day, he intends to undertake a significant challenge by confronting the 3,100-year-old flame-spitting lizard. Although Ma Hongjun found a relatively safe location to rest during the night, he refrained from advancing, as even a promotion at this time would not substantially enhance his combat prowess. The safety he found was merely relative, not absolute. Thus, he opted not to absorb any energy. In the morning, Ma Hongjun ventured to the rear of the volcano, where he encountered the 3,100-year-old flame-spitting lizard, accompanied by 3 millennium-grade flame-spitting lizards within their territory. Other flame-spitting lizards had yet to emerge, perhaps engaged in cultivation within the volcano. Their appearance seemed akin to a patrol of their domain, possibly prompted by the feeling of crisis due to the successive decline of their companions. The loss of 20 millennium-grade flame-spitting lizards represented a significant blow to their middle-tier strength, as they had all been annihilated. Ma Hongjun had been concealing himself within a crevice behind a volcano, for the volcanic terrain was bereft of trees, leaving him reliant on the landscape for concealment. After wandering a considerable distance within their territory, a sudden cry of an eagle pierced the air. Upon gazing upward, he was astonished to witness 3 golden flame eagles soaring above. What could this mean? Ma Hongjun was somewhat perplexed, for these 3 golden flame eagles were relatively young, one being over 2,000 years old, and the other 2 just over 1,000 years. The fire-breathing lizard, upon sighting these majestic eagles, erupted into a cacophony of hisses. In the next moment, the entire backside of the volcano trembled slightly, as one by one, the fire-breathing lizards emerged. All of them were over 1,000 years old, taking a full 3 minutes to make their appearance. There were indeed 36 in total, 28 of which were over 1,000 years old, 7 exceeding 2,000 years. And with their leader being 3,100 years old, the 36 fire-breathing lizards regarded the circling golden flame eagles with trepidation. In the next instant, the golden flame eagles emitted another piercing cry, which was met with a series of distant responses, the sounds growing ever closer. Ma Hongjun swiftly turned his gaze in that direction, only to behold, several hundred meters away, a formidable flock of 12 golden flame eagles soaring towards him. It became evident that the previous trio had merely been the vanguard. Observing intently, he discerned that among them was one nearly 3 millennia old, leading the formation, followed by 2 others exceeding 2,000 years in age, while the rest were all around a millennium old. This was a sight Ma Hongjun had never before witnessed, and he felt a pang of relief that he had refrained from engaging earlier. Otherwise, with both groups approaching, escape would have been nearly impossible. After all, it was likely that the spirit beast viewed humans as their primary adversaries. His desire to confront the 3,000-year-old fire-spitting lizard stemmed from the ability to soar once his martial spirit was manifested, allowing him to evade pursuit, even if victory was not assured. However, the arrival of the golden flame eagles presented an entirely different scenario in terms of aerial speed. He was not a match for these ancient beings. Furthermore, flying under the influence of his martial spirit consumed a significant amount of soul power, rendering it unsuitable for extended rapid flight. The sheer scale of the golden flame eagle's mobilization raised a troubling question. Were they seeking vengeance for the 4,000-year-old golden flame eagle he had absorbed? Had they directed their animosity towards the fire-spitting lizard, igniting this fierce confrontation among the spirit beasts? as the 6 golden flame eagles arrived. A total of 9 golden flame eagles faced off against 36 fire-spitting lizards. Yet, neither side initiated an attack. Positioned relatively close, Ma Hongjun dared not move. He was acutely aware that the keen eyesight of the golden flame eagles could easily detect any shift in his position. The air was filled with the urgent cries of both the golden flame eagles and the fire-spitting lizards, escalating in intensity. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the air. Had the battle commenced? The two powerful spirit beast factions erupted into a collective clash. The scene was extraordinarily fierce, with the combat prowess of the golden flame eagles evidently surpassing that of the fire-spitting lizards. However, given their numerical advantage of 4-1, the two sides managed to maintain a temporary stalemate. Ma Hongjun did not distance himself, despite the lingering danger. Fortunately, a nearby boulder provided some protection, though occasionally stones would be dislodged and fall. While remaining here posed certain risks, the thought of potential gains compelled Ma Hongjun to take a gamble. He had already witnessed a millennium-old fire-spitting lizard being seized by a golden flame eagle, its claws twisting, resulting in the immediate demise of the lizard. In the next moment, soul rings began to illuminate, and soon after, more fire-spitting lizards fell, their purple rings glowing. Of course, some golden flame eagles also met their end at the hands of several fire-spitting lizards, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. As he observed the emergence of numerous millennium rings, all of which were of the fire attribute, he noted that each ring would remain for an hour, and within that time frame, the battle would undoubtedly conclude. How splendid it would be for both parties to suffer mutual destruction. He could then reap the rewards. Ma Hongjun was taken aback by the sight of such ferocious conflict among soul beasts. Chapter 41. Harvest. The battle between the soul beasts was equally brutal. Although the individual strength of the fire-spitting lizards paled in comparison to that of the golden flame eagles, their numbers were fourfold, enabling them to overwhelm their adversaries. After half an hour of immobile observation, the skirmish was nearing its end. Among the 45 participating soul beasts, only the leader of the golden flame eagles remained standing. Its wings grievously injured and flight capabilities lost. The leader of the fire-spitting lizards fared even worse, its body marred with claw marks from the eagles, bloodied and furious. The remaining soul beasts lay scattered, over 20 purple soul rings now shining in the air, while those without rings were likely in a similar predicament. The decline in soul beast numbers could be attributed not only to the ascension of human soul masters but also to their internecine strife. Territorial disputes and competition for sustenance contributed to their reduction, which was hardly surprising. The eagle and the lizard stood facing each other, mere meters apart, seemingly unwilling to engage. However, Ma Hongjun was not inclined to wait. Should more formidable soul beasts arrive, he might lose his opportunity. Instantly, he activated his martial spirit, stepping forth with the flame of no trace, appearing above the two soul beasts in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, his first and second soul rings illuminated, and 2 streams of phoenix fire were unleashed from his hands, striking towards the injured beasts like pillars of flame. The 2 soul beasts, already wounded, found themselves unable to evade at such a speed. With a thunderous boom, Ma Hongjun's fiery projectiles collided with the golden flame eagle and the fire-spitting lizard, precisely at their injured points. These phoenix fire strikes acted as the proverbial last straw for the two creatures, under normal circumstances. Ma Hongjun's attack might have been endured by them, given that they were approximately 3,000 and 1,000 years old, respectively. Yet, their severe injuries rendered them vulnerable, and the explosive flames erupted through their wounds, causing both powerful beings to collapse simultaneously. In that instant, Ma Hongjun's form flickered, flames dancing around him as he swiftly approached the golden flame eagle. His hands transformed into a fiery crimson hue. With a resounding thud, the flame palm struck the eagle's neck, and he prepared to deal with the 3,100-year-old fire-spitting lizard. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, the lizard's purple soul skill began to ascend. Would one strike suffice? Ma Hongjun cast a glance at the remaining 20 or so fallen golden flame eagles and fire-breathing lizards. Some of them, upon noticing the approach of a human, unexpectedly rose to their feet once more. It appeared that in order for the divine gun to devour these soul rings, it was imperative to eliminate them all. With the combined might of his fire palm and fire shadow, Ma Hongjun charged towards the resurrected soul beasts. Although they managed to stand up again, most were in a state of utter exhaustion, easily dispatched by Ma Hongjun with just a move or two. 5 minutes later, he beheld a magnificent spectacle. 45 glowing purple soul rings, all concentrated within a 100-meter radius. The battle had concluded. and it was time to control the soul rings for the divine gun mark to absorb. The divine gun mark seemed to sense the abundance of fire attribute energy surrounding it, exhibiting a reaction even before the absorption had commenced. He first approached the soul ring of the golden flame eagle, which was nearly 3,000 years old, intending to begin the process from the largest to the smallest. Should a powerful soul beast appear, he would at least not suffer too great a loss. An hour later, with the final purple soul ring fully absorbed, Ma Hongjun let out a sigh of relief. He had finally accomplished his task without any soul beast to disturb him. Perhaps it was due to the territory being that of the fire-breathing lizard that other soul beasts of lesser strength dared not approach. Yet, there were indeed fire-breathing lizards emerging from the volcano, only to find the ground littered with their ancient companions and one of their natural enemies, the golden flame eagle. All perished. This sight was so overwhelming that they retreated in fear. Ma Hongjun was aware that within the clan of the fire-spitting lizard, there were no soul beasts that had lived for over a millennium. Although he had stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity, he regrettably did not acquire a soul bone. After absorbing what he could, Ma Hongjun promptly retreated. During these 9 days spent near the volcano, his gains had been substantial. Not only had he ascended to the 29th rank in soul power, but he also had stored 10% of the fire attribute energy from 65,000-year fire-type soul beasts in his divine spear mark. This energy was invaluable for enhancing his soul power, though he was uncertain of the exact amount required for such an upgrade. However, based on his recent training, it was evident that the energy needed for cultivating the fire essence was significantly greater. While others might ascend 2 levels with a certain amount of energy, he might only manage to ascend 1, or perhaps even less. Despite the slower progression, his fire attribute soul power had become exceedingly pure. It was time to return to Shrek. The master must be diligently training the others by now. As he hurried through the Stardow forest, Ma Hongjun contemplated his future training plans. The following day, an hour after lunch at Shrek Academy, all members except Ma Hongjun were clad in weighted attire, preparing for several rounds between Shrek and Soto City. Ma Hongjun is so fortunate. He actually took a 10-day leave. I should have done the same, Oscar remarked quietly. I feel the same, Ning Rongrong added. The master cast a sweeping glance over the 7 little monsters of Shrek and declared, "Let us set off." The 7 seemed to have developed a tacit understanding, ceasing their complaints, and swiftly took their leave. Once the 7 had vanished from sight, the master turned to Flander and inquired, "Is that disciple of yours returning today? Today marks the 10th day of his leave. I wonder what he has been up to at home. However, I believe he should be back today," Flander sighed. The master chuckled. "Your disciple managed to defeat an all-out Tang San with only 26 levels of soul power, and he even devised such a training-weighted gear. That is truly commendable. I've heard that his first 2 soul rings are already purple. Congratulations, Flander, you have found an exceptional disciple." "Indeed, as the elder brother of the Golden Iron Triangle, my disciple is destined to be a leader," Flander replied proudly. "He certainly possesses the potential to become a titled Douluo," the master nodded. Though he acknowledged Flander's disciple as impressive, deep down, he believed Ma Hongjun could not compare to Tang San, who wielded 2 martial souls, the second being the Haoyan hammer, which was unparalleled to even the top-tier Phoenix martial soul. Once the second martial soul began to absorb soul rings, each would be at least 10,000 years old, making it a truly unique existence on the continent. Ma Hongjun merely had the potential to become a titled Douluo. Meanwhile, the Ma Hongjun they spoke of was currently in a hotel in Soto City. "I've reached level 30. It is time to return and seek the next soul ring from the Dean," he murmured, having traveled through the night to arrive in Soto City by midnight yesterday. Ma Hongjun did not return directly to Shrek Academy. Instead, he opted for a fine hotel where he could refresh himself and rest thoroughly. He began to absorb the fire attribute energy from the God Gun mark, successfully elevating his soul power to the 30th level. Chapter 42. Return to the Academy. Upon breaking through to the 30th level, the fire attribute energy within the God Gun mark had not diminished significantly, allowing him to continue utilizing it even after advancing to the Soul Master rank. After a morning of cultivation, the mealtime had already passed, and without partaking in any food, Ma Hongjun tidied up briefly before departing the hotel for the commercial street of Soto City, eager to indulge in a delightful meal. He also took the opportunity to pack several delectable treats to bring back with him. The meals offered at Shrek's cafeteria were rather unimpressive. Although they barely met nutritional needs, the taste left much to be desired. Having accomplished these tasks, Ma Hongjun visited the blacksmith shop to forge some iron beads. Although he already bore a weight of 70 kilograms, A stronger physical constitution was essential for acquiring more potent soul rings. Currently, his spiritual power was merely at the soul ancestor level, still some distance from the soul king rank. Based on his previous experience absorbing a 4,000-year soul ring, he realized that reaching the level of a 10,000-year black soul ring would require further enhancement of his physical strength. At this juncture, he faced a choice. With the assistance of the God Gun Mark, he could potentially absorb a soul beast nearing 10,000 years in age. The Mark's aid would mitigate the risks of overexertion and potential demise. Alternatively, he could wait until both his physical and spiritual powers peaked at the soul ancestor level, allowing for a safer absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring. However, aside from continuous weighted training, there were no other methods available for body refinement. Ma Hongjun contemplated which path to take, yet regardless of his decision, crafting more iron beads would undoubtedly prove beneficial. After more than an hour, having produced 50 kilograms of iron beads, Ma Hongjun departed Soto City, making his way toward Shrek. As he exited the city, he spotted a group of familiar figures resting approximately 1,000 meters away. With his exceptional eyesight, he quickly discerned that they were adorned in the same weighted gear he had provided. Has Master S training commenced? Aside from the weighted gear, nothing else has changed. Ma Hongjun mused, striding directly towards the other 7 members of Shrek. That kid Ma Hongjun has been thriving. He has almost worked us to exhaustion these past few days. Oscar jested. Indeed, it's exhausting, Xiaowei chimed in. Tang San, filled with unwavering trust in their master, remarked with a smile, since our teacher has us training this way, there must be a reason for it. Besides, we've already seen noticeable improvements, haven't we? Daimubai chuckled. Xiao San is right. This period of training has significantly enhanced our physical condition, particularly our endurance. It's no wonder Ma Hongjun has progressed so swiftly. He must have found an effective approach. Indeed, Hongjun had advised me to engage in such training long ago. Had I commenced a few months earlier, perhaps my current state would be different. Oscar sighed as he reclined on the ground. In truth, it was Tang San who held the greatest intrigue regarding Ma Hongjun. After all, having traversed the Douluo continent for many years, Ma Hongjun was the first to defeat him directly. His hidden weapons, despite their rapid firing speed and formidable power, proved utterly ineffective against someone with lesser soul power. Even more surprising was the revelation that his opponent possessed equally enigmatic martial arts. He harbored grave suspicions that Ma Hongjun might hail from the same realm as himself. However, upon further reflection, he realized that he had never encountered such techniques in his previous life's martial arts world, leaving him unable to ascertain Ma Hongjun's origins. Today marked the 10th day. Was he set to return? Lang Shuang'er glanced towards the direction of Soto City and pondered aloud. Just as she finished speaking, Ma Hongjun appeared not far from them. Hello, everyone. Did you miss me? He greeted warmly as he approached. Ma Hongjun, you have returned. The others exclaimed with delight. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, everyone has been working hard lately, haven't they? Of course. How did it go when you returned? Oscar inquired. Ma Hongjun had not returned home at all, so he replied, I am doing well, just the same. I purchased a plethora of delicious treats in Soto City. Let us have a feast tonight. Ah, it seems you are quite generous. Dai Mubai remarked. In that case, let us hasten our return, for this is the final lap. Everyone, pick up the pace. All right. Ma Hongjun donned the 70-kilogram weighted garment and, alongside his companions, made his way back to Shrek Academy. After half an hour, they arrived at the academy's entrance, where they spotted a middle-aged man standing in the distance. Oscar elucidated to Ma Hongjun, that is the master, a close friend of the dean and the mentor of Tang San. This middle-aged man, clad in black with short hair, is a pivotal figure in the Douluo universe, Tang San's instructor and one of the famed Iron Triangle. Throughout his life, he has let down 2 extraordinary beauties. Although his theoretical contributions have been relatively successful, his personal conduct, particularly as a man, has been profoundly lacking. The character of the master has elicited mixed reviews from readers in the previous life, and to speak fairly, he possesses both merits and failings. However, his shortcomings have often been met with little forgiveness. While Shrek has indeed prospered under his guidance, boasting a unique training regimen, it no longer seems as commendable to Ma Hongjun. Upon their arrival at the gates of Shrek Academy, the master glanced at the time and remarked, this time is commendable. It is significantly earlier than our last visit. He then turned his gaze towards Ma Hongjun and inquired, you must be Ma Hongjun. I have heard about you from Flender. What is your current weight load? Having overheard their complaints about the master's strictness during the journey, Ma Hongjun was taken aback by the question upon his arrival. However, respecting his teacher Flender, he responded, I have just increased it to 70 kilograms. The master was slightly astonished. This red-haired lad had already achieved a weight of 70 kilograms, which was double the 30-plus kilograms of Tang San and Dai Mubai. He understood well that a great soul master with such a physique resembled those in the special groups of the armored clan, all of whom typically weighed over 300 pounds. Excellent. Tomorrow you shall train alongside them, the master declared. Ma Hongjun chuckled. You must be the master. But perhaps tomorrow may not be feasible. The master was taken aback and inquired, why is that? My soul power has already risen to level 30, Ma Hongjun replied. The others gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, level 30? Were you not just at level 25 10 days ago? Hee. Perhaps it is due to my martial soul devouring my cultivation last time. It seems to have erupted all at once, restoring and granting me a leap of 30 levels. Ma Hongjun explained with a grin. He had long prepared this explanation, and as far as he was concerned, that was the truth. Let them analyze it as they wished. Chapter 43. Seize every opportunity to pursue the words of Ma Hongjun plunged the master into deep contemplation. Having devoted his life to the study of martial spirits, he had never encountered a situation quite like Ma Hongjun's. Upon arriving at Shrek, Flinder had informed the master of Ma Hongjun's peculiar circumstances, hoping he could shed light on the matter. However, the master had neither witnessed nor heard of such a phenomenon, rendering him unable to provide answers. Nevertheless, this intrigue regarding Ma Hongjun's martial spirit ignited a fervent curiosity within the master. Can we enter now? Ma Hongjun inquired, as the others, having finished the prepared saline solution, felt utterly exhausted and yearned for rest. Very well, everyone should return and recuperate. Ma Hongjun, you shall accompany me. Flinder should still be at the academy, the master replied. Understood. Following the master, they made their way to Flinder's office. What? You've reached level 30? How could that be so swift? Flinder exclaimed, astonished. It was noteworthy that only 20 days had elapsed since Ma Hongjun had last absorbed a soul ring. To advance to level 30 in such a brief period was nothing short of astounding. Ma Hongjun feigned helplessness and remarked, I truly do not know what happened. On my way back, for some inexplicable reason, my martial soul encountered yet another issue. It seems to have returned the soul power that it had previously devoured, allowing me to ascend to the 30th level. His martial soul appeared exceedingly unstable. One could only wonder when it might again consume your soul power. Xiao Gang, you must uncover the reason behind Ma Hongjun's martial soul's peculiar transformation, Flinder said earnestly as he gazed at the master. The master nodded, his expression grave as he turned his attention to Ma Hongjun. Reveal your martial soul for me to examine. Let us step outside. I fear I might set the dean's office ablaze, Ma Hongjun chuckled. Flinder nodded in agreement, and the three of them made their way to the academy's playground. Ma Hongjun immediately unleashed his martial soul, and the fiery phoenix emerged, seemingly set to incinerate the surrounding air. As the scorching aura of the fiery phoenix enveloped him, beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of the master standing nearby. In contrast to Flinder, whose soul power stood at only level 29, he found it difficult to withstand the pure fire attribute soul power of Ma Hongjun, who had already reached level 30. Especially when compared to Flinder's formidable level 78. Observing Ma Hongjun's martial soul with great scrutiny, the master commenced a series of inquiries, ultimately prompting Ma Hongjun to manifest his martial soul once more before retracting it. What do you think? Have you discerned any differences? Flinder inquired. The master replied, based on the characteristics of his martial soul and the various soul skills. It is evident that, in comparison to your previous descriptions, his martial soul has indeed evolved. It now bears little distinction from a typical top-tier Phoenix martial soul. And what of his martial soul's ability to devour soul power? Flinder pressed. There is no need for haste. I shall consult some ancient texts first. At present, I cannot provide a definitive answer, the master responded. Flinder then turned his gaze back to Ma Hongjun and asked, having reached level 30, when do you intend to seek your third soul ring? Ma Hongjun ultimately decided to wait a while longer, not rushing to seek the third spirit ring. After all, given such an opportunity, he yearned to pursue it. Dean, I have resolved to wait. I aspire to obtain a spirit ring of the 10,000-year caliber, he articulated his thoughts. After all, absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring required the consent of the esteemed individual before him, as his current strength was insufficient to contend with a 10,000-year spirit beast. Upon hearing this, Flinder appeared somewhat irate. Last time, with the 4,000-year spirit ring, you nearly encountered disaster. Now you wish for a 10,000-year spirit ring? Are you courting death? The master also interjected, your second spirit ring is 4,000 years old. Theoretically, this aligns with what a soul master of the fourth spirit ring should possess. Since you have already reached that level with your second spirit ring, it is not entirely impossible for you to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring for your third, provided your body is sufficiently robust to attain the pinnacle of a level 50 soul master. This is the theoretical standpoint. However, I cannot ascertain its feasibility. He refrained from mentioning the potential soul impact associated with a 10,000-year spirit ring, as he himself was only at the 29th level and lacked comprehensive understanding. Is your physical strength truly at the pinnacle of a level 50 soul master? Flander inquired. Ma Hongjun smiled softly and replied, not yet, but it will be soon. I plan to devote some time to my training. He then turned to the master and inquired, Master, I have my own training regimen. Apart from the morning group practice, may I arrange the rest of my time as I see fit? After all, being part of a team entails the necessity of participating in group training. Little rascal, you have no idea how many aspire to train under Xiao Gang's guidance. Do not be so ungrateful, Flander retorted vehemently. This lad has been away for just 10 days and already thinks he has grown wings. Dean, I truly have my own training plan. When have you seen me slacking off? Ma Hongjun asserted earnestly. Flander was at a loss for words. Over the past few months, Ma Hongjun had indeed been the most diligent in his training. Well, what about Xiao Gang? Flander seemed somewhat embarrassed. That's fine. If you wish to train independently, then do so. Just make sure to join the group practice in the morning, the master stated. Thank you. That evening, Ma Hongjun shared the delicious delicacies he had brought from Soto City with everyone. After dinner, as he was making his way back to his room, Zhu Shiqing caught up with him. Yuqing, is there something on your mind? Ma Hongjun asked. A hint of a smile finally graced Zhu Shiqing's typically stern features as she said, Thank you for your help during the Titan Grade Ape incident. It was nothing. Anyone from our academy would have acted similarly in that situation, Ma Hongjun replied, thinking back to that event, realizing he had benefited from it, and chuckling to himself at the delightful sensation it had brought. As he recalled this, he inadvertently glanced at Zhu Shiqing's impressive figure, a sight that lingered in his mind. However, Zhu Shiqing was gazing thoughtfully into the night, lost in her own reflections. Ma Hongjun followed her gaze and noticed a tall shadow flitting by. Wasn't that Daimyo Bai? What could he be up to at this hour? Junge, come with me to check it out, Zhu Shiqing invited. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. He found this address quite endearing. Big Brother Dai is likely preoccupied with his own matters at the moment. Perhaps we should refrain from pursuing him, he suggested. He vaguely surmised that Daimyo Bai must be indulging in some long-neglected pursuits, especially since the last time he intended to enjoy a rendezvous. It was thwarted by Tang San and Xiao Wu. I shall go alone, declared Zhu Shiqing. Observing her solitary departure into the night, he remarked. It seems perilous for a young lady to venture out alone at such a late hour. Indeed, I am going to ensure her safety, Ma Hongjun mumbled to himself. And with that, he promptly followed in Zhu Shiqing's footsteps. Maintaining a considerable distance from Daimyo Bai, they soon arrived at Soto City. Upon entering, Daimyo Bai directly entered an upscale establishment, emerging shortly thereafter, flanked by two statuesque young women, resplendently adorned, seemingly no older than 17 or 18. The women, not only attired alike but also remarkably similar in appearance, were unmistakably twin sisters. Chapter 44. The transformation of Zhu Shiqing. Zhu Shiqing's expression darkened as she observed the scene before her, her fists clenched tightly, barely suppressing the urge to act. Shiqing, did you know Big Brother Dai previously? Ma Hongjun inquired provocatively. Acknowledging his words with a nod, she confessed in hushed tones, I do know him. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. What will you do now? Ma Hongjun asked. At that moment, Daimyo Bai and the twin sisters were engaged in lively conversation, proceeding to a nearby luxurious couples hotel. Witnessing Daimyo Bai enter the establishment with the two women, it was evident to all what their intentions were. Ma Hongjun remained silent, allowing Zhu Shiqing to make her own decision. Internally, Zhu Shiqing was in turmoil. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, I will return. With those words, she turned and walked away, seemingly lighter in spirit. As she exited Soto City, Zhu Shiqing finally addressed the curiosity lingering in the air. You must be wondering why I care so much and followed Daimyo Bai here at this late hour. There must be a story between you two, Ma Hongjun replied. In truth, I should be considered Daimyo Bai's fiancé, Zhu Shiqing stated. Although Ma Hongjun had long been aware of it, he still feigned astonishment as he listened to Zhu Shiqing recount her experiences with Daimyo Bai. On the surface, Zhu Shiqing appeared to be a person of few words, often exuding an air of aloofness that discouraged interaction with strangers. Perhaps influenced by Daimyo Bai's recent actions, she felt liberated to share her story with Ma Hongjun. revealing the entirety of her relationship with him. Even the resolute Zhu Zhuqing found her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she poured out all her grievances. Ma Hongjun had been listening attentively, continuously offering comfort to Zhu Zhuqing. By the time the two returned to Shrek, it was already deep into the night. Ma Hongjun had absorbed several hours of Zhu Zhuqing's narratives, which illuminated the immense pressure she had been under in her quest for Dai Mubai. Following Dai Mubai's departure, Zhu Zhuqing found herself alone in the Star Luo Empire, facing the oppressive forces of her sister, Zhu Zhiyun, and the Crown Prince, Davis. In truth, Dai Mubai had left the Star Luo Empire to escape the overwhelming pressure and the threat to his life. However, his departure had inadvertently left Zhu Zhuqing to bear the weight of their shared burdens alone. Zhu Zhuqing was a pitiable girl, despite Dai Mubai being the leader of Shrek. His prior actions were hardly commendable. Junge, thank you for listening to my story. I feel so much better now. Zhu Zhuqing remarked in front of the dormitory building at Shrek. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "It's nothing, it is my duty." He continued, "I kindly ask that you do not share this matter with anyone else. Please keep it between us." Zhu Zhuqing replied once more, "Of course. I would not speak of it to anyone else. Rest assured, I shall remain silent. It is already quite late. You should retire for the night. We have practice together in the morning," Ma Hongjun advised. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and turned to leave, while Ma Hongjun watched her, noticing her somewhat weary demeanor. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing turned back to Ma Hongjun and asked, "I heard that you were also planning to go to such a place, like Dai Mubai?" Ma Hongjun did not anticipate that Zhu Zhuqing would pose such a question, yet it was an undeniable truth, a matter well known to all. He did not conceal it, saying, "Yes, I have been there, but I no longer intend to go." Zhu Zhuqing continued, "You two have acted out of necessity, I have heard. Could you possibly accompany me for my morning training tomorrow? I long to grow stronger. Do you wish to train alongside me?" Ma Hongjun asked, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed. I aspire to become more powerful, to no longer rely on anyone in the future," Zhu Zhuqing replied. Ma Hongjun remarked, "But after your cultivation with me, how will you train during the day? The intensity of daytime training is quite formidable. How could Zhu Zhuqing possibly endure it?" Perhaps the events of this evening had profoundly affected Zhu Zhuqing, as it was surprising that upon her arrival, Dai Mubai still lingered on those past moments. Noticing Ma Hongjun's hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing assured, "Rest assured, I shall not impede your cultivation, nor will I neglect my own training during the day." "Very well. Since you wish to join, come find me at 4 in the morning. For now, you should rest. While cultivation is vital, rest is even more crucial," Ma Hongjun replied. "Thank you," she said, and as Ma Hongjun watched her retreating silhouette disappear from his sight, he prepared to return to his dormitory for some rest. Zhu Zhuqing possessed such a nature. Although she was aware, she chose not to confront the issue directly, instead bearing the burden herself. She was a girl who appeared strong on the outside, yet harbored jealousy and a need for solace within, weighed down by immense pressure. In the novels Ma Hongjun had read, her struggles were not depicted in such depth. Many aspects were merely brushed over. Yet, tonight, in her emotional turmoil, Zhu Zhuqing revealed her most vulnerable side. Through her recounting of the tale involving Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun truly grasped the difficulty she faced. He longed to declare that Dai Mubai was unworthy, not truly a man. However, on the other hand, one could argue that Dai Mubai, despite his current state, might gradually improve with the support of Master and Tang San, regaining his confidence and wholeheartedly committing to Zhu Zhuqing, akin to the adage of a wayward son returning. Invaluable beyond measure. Yet, after the events of this evening, would that still hold true? Would Zhu Zhuqing forgive Dai Mubai? All of this remained uncertain. Perhaps it was because his soul was no longer the original Ma Hongjun, subtly influencing each individual within Shrek, altering the trajectories of their destinies. The next day, at 4 in the morning, as Ma Hongjun opened the door, he was greeted by Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a formidable training outfit. She was adorned with weighted gear, patiently awaiting him. "Zhuqing, you arrived quite early. Are you certain you need to don such heavy equipment for our training?" Ma Hongjun inquired, noting that Zhu Zhuqing's load was a hefty 20 kilograms. With a light laugh, Zhu Zhuqing replied, "Your burden has already reached 70 kilograms. What does my 20 kilograms amount to?" Unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun had, upon returning the previous afternoon, enlisted the village tailor to augment his own gear to a staggering 100 kilograms. To absorb a millennium-old soul ring, one must be relentless with oneself. Accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun swiftly made his way to the riverside where he had previously trained. "Zhuqing, is this movement intended to strengthen the core?" he asked. "Indeed. You are correct. Observe this series of movements, execute one set, rest for a minute, and then repeat until you reach your limit, she instructed. Ah, this is quite challenging, he remarked. After training, it's essential to pat your muscles to relax them and prevent them from becoming inert. What do you mean by inert muscles? Zhu Shiqing inquired. Those are the bulging muscles of a muscle-bound brute, who appears powerful yet is ultimately ineffectual, Ma Hongjun explained. Zhu Shiqing scoffed. I have no desire to become such a figure. Thus, the rhythmic sound of clapping echoed intermittently by the riverbank. 3 hours later, as dawn began to break, their training came to an end. At that moment, Oscar had yet to awaken, prompting Ma Hongjun to knock on his door for 2 recovery sausages. Handing one to Zhu Shiqing. Exhausted, she realized that without Oscar's recovery sausages, enduring the day's training would be arduous. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, everyone reconvened on the training ground, oblivious to the events of the previous night, including Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shiqing's shared training session. However, Ma Hongjun noticed that Dai Mubai, having arrived for breakfast, walked with a slight tremor in his legs, suggesting he had perhaps overindulged the night before. Chapter 45, Joint Practice. For Verses 4, Part 1, the 8 members of Shrek Academy stood in formation. The master soon arrived, surveying the 8 students before him. His gaze fell on Dai Mubai, positioned farthest to the left. Dai Mubai, did you not rest well last night? He asked, having clearly noticed something amiss with Dai Mubai. Taken aback, Dai Mubai replied, I suppose I'm doing all right. His voice carried an unusual hint of tension, markedly different from his usual demeanor. The master furrowed his brow, then turned to address the group with a grave expression. Today marks Ma Hongjun's first day of joint practice. His physical conditioning is exceptional, with a burden over twice that of yours. Therefore, he may forego afternoon training to pursue independent cultivation. Upon the announcement, everyone cast envious glances at Ma Hongjun. The master then proclaimed, as Ma Hongjun has arrived today, we shall commence a small team battle, 4 against 4. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar will form one team, while Ma Hongjun, Zhu Shiqing, Leng Shuanger, and Ning Rongrong will constitute the other. At this moment, Dai Mubai promptly interjected, Master, this seems rather unjust, does it not? All 4 of us are soul emperors, while their team comprises great soul masters. How can we train effectively under such conditions? The master did not respond directly but glanced at Ma Hongjun and inquired, Do you believe you will be defeated by them? Ma Hongjun shook his head and replied, No. The master was quite pleased with this response and turned to Dai Mubai and Tang San, saying, You 4 are prohibited from utilizing your 3rd soul skill, and Tang San, you must refrain from using your hidden weapons. Each team has 1 incense stick's worth of time to prepare, and the timer begins now. The master spoke sternly. After finishing, he ignited the incense to commence the countdown, and the 8 individuals split into 2 groups. On one side, Tang San was in charge of arranging their strategy, while on the other side, Ma Hongjun took the lead, with Fei Bai stationed at opposite ends of the playground. Ma Hongjun gazed at Leng Shuanger, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong, stating, Without the utilization of their 3rd soul skills, our chances of victory are significantly enhanced. Brother Jun, please share your thoughts. We shall follow your lead. Leng Shuanger responded. The trio turned their attention to Ma Hongjun, eager for his guidance. I have a preliminary strategy in mind. If you agree, we shall proceed accordingly. Since the announcement of the battle, Ma Hongjun had been contemplating tactics, and now he had formulated an initial plan. Brother Hongjun, please articulate your strategy swiftly. We will comply without hesitation, Ning Rongrong added. In terms of lineup, both teams possess their own strengths. Let us first analyze Dai Mubai's side. Dai Mubai is an assault-type soul master. Tang San specializes in control, Xiao Wu excels in attack, and Oscar provides support. Their advantages lie in formidable offensive capabilities and control. And with Oscar's 1st soul skill, they can engage in prolonged combat. As he spoke of their opponent's strengths, the 3 listened intently, seemingly convinced by Ma Hongjun's flawless analysis. Zhu Shiqing inquired, And what about us? Ma Hongjun smiled and remarked, Am I not here? Frost and I are strong attackers, while Zhu Shiqing specializes in agility and Rongrong serves as our support. We have 2 strategies for combat. Either we deal with Oscar first, depriving them of support, or we engage in a swift confrontation, resolving the battle as quickly as possible. With Rongrong's 2 soul skills, the difference in soul power levels can be significantly diminished. It is certain that their primary target will be you, Rongrong. Ma Hongjun expressed his belief that Tang San would not be foolish. He would undoubtedly aim to eliminate Ning Rongrong at the earliest opportunity. If Ning Rongrong were to fall, victory would be exceedingly difficult for their team. Perhaps this was a deliberate arrangement by the master. Soon, a stick of incense had burned down. The master promptly announced the commencement of the training session. In the center of the training ground, he drew a circle approximately 30 meters in diameter to serve as the combat arena. Anyone who stepped outside the circle would be deemed eliminated and unable to continue. The two teams positioned themselves on opposite sides, about 10 meters apart. Tang Xin stood in the middle, flanked by Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, with Oscar behind them. On the opposing side, Ma Hongjun occupied the center, with Leng Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing slightly behind him, and finally, Ning Rongrong. Let the battle begin. It will conclude once one team emerges victorious, the master called out. As the fight commenced, Dai Mubai took the lead. Simultaneously, Leng Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing launched their attacks, while Ma Hongjun remained still. At the very moment the battle began, Ning Rongrong activated her first and second soul skills, enhancing the strength and speed of Ma Hongjun and his companions by 30%. Feeling the surge of power, Zhu Zhuqing charged forward, intent on striking Dai Mubai without reservation, unleashing her first soul skill, the ethereal piercing thrust. Leng Shuanger also deployed her first soul skill, sending two ice pillars hurtling towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's soul rings illuminated as he activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield, to counter the incoming assault. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had already dashed in front of Ma Hongjun, her waist bow activated. Her second soul skill had no effect on Ma Hongjun, and with her third soul skill currently unavailable, she could only deploy her first soul skill. Although Xiao Wu was now a 31st level soul master, Ma Hongjun had also made progress. As the waist bow struck, Ma Hongjun glanced ahead and noticed Tang Xin was no longer in his original position. He swiftly retreated to evade Xiao Wu's attack and activated his martial soul, quickly positioning himself beside Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Tang Xin's first soul skill, Bind, manifested, confirming to Ma Hongjun that Tang Xin's target was indeed Ning Rongrong, while Xiao Wu was merely feigning an attack. Ma Hongjun promptly grasped Tang Xin's blue-silver grass, invoking his second soul skill, Phoenix of Fire. This enhanced his fire attribute's potency by 100% and bolstered his attack and defense by 50%. Frankly, the might of this soul skill was comparable to that of many soul masters' fourth soul skills. Under the influence of Ma Hongjun's Phoenix of Fire, approaching him was utterly futile. Even if one dared to come near, they would be engulfed by his flames. After all, Tang Xin lacked the ice and fire tempering body, possessing neither the immunity afforded by the ice and fire nor the awakening of the blue-silver grass. Thus, the control-type soul skill of Tang Xin was rendered ineffective against Ma Hongjun. From a distance, Tang Xin realized that Ma Hongjun had discerned his tactical intentions and promptly abandoned his plan to ambush Ning Rongrong, calling out, "Xiao Wu, retreat." Upon hearing Tang Xin's command, Xiao Wu swiftly withdrew. Meanwhile, the battle between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing against Leng Shuanger had taken an unexpected turn. During their initial encounters at the academy, with Ning Rongrong's supportive soul skills, they had found themselves at a considerable disadvantage. However, now, Ma Hongjun witnessed an astonishing scene. Zhu Zhuqing and Leng Shuanger were relentlessly pushing Dai Mubai back. After Tang Xin and Xiao Wu retreated, Dai Mubai had no choice but to follow suit. However, as he stepped back, he stumbled awkwardly, almost losing his balance. His condition was markedly different from before. He seemed fatigued, particularly in his legs, which appeared weak. "Oscar, hand me a recovery sausage," Dai Mubai urged hastily. In Chapter 46, Together in Training, for VS4, Part 2. Before any exchanges had occurred, Dai Mubai surprisingly requested a recovery sausage. Reflecting on Dai Mubai's state earlier, Oscar complied and crafted a recovery sausage. Only Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing understood the cause of Dai Mubai's condition, undoubtedly due to excessive energy expenditure. After consuming Oscar's recovery sausage, Dai Mubai regained his strength and confidence, exclaiming, "Come, let us continue." Strangely, upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of nausea. It was clear that a swift resolution to the battle was out of reach, considering that the opposing four had already surpassed the strength of Soul Emperors. If Tang Xin could anticipate Ning Rongrong's approach to ambush them, he would undoubtedly also foresee the need to protect Oscar. Thus, they resolved to engage in a fierce confrontation. Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Leng Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing before charging ahead with determination, directly aiming for Dai Mubai. Leng Shuanger possessed formidable freezing powers, which exerted a certain degree of restraint on Tang Xin's blue-silver grass. Observing Ma Hongjun's advance, Dai Mubai stole a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. his mind haunted by the memory of that day when Ma Hongjun had grasped her inappropriately. How could he allow anyone to lay a hand on his beloved? Even a mere accident was intolerable. He resolved to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson. In an instant, his soul power surged forth. Although he could not employ his third soul skill, the intensity of his 37th level soul master prowess imposed a significant advantage over the 3rd level Ma Hongjun. But was it truly so? As Ma Hongjun drew near, Dai Mubai activated 2 soul rings, unleashing his 2nd soul skill, a milky white orb of energy directed towards Ma Hongjun. This was Dai Mubai's 2nd soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Ma Hongjun was the first to manifest his initial purple spirit ring. With a single hand, he unleashed a fiery phoenix line, empowered by his 2nd spirit skill. This blazing phoenix line surged forth like a pillar of flame, striking against Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave. The impact was thunderous, as the phoenix line shattered Dai Mubai's defensive wave, maintaining its momentum unabated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dai Mubai promptly activated his 1st spirit skill, the White Tiger Shield. However, the ferocity of the phoenix line proved overwhelming. With a resounding crash, Dai Mubai was sent hurtling backwards, landing perilously close to the edge of the designated area, nearly being eliminated. How could this be? He mused in disbelief. Having previously sparred with Ma Hongjun, he had experienced both victories and defeats despite their equal spirit power levels. Yet this was different. He possessed a formidable 37th level of spirit power. At this juncture, the master outside the arena intervened, remarking, "This is entirely expected. Ma Hongjun's 2 spirit skills are derived from Millennium Spirit Rings. In conjunction, they can rival even a Soul Master's 4th spirit skill." Reflecting on Ma Hongjun's fiery attributes, which posed a significant hindrance to Tang San's blue silvergrass, the master continued, "Except for Oscar, the 3 of you may now employ your 3rd spirit skills." Enduring the pain, Dai Mubai rose to his feet, acutely aware of the considerable damage he had sustained. He sought a recovery sausage from Oscar, knowing that Ma Hongjun's attack had effortlessly dispatched a Millennium Spirit Beast. Had it not been for the partial defense provided by his 2nd spirit skill, coupled with the protection of his 1st, he would have sustained grievous injuries. After consuming another recovery sausage, Dai Mubai felt a slight resurgence of strength. Although Oscar's restorative provisions were limited, rendering his condition not considerably improved from the outset. However, upon learning that he could utilize his 3rd spirit skill, Dai Mubai's confidence soared. He immediately activated this skill, causing his body to swell, thereby enhancing his attack, defense, and strength by 100% for a duration of half an hour. Simultaneously, Tang San and Xiao Wu approached, readying themselves to launch an offensive against Ma Hongjun. Zhu Zhuqing and Leng Shuanger did not lag behind, summoning their spirit abilities from behind Ma Hongjun. As Ma Hongjun activated his 2nd soul skill, both his strength and defense surged by 50%. Coupled with Ning Rongrong's 30% enhancement in power and agility, even a 100% increase from any opponent would prove inconsequential. Just as Dai Mubai was poised to charge forward, Xiao Wu dashed ahead, while Tang San unleashed his 1st soul skill, directing it towards Leng Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing. Although he could not exert control over Ma Hongjun, he still possessed a measure of influence over the other 2. In an instant, he managed to immobilize Zhu Zhuqing. And the unique mandala snake toxin of the blue silvergrass's 1st soul skill induced a degree of paralysis. Meanwhile, upon gaining control over Leng Shuanger, an aura of chilling cold emanated from her, causing the blue silvergrass to freeze. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his control over the 2. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu charging forward, Ma Hongjun immediately sensed trouble. Xiao Wu was likely about to employ her 3rd spirit skill. Would she be using teleportation? Ma Hongjun immediately prepared to retreat, but at that moment, Xiao Wu appeared before him, seemingly poised to employ her waist bow. In the next instant, Xiao Wu vanished from his sight. Ma Hongjun unleashed 3 lines of phoenix fire, directing them backward. As Xiao Wu made her appearance, the phoenix fire had already arrived. With a thunderous roar, 1 line of phoenix fire struck Xiao Wu's back directly. Tang San called out to her urgently. Xiao Wu had initially intended to feign an attack on Ma Hongjun, but her true objective was to use her 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement, to confront either Zhu Zhuqing or Lang Shuang, who were under Tang San's control. Within a span of 5 meters, Ma Hongjun was already prepared. Upon being struck, Xiao Wu collapsed instantly. Ma Hongjun's 1st soul skill was not to be trifled with. It seems I may have been a touch too forceful, Ma Hongjun murmured to himself. Yet, Xiao Wu was a soul master of considerable strength, and this time, Ma Hongjun had utilized 3 lines of phoenix fire. each not as potent as a single line. Observing this, Tang Sen activated his third soul skill, spiderweb binding, which immediately ensnared Ma Hongjun and the others. He rushed to help Xiaowu, asking with concern, "Xiaowu, are you all right?" "Brother, I'm fine. This move cannot truly harm me. Here, have one of my recovery sausages." Oscar attempted to offer a sausage. However, Ma Hongjun's flames surged fiercely, rendering Tang San's third soul skill ineffective against the might of his fire. Ma Hongjun swiftly advanced and struck Oscar with a powerful punch. Although he did not exert excessive force, the blow was sufficient to send Oscar out of the ring. However, Tang San would not allow Oscar to escape so easily. A tendril of blue-silver grass reached out towards Oscar, attempting to pull him back. Yet, Ma Hongjun was well aware of Tang San's tactic. In his previous life, he had witnessed Tang San utilize this very maneuver to resolve numerous predicaments in both novels and animations. As Oscar flew out, Ma Hongjun made his move. His fist, enveloped in flames, intercepted the blue-silver grass just as it extended towards Oscar, seizing it with his fiery hand, which ultimately caused Oscar to tumble outside the circle. Observing this scene, the master could not help but nod in approval, marveling at Ma Hongjun's keen combat intuition. As he had anticipated Tang San's attempt to rescue Oscar and discerned Xiaowu's intentions as well. Chapter 47, Ma Hongjun vs. Tang San. As the battle progressed, the master found it increasingly difficult to decipher Ma Hongjun's actions. Although he struggled to fully comprehend Tang San's capabilities, Ma Hongjun appeared even more enigmatic. He seemed to possess an intimate understanding of each participant, almost as if he were more suited to the role of captain than Tang San himself. Prior to Ma Hongjun's arrival, the master had been wholly focused on cultivating Tang San as the core of their team. Oscar's exit from the ring signified that the remaining four were devoid of any support, forced to rely solely on their own strengths. At that moment, both Lang Shuanger and Zhu Qing were ensnared by Tang San's third spirit ability, leaving them unable to escape. Even Lang Shuanger's two spirit abilities could not dismantle the control skill in a timely manner. Zhu Qing was in an even more precarious situation. Having succumbed to the paralyzing toxin of Tang San's blue-silver grass, her combat effectiveness severely diminished, rendering her body almost uncontrollable. This was an unavoidable predicament for Ma Hongjun, as Tang San's control was indeed formidable. Now, they could only depend on themselves. Concerned for Xiaowu, who had sustained injuries, Tang San could not afford to be complacent. The direct impact of Ma Hongjun's attack on Xiaowu compelled him to send her out of the ring to consume Oscar's recovery sausage. Initially, Ma Hongjun felt that his strike might have been too forceful, but upon noticing the poisoned Zhu Qing, he dismissed his concerns. After all, Tang San had resorted to toxins. Could a single blow from him truly be considered excessive? In a sparring match, injuries were inevitable. As Xiaowu was sent out, Ma Hongjun sensed Tang San's rising anger. For the blow had struck his beloved, a subject of great sensitivity for him. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun prepared to launch an assault on Tang San, determined to rescue his entranced comrades. However, Tang San, positioned in close proximity, unexpectedly took the initiative to strike first, leaving Ma Hongjun aware that his arrival would be futile. In light of this, he decided to adapt his strategy. After all, this was a training exercise, and he was well within his rights to do so. Yet, should a life-threatening situation arise, Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly exert every ounce of his strength to save his allies. Consequently, he redirected his charge towards Dai Mubai, realizing that if he failed to rescue, it would soon become a 2-on-1 scenario with only Ning Rongrong and himself remaining. Should Dai Mubai and Tang San join forces, he would undoubtedly struggle to contend with them. Just then, Dai Mubai thought to himself as he observed Ma Hongjun rushing toward him. His third soul skill was already primed, and he too surged forward without delay. As Ma Hongjun activated the Phoenix Fire Palm, the potency of his fire attribute soared by 100%, and both his offensive and defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. It could be said that this attack surpassed the combined strength of his first and second soul skills. The master furrowed his brow, astonished that a fire attribute soul master could wield such formidable power. This must be a self-created soul skill of the fire element. To others, Ma Hongjun's skill was indeed a unique fire attribute technique. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai brimmed with confidence in his third soul skill, being a millennium-old technique, coupled with his considerably stronger soul power compared to Ma Hongjun. With a clash, their fists collided, and Dai Mubai felt as though his arm might be rendered useless. A searing pain coursed through his entire being. For a moment, he questioned whether he had mistakenly utilized a counterfeit third soul skill. Following that exchange, Dai Mubai was sent flying. Yet as a soul master of higher rank, his soul power exceeded that of Ma Hongjun, despite the level disparity. The gap was not insurmountable due to Ma Hongjun's cultivation of the fiery scriptures. Meanwhile, Tang San had already eliminated Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuanger. As Dai Mubai was propelled through the air, Ma Hongjun unleashed 3 phoenix fire lines. Near the edge of the arena, Dai Mubai was compelled to twist his body to evade. However, upon landing, he found himself precariously outside the line. How could this be? Have I lost? Dai Mubai struggled to accept this reality. Now, only Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong remained within the circle. Rongrong, let me handle this, said Ma Hongjun. The distance between him and Ning Rongrong was 20 meters, while Tang San was less than 5 meters away, likely to attack Ning Rongrong first. Thus, he encouraged her to step out of the circle to minimize her injuries. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong voluntarily exited the arena, leaving only Tang San and Ma Hongjun in the field. This scene seemed to echo their initial entrance examination. Albeit with a notable difference, Ma Hongjun had ascended from level 25 to level 30, while Tang San had reached the pinnacle of level 31, possessing the external soul bone. The 8 spider lances. Tang San's ability to absorb a 2,000-year spirit ring did not elevate his soul power by an entire level, but merely brought him to the peak of level 31. In comparison, Tang San's actual combat strength was significantly greater, bolstered by the 8 spider soul bone, which, if Ma Hongjun recalled correctly, could enhance all of Tang San's attributes by 50%, augmenting his speed and infusing him with potent toxins, thereby elevating Tang San's overall combat prowess. Facing Ma Hongjun once more, Tang San felt a surge of confidence. The teacher had only prohibited the use of hidden weapons, not the 8 spider soul bone. Go for it, Jungu. Sengu, give it your all. Xiao-san, it's all up to you now. Each of them fervently cheers for their remaining comrade. Yet the essence of their collective training has now dissipated, leaving merely 2 individuals engaged in a one-on-one duel. The master possesses the authority to terminate the combat. But the incessant boasting of Flander, who frequently claims that his disciple surpasses Tang San by leaps and bounds, lingers in his mind. He often recounts tales of effortlessly defeating Tang San during the entrance examination. Were it not for such provocations, the master might have promptly halted the fight. However, he now harbors a desire to discern the disparities between his disciple Tang San and Ma Hongjun. He aims to identify any deficiencies and address them accordingly. For a fire attribute soul master is inherently the nemesis of the blue silver grass, and battling Ma Hongjun will undoubtedly enrich his experience in confronting fire attribute soul masters. Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly refuse to concede, and so would Tang San. After being defeated by Ma Hongjun previously, he was determined to triumph over him once more. Tang San seemed to have realized that his blue-silver grass was countered by Ma Hongjun's fire attribute, thus he approached Ma Hongjun employing the Ghost Shadow Misty Step. With Tang San having ascended to the Soul Respect rank and his Xian Tian skill having advanced a level, his speed had increased significantly compared to before. Ma Hongjun, unyielding in spirit, transformed his hands into a blazing crimson hue, his feet treading upon the flames without leaving a trace. With a resounding clash, the 2 figures collided swiftly, only to part once more, each retreating a few steps. Ma Hongjun perceived that Tang San's attacking power had significantly intensified since his arrival at the academy. Due to Ma Hongjun's employment of the fiery palm, Tang San was compelled to counter with the mystic jade hand. The 2 clashed once more with a resounding impact. Ma Hongjun's fiery palm exhibited formidable strength, each strike more potent than the last, leaving Tang San with no choice but to utilize the control crane seizing dragon technique to neutralize Ma Hongjun's force. Although Tang San's mystic jade hand was impressive, its efficacy differed from the aggressive nature of Ma Hongjun's fiery palm. The latter delivered a fierce assault, while the former lacked comparable offensive power. After enduring 2 direct blows from Ma Hongjun, Tang San resorted to the control crane seizing dragon to mitigate the onslaught. However, Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of Tang San's intentions. He unleashed a direct fiery attack with the fiery palm, which Tang San found exceedingly difficult to counter. With a thunderous explosion, Tang San was propelled backward by Ma Hongjun's flames, leaving a gaping hole burned into his chest. Tang San felt as though he were completely restrained by Ma Hongjun's multifaceted onslaught, yet he could not afford to be defeated again. In the next moment, 8 spider legs extended from behind him. Here it comes, the external soul bone of my brother, exclaimed Xiao with delight. Chapter 48. Tang San faces despair. Ma Hongjun cast another glance at Tang San's 8 spider lances. In the blink of an eye, the 8 spider legs had elongated to a length of 1.5 meters. They then unfurled once more, the robust joints extending outward to reveal their sharpest points. Tang San could not help but emit a low growl as the 8 spider legs spread out from his back, flanking his body. The eerie purple glow shimmered like amethyst, resembling 8 arms that shielded him at the center. When Xiao mentioned the external spirit bone, all eyes turned towards her. While everyone was familiar with spirit bones, none had ever encountered the term external spirit bone. I don't know either. It was my brother who informed me that this is called an external spirit bone, Xiao said, glancing at the master. The master spoke earnestly. Everyone might be aware of spirit bones, which can only emerge from exceptionally powerful spirit beasts under specific circumstances at the time of their demise. Typically, they are found in 10,000-year-old spirit beasts, with a probability of 1 in 1,000. In contrast, the likelihood of an external spirit bone appearing is less than 1 in 10,000, making it second only to the 100,000-year spirit bones in rarity. It is a spirit bone that can be absorbed in addition to the 6 primary spirit bones of the human body. The conditions for acquiring it are exceedingly challenging. As you witnessed when Xiao San absorbed his 3rd spirit ring, it was indeed fortunate that he obtained an external spirit bone. You will soon see its specific effects. The master succinctly explained the external spirit bone to everyone before turning his gaze back to the 2 individuals within the circle. He had already instructed Tang San on training with the 8 spider lances earlier that day, and now that 7 days had passed, there should be some results. The rarity of these bones, second only to the 100,000-year spirit bones, was a concept well understood by Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing, hailing from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Star Luo Empire, respectively. They seemed to share silent concern for Ma Hongjun, as the master S-word suggested that Tang San was poised for victory. When it came to understanding the 8 spider lances, Ma Hongjun might even surpass Tang San. Given his knowledge of the evolution process of the 8 spider spear and the numerous spider-type spirit beasts Tang San had devoured, particularly the near extinction of the human-faced demon spider. In truth, it was akin to the god gun mark, merely that it consumed fire attribute spirit beasts. Once ready, Tang San reminded Ma Hongjun, "Brother Jun, do be cautious. My 8 spider lances are highly venomous. Bring it on. Don't hold back. Let me witness your true prowess." Ma Hongjun exclaimed, a fervent battle spirit igniting within him. Due to Ma Hongjun being slightly older, Tang San could only refer to him as brother. Even Oscar did not share this privilege, being referred to simply as Little Ao. While Dai Mubai was merely called Boss Dai, Ma Hongjun was acutely aware that to earn a title of respect, one's strength was of paramount importance. Otherwise, despite being the oldest, he might merely be referred to as the chubby one. Tang San summoned the 8 spider lances, swiftly advancing towards Ma Hongjun, his speed markedly enhanced. Ma Hongjun once again activated the state of his 2nd soul skill, employing the technique of fiery steps. As numerous soul bones relentlessly lunged towards him, he found himself compelled to evade continuously. Tang San recalled the words of his master, who had once stated that with the presence of the 8 spider lances, he was afforded the opportunity to engage in combat with soul masters whose power levels differed by no more than 10 ranks. This meant that at his current level of 31, he stood a chance against a soul master of 40. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was merely at level 30. Yet with the emergence of the 8 spider lances, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of confidence as Ma Hongjun deftly maneuvered and dodged with his enhanced agility. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the lethal poison contained within his Tang San's 8 spider lances. Even the slightest contact could spell his defeat. However, surrender was not in Ma Hongjun's nature. He deftly evaded the onslaught of spider legs, skillfully maneuvering under the relentless barrage. Initially, Tang San employed only 3 spider legs, but soon escalated to 4, observing that Ma Hongjun was still managing to dodge with his agility. Suddenly, Tang San whispered, "It is time to conclude this." The number of spider legs attacking Ma Hongjun surged to 6, their speed now more ferocious than ever. The master echoed the sentiment, declaring, "It is over." Had he lost? Zhu Shiqing murmured in disbelief. For some reason, she was reluctant to accept defeat, especially to him. Yet, Ma Hongjun would never concede. A glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, transforming their appearance dramatically. What was this? All eyes were fixed on Ma Hongjun's gaze. A soul bone? Another external soul bone? Upon activation, Ma Hongjun effortlessly evaded the assault of Tang San's 6 spider legs. "Master, does this mean that Hongjun possesses an external soul bone as well?" Oscar inquired. The master, though uncertain, could only surmise that it must indeed be an external soul bone. Nodding in affirmation, contemplating how that old rascal, Flinder, had managed to find such a talented disciple. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was harnessing the full potential of his eye bone, which not only amplified his power but also bestowed a unique ability. While utilizing the eye bone, the attack speed of his adversaries appeared to diminish by at least 30%, akin to watching a slow-motion replay. Initially, he had been unaware of this capability, which he had stumbled upon while searching for fire attribute soul beasts. This ability often allowed him to anticipate his opponent's moves, seemingly enhancing with the evolution of his eye bone. Possessing such a skill proved particularly advantageous in close combat. Witnessing that Ma Hongjun also possessed a soul bone and could adeptly handle the situation, Tang San no longer held back, deploying all 8 spider legs in a full-throttle assault against Ma Hongjun. After activating his eagle eye, Ma Hongjun ceased to evade blindly, now possessing ample space to launch his attacks. Amidst his agile maneuvers, he unleashed 3 blazing phoenix fire lines from his second soul ring. Observing this, Tang San promptly utilized his 8 spider lances to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, the 3 phoenix fire lines struck, sending Tang San flying. Yet the 8 spider lances remained unscathed. The damage inflicted upon Tang San appeared minimal, as the 8 spider lances absorbed the majority of Ma Hongjun's assault. Tang San refrained from employing his soul skills, as it seemed they held no efficacy against Ma Hongjun. Currently, the 8 spider lances could not reach Ma Hongjun either. In every respect, it appeared he was unable to triumph over Ma Hongjun. Could it be that fire element soul masters possessed such a distinct advantage over him? Would his blue-silver grass martial spirit still be viable for further cultivation? Consistently countered by Ma Hongjun's elemental prowess, Tang San found himself wrestling with such thoughts. Rising to his feet, he gazed into the distance, contemplating that there was but one method to conquer Ma Hongjun. Subsequently, his right hand began to tremble slightly, as if something were about to emerge. Ma Hongjun observed Tang San's movements, recognizing that Tang San was about to utilize the Haotian hammer. Concerning the Haotian hammer, combined with Tang San's unique hammer technique, Ma Hongjun reflected that his current strength fell short, and he lacked confidence in prevailing against Tang San's use of the Haotian hammer. At that moment, the master suddenly interjected, stating, "Enough, the joint training for this morning has concluded." Upon hearing this, Tang San abruptly regained his composure, nearly revealing the Haotian hammer, and reluctantly remarked, "We have lost." Chapter 49, the new training plan. With Tang San admitting defeat, Ma Hongjun also retracted his eye bone. Although the eye bone lacked substantial offensive capability, its auxiliary effects surpassed those of ordinary attack soul skills. Xiao San, your soul bone resembling spider legs, is quite impressive. Its attack speed is remarkable. It seems you have yet to fully adapt and integrate it. If you were to do so, I might not be able to evade it. Ma Hongjun commented. Jungu, your evasion is quite commendable. You managed to escape unscathed, Tang San replied helplessly. Despite not having fully integrated the 8 spider lances, he had exerted his utmost effort. He genuinely wished to wield the Haotian hammer to determine a victor against Ma Hongjun, yet he acknowledged his defeat. At that juncture, the master approached Ma Hongjun and inquired, "Ma Hongjun, can you release your eye bone once more?" "Certainly," he replied. As the eye bone was activated again, the master scrutinized Ma Hongjun's eye bone, pondering thoughtfully. Another external soul bone, achieved by both Tang San and you with less than a 1 in 10,000 chance. I suspect the emergence of this external soul bone has altered the probabilities. From which soul beast does this originate? The master queried again. The 4,000-year-old golden flame eagle. Ma Hongjun answered. The golden flame eagle, an exceptional soul beast. Its eyes and claws are its strongest attributes. No wonder this soul bone was formed. If I am not mistaken, this golden flame eagle soul bone should enhance vision. However, it seems that when you activated the eye bone just now, it possessed additional functions. The master contemplated. Jungu, what other functions does it possess? It feels as though after you activated your soul bone, you could easily evade my attacks, Tang San inquired, genuinely wanting to understand where he had faltered. Moreover, he had a higher soul power level than Ma Hongjun and possessed various skills, including the Xiantian skill. He found it perplexing, despite Ma Hongjun being a fire attribute soul master. The other members of Shrek Academy gathered around, and Ma Hongjun promptly stated, I cannot say for certain. It seems that when I activate the eye bone, I can perceive my opponent's attacks as if the entire world's speed has diminished. For instance, during your recent attack, Xiao San, while I was utilizing the eye bone, your speed appeared to decrease by at least 30%, granting me ample time to evade. Unlike Xiao San's soul bone, mine is entirely an auxiliary external soul bone, Ma Hongjun smiled. The master remarked, Your external soul bone is particularly well suited for close combat. It is quite impressive, rivaling Xiao San's soul bone. Upon hearing these words, Tang San's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. He remarked that his soul bone was not inferior, yet he still faced defeat. The master then spoke up, emphasizing that the outcome of today's joint practice was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that they identify their shortcomings and work towards improvement during the exercise. He proceeded to discuss the specific issues that arose for each pair. The 8 participants listened attentively, as the master, remaining an impartial observer, discerned numerous problems, including some concerning Ma Hongjun. In the course of the combat practice, the master highlighted many deficiencies, given that there would be further physical training in the afternoon. Oscar provided each individual with a recovery sausage. Once the combat session concluded, the master initiated targeted training based on the identified issues, which proved to be considerably more relaxed. Before long, the morning had passed, and everyone departed for the dining hall, leaving only Tang San and the master on the playground. Observing Tang San's sullen demeanor, the master inquired, "Little San, do you seem troubled?" "Master, why is there such a vast disparity between Ma Hongjun and myself? His soul attribute completely counters my blue-silver grass, rendering my control skills seemingly ineffective. Am I truly so vulnerable to a fire attribute soul master?" Tang San began to doubt his martial spirit and his own abilities, especially since Ma Hongjun had triumphed over him twice. Even the use of an external soul bone proved futile. The master chuckled, "Little San, your concerns hold some validity, yet they are not entirely accurate. Ma Hongjun possesses an exceptional phoenix martial spirit, and the potency of his fire attribute soul power is indeed formidable, ranking among the finest. Furthermore, his second soul ring is a 4,000-year-old ring, bestowing him with 100% enhancement to his flame power. It is only natural that your blue-silver grass cannot withstand his fiery might. However, fire attribute soul masters like Ma Hongjun are merely exceptions. You must also leverage your strengths, and we shall devise methods to address your weaknesses in the future." Yet, as the master spoke, Tang San found himself pondering what his advantages truly were. After considerable reflection, he realized that he appeared to possess no advantages whatsoever in the face of Ma Hongjun. As speed, strength, and attack techniques all seemed lacking. Even the effect of his hidden weapon seemed negligible against Ma Hongjun's defenses. It seemed as though the heavens had sent Ma Hongjun to temper him. However, recalling his other martial soul, Tang San felt a flicker of confidence. His second martial soul would undoubtedly not fear Ma Hongjun. "Thank you, teacher," Tang San remarked before joining his peers for lunch. An hour later, the 7 members of Shrek Academy engaged in rigorous training, while Ma Hongjun made his way to the riverbank once more, this time bearing a weight of 100 kilograms. Gradually, he submerged himself in the water, embarking on a new training regimen of weighted swimming. With the additional weight, he now bore a total of 300 jin. And upon entering the water, he swiftly began to sink. Instantly, Ma Hongjun resorted to using both hands and feet, exerting himself desperately to remain afloat. After several thrashes, it seemed futile against the force of sinking. Just as he was on the verge of submergence, he activated his martial soul and propelled himself upwards, breaking free from the water's surface. For the first time, he found himself unable to last even 30 seconds, revealing a lack of endurance. It was not that he did not wish to persist. The exertion was overwhelming, as the air offered him virtually no assistance beneath the water's surface. In this element, not only was the resistance immense, but he also had to ensure his body did not succumb to the depths. It appeared that 100 kilograms was still quite a challenge. Should I consider reducing the weight? No, I must accelerate my training. This weighted swimming is indeed an excellent method. If I manage 30 seconds this time, next time I will achieve 31 seconds. As long as I make progress with each attempt, that is all that matters. Upon reflecting on this, Ma Hongjun took a brief respite before re-entering the stream. At this moment, the other members of Shrek were shuttling between Soto City and the academy. Although they were weary, everyone managed to persevere. However, when it came to Ma Hongjun, after an afternoon had passed, he was seen reclining on a massive rock by the river, sprawled out in a star-like shape. He was utterly exhausted, having no desire to move, truly fatigued to the point of collapse. The physical exertion was at least threefold compared to the morning's training. Throughout the afternoon, he had lost count of how many times he had submerged himself in the water, as he had been engaged in this rigorous practice all day. With 100 kilograms of additional weight, he had discovered his limit, managing to sustain himself on the water's surface for a mere 36 seconds. In Chapter 50, isn't this too fast? Ma Hongjun's utmost endurance on the surface only lasted 36 seconds, and every additional second required his full effort. As time drew near, he reluctantly rose, channeling his fire attribute soul power to swiftly dry his body, clothes, and the weighted gear of any moisture. Only after everything was dried did he remove his equipment. Though he felt utterly spent, Ma Hongjun had no intention of continuing his training. The evening was designated for cultivating his soul power and mental strength. Thus, there was no need for the restorative sausages from Oscar. A nutritious dinner would suffice, allowing his body to recuperate on its own, as he could not become overly reliant on Oscar's sausages. Fortunately, since the arrival of Master, the training regimen had intensified, leading to a significant improvement in the quality of the meals at Shrek's cafeteria. While not exquisite, they were sufficiently nourishing. Upon entering the cafeteria, Ma Hongjun found the other 7 already engaged in their meal. "Why are you only arriving now? Come, sit and eat." Oscar was ever the most enthusiastic among them. Dragging his weary form to a seat, Ma Hongjun began to devour his food ravenously. It was evident that everyone was fatigued and famished, consuming their dinner with the urgency of a tempest. Conversations were sparse as they swiftly finished their meal and retreated to their respective dormitories to continue their training. Back in his room, Ma Hongjun opted not to practice the fire scripture, but instead focused on the method of enhancing his mental power found within the fire goddess Eye. Thanks to the eye bone, the effects of employing both techniques simultaneously were amplified, and the fire goddess Eye also contained specific methods for singularly elevating mental strength. His mental power steadily improved as he trained, and by 4 in the morning, when Ma Hongjun opened the door, he noticed the absence of Zhu Zhuqing's figure. Ma Hongjun had assumed that Zhu Zhuqing would not be able to endure much longer. Just as he stepped out of the village, he beheld a stunning figure practicing by the riverbank. To his surprise, Zhuqing was already here quite early. She truly was a diligent and tenacious girl. Upon Ma Hongjun's arrival, Zhu Zhuqing ceased her training and greeted him, saying, "You're here. How long have you been here, Zhuqing?" Ma Hongjun inquired. "Perhaps half an hour," Zhu Zhuqing replied. He had not anticipated her early arrival, having come just after 3 o'clock. If she had been training for several hours of soul power in the evening, it was evident that Zhu Zhuqing's rest would be limited to less than 5 hours. Ma Hongjun remarked, "Zhuqing, the art of cultivation requires a balance between tension and relaxation. While challenging oneself to the limits, one must also pay heed to the body's well-being. How long did you sleep last night?" In truth, Ma Hongjun himself had scarcely enjoyed restful slumber, dedicating nearly all his time to cultivating the fire goddess Eye. Within this practice lies a method for enhancing mental strength. Once he enters a focused state, the cultivation unfolds automatically, albeit at a slightly slower pace than active training. One could argue that during his cultivation, he simultaneously indulges in rest, thereby accumulating at least 8 hours of sleep. However, Zhu Zhuqing lacked such a method and could only rely on sheer willpower to rise for her training. Indeed, as Ma Hongjun spoke, Zhu Zhuqing stifled a yawn, feeling a tinge of drowsiness. "I believe I slept for about 4 hours last night," she confessed. Ma Hongjun remarked, "This is insufficient. You must rest for at least 6 hours, ideally 8. Anything less than 6 hours can be detrimental to your health." "Oh, then I shall retire early tomorrow and arrive promptly at 4, Zhu Zhuqing replied. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself in complete agreement with Ma Hongjun and trusted his words. "Now, let us continue our training," she added. "Zhuqing, hold on a moment. This training method is rather slow in its efficacy. It is quite similar to your daytime regimen. Let us adopt a different approach," Ma Hongjun suggested. "What kind of training method?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired with curiosity. Casting a glance at the remarkably statuesque Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun asked, "Are you proficient in swimming?" "Swimming? I have a basic understanding of it, but can it truly surpass our current methods?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned, puzzled. It is indeed astonishing how limited the understanding of physical exercise is among the people of this world. Swimming engages various muscle groups, with different strokes targeting distinct areas of the body. Moreover, it can significantly enhance endurance. In fact, swimming with weights is several times more effective than running. Such benefits exist. However, I am only familiar with one stroke. The others elude me, Zhu Zhuqing confessed. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "Rest assured, I possess numerous distinct postures that I can teach you gradually. However, at this moment, we must focus on maintaining your most familiar stance upon the water without falling off." "Persevere? What difficulty could there possibly be?" Zhu Zhuqing replied. Ma Hongjun shook his head and remarked, "Of course it was challenging. I could only manage to endure for a mere 36 seconds in the water under a load yesterday afternoon before I fell in. Even you could only last that long. Isn't that rather swift?" Zhu Zhuqing responded, acknowledging that Ma Hongjun's physical strength was unparalleled among all the students of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Ma Hongjun felt an odd sensation, as if something was amiss. He replied, after all, yesterday was my first attempt at cultivation. It is only a matter of time before I can steadfastly remain afloat. I believe you can achieve it as well. Zhu Shiqing nodded, seemingly sensing the peculiarity in Ma Hongjun's demeanor. Suddenly, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks in the darkness. Perhaps others could not perceive it, but Ma Hongjun possessed exceptional vision, even in the night. It was akin to daylight, thanks to his keen eyesight. Ma Hongjun, instead of teasing Zhu Shiqing, took the opportunity to impart some essential precautions regarding swimming. After all, he had conducted numerous experiments the previous day and had acquired a modicum of experience. As Zhu Shiqing entered the river for the first time, she immediately felt the challenge posed by her additional 20 kilograms. She swam for nearly 3 minutes before she could no longer endure and leaped back to the shore. Brother Jun, how long did I last? She inquired upon her return to dry land. In the darkness, while observing the drenched Zhu Shiqing, she seemed indifferent to her appearance, for the night concealed many details. Yet, for Ma Hongjun, the scene before him was vivid and clear. Suppressing the excitement within him, he responded, quite impressive. You managed to last 3 minutes. Keep it up. Brother Jun, it's hard to believe you only lasted 36 seconds, Zhu Shiqing skeptically remarked, considering she had persevered for 3 minutes. It seemed implausible that Ma Hongjun could have fared worse than her. Ma Hongjun remarked, I have increased my load to 100 kilograms. 100 kilograms? Zhu Shiqing could hardly fathom it, as her own burden was merely 20 kilograms. The disparity was immense. Were she to attempt lifting 100 kilograms, she would undoubtedly plummet instantly, unable to remain buoyant on the water's surface, perhaps even struggling to move at all. Brother Jun, I cannot compare to you, Zhu Shiqing said. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Sooner or later, you too shall bear 100 kilograms of weight. Let us continue. The two plunged into the water simultaneously, and the banks of the river resonated with the sound of splashes, reverberating throughout the secluded riverside. Chapter 51. Master. You were being excessive. While Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shiqing were immersed in their training, a woman clad in white observed the scene from a distance. She murmured to herself, Brother Jun and Zhu Qing have not included me. I must grow stronger and not fall behind others. After uttering these words, the woman returned to her dormitory. In less than 5 minutes, she re-emerged, this time equipped with weighted gear. Before long, she arrived at the training site of Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shiqing. Brother Jun, Shiqing, may I join your training? Asked Long Shuanger. Her dormitory was adjacent to Zhu Shiqing's, and she had just awakened from a nap. Pondering why Zhu Shiqing ventured out at such an hour, and upon recalling that Ma Hongjun was also training, she initially thought little of it. However, after tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, she resolved to investigate. Although the moonlight obscured details, she could discern that Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shiqing were training together. Ambitious as she was, she too desired to grow stronger and refused to be outdone by anyone, thus deciding to join Ma Hongjun's training group. In truth, she had long wished to witness Ma Hongjun's early morning training sessions and to partake in them herself. Yet, she had always felt too shy to speak up. Upon seeing Zhu Shiqing there, she inexplicably felt a sense of emptiness. As Ling Shuang'o approached, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shiqing promptly leaped onto the shore. Shuang'er, you've come. Welcome to my training team, Ma Hongjun greeted with a smile. Thank you, Brother Jun. I've longed to train alongside you, Ling Shuang'er replied. Could you enlighten me on how to train? Must one enter the water? There are 2 methods. One can train in the water or on land. But the efficacy of training in the water is unparalleled, Ma Hongjun explained. Feeling a bit shy, Ling Shuang'o admitted, I wish to train in the water. But I cannot swim. Brother Jun, could you teach me? Shuang'er, you cannot swim yet? Zhu Shiqing inquired. Do I not reside in the frigid snow city? It is perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, leaving little opportunity to learn, Ling Shuang'er responded. Fear not, you can start learning from this moment, Zhu Shiqing assured her. I will teach you, but you must remove your weighted gear first. Otherwise, you will surely sink the moment you enter the water, Ma Hongjun advised. Thank you, Brother Jun. Cold Frost was delighted. The initial struggle of 2 had suddenly transformed into 3. Fortunately, Cold Frost possessed a remarkable capacity for learning within merely an hour. She had already acquired the ability to swim with ease, and after 3 days, she could navigate the water with proficiency. Thus, a month slipped by unnoticed, and the trio's training became their cherished secret. Each evening, before retiring for the night, Ma Hongjun would inquire of Oscar for 2 recovery sausages. These sausages could sustain one's vitality for 12 hours, perfectly timed for Zhu Shiqing and Cold Frost to consume after their morning training. Ma Hongjun, however, refrained from partaking in the recovery sausages, choosing instead to conserve his energy for the morning drills, reserving his utmost efforts for the afternoon sessions. Throughout a month of rigorous training, the trio made significant strides. Zhu Zhuqing and Cold Frost learned various swimming techniques from Ma Hongjun, enhancing their physical conditioning. Swimming proved to be one of the finest methods of exercise, inflicting minimal strain on the body. By the end of the month, Zhu Zhuqing, bearing an additional weight of 20 kilograms, had improved her endurance from 3 minutes to approximately 7. Cold Frost, with a burden of 25 kilograms, transformed from a novice into an adept swimmer, managing to sustain herself in the water for about 6 minutes. Yet, the most remarkable progress was made by Ma Hongjun. Within a week, he finally shed the title of the 36-second man, surpassing the 1-minute mark. By the month's conclusion, he was able to achieve 2 minutes. One must not underestimate this increment of over a minute. Each additional second represented a transcendence of his own limits. With this advancement, Ma Hongjun felt a newfound strength coursing through his body, particularly in terms of endurance. Initially, he believed that with continued perseverance, he would soon seek out the third soul ring. However, one day, as he was enduring his training in the water, he was approached by 8 onlookers, none other than Master and the other 7 students from Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun swiftly leapt ashore and inquired, "Master, why have you come here instead of engaging in your usual back-and-forth runs?" Everyone turned to gaze at the drenched Ma Hongjun. The Master spoke. "With such an excellent training method at hand, it is only fitting that I share it with all of you. Henceforth, everyone shall adopt Ma Hongjun's training regimen." During this period, he had been instructing the other 7 members of Shrek in their training, and 2 individuals exhibited remarkable progress. Despite being able to complete the training tasks alongside the others daily, these 2 found the exercises increasingly effortless. It appeared that even after his intensive training, they had yet to reach their limits. Astonishingly, within a month, their endurance surpassed that of their peers. Upon inquiry, Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuangge revealed that Ma Hongjun had indeed provided them with special, individualized training. "Ma Hongjun, you are rather inconsiderate. I expect 2 recovery sausages tomorrow." "I thought you had sold them," Oscar exclaimed. "You should have mentioned this method sooner," Dai Mubai quietly grumbled, feeling a twinge of envy as Zhu Zhuqing's rate of improvement far exceeded his own over the past month. The thought of Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun rising in the middle of the night for their secret training sessions left him feeling disgruntled, especially since Zhu Zhuqing had not offered him a single pleasant word during this time. Ma Hongjun understood that this method could not be concealed from everyone. He said, "Since you all have gathered here, let us cultivate together." The Master then inquired, "Ma Hongjun, why don't you share your cultivation method?" Ma Hongjun replied, "My cultivation method is as follows." Ma Hongjun articulated his method of swimming with weights, to which the Master nodded in agreement, stating, "This approach aligns remarkably with a training regimen I conceived long ago, yet lacked the opportunity to validate. It appears to be a sound method of cultivation." He expressed his gratitude to Ma Hongjun and invited everyone to join in the training, though he mentioned that the method required further refinement. The Master subsequently shared his thoughts on the improvements. However, Ma Hongjun felt that some of these suggestions seemed somewhat superfluous, with a few potentially wasting time. Yet, he refrained from arguing, believing that unity within Shrek was paramount given the current circumstances. Deep within, he pondered, is this truly the method you envisioned, Master? The technique of filling a basket with stones for training? Could you have conceived this? Were it not for his invention of the weighted equipment, our group would still be merely carrying stones while running. Ma Hongjun could not help but exclaim, "Master, your actions are rather shameless." Many moons later, the Master published yet another training manual, which detailed his innovative method of swimming with weighted resistance in water. It was Ma Hongjun who first validated this technique. However, the very next day after the release of this training book, the Master seemed to have been assaulted by a mysterious individual and lay bedridden for a fortnight. Consequently, a tremendous battle ensued in a certain region of the mainland. Following this, the content of the training manual was amended to credit Ma Hongjun as the original discoverer of the method, with the publication merely serving as a record for reference. Chapter 52. Do you believe I can play Douluo? The arrival of the other 7 members of Shrek Academy enlivened the previously tranquil river. The Master diligently recorded each individual's training data, while today, everyone was experiencing a novel training method. The alteration in their training regimen significantly accelerated their progress. And after an additional fortnight, all had made remarkable advancements. Over the course of a month and a half, Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuangge ascended to level 28. While Ning Rongrong reached level 27, their improvements were particularly evident as their soul power had increased by 1 level. Yet, the greatest gains lay in their physical strength, stamina, and endurance. During this half-month period, Ma Hongjun had increased the weights for each individual, aside from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who only added 5 kilograms. The others had their weights raised by 10 kilograms. Additionally, a new face had joined Ma Hongjun during his morning training sessions, Dai Bai. Perhaps unwilling to witness Ma Hongjun's solitary training, he felt compelled to rise early to practice. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing consistently ignored him, always shutting him out. Initially, although Zhu Zhuqing had been somewhat aloof, she would occasionally exchange a few words with him. Now, however, she completely disregarded him, her gaze seemingly imbued with disdain. After another fortnight, Dai Bai could no longer endure the silence. On a dark and stormy night, when most of Shrek had already succumbed to slumber, he knocked on Zhu Zhuqing's door. Zhuqing, please open up. I'm uncertain of how I've offended you. But I implore you to let me in and allow me to explain, he pleaded anxiously. His affection for Zhu Zhuqing was genuine, yet he was perplexed by her coldness. He knocked again, yet received no response. After waiting a while longer, he knocked once more, still met with silence. Anxiously, he thought, Zhuqing is my fiancée. Could she be in danger? Surely, I can enter without issue. With that in mind, he pressed one hand against the wooden door and gently pushed, forcing it open. Upon turning on the light, he discovered the room was empty. Where could Zhuqing have gone at this hour? He pondered. Dai Bai felt a sudden surge of anxiety, recalling his past mischief involving girls. The first thought that crossed his mind was whether Zhuqing might have fallen victim to such mischief. Shaking his head, he murmured, My Zhuqing would never be so unfortunate. He then knocked on the door of the nearby cold Schwanger's room, but like Zhuqing's, there was no response. Had they gone off to cultivate again? He hurried to the small river where they usually practiced, yet still found no trace of them. Growing increasingly anxious, he had no choice but to head toward the academy. As he stepped into Shrek Academy, familiar sounds of laughter and conversation reached his ears. To his surprise, he saw a young man and 2 young women entering the academy. The man, with fiery red hair cascading almost to his shoulders, was none other than Ma Hongjun. His appearance had dramatically transformed. He no longer sported the mohawk of his previous self, having been in this world for over 5 months. His hair had grown wild and unruly. Zhuqing and cold Schwanger could hardly bear to look at it, and after their afternoon training, they had ventured to Soto City. Indeed, they had gone for a grooming session, and now Ma Hongjun stood slightly taller than Zhuqing, reaching a height of 170 centimeters. Bidding farewell to his former chubby image. Initially, Ma Hongjun had been reluctant to go, but cold Schwanger insisted on giving him a makeover, dragging Zhuqing along for the ride. After their grooming, the trio indulged in a hearty meal in Soto City, returning a bit later than usual. Observing their cheerful return, Dai Bai felt a pang in his heart, yet he forced himself to remain composed, secretly watching their interactions. Brother Jun, what game are you talking about? Cold Schwanger inquired. Just wait and see, Ma Hongjun replied with a mischievous grin. I call this game the poker game of title Douluo. He had made slight modifications, setting the jokers as the ultimate title Douluo at level 99, while the others represented ordinary people up to title Douluo. Zhuqing looked on with curiosity as Ma Hongjun had purchased some peculiar paper after entering Soto City, the purpose of which was still unclear. He then cut the paper into uniformly sized rectangles, inscribing strange numbers and patterns, along with soul power levels on each. Ma Hongjun believed that since they had ventured to Suatua City today and would not be training tomorrow morning, it would be prudent to take a suitable respite. Thus, he decided to create a deck of cards from his previous life for some amusement. Where shall we play this card game you mentioned? Inquired Zhu Zhuqing, who, after enduring such intense training, also yearned for a moment of rest. In truth, she had felt the urge to pause long before. But seeing Ma Hongjun and Lang Shuang pressing on, her indomitable spirit compelled her to persevere. Let us retreat to my room, for it is situated at the farthest edge of the dormitory and is the most spacious, proposed Ma Hongjun. Allow me to elucidate the rules of the game. This card game is called Dueling Title Douluo, and it is played as follows. Ma Hongjun transformed the 13 cards, including the jokers, into a new format. Following the rules akin to Do Dijou, he had renamed it, albeit the title was not particularly melodious. The 2 highest-ranking limit Douluo of level 99 can dominate, capable of defeating any combination of cards when played together. 3 Soul Masters of any rank can accompany another Soul Master. For instance, if I, as a Soul King, team up with an ordinary person, we could surpass the power of 3 Soul Zones partnered with a level 99 limit Douluo, Ma Hongjun elucidated. Wait a moment, Jun Ge. What are you implying? Are 3 Soul Zones with a level 99 Douluo truly outmatched by 3 Soul Kings, plus an ordinary person? Protested Lung Schwanger, visibly dissatisfied. That is the rule. We only consider the first 3 players. The power of the accompanying Douluo can be deemed as 0, replied Ma Hongjun. This rule is flawed. Lang Shuanga retorted, and Zhu Shuqing beside her nodded in agreement, echoing her discontent. Ma Hongjun, feeling helpless, said, "You'll understand once you play for a while. Let's enjoy the game while we chat, shall we?" The trio swiftly entered Ma Hongjun's room, finding it impeccably tidy and devoid of any unpleasant odors, which led them to regard him with newfound respect. However, as soon as they closed the door and settled at the table, a resounding crash echoed through the room. Dai Mubai had barged in, his martial spirit activated, bellowing, "What are you doing?" His voice was thunderous, reverberating throughout the entirety of Shrek Academy and even the surrounding village, for the roar of a martial spirit was far from subtle. The very walls of Ma Hongjun's room trembled, causing items to topple over. Faced with the furious Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun promptly replied, "We were merely playing a game called Do Di Zhu, or rather, Battle of the Tidal Douluos. Do you believe me?" Chapter 53, Dai Mubai's secret. At that moment, Dai Mubai was seething with rage, his fury blinding him to Ma Hongjun's words. He retorted angrily, "I believe you, not at all." With that, he concentrated his spirit energy and advanced toward Ma Hongjun, the potential for destruction looming if the confrontation ensued. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to retaliate, Zhu Shuqing stepped in front of him. "Dai Mubai, what are you doing?" she yelled. "Zhuqing, Dai Mubai halted abruptly, his claws poised dangerously above Zhu Shuqing's head. He quickly regained his composure and inquired, "What are you all doing?" "Well, we're playing a game, of course. It's quite strange. But it seems like you have something against Jungo, doesn't it?" Bing Shuanger chimed in from the side. Ma Hongjun said, "Dai Lao, if you wish to engage in a brawl, you may do so on the playground. It is spacious, and I shall accompany you to the end. However, do not demolish my dormitory here." At that moment, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar also approached. Even Flender and the master came to investigate the situation. After an explanation, Dai Mubai felt quite ashamed and promptly apologized. As they were all from the same academy, training together daily, it was considered a mere misunderstanding. When Flender instructed everyone to disperse, Dai Mubai suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, please wait. I have something to share." "Dai Lao, what else could there be?" "I was just having a delightful dream, and perhaps I could resume it now," Oscar yawned. Dai Mubai truly sensed a crisis, gritted his teeth, and declared, "You all are unaware. I possess another identity as the third prince of the Douluo Empire, and Shuqing is my fiancée. Wow, Dai Lao. You are a prince? Why have you come here? And Shuqing is still your fiancée?" Oscar inquired, bewildered. Not only Oscar, but everyone gazed at Dai Mubai and Shuqing with astonishment, realizing why Dai Mubai had always shown an implicit interest in Shuqing. Dai Mubai continued, "This relates to the competitive system of the royal family of the Douluo Empire. In fact, Flender had known about Dai Mubai's identity for quite some time, but was unaware of the reasons, and looked at Dai Mubai with curiosity. Indeed, the royal martial spirit of the Douluo Empire is the White Tiger. Your surname is Dai. I had speculated about your connection to the royal family, but I never imagined you were truly of royal blood," the master interjected. Dai Mubai nodded slightly and turned to Zhu Qing, stating, "Our families are closely tied. Having intermarried for generations, I have been betrothed to Zhu Qing since childhood. Due to family regulations, I must compete with my brother, Davis, for the position of heir to the throne. The loser faces obliteration or confinement to prevent internal strife within the family. Zhu Qing has come to Shrek as well, to grow stronger alongside me in preparation for the impending competition. Failure would mean obliteration or confinement." Tang San asked. "Indeed, failure could signify death. Time and opportunities for both Zhu Qing and me are limited," Dai Mubai replied with a bitter smile. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "What a ridiculous rule. Can't you simply not return?" Would they really seek out the Heaven Do Empire? Despite her seemingly carefree words, the reality was that not returning meant one would never return home again, relinquishing their status, something Dai Mubai was certainly unwilling to accept. Ma Hongjun recalled that this secret was revealed during the final stages of the prestigious Soul Master competition when they encountered the Douluo Royal Academy. It was a means to ensure that the team would give their utmost effort. However, now when Dai Mubai disclosed it prematurely, it evoked a feeling in Ma Hongjun, as if Dai Mubai was declaring to everyone that Zhu Qing belonged to him, that she was here specifically for him, almost as if to emphasize this point. Yet, it was Dai Mubai who continued to speak, while Zhu Qing remained silent, exhibiting an air of indifference. Had she just arrived, she might have uttered a few words. But now she was utterly disenchanted with Dai Mubai. "In truth, I owe an apology to Zhu Qing. For years ago, I came to Shrek because I could no longer endure the brutal competition and the oppression from my elder brother, Davis, whose schemes led to the death of my second brother. I chose to escape to Shrek, leaving Zhu Zhuqing alone in the Douluo Empire. It was my wrongdoing, Zhuqing. You have suffered over the years. I vow to train diligently henceforth, and together we shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Daimubai, in front of so many, bared his heart, summoning great courage to do so. Were it not for the looming sense of losing Zhu Zhuqing, he would not have resorted to such a desperate measure of revealing his innermost secret. The master added, "It is said that the union between the royal family of the Douluo Empire and the Yuming spirit cat family possesses a formidable martial soul fusion skill, capable of fighting above their rank, truly impressive." Despite Daimubai's confession, Zhu Zhuqing remained indifferent. Had he dedicated himself to training over the years, she might have considered forgiving him. However, 2 months prior, she had witnessed Daimubai indulging in revelry at night, a lingering thorn in her heart that she could not shake off. "Boring. I am not your fiancée. Did I ever agree to that?" Zhu Zhuqing declared before striding away. "Zhuqing, listen to me," Daimubai called after her. Zhu Zhuqing paid him no heed and continued on her path, prompting Daimubai to chase after her. "Ah, poor Dai. I wonder if Zhuqing will ever forgive him," Xiaowu remarked. Tang San interjected, "It is evident that Dai truly cares for Zhuqing. I believe she will forgive him in time. All right, everyone, let us return and rest. Tang San, Xiaowu, and Lang Shuanger, please keep an eye on these two to prevent any unforeseen incidents," Flinder commanded. "Make sure you all return to rest. And remember to keep Daimubai's identity a secret," Flinder added. As they turned to leave, Ma Hongjun paused and said, "Director, please wait a moment. Is there something else?" Flinder replied, looking back. "After 2 months of training, I believe I am ready to seek a soul ring," Ma Hongjun stated. His spiritual strength and physical prowess had unquestionably reached the pinnacle of a soul ancestor, even surpassing some soul kings. "Are you certain you are prepared to seek a soul ring?" Flander said, "Yes, I am certain that I can absorb the 10,000-year soul ring this time." Ma Hongjun replied, "Very well, I shall seek out Zhao Wuzhe and will take you with me soon. Xiao Gang, you should join us as well." To assist Ma Hongjun in finding a suitable soul ring, Master inquired, "Should we bring everyone along?" After a moment's contemplation, Flander responded, "Our target soul beast this time is over 10,000 years old. Bringing them along would actually pose a risk. It would be best if just the few of us went, and we can leave their training in the hands of other instructors." "All right, no problem. I will certainly help Ma Hongjun find a fitting soul beast," Master assured. Once everyone departed, Ma Hongjun surveyed the chaotic scene, tidied up a bit, and resumed his cultivation. The damaged door would have to wait until tomorrow for repairs. Chapter 54. You are asking for trouble. Seeing the door kicked in, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of anger. Even the most patient of individuals would want to give Daimubai a good thrashing, and Ma Hongjun was no exception. However, just as he was about to take action, Zhu Zhuqing stepped in front of him, and Daimubai's loud shouts summoned the others, including Flander. At that moment, he realized his chance to strike had slipped away. He truly wished to confront him, despite having spent 4 years at the academy with Daimubai. Ma Hongjun had only traversed into this world for a little over 5 months. Out of respect for Daimubai as a character in the story and his previous amiable treatment of the former Ma Hongjun, he continued to address him as Boss Dai. Moreover, he had never genuinely pursued Zhu Zhuqing, nor had he made any overtures towards her. On that fateful night, when Daimubai went to meet the twin sisters, he had even advised Zhu Zhuqing against attending. If he had intended to court her, he would have taken her along to witness Daimubai's actions, yet he did not. The last time Zhu Zhuqing was in danger, he was the first to rush to her aid. Perhaps Daimubai's character was commendable, but when it came to Zhu Zhuqing, he seemed to have lost his wits. The more he pondered, the less focused Ma Hongjun became. 2 hours passed without him finding rest. If he didn't confront Daimubai now, would he truly wait until the new year? Did he really think him to be mere clay to be molded? Ma Hongjun swiftly donned his attire and made his way towards Daimubai's chamber. As he passed by Zhu Zhuqing's room, he noticed that her door had also been damaged, leading him to suspect that Daimubai might be responsible. At that moment, Zhuqing was absent from her quarters. Utilizing his ability, he peered into the room and saw Zhu Zhuqing slumbering alongside Lang Shuanger. After a brief glance at Ma Hongjun, he departed and approached Daimubai's door, knocking gently. At this time, Daimubai had not yet succumbed to slumber. "Come out," Ma Hongjun called out. After uttering those words, he swiftly left. Daimubai, recognizing it was Ma Hongjun, felt a surge of frustration, particularly as he recalled how Zhu Zhuqing had chosen to sever ties with him that very day. Despite his earnest pleas for an hour, She had not uttered a single word to him. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with anger, attributing all his woes to Ma Hongjun. The image of where Ma Hongjun had placed his hand while rescuing Zhu Shiqing lingered in his mind. He had not touched her hand in months, and forgiveness seemed elusive. Recently, he had distinctly observed a change in the way Zhu Shiqing regarded Ma Hongjun. A glimmer reminiscent of the looks she had only bestowed upon him during their time in the Douluo Empire. Throughout the mornings of their recent training, Zhu Shiqing had been addressing Ma Hongjun as Junko, which had also unsettled him. Consequently, Dai Mubai opened the door and followed suit. Upon seeing Dai Mubai emerge, Ma Hongjun immediately accelerated, swiftly making his way 2 kilometers beyond Shrek Academy. Indeed, he dared to come out. Ma Hongjun glanced back at the approaching Dai Mubai. What exactly did you do to Zhu Qing? Why are you treating me this way? Dai Mubai demanded sharply. Ma Hongjun chuckled. I haven't done anything to her, rather. You should question what you've done to her. Dai Mubai, clearly skeptical, retorted. You are deceiving me. It is precisely because of you that Zhu Qing has become this way. Are you attempting to make advances on her? Let me make it unequivocally clear. Zhu Qing is my fiancée. If you harbor any intentions towards her, it would be tantamount to courting death. Ma Hongjun's expression darkened as he said, Do you not consider our bond as classmates? Classmates? No one shall stand between me and Zhu Qing, not even you. Dai Mubai declared fiercely, for Zhu Qing was akin to his Achilles heel. What did the camaraderie of classmates matter in comparison to that? Dai Mubai seemed to believe he had the upper hand over Ma Hongjun, for his influence at Shrek Academy had indeed been formidable over the years. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail that was more than 5 months ago. And Ma Hongjun was no longer the same person he once was. Since you have stated it thus, I cannot afford to be polite. From this moment on, I am determined to pursue Zhu Shiqing, Ma Hongjun asserted. You cannot. Dai Mubai was taken aback, unaware that Ma Hongjun would respond in such a manner. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Why can't I? She is my fiancée. Zhu Qing belongs to me. Dai Mubai retorted loudly. Yours? Zhu Qing has already rejected you tonight, and besides, isn't it true that everyone has an equal opportunity? Ma Hongjun replied. Dai Mubai, no longer inclined to show any respect, thought. Why should I still hold on to a shred of admiration? Is Dai Mubai truly a good person? He spends his days at Shrek, chasing after frivolous pleasures. Does he truly deserve Zhu Shiqing? Although Ma Hongjun was no saint either, often frequenting such places, he felt compelled to do so to avoid being consumed by his inner turmoil. He had no choice, especially since he had not yet arrived in this world and was not that kind of person. Since his arrival in the Douluo continent, he had devoted himself solely to cultivation. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai was infuriated. He immediately summoned his martial soul and proclaimed, It seems you need a lesson to understand who the true leader of the academy is. You must have become quite arrogant during this time. With that, Dai Mubai activated his 3rd soul skill, the White Tiger transformation, charging directly at Ma Hongjun. On that day of their joint training, fatigue had led to his defeat. But now, free from the constraints of the arena and in peak condition, he was determined to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson. As Dai Mubai initiated his 3rd soul skill, Ma Hongjun swiftly activated his own martial soul, saying, You really asked for a beating, don't you? With that, he unleashed his 2nd soul skill, the spirit of the blazing fire palm, simultaneously activating his eye bone. He utilized every ability at his disposal, employing the fire without trace technique. He swiftly closed the distance to Dai Mubai's side. Boom. Dai Mubai, confident in his ability to withstand Ma Hongjun's assault, was taken aback by the fact that Ma Hongjun's speed and strength exceeded his own. After all, he was a peak-level soul master at level 37. Despite the pain, Dai Mubai attempted to retaliate, but Ma Hongjun effortlessly evaded his every attack. In an instant, he recalled the function of Ma Hongjun's external soul bone. How could this be? He had initially believed that the gap between them was not significant, as they practiced the same methods. How could Ma Hongjun be so vastly superior? After all, his soul power was 7 levels higher than Ma Hongjun's. It shouldn't be this pronounced. Under the cover of night, the sound of Dai Mubai's howls echoed repeatedly. After a full 20 minutes, Ma Hongjun finally ceased his assault, his anger considerably diminished. He looked down at Dai Mubai, who lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Ma Hongjun understood that he could no longer continue fighting, for further conflict might lead to dire consequences. I will kill you, Dai Mubai said, his voice somewhat hoarse as he spoke. Ma Hongjun remarked, Then get up. Otherwise, how could you possibly have the strength to fight? Consume this, and you will instantly regain your energy. He produced an Oscar's restorative sausage, one of the 2 prepared for the evening, meant for morning training. Dai Mubai, eager to recover, did not hesitate and promptly consumed one. His body immediately regained a significant amount of strength, but little did he know that as soon as he stood up, Ma Hongjun's fists came rushing at him once more. What if he didn't recover and ended up getting seriously hurt? Suddenly, a wail echoed through the dark night. Chapter 55. A familiar place. The master's discovery. The following morning, Shrek continued its usual training routine. Each member entered the Shrek playground with vibrant spirits. Yet one individual was conspicuously absent, Dai Mubai. The master scanned the area and was about to inquire when Oscar interjected, "Master, it seems that Dai has fallen ill and requested a day off." Ill? The master felt puzzled, as Dai Mubai, being a soul emperor, possessed a robust physique, making illness quite rare for him. "I shall check on him," the master declared, setting off to visit Dai Mubai. The others, too, were curious and intended to follow when they spotted Dai Mubai approaching slowly from a distance, appearing indeed to be unwell. Oscar was bewildered. Last night, Dai Mubai had nearly crawled to his door, consuming 3 restorative sausages just to manage standing and returning to his quarters. Despite all inquiries, Dai Mubai remained tight-lipped about the reason for his condition. As he drew near, he looked rather unwell, as if he had not slept a wink. And his gait was even more unsteady than before, as if he might collapse at any moment. "Boss Dai, what has happened to you?" Tang Sen approached to support him and asked. "I couldn't sleep last night, so I decided to train outside. Unexpectedly, I encountered a soul master-level robber, and we had a skirmish, resulting in some minor injuries. However, I have consumed Oscar's sausage, so I feel much better now," Dai Mubai explained. Determined not to abandon Zhu Shiqing, yet feeling too embarrassed to admit that he had been beaten by Ma Hongjun. As the leader of Shrek, it would be quite the disgrace to be bested by a recognized subordinate. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the intensity with which he had struck yesterday. He delivered a blow, followed by a restorative sausage, and then struck again, consuming another to recuperate before continuing his onslaught. In truth, he had no intention of being so heavy-handed. He merely sought to impart a minor lesson. Yet, once he acted, he found himself unable to restrain his strength. His relationship with Zhu Shiqing was innocuous. He attempted to explain this to Dai Mubai, but his words fell on deaf ears, leading to an unguarded confession of his pursuit of Zhu Shiqing. Although he had contemplated pursuing her in the past, he was acutely aware that she was Dai Mubai's fiancée, and that she held genuine feelings for him. Otherwise, when she intended to catch Dai Mubai in the act that fateful night, she would have eagerly allowed him to accompany her. Instead, he chose to protect Dai Mubai, urging Zhu Shiqing not to proceed. It was indeed Dai Mubai, blinded by love, who had lost his rationality. Many find themselves irrational in such circumstances. Observing the icy demeanor of Zhu Shiqing, who remained impassive and did not glance in Dai Mubai's direction, Ma Hongjun hesitated. Should he pursue her or refrain? The sight of Zhu Shiqing's alluring figure ignited a flicker of desire within him. After all, he was a man. Having expressed his feelings, how could he not pursue her? However, he resolved not to chase her with fervor, allowing events to unfold naturally. What was meant to be his would never elude him. If Zhu Shiqing remained steadfast in her affection for Dai Mubai, any effort to win her over would be futile. Love cannot be forced. And his primary focus was to enhance his own strength. Once he became formidable, he would attract any number of goddesses. He realized this, and a sense of clarity washed over him. He felt no guilt towards anyone, as long as he remained true to himself. The master, noticing Dai Mubai's poor condition, instructed him to rest while the remaining 7 engaged in collective training. As the day's training concluded, Flinder informed Ma Hongjun that he would venture into the Douluo forest the following morning to seek his 3rd spirit ring. With Shrek now boasting 8 students, Ma Hongjun's departure left 1 behind. Other instructors needed to coordinate the training. At dawn, as the first light broke, all but Dai Mubai, who was injured and unable to leave, extended their best wishes to Ma Hongjun, hoping for his success. From a distance, Dai Mubai watched as Ma Hongjun, Flinder, Zhao Wujing, and the master set off, murmuring to himself, "I hope he doesn't return. Now is my chance to win Shiqing back." Upon leaving the academy, they continued their journey on foot. A day later, the 4 re-entered the Douluo forest. "Xiao Gang, what kind of spirit beast do you think would be suitable for Hongjun this time?" Flinder inquired as they exited Shrek. The master replied, "Ma Hongjun requires a spirit beast over 10,000 years old, which poses considerable difficulty. Moreover, it must possess a fire attribute, necessitating a deeper venture into the Douluo forest. I have considered several suitable spirit beasts for him, but it will also depend on luck. As soul beasts reach an age of over 10,000 years, their numbers become increasingly scarce. the quest for a suitable soul ring becomes exceedingly challenging, requiring one to brace for a prolonged search. With a stroke of fortune, one might find success in 3 to 5 days. However, with less favorable luck, it could take a month or more. The master continued, and upon hearing his words, Flander patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not be anxious. We will certainly assist you in finding a suitable soul beast. Director, I am not in a hurry. Let it unfold at its own pace." Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. As they ventured into the Stardow forest, the group pressed deeper without lingering at the periphery. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the very spot where Ma Hongjun had acquired his first and second soul rings. Following Ma Hongjun's previous hunts and battles with soul beasts, the presence of such creatures in this area had significantly diminished. Flander, noticing this anomaly as they passed by, remarked, "How peculiar. Why are there no soul beasts over 1,000 years old here? Have they been hunted by someone?" "Indeed, it seems so. Could it be that dozens of soul masters have come to seek their third soul rings?" Zhao Wujie interjected. "If it were the Blaze Academy, that would indeed be plausible. Considering their students are all fire attribute," the master analyzed. Suddenly, the master halted to gaze upon a nearby volcano, exclaiming, "This appears to be a volcano." "Indeed. It is a volcano, albeit of modest size, with no signs of erupting lava. The molten rock flows within, remaining contained," Zhao Wujie noted. "Master, is there an issue here?" "There may be a suitable soul beast for Ma Hongjun within," the master replied calmly. "Are you suggesting that this volcano harbors a soul beast suitable for me?" Ma Hongjun asked, bewildered. Despite perusing numerous tomes at Shrek, he found his knowledge lacking compared to the master. Flander chimed in, "Xiaogang, are you not jesting? Could there truly be a 10,000-year soul beast within? Let us circle the volcano and investigate," the master proposed. Ma Hongjun had visited this place numerous times, but had never encountered a soul beast of such age. What could the master have discovered? Fortunately, the volcano was not vast, and within an hour of circling it, they reached a crater taller than a person where the master came to a halt. He analyzed. Based on the lack of lava seepage and the surrounding conditions, this area resembles a description I once read in an ancient text. If the account is accurate, it may conceal a unique fire attribute soul beast, possibly exceeding 10,000 years or perhaps less. Both possibilities exist. Chapter 56, Master, are you deceiving me? Flander pondered. "Xiaogang, I have accompanied Ma Hongjun here on 4 separate occasions to hunt soul beasts, yet we have never encountered any formidable creatures. Have you ever ventured inside this volcano?" the master inquired. "When we hunted the fire scale beast king, I entered from that side. But I did not encounter any powerful soul beasts," Flander contemplated. Ma Hongjun, too, remained oblivious to the circumstances within. During his previous venture to vanquish the soul beasts and seize their fire attribute energy, he had not contemplated delving into the lairs of these creatures. The fire scale beast was merely a denizen of the periphery. To truly discern the situation, one must penetrate deeper into the volcano. "I shall proceed to investigate," Flander declared first. "Let us also venture inside. As a fire attribute soul master, I should be relatively unharmed by the flames within," Ma Hongjun stated. The master suggested, "It would be prudent for us to enter together. The scale of this volcano is modest, and as I mentioned earlier, the soul beasts here likely do not exceed 10,000 years in age. Indeed, with such a modest age, they pose little threat. Let us proceed together," Zhao Wujie proclaimed loudly. Flander nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, we shall enter as one." Both he and Zhao Wujie were formidable soul saints, distinguished even among their peers, and they felt no fear confronting a mere 10,000-year soul beast, even with the master and Ma Hongjun accompanying them. Their trust in the master was unwavering. The quartet arrived at the former territory of the fire scale beast, with Zhao Wujie boldly leading the way. He immediately summoned his martial soul, the mighty golden bear, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The fire scale beasts, with lifespans not exceeding a century, sensed the formidable energy and scattered in fright, some even cowering on the ground, paralyzed by the disparity in strength. As they entered a cavern filled with molten lava, the temperature soared dramatically, prompting the 4 to unleash their martial souls for protection. They traversed a winding, rugged path, descending deeper, with fiery magma occasionally cascading from the rock walls. Fortunately, the fire scale beasts had carved a passage through their long habitation, and the group followed this route further into the depths. Flander and Zhao Wujie, being soul saints, possessed immense soul power, while Ma Hongjun, as a fire attribute soul master, thrived in this environment, finding it comparatively easy. The greatest challenge lay with the master, whose martial soul could not manifest, forcing him to rely solely on his soul power for resistance. As they descended further, the temperature escalated, making breathing increasingly arduous. I can no longer endure the descent. You may continue without me, the master announced. Flander, aware of the master's capabilities, promptly replied, Zhao Wujie, you and Xiao Gang should remain outside and wait. The conditions here are indeed arduous. Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall stay with the master until you entice the soul beast out. They had only descended 100 meters, yet the temperature within had already surpassed 50 degrees. Were it not for their cultivated physiques, ordinary individuals would have succumbed long ago to the oppressive heat. Ma Hongjun surveyed his surroundings and continued to descend alongside Flinder for several dozen meters, until they reached the terminus of the fire scale beast territory. The path had transformed into a rugged terrain, utterly irregular, devoid of any traces that would suggest the habitation of soul beasts. As they ventured deeper, the temperature escalated, with an increasing presence of lava that posed a risk of misstep. After descending approximately 100 meters, Ma Hongjun and Flinder halted, seemingly arriving at the very bottom, where they entered a space roughly the size of a basketball court. At the core of this chamber lay a pool formed by molten lava, converging from all directions. Surely the soul beast master mentioned cannot be found within this pool? Ma Hongjun pondered aloud. He understood that even among fire attribute soul beasts, distinctions existed, and the temperature of this lava was such that not even the most formidable fire attribute soul beasts would dare approach it. For instance, a common low-level fire attribute soul beast, like the fire scale beast, would undoubtedly be instantaneously incinerated in this pool of lava. Even Ma Hongjun, with his fire attribute spiritual power, would hesitate to confront the searing molten rock. However, upon arriving at the lava pool, the divine spear mark on his chest began to stir with activity, indicating that something within was drawing it in. Flinder remarked, there are indeed soul beasts within. As Xiao Gang suggested, it may be quite challenging to lure them out. After a moment's contemplation, he added, allow me to give it a try. With that, Flinder activated his 4 soul rings and unleashed 10 razor-sharp air blades towards the lava. In an instant, the blades submerged into the molten rock, creating a splash of lava. Yet, after this display, there was still no response. The lava pool remained eerily tranquil. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun's keen eyesight detected something on the opposite side of the lava pool, a leaf-like object, radiant in a brilliant crimson hue, almost blending seamlessly with its surroundings. It was nearly imperceptible, visible only to those with exceptional vision. Ma Hongjun swiftly activated his fire eye and eye bone, gazing intently once more. To his astonishment, he beheld a plant thriving within the molten lava. Although its nature remained a mystery, Ma Hongjun sensed its extraordinary essence. Dean, I shall investigate further, he declared. And with that, the wings of the phoenix unfurled in an instant. Exercise caution. Return immediately if anything seems amiss, Flander advised. Ma Hongjun soared into the air and replied, all right. He flew directly towards the object that resembled a plant, arriving above it. Before him lay a plant with 9 slender, fiery red leaves spreading outward. The leaf he had previously observed was one of those that had separated. At the very center of the leaves was a blossom, somewhat reminiscent of a lotus. Yet distinctly not a lotus, for where could one find a lotus with such leaves? Upon discovering this treasure, Ma Hongjun felt somewhat troubled. This was likely a celestial specimen. He recalled from novels that there were specific requirements for harvesting celestial items. For instance, some necessitated the use of metallic tools, while others required the initial removal of a certain part before extraction. He was completely unaware of the procedures, though perhaps Tang San would know. Should he notify Tang San to come and take a look? At this moment, Tang San's temperament was not such that he would covet his possessions. Ma Hongjun was in a state of distress when, all of a sudden, he heard Flandra's voice calling out, Ma Hongjun, quickly return. No sooner had Flandra finished speaking than he activated his martial soul and rushed forward. But alas, it was already too late. As Ma Hongjun turned his head, he beheld a massive surge of magma erupting from the molten pool below. He swiftly took evasive action to avoid the scorching flow that threatened to engulf him. Once he had safely dodged the eruption, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in realization. Before him loomed a fire dragon, its girth comparable to that of a barrel, with one half suspended above the magma pool while the other half submerged beneath its fiery depths. Upon closer inspection, Ma Hongjun confirmed with a jolt that this was no mere fire dragon, but rather a fire-scaled serpent, far exceeding 10,000 years in age, a soul beast of formidable power. Master, you have truly deceived me, he thought bitterly, grappling with the unsettling notion that this creature might be tens of thousands of years old, perhaps even 100,000. Chapter 57. The Crisis of Death. The appearance of the fire-scaled serpent prompted Flandra to approach cautiously, refraining from immediate aggression. Should the creature harbor no ill intentions? A preemptive strike might provoke a conflict. Thus, Flandre withheld his attack, instead manifesting his martial spirit to demonstrate his strength, uncertain if it would instill any trepidation in the fire-scaled serpent. Nevertheless, he understood the wisdom in avoiding combat with such an overwhelmingly powerful soul beast. Esteemed dragon of fire, we have inadvertently trespassed upon your domain, and for any transgressions, we humbly seek your forgiveness, Flandre addressed the magnificent creature. In response, the fire-scaled serpent emitted a resonant roar that reverberated through the volcanic chamber, sending tremors throughout the space. In the distance, Master and Zhao Wujie perceived the sound, their expressions turning tense. The unmistakable roar of a dragon. There was indeed a dragon below, a fire dragon at that. It was well known that a true fire dragon, even with merely 10,000 years of cultivation, possessed combat abilities rivaling those of a 100,000-year soul beast, a fact that Master was acutely aware of. Quickly, we must assist them. This is a fire dragon whose strength may well rival that of the Titan Great Ape, Master urged. Zhao Wujie, momentarily taken aback, recalled the overwhelming sense of helplessness he had experienced 2 months prior in the presence of the Titan Great Ape. Now confronted once more by a soul beast of equal might. Was this a stroke of good fortune or ill? What are you dawdling for, Zhao Wujie? Master prompted, hastening him. Master, if I go, what will you do? Zhao Wujie inquired. You need not concern yourself with me. Your priority is to ensure their safety. I will find a secure location and await your return, Master replied, fully aware that his current soul power was but level 29, rendering him ill-equipped to withstand the intense heat below. Venturing forth would only exacerbate the situation. Very well, Master, take care of yourself, Zhao Wujie responded, and with that, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. Upon speaking of Zhao Wujie, he activated his martial soul and charged towards the volcano. Meanwhile, the Master began to retreat, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Should calamity truly strike, the blame would rest solely upon him. His mind desperately sought to recall an ancient tome he had once encountered within a relic. The text had indicated that in such a volcanic environment, one might encounter a fire-attributed soul beast, perhaps even a botanical soul beast of the same element. Yet, how could a formidable fire dragon emerge instead? The Master found himself questioning the reliability of certain texts. He hastened his escape, but as he fled, he noticed an unsettling silence around him. Normally, the area was teeming with fire-scaled beasts, yet they were now quaking in fear, rendered motionless by a resounding roar that allowed him to exit safely. Meanwhile, on the side of Ma Hongjun, after the dragon's roar, he turned his gaze towards Flandre. Ma Hongjun sought to seize this opportunity to make his escape, at least to reach Flandre's side. However, just as he was about to act, he suddenly sensed an instability beneath his feet, and with a forceful effort, he nearly lost his balance mid-air. Upon looking down, he discovered that his foot was ensnared by what had previously appeared to be an ethereal herb, entangled by its slender leaves. Flandre also sensed the precariousness of the situation, yet he had no intention of intervening. He repeatedly admonished himself to remain calm and refrain from acting impulsively. The vibrant, crystalline red leaves began their ascent from around Tang Yu's legs, seemingly intent on enveloping Ma Hongjun entirely. Meanwhile, the fire dragon remained passive, merely observing Flandre while allowing the encroaching fire elemental spirit beast to ensnare Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun felt the searing heat emanating from the fire attribute plant spirit beast, understanding that he could not remain passive in this dire situation. He immediately activated his second spirit skill, the blaze, channeling all his energy to break free from its grasp. With all his might, Ma Hongjun unleashed his second spirit skill, amplifying his power to its zenith. Simultaneously, he activated his first spirit skill, directing a phoenix fire line towards the unknown fire attribute plant spirit beast. With a resounding boom, Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line struck the core of the fire attribute plant spirit beast, causing nearby stones to shatter, and revealing the true form of the spirit beast before him. What had previously been no larger than a palm had now swelled to the height of a person. Moreover, the speed at which it ensnared Ma Hongjun had intensified. Seeing Ma Hongjun take action, Flandre realized that a peaceful resolution was no longer feasible. He immediately soared towards Ma Hongjun, but the fire dragon seemed to be in league with the fire attribute plant spirit beast, blocking Flandre's path. Flandre, I shall assist you, Zhao Wujie called out as he activated his martial spirit, summoning the full might of the great strength diamond bear. Flandre, seizing the moment, attempted to slip through. Yet they underestimated the strength of the fire dragon. With a swift movement, it unleashed a torrent of flames. In an instant, both were sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the fiery red rock wall. Fortunately, Their martial spirits had shielded them from the intense heat, but the fire dragon's attack was formidable. They felt as if their insides were being tossed about violently, their very organs threatening to shift. Flender, this is untenable. The fire dragon is far too powerful. Rivaling even the Titan Great Ape, Zhao Wujie remarked. Flender's expression contorted with struggle, while Ma Hongjun found himself ensnared around the waist. This was his prized disciple. How could he abandon him? Yet, overcoming the fire dragon seemed impossible. Nevertheless, he resolved to make another attempt. We must press on, Flender declared. At this moment, Ma Hongjun had been struggling for quite some time, yet to no avail. This was not Tang San's blue-silver grass, which feared Ma Hongjun's fire attribute soul power. Instead, he was ensnared by a formidable fire attribute plant spirit beast, which seemed to revel in the flames of Ma Hongjun. In the next moment, Flender and Zhao Wujie's attacks continued to have no effect, as if the fire dragon were solely focused on preventing them from reaching Ma Hongjun. Showing no interest in engaging them directly, Ma Hongjun, expending every ounce of his strength, knew he could not escape and shouted, "Dean, Teacher Zhao, you must go." Though he yearned for salvation, he could discern that neither of them stood a chance against the fire dragon. Yet, both refused to abandon him. "You are my disciple. I will never forsake you," Flanders declared, once again summoning his martial spirit, disregarding his injuries as he charged forward. With a resounding crash, he fell to the ground, his hand grievously wounded. "Teacher Zhao, please take my master out of here. Hurry," Ma Hongjun implored helplessly, addressing Flanders as teacher for the first time rather than Dean. "Zhao Wujie, you cannot take me away. If you do, we shall be enemies. I can still fight. If we must die, let us die together," he shouted, mustering his voice despite his weakness. Zhao Wujie met Ma Hongjun's gaze, gritted his teeth, and said, "I am sorry." With that, he seized Ma Hongjun and fled. As they made their escape, the fire attribute spirit beast suddenly grew larger, swiftly ensnaring Ma Hongjun once more. Was this the end? Despair washed over him. He had only been in this world for less than half a year, and to leave now felt unbearably regretful. Just then, the tendrils wrapped around his chest erupted in a brilliant light. Was there hope? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in joy. Chapter 58. Phantom Fire Lotus. Zhao Wujie sprinted at full speed with Flanders on his back, who continued to hurl insults at him. What good is it that I cannot even save my own beloved disciple? A few months prior, Ma Hongjun's demise might have caused him less grief. He may not have felt such sorrow then, but this time was different. He had witnessed Ma Hongjun's transformation and glimpsed his promising future, which would undoubtedly surpass his own achievements. Moreover, Ma Hongjun had uttered the phrase, "Once a teacher, forever a father." Flanders, who had never married and would never do so, regarded Ma Hongjun as his sole heir in this world. To see him perish before his eyes filled Flanders with anger, and as he cursed under his breath, Zhao Wujie recognized his fury and chose not to respond. They hastily returned to the ground, where the master awaited them. What transpired? The master inquired, observing the disheveled pair. "Xiaogang, what did you discover about that spirit beast? Was it not said that the oldest could only be around 10,000 years? How could there be two? One of which is a fire dragon?" Flanders immediately questioned the master. The master sighed, "I am unaware of the specifics. But ancient texts indeed describe a fire attribute plant spirit beast. How could there possibly be a fire dragon? Yet it has manifested. What shall we do now?" Flender inquired, his voice tinged with concern. At this moment, Zhao Wujie's strength had significantly diminished after utilizing his martial soul's true form. The master placed a comforting hand on Flender's shoulder and said, "Flender, take heart. The hunting of soul beasts is inherently perilous. Such circumstances are not what I wish to witness." Flender, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "Easier said than done. Ma Hongjun is not dead. He will be fine." With that, Flender shrugged off the master's hand. Despite their long-standing friendship, his frustration lingered, accompanied by the troubling thought of why he had allowed Ma Hongjun to venture forth. Had it been him, perhaps the outcome would have been different. The more he pondered, the deeper his guilt grew, but he soon regained his composure and asked, "Xiaogang, have you perused that ancient tome? What else does it contain? Is there hope for Hongjun?" The master reflected carefully but could only recall that the soul beast was a fire attribute plant type, lacking specific details. He shook his head in resignation. "I only know this much. Please, tell me the current situation." The master urged, "We must find a way to salvage this." Despite their conflict, Flender inherently trusted the master. He recounted, the situation unfolded as follows. When Ma Hongjun approached, the fire dragon appeared, revealing a central bloom resembling a lotus, flanked by 9 fiery, crystalline leaves that ensnared Ma Hongjun. As they described the plant-type soul master's attributes, the master began to contemplate the nature of this soul beast. He quickly retrieved a book, stating, "I believe I have glimpsed this soul beast before." After perusing the pages, he presented the book to Flinder and Zhao Wujie, inquiring, "Is this the one?" "Indeed, it is," Zhao Wujie affirmed. Flinder added, "There are some discrepancies. This one has only 3 leaves, while the one we encountered possesses 9. Aside from that, the similarities are uncanny." Suddenly, the master's expression darkened, his lips twitching with trepidation as he murmured, "How could I have overlooked this? The ancient text pertains to this very soul beast." Flinder's heart sank at the master's demeanor. Such a look could only herald ill tidings. "What is it?" he pressed. The master replied, "This is a soul beast over 90,000 years old, known as the illusory fire lotus. Its 9 fiery, crystalline leaves signify its age, with a new leaf sprouting every 10,000 years. They bear little resemblance to actual lotus leaves. 90,000 years? Does that mean Ma Hongjun still has a chance? What of the fire dragon? I, along with Flinder, cannot even hold our own against it," Zhao Wujie queried. The master shook his head. "In truth, there is no fire dragon. It is merely a physical manifestation conjured by one of the leaves." "How so?" "The phantom fire lotus itself does not possess formidable offensive capabilities. Rather, its strength lies in its ability to devour. It must consume soul beasts or soul masters of the fire attribute, and upon doing so, it manifests 70% of the devoured entity's abilities, transforming it into a tangible form to serve as its means of attack. Each leaf can consume a single soul beast, and this fire flood dragon is among those it has previously devoured, materializing specifically to confront you. This fire flood dragon, having consumed a soul beast of approximately 50,000 years, can easily defeat you," Flinder remarked. "Are you suggesting that the phantom fire lotus has taken an interest in Ma Hongjun? It intends to transform him into its corporeal illusion. It must be Ma Hongjun's phoenix martial spirit, a unique spirit that it favors, hence its curiosity towards him, disregarding the rest of you and allowing for your escape." The master analyzed. "No wonder that fire flood dragon behaved as it did. I feared it was the end for us." Zhao Wujie's voice echoed with concern. "Are you implying that Hongjun has no chance of survival?" Flinder lowered his head, initially hopeful from the master's insights, only to be met with despair. The master continued, "A fire flood dragon of 50,000 years has been devoured, now a corporeal illusion. Alas, this is Hongjun's fate." Flinder gazed at the small volcano, astonished by the powerful soul beast it concealed. Indeed, one must not underestimate any part of the Stardow forest. Clenching his fists tightly, Flinder declared, "I swear, I now have but one goal in this life, to slay the phantom fire lotus." Zhao Wujie added, "Count me in. Among the Shrek students, Hongjun is the one who resonates most with me, and this creature must be eliminated. Include me as well. At worst, we shall once again unite the Iron Triangle to avenge Ma Hongjun." Although he was apprehensive about encountering the slaughtering horn, witnessing his dear brother's sorrow, compounded by his own missteps, necessitated that he share in this enmity. After all, it was only when the Iron Triangle convened that they could unleash their utmost power, marking the most opportune moment. Aware that Ma Hongjun had no hope of survival, the trio did not linger. After all, Flinder was gravely injured and required medical attention, while Zhao Wujie was also wounded and in a weakened state, making it imperative for them to depart swiftly. Unbeknownst to them as they left, a seismic transformation was occurring deep within the volcano, where the fire serpent had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's body was completely ensnared by the phantom fire lotus, as if it were consuming him. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the lotus was, in fact, struggling. It sought to escape, to break free from Ma Hongjun's body, but an immensely powerful force held it captive, rendering any attempt at liberation futile. Strangely, Ma Hongjun bore no signs of discomfort. He appeared to be relishing the experience. Chapter 59. The Devoured becomes the devourer beneath the volcano. Ma Hongjun floated above the lava pool, his body radiating a rich crimson light, particularly vibrant at his chest. There, a faint image of a red spear materialized, with the fiery glow converging upon it. The phantom fire lotus seemed to be in a frenzy. It merely wished to consume this human endowed with the phoenix martial soul, to become a part of his spectral essence. However, as its delicate leaves enveloped the area of the human's chest, they were unexpectedly ensnared by a formidable pulling force. As a soul beast exceeding 90,000 years in age, it possessed the intellect of a common human. Realizing it could not extricate itself, it swiftly conjured the fire serpent around Ma Hongjun once more, its gaping maw seemingly poised to devour him. Yet, in the next moment, The phantom fire lotus commanded the fire serpent to retreat slightly, as if fearing to be drawn in by Ma Hongjun's allure. Subsequently, the serpent began to gather fiery energy within its mouth, disregarding the fact that part of its body remained in contact with Ma Hongjun. It recognized the imminent danger and deemed it worth sacrificing 10,000 years of cultivation to escape. Each leaf of the phantom fire lotus represented 10,000 years of cultivation. Losing one was tantamount to the loss of a millennium of advancement. Just as the fire serpent was about to unleash its attack, Ma Hongjun felt an unbearable heat emanating from his chest, as if it were on the verge of exploding. In an instant, a red beam of light shot forth from his chest, manifesting a red spear before him, which then plunged directly into the lotus's core. Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, gazing at the Zhurong divine spear that emerged from his body, resembling a mere phantasm. Yet, it was evident that this spear was somewhat different. Although it remained largely intact, its shaft and tip were marred, riddled with numerous chinks. One could only wonder what trials the Zhurong divine spear had endured. For it bore the scars of a fierce battle, a testament to its tumultuous past. No wonder it required the energy of fire. It was evidently in need of restoration. At the very moment it pierced the lotus, the fiery dragon began to gradually dissipate, while the resplendent crimson leaves entwined around his body slowly vanished. As if they were about to release Ma Hongjun from their grasp, Ma Hongjun promptly activated his martial soul, extending a pair of resplendent phoenix wings. In the following moment, the fiery crimson leaves adorning his body suddenly wilted, their vibrant hues gradually fading. Moreover, the leaves of the illusory fire lotus also began to lose their luster, while the fire serpent dragon vanished entirely. However, the divine spear, during its consumption, retained one slender leaf, which remained unchanged. Once detached from Ma Hongjun's body, the spear exhibited formidable devouring capabilities, swiftly causing the 8 delicate leaves of the illusory fire lotus to wither like dry straw in less than 30 seconds. Ma Hongjun was unfamiliar with this illusory fire lotus and was unaware that each leaf of this illusory fire lotus signified the cultivation of a soul beast for 10,000 years. As the 8 delicate leaves withered, the final slender leaf began to wilt as well. However, upon its decay, a black soul ring materialized above the lotus flower. What was peculiar was that this black soul ring was imbued with a faint crimson halo. Should I absorb this soul ring? Ma Hongjun hesitated. Judging by the appearance of the soul ring, it was undoubtedly over 10,000 years old. The presence of the red halo indicated that this fire attribute plant-based soul beast had existed for over 90,000 years, nearing a century of existence. At the moment the soul ring appeared, the Zhurong divine spear did not immediately return to Ma Hongjun's body. Instead, it was drawn from the illusory fire lotus and plunged into the vast magma pool. Upon entering the magma pool, the lava level began to gradually recede, and the surrounding temperature astonishingly decreased within less than 5 minutes. The magma pool beneath him sank by at least 10 meters, and the lava that had descended no longer maintained its molten state. It appeared to transform into black stone, solidifying into a tangible form. Subsequently, the divine spear burst forth from the stone, directly charging towards Ma Hongjun's chest, reintegrating into his body once more. Ma Hongjun eagerly unfastened his clothing, casting his gaze upon his chest. The mark remained unchanged, its color as consistent as before, exhibiting little variation. The residual fire attribute energy was still within his reach, suggesting that the absorption of such a substantial amount of vitality posed no challenge to the divine spear. The divine spear's mark not only aided him in overcoming the immediate peril, but also bestowed upon him a millennium-old soul ring. Thank you, Ma Hongjun expressed. For without this divine spear's mark, he surely would have met his demise today. Although he was unaware of the name of this botanical soul beast, he could surmise some of its capabilities. Judging by the soul ring, it was a soul beast exceeding 90,000 years, nearing the 100,000-year mark. A foe formidable enough that even Zhao Wujia and Flinder combined could not contend with it, underscoring its immense power. With the danger now averted, Ma Hongjun found himself in a quandary. Should he absorb the soul ring or not? Reflecting on the recent events, it seemed the divine spear had deliberately left behind a delicate leaf before hunting it down to form the soul ring, perhaps as a token of gratitude for itself. Was it a mere 10% feedback for its own benefit? Moreover, even in peril, the divine spear's mark would provide assistance, after all. It was a gift from the spear itself. With this thought, Ma Hongjun's resolve solidified. Such an extraordinary opportunity was rare and precious. He decided that he must absorb this soul ring. The fire attribute energy in this space appeared to have been entirely absorbed by the Zhurong divine spear, losing its previous intensity, and it was likely that in about 10 hours, the temperature would return to normal. Approaching the black soul ring, Ma Hongjun settled cross-legged. Though the most powerful soul beast had perished, the nearby soul beasts would surely refrain from approaching this area for the time being. Relative to other times, this place would enjoy a period of absolute tranquility. Even without a guardian, Ma Hongjun could confidently proceed with the absorption of the soul ring. Ma Hongjun began to adjust his state, aware that the soul ring could exceed 10,000 years in age. He understood that he must attain the pinnacle of his condition before proceeding. After approximately half an hour, he finally began to control the soul ring as it entered his body. Meanwhile, Flinder and his companions had already traveled several kilometers away from the volcano, completely oblivious to the changes occurring within it. Had they remained in the vicinity, they would certainly have noticed the alterations of this small volcano. The two primary soul beasts residing here, the fire-scale beast and the flame-spitting lizard, were in a state of unrest, as the familiar geothermal essence they had thrived upon had suddenly vanished. They instinctively moved towards the volcano's interior. However, after advancing for a while, all the soul beasts halted, hesitant to proceed further. It seemed they were acutely aware of a formidable presence within, rendering them too fearful to enter. It was precisely because of their trepidation that Ma Hongjun could safely absorb the soul ring. Chapter 60, Soul Bones and the Unique Third Soul Skill Beneath the Volcanic Depths. Ma Hongjun had long since lost track of time, now surrounded by 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black. This state indicated that he had successfully absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. The energy contained within this soul ring appeared to have just reached the limits of what Ma Hongjun could endure. It remained uncertain whether this was a deliberate act by the divine spear or if the remaining foliage of the soul beast merely possessed energy equivalent to that of a 10,000-year soul beast. As Ma Hongjun felt no impact from anything beyond that threshold, he attributed this achievement to the mark of the divine spear. Upon completing his absorption, a fiery red soul bone materialized before him, floating in the air. After stowing away the soul ring, Ma Hongjun immediately commenced the absorption of the soul bone that had fallen from the soul beast. The conditions required for the emergence of a soul bone were exceedingly rare, with a typical occurrence rate of merely 1 in 1,000. However, as one ascended to 10,000-year soul beasts, the probability of soul bone generation slightly increased. Furthermore, it was a certainty that a 100,000-year soul beast would yield at least 1 soul bone. The soul beast that Ma Hongjun absorbed now emanated a faint red halo from his soul ring, indicating its age was approaching a staggering 100,000 years. Hence, the likelihood of obtaining a soul bone from it was notably high. Before Ma Hongjun stood a right arm bone, over 90,000 years old, and one could not deny his extraordinary fortune. This unexpected delight prompted him to absorb the soul bone immediately, although it had not quite reached the 100,000-year mark. It was nonetheless exceedingly precious. As the right arm bone came under his control, it descended to his right arm, gradually merging into it. After approximately half an hour, the entire right arm bone had fully integrated into Ma Hongjun's body. However, this merging did not equate to absorption. It merely marked the commencement of the absorption process. Once the soul bone entered his right arm, Ma Hongjun instantly sensed the immense energy radiating from it. Unlike the energy from soul rings, which could pose a lethal risk if mishandled, the energy from soul bones was inclined towards transformation, bearing minimal danger to life. Thus, on the continent, even a low-level soul beast could absorb soul bones aged several thousand to 100,000 years. Following its entry into Ma Hongjun's body, the power of the soul bone began altering his physique, especially his right arm, with strength continuously surging, a distinctly palpable sensation. In that moment, Ma Hongjun felt as though he could effortlessly lift a 1,000-pound weight with a single hand. Time elapsed during the absorption, and soon Ma Hongjun sensed an impending presence entering this space. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a considerable number of soul beasts congregating near the lava pool across from him, including fire-breathing flame lizards and fire-scaled beasts, numbering approximately 40 to 50 in total. They gazed at Ma Hongjun but hesitated to approach. Rising to meet their gaze, he noted that none of the soul beasts were older than 1,000 years, as he had hunted down all those aged beyond that threshold. As he stood, Ma Hongjun realized that his clothes had become somewhat ill-fitting. The absorption of the soul ring and soul bone had indeed altered his physique. His clothing felt tighter, and his height had surpassed 175 centimeters. His figure appeared exceptionally well-proportioned, not overly muscular nor too lean, but rather a harmonious and comfortable build, coupled with his fiery red long hair. Ma Hongjun exuded an even greater charm. Although he may not have undergone a transformation as dramatic as Tang San's awakening of the Blue Silver Emperor, which rendered him unrecognizable, Ma Hongjun certainly experienced a metamorphosis that, upon closer inspection, would still allow others to recognize him. Gazing at the soul beasts, Ma Hongjun activated his martial spirit and soared outward. Some of the beasts, sensing his formidable aura, immediately retreated, while others, undeterred by fear, charged toward him. A stream of flame erupted towards Ma Hongjun. This was a fire-breathing lizard, over 800 years old. It was the perfect opportunity to test the potency of my third soul skill. Ma Hongjun's black soul ring illuminated, and from his hand emerged a slender, fiery red leaf. Gleaming like the illusory fire lotus, yet it was but a single leaf. It surged directly towards the flames expelled by the fire-breathing lizard, dispersing the inferno with remarkable force. In the next instant, it enveloped the fire-breathing lizard, binding it tightly. Indeed, his third soul skill possessed the ability to exert control, but was controlling it truly so simple? As Ma Hongjun soared through the skies, he dragged along the fire-breathing lizard until he gently released it just before descending the mountain. The now liberated creature appeared somewhat weakened. This was a manifestation of Ma Hongjun's third soul skill, entwined devour, albeit with certain limitations, akin to the illusory fire lotus. It could only consume soul power of the fire attribute. In essence, he was unable to absorb soul power of other attributes, exerting control solely over fire attribute entities. Nevertheless, it was noteworthy that this represented a soul ring of over 90,000 years. Although the energy had been absorbed by the divine god, it still retained a residual soul power energy of 1,000 years. This, however, did not encapsulate the entirety of his soul skill's potential. It was, in fact, a unique ability, not yet a fully realized soul skill. Even Ma Hongjun had never encountered reports of such a distinctive soul skill within the realm of Douluo continent. While the concepts of devouring and entwining might be readily accepted, they were hardly regarded as extraordinary. Ma Hongjun referred to this soul skill as the fire leaf mirage, as it is derived from a fire attribute plant soul beast, seemingly unrelated to his phoenix martial spirit. However, its uniqueness lies in its ability to consume a fire attribute soul beast and incorporate it into the resplendent crimson leaves, or, more accurately, into the soul ring. Once integrated into the soul ring, it can summon a phantasmal manifestation of the soul beast, possessing approximately 70% of the original beast abilities. The condition for absorption is that it must not exceed the age limit of his third soul ring. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware that the duration of his third soul ring was nearing 100,000 years. This indicated that his soul skill possessed the capacity to devour a soul beast with a lifespan of approximately 90,000 years, subsequently granting him 70% of its abilities for combat, much like the fire dragon he had encountered. Therefore, if he could consume a fire attribute soul beast that met his expectations, his third soul skill would render him formidable enough to contend with even a soul Douluo. However, given his current strength, attempting to devour a soul beast that was already weakened by 30% of its power would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. The 800-year-old fire-breathing flame lizard before him, undoubtedly inadequate to satisfy his requirements, was spared despite the numerous fire attribute soul beasts he had slain in this vicinity. He recognized that this location was no longer suitable as a gathering ground for fire attribute soul beasts. He pondered the fate of the Academy's dean in Zhaowao, suspecting they must be severely injured and might believe him to be dead. Yet, he saw this as an opportune moment to embark on his own adventures. Thus, Ma Hongjun contemplated his next moves. Chapter 61, A Fateful Encounter. Although Ma Hongjun harbored concerns for Flinder and Zhao Wuji's injuries, his worries bore no fruit, for he possessed no healing soul skills to alleviate their suffering. Once they returned to the academy, however, they would be under the care of teacher Xiao Xian, who wielded a soul skill with notable healing properties. Alternatively, they could seek out a healing soul master in Soto City. Reflecting on Flinder's selfless charge towards him, Ma Hongjun felt deeply moved. It was a testament to Flinder's willingness to sacrifice his own life. While he may have been somewhat frugal in matters of great significance, Flinder would never be stingy nor timid. As it stands, the duration of Flinder's stay below remains uncertain, and it is possible they have already returned to the academy. Ma Hongjun still perceives this experience as somewhat surreal. Encountering such an extraordinary spirit beast as gifted him, a formidable attack-type spirit master with the ability to control. Upon reflection, one's classification as a spirit master cannot merely be determined by their specialization in attack or control. Rather, it is often defined by the abilities they wield most proficiently. Take Shui Binger, for instance. In the novels, she is often regarded as the first individual to have rendered Tang San emotionally stunted. However, with his presence, she can no longer claim that title. Shui Bingo identifies herself as a control-type spirit master. Her first soul skill, Instant Ice Seal, undeniably falls within the realm of control. Nevertheless, her second skill is defensive, and her third is similarly defensive, with subsequent skills also possessing offensive attributes. It can be said that she embodies a spectrum of attack, defense, and control within her soul skills. Thus, it is entirely normal for a spirit master in this world to possess diverse abilities. And Ma Hongjun acquiring a fire element control type soul skill is not particularly remarkable. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, several hundred kilometers away, Zhao Wujia and Flinder lay in bed, receiving treatment from Tang San. After attending to their needs, Tang San quietly closed the door, allowing them to rest. Once outside, he spoke. "Teacher, the dean and teacher Zhao are not in any life-threatening danger. With a month of recuperation, they will fully recover. But is it true that Ma Hongjun has perished?" Tang San found it hard to believe that the exceptionally talented Ma Hongjun had vanished without a trace. The master sighed. In such circumstances, survival is absolutely impossible. Tang San, you must remember to assess your capabilities when hunting spirit beasts and absorbing spirit rings. Otherwise, even the most gifted talents may falter before they have had the chance to grow. Ma Hongjun's demise serves as a grave lesson for all of us. What kind of spirit beast could possibly best two soul saints? Tang San inquired with renewed confusion. If you had perused my comprehensive guide on atypical spirit beasts, you would know that this creature is called the Phantom Fire Lotus, the master replied. Teacher, I have read that book. How many slender leaves does the Phantom Fire Lotus possess? Tang San asked. 9, and it has consumed a 5,000-year-old fire flood dragon, which Flinder and Zhao Wujia both fell victim to, the master explained. Doesn't that exceed 90,000 years? Tang San exclaimed. If it truly is a 90,000-year-old spirit beast, Ma Hongjun would indeed have found survival exceedingly difficult. Lowering his head, Tang San lamented, "It is a pity. Brother Hongjun possessed such extraordinary talent, and I am not even his match. How could this happen? Xiao San, the responsibility for this incident lies with me. My misjudgment led to Ma Hongjun's demise at the hands of the spirit beast. I have already conferred with Flinder and Zhao Wujia, and we are resolute in our vow to hunt down this Phantom Fire Lotus and avenge Ma Hongjun," the master declared. "Count me in. I too wish to take revenge for Brother Hongjun." Tang San resolved that Ma Hongjun was the second person he deeply admired in his life, following only the master. Despite having a lower soul power, Ma Hongjun managed to triumph over him twice. The master, filled with warmth, remarked, "I believe that even in the depths of the underworld, Ma Hongjun would be touched to have a friend like you. However, you must strive harder. That Phantom Fire Lotus, which has existed for over 90,000 years, is equally suited to you. I hope that when we embark on the hunt to capture it, you will absorb its essence, so that this precious soul ring will not go to waste." "I understand," Tang San replied, feeling somewhat peculiar about the master's words. The news of Ma Hongjun's demise spread throughout Shrek, evoking a spectrum of emotions. Some mourned, while others felt a sense of relief. Each individual exhibited signs of sorrow. Yet there were those whose outward expressions of grief belied an inner delight. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and Ma Hongjun remained within the Stardow forest, wandering in search of a suitable fire-attributed spirit beast. However, despite the passage of time, he had yet to encounter a single fire spirit beast over a millennium old. It seemed as though such creatures were exceedingly rare in the forest. As he pondered this, Ma Hongjun sensed an entity rapidly approaching him. What could it be? He squinted into the distance, and 200 meters away, he spotted a middle-aged man, around 40 years of age, accompanied by a girl of 11 or 12, pursuing a bird-like spirit beast. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the martial soul. He had seen it before and had even lingered over its description in literature. Was that not the martial soul of the sharp-tailed swift? Judging by their postures, it was undoubtedly this very soul. Perhaps the man, mindful of the girl behind him, was not pursuing at full speed, merely trailing the bird-like spirit beast, which appeared to be slightly injured and was losing momentum. If they continued this way, they would surely succeed in capturing the spirit beast. Could it be her? Observing the scene from 200 meters away, the girl seemed to possess a well-proportioned figure and exquisite beauty, rivaling Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, being only slightly less striking, albeit a touch leaner in comparison. If she belonged to that esteemed family, then I shall lend my assistance, though uncertain if it was indeed by Qinxiang. Her age and martial soul strongly suggested it was she. The spirit beast they pursued was merely 500 years old, likely intended for her second spirit ring. As it headed in his direction, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of resolve and swiftly leapt into a large tree to conceal himself. After a few seconds, the bird-like spirit beast indeed approached his position, prompting Ma Hongjun to act immediately. He sprang forth, igniting his fire palm. The bird-like spirit beast, caught off guard by the sudden assault from the front, was unable to halt its advance. With a collision, the encounter began. With a powerful strike, Ma Hongjun sent it crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Alas, he had forgotten that his right hand had just been fortified by a soul bone of 90,000 years. This blow not only dislodged the soul ring but also implied that the soul beast had met its demise at his hands. The soul ring could only be absorbed by him. No one else could lay claim to it. Ma Hongjun seems to have inadvertently caused more trouble than he intended, as his goodwill has resulted in undesirable consequences. Had it been his former self, such force would have merely inflicted severe injuries upon the avian martial spirit. However, now, due to the enhancement from his soul bone, his strength has significantly increased, although it felt as if he exerted the same force as before. The reality was that his power had escalated considerably. At the moment the avian martial spirit's soul ring emerged, the middle-aged man and the young girl appeared alongside it. Witnessing the soul beast they had pursued for so long being claimed by a mere boy, the girl, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Is this the soul beast you desired? We have been chasing it for quite some time. How could you snatch my soul beast's soul ring?" Her voice carried a hint of impending tears. Chapter 62. The thought of abducting by Qinxiang the girl appeared somewhat pitiful, as though she had searched for an extensive period to find such a suitable soul beast. The middle-aged man beside her cast a hostile glare at Ma Hongjun, his fists clenched as if he were prepared to engage in combat. Yet, upon observing the youth's tender age, he furrowed his brow, pondering whether the boy had ventured into the Douluo forest alone or had laid a trap with accomplices. "My apologies. I genuinely intended to assist you in capturing this soul beast, but I inadvertently killed it with a slight exertion of strength," Ma Hongjun explained. He was familiar with this avian spirit, which was known for its remarkable speed but lacked in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Having already been injured, it succumbed to his powerful strike with just a single blow. "Assist us? With an approach like yours, you simply obliterated it in one hit," the girl retorted, her voice laced with indignation. Ma Hongjun remarked, "Why don't I assist you in locating another soul beast? I have spent several days in the Douluo forest, and I have encountered similar soul beasts in a specific area that would suit your needs." However, the middle-aged man interjected, "No need. We can manage the search ourselves. Xiang, let us depart and seek out another soul beast for you." The young girl protested, "But father, is that truly all there is to it?" She expressed a sense of reluctance, noting that the young man before her was not much older than herself, yet she perceived her father's lingering concerns. Ma Hongjun also heard the middle-aged man's reference to the girl as Xiang, which confirmed that she was indeed by Qinxiang. Had he not arrived in this era? In a decade or so, this young woman would become the wife of his former self, ultimately destined to be the most regrettable figure in the Douluo continent. The girl disregarded the middle-aged man's words and looked at Ma Hongjun with determination, saying, "Then please lead us. We have searched for 5 days to find someone suitable. I hope you will not deceive me. Xiang, this young man has an unknown background. What if we are ambushed?" The middle-aged man whispered in her ear. "That cannot be the end of it. Father, you are a soul king at level 52. What is there to fear?" The girl retorted. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "It's not far from here. Why don't I go fetch it for you? Just wait for me here." The Minji clan was known for their extreme speed, though their inherent attack power was rather low. Ma Hongjun could somewhat surmise the middle-aged man's concerns. Perhaps spurred by the young girl's influence, the middle-aged man remained uneasy, remarking, "Young man, you are alone in the Douluo forest. Where are the family or mentors who brought you here? Is it not permissible for me to come alone?" Ma Hongjun replied with a grin. "Alone?" The middle-aged man hesitated. The individuals who had accompanied Ma Hongjun had already departed, leaving him truly alone at that moment. Ma Hongjun perceived that this middle-aged man exhibited a rather timorous disposition. In these times, it is the audacious who thrive while the timid perish. No wonder Tang Sen found it so effortless to reclaim the Min clan in the future. The esteemed leader of the Min clan, Bai He, despite being a soul Douluo, could scarcely muster a mere 120 gold soul coins, having to wait for the arrival of the people from the Pa clan to provide the remaining 20. This, however, is but one facet of the situation. The underlying connection between the Min clan and Tang San's family cannot be overlooked, as he is, after all, an uncle by marriage. The Min clan possesses a certain integrity, with approximately 200 soul masters, yet they refrained from seeking soul master subsidies from the Spirit Hall, which ultimately led to their dire financial straits. Unlike other soul masters, they cannot participate in soul battles, as the opponents in such matches are of equal rank. Although their speed is commendable, their offensive capabilities are lacking, making it exceedingly challenging to earn a living through betting on soul battles. Ma Hongjun turned abruptly and declared, "If you seek a suitable soul beast, come forth. If you are timid, then disregard my words." The young girl, originally a prodigy of her clan, possessed a proud spirit, and she felt that the striking red-haired youth before her did not appear to be a villain. Thus, after Ma Hongjun departed, she took a confident step forward to follow him. The middle-aged man behind her shook his head in resignation and trailed after her, yet he remained vigilant, constantly surveying their surroundings. Should any irregularity arise, he would promptly activate his martial soul and escort his daughter away. Ma Hongjun's pace was not particularly swift, and the young girl followed closely behind him. "What is your name?" Ma Hongjun inquired directly. "Bai Qinxiang, and you?" Bai Qinxiang replied with a smile. "Indeed. It is Bai Qinxiang," he said. "I am Ma Hongjun. At such a tender age, you are already in search of your second spirit ring. It seems you possess considerable talent." Bai Qinxiang proudly lifted her head and declared, "Of course. I am the most gifted of my generation in our clan, and I am still 5 months shy of turning 12. Your talent is indeed commendable," Ma Hongjun responded with a smile. He was aware of Bai Qinxiang's exceptional abilities, yet she lacked the fortuitous circumstances. If she were to acquire her second spirit ring and cultivate for a year and 5 months before reaching 13, she would likely attain a level of around 24 or 25. This would certainly qualify her for admission to Shrek Academy. And with access to a high-quality medicinal herb from Tangsan, her future achievements could be remarkable. Perhaps she would not be destined to remain on the Douluo continent forever. "And what about you?" Bai Qinxiang asked. "My talent is also fairly decent, perhaps just a tad stronger than yours. You may call me Jungu or Hongjun-gu." Ma Hongjun replied with a grin. Bai Qinxiang recalled how Ma Hongjun had effortlessly slain the spirit beast with a single strike. "Just how much stronger is a tad?" "Why should I call you Jungu?" Bai Qinxiang asked with curiosity. Ma Hongjun chuckled. "I am a year and 3 months older than you. Calling me brother is hardly excessive, especially since I have already attained the rank of Soul Master. For reasons unknown." Conversing with Bai Qinxiang felt markedly different from his interactions with the likes of Shrek Xiaowu, Zhu Shiqing, and Lang Shuang'er. It was as though an innate desire to protect stirred within him. Could this be destiny? Was Ma Hongjun destined to repay the debt owed to Bai Qinxiang? "You are scarcely 13 years of age and already a Soul Master?" inquired the middle-aged man. "I am a 33rd rank Soul Master, hailing from Shrek Academy." Ma Hongjun formally introduced himself. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. "Shrek? Is that the obscure academy in Soto City? You are aware of our academy?" Ma Hongjun responded with surprise. For indeed, Shrek had produced its share of elite students, and it was not entirely surprising that someone might be familiar with it. "I heard about that academy from a friend. A few months ago, he took his son to enroll at Shrek, only to discover that not only was the academy dilapidated, but the admission requirements were exceedingly stringent. However, the boy, having just turned 13 and possessing a soul power of precisely 21, was ultimately rejected and even lost 10 gold soul coins in the application fee," the middle-aged man recounted. "Of course, our academy only accepts prodigies. Ordinary individuals certainly cannot gain entry," Ma Hongjun remarked, casting another glance at Bai Qinxiang. "However, you are still under 12 this year, so you will eventually meet Shrek's admission criteria." At that moment, a notion unexpectedly blossomed in Ma Hongjun's mind, a desire to take Bai Qinxiang away, to usher her into Shrek, leaving him to ponder what the future might hold. Chapter 63. Encountering danger, I truly am alone. Ma Hongjun harbored such thoughts, yet he hesitated to proceed. For Bai Qinxiang was undeniably the proud young lady of the Min family. The Shrek Academy held no allure for him. He would rather remain within his family to cultivate his skills. Bai Qinxiang pondered that her grandfather was a Soul Douluo. How many ordinary academy instructors possess such prowess? Thus, having a Soul Douluo elder in the family, well-versed in their own martial soul-esque cultivation, was undoubtedly superior to simply entering an academy. While she was uncertain of Shrek's true strength, it was clear that her family had capable mentors, negating the need for any academic institution. The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of pride. "May I inquire how to address you, uncle?" Ma Hongjun asked, as Bai Qinxiang's father remained an enigma, with her memories predominantly filled with her grandfather, Bai He. The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "I am Bai Yu, a level 52 agility attack-type Soul King." While responding to Tang Yu, he remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings for any potential ambush. How could Ma Hongjun be unaware of Bai Yu's concerns? He chuckled and reassured, "Uncle Bai, there is no need for worry. I am indeed alone. Just take a look around. It is utterly impossible for there to be an ambush. However, as soon as Ma Hongjun uttered these words, Baiyu's expression shifted dramatically. You are indeed not alone, he declared, swiftly moving to Bai Qinxiang's side. His vigilance heightened as he scanned the surroundings. At that moment, Ma Hongjun also sensed something amiss. He realized that there were indeed others present, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. Suddenly, commotion erupted around them, and in an instant, 4 figures emerged from the thicket, while above them soared a soul master, wings beating as he flew. Ma Hongjun had not paid attention to his surroundings until now, for he was indeed alone. Upon reflection, it became evident that he had unwittingly led Bai Qinxiang and her father into an ambush, though he had ventured into the Star Do forest numerous times. This was the first instance of encountering such a perilous situation. Hand over your spatial soul tools and relinquish all your valuable possessions, proclaimed the flying soul master, his voice booming. As he spoke, he revealed 6 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, attesting to his status as a soul emperor. The other 4 members of his group similarly displayed their soul rings, including a soul king, a soul sect, and 2 soul masters. It was indeed a dire encounter. Baiyu regarded Ma Hongjun with suspicion, while Bai Qinxiang wore a look of sheer terror. Having been the pampered young lady of her family, she had never witnessed such a scene, and panic began to set in. Her expression reflected a hint of resentment towards Ma Hongjun. I am not affiliated with them, Ma Hongjun asserted, yet in this dire predicament, explanations seemed futile. Baiyu felt a sense of helplessness. Had he been alone, he could easily escape even against a soul emperor. However, with Bai Qinxiang, who was merely at the 20th level and possessed only 1 soul skill, her safety was a pressing concern. Ma Hongjun, are you truly with them? Bai Qinxiang inquired again, her thoughts racing. She wondered if such a handsome young man could truly be a villain. Ma Hongjun chuckled. How could I possibly be one of their lot? One of the burly men interjected, Boss, could you entrust this red-haired lad to me for a while? It has been ages since I've savored such a tender young gentleman. Meanwhile, the lecherous-looking man hovering in the air suddenly caught sight of the exquisite Bai Qinxiang and grinned wickedly. Ah, your suggestion is rather appealing. I shall take charge of that girl, boss, and don't worry, the 3 of you shall have your share as well. Bai Qinxiang had never encountered such a situation before and immediately sought refuge behind Baiyu. Uncle Baiyu, now can you believe I am not one of them? Tang Yu implored once more. At that moment, Baiyu also hoped that Ma Hongjun would side with them, as it would at least offer a glimmer of hope. Ma Hongjun, if you truly are not one of their faction, I have a request. Baiyu seemed to have made a significant decision. What is it? Ma Hongjun inquired. I will stay behind to hold them off. You take Xiangxiang and escort her to the Min family. Our clan will undoubtedly reward you handsomely, Baiyu stated. Ma Hongjun was certainly aware of Baiyu's intentions. He wished to exchange his own life for the safety of his daughter, Bai Qinxiang. Could it be that Bai Qinxiang's father was absent from the narrative due to this very circumstance? Yet, that seemed implausible, for without his involvement, they might never have encountered these individuals. However, upon hearing the words of the burly man, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of revulsion. He promptly declared, Uncle Baiyu, Xiangxiang, this matter is also my fault. Rest assured, I shall take care of these 5. At that moment, all 5 men erupted into hearty laughter. Finding it utterly absurd that a mere 12 or 13-year-old boy with red hair claimed he would handle them, it was undoubtedly the greatest jest they had ever heard. Baiyu shared a similar sentiment. He believed that no matter how formidable Ma Hongjun might be, as a mere soul master, he could not possibly contend with 5 formidable foes. After all, there were 2 soul masters, a soul sect, a soul king, and a soul emperor among them, an endeavor that was, without a doubt, a fool's errand. Ma Hongjun paid no heed to their derisive laughter, a smile gracing his lips as he swiftly sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the burly man who had expressed a desire for him, a fellow spirit master of the soul sect, adorned with 1 white and 2 yellow, along with a purple soul ring. With the unparalleled speed of his fire wraith body technique, he unleashed a powerful strike. Caught off guard by their earlier laughter, the group failed to react in time as his palm struck the burly man squarely on the neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings illuminated around Ma Hongjun, 2 purple and 1 black. The fiery, crystalline leaves from his spirit descended into the earth, extending towards another soul king. The remaining 4 spirit masters instantly adopted a serious demeanor, astonished that this youth could eliminate one of their soul sect members in a mere instant. The lecherous-faced soul emperor was immediately enraged, exclaiming, You dare to kill my 3rd brother. You shall pay dearly for this, boy. At that moment, As Ma Hongjun had dispatched the opposing Soul Master, Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Ma Hongjun was not aligned with them. However, the threat still loomed. "You three, deal with the two over there. The female I want alive," commanded the lecherous Soul Emperor, before swiftly launching himself towards Ma Hongjun. His 4 soul rings glowing ominously, preparing to unleash his 4th soul technique. Just as he was about to attack Ma Hongjun, one of his comrades shouted, "Second brother, what's wrong?" Upon glancing back, the lecherous Soul Emperor was horrified to see another of his brothers ensnared. "You still have time to leave," Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly, lamenting the absence of a fire attribute spirit master among them. Otherwise, with his 3rd soul technique, he could have incapacitated one of them. However, even without incapacitating, he could still control a Soul King. After all, his 3rd soul technique was a millennium-old skill, and the resilience of its leaves was such that even a typical Soul King would struggle to break free. Alas, he could only control one individual. If he could command multiple, the battle would have been easily won. Chapter 64, Confronting the Level 61 Soul Emperor with one of their Soul Kings under his control. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was fully revealed, showcasing 3 soul rings in the Phoenix martial spirit. The sight of 2 purple and 1 black soul rings in plain view commanded attention. There was no time for concern regarding their fallen comrade. Even the Soul Emperor retracted the 4th soul technique he had intended to employ. Bai Qinxiang and her father regarded Ma Hongjun with a mixture of awe and disbelief. 2 purple? A Phoenix martial spirit? The lecherous Soul Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. "Boss, could it be that this kid is merely pretending? How could that be possible?" One of the Soul Masters remarked. At that moment, the Soul Emperor, witnessing Ma Hongjun's soul rings, felt a cold sweat break out upon his brow. They were merely ordinary spirit masters, with their 1st soul rings typically white. Reaching the level of Soul Emperor was solely a product of time and perseverance. Hearing his subordinate's words, the Soul Emperor felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, it had to be an act. How could a Soul Master possess a configuration of 2 purple and 1 black soul rings? It was simply inconceivable. Old 4, you're indeed correct. Even if he possesses the formidable dual purple and single black martial soul, what does it matter? I wield a soul power of 61. Accompanied by 2 purple soul rings and 1 black soul ring. I fear nothing. You all go and rescue old 2. This brat is as good as dead in my hands, declared the lascivious Soul Emperor. Meanwhile, that Soul Emperor remained ensnared by Ma Hongjun's control. As long as he did not release his grip, the Soul King would be unable to escape for the time being, unless he were an exceptionally powerful Soul King. However, this particular Soul King, with his white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple rings, was destined to lack such strength, which would likely prolong the struggle. Ma Hongjun remarked, "Uncle Bai, you handle those 2 soul respecters. I shall take on this Soul Emperor." Although the sharp-tailed rain swallow martial spirit possesses inferior offensive capabilities, a Soul King at over level 50 can certainly contend with 2 soul respecters. Bai Yu nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will engage these 2 soul respecters. Once I have dealt with them, I shall assist you." He believed that Ma Hongjun was merely stalling for time. With his remarkable speed, if he could swiftly eliminate the 2 soul respecters, it would create a 2-against-1 scenario. Especially since he had witnessed Ma Hongjun's ability to eliminate a soul zone with a single strike, which attested to his formidable speed and combat prowess. Perhaps those 3 soul rings were indeed genuine. Ah, the arrogance of youth. Let me demonstrate the might of a Soul Emperor, he thought, activating his 3rd soul ring. A pair of wings unfurled as he launched himself through the air at great speed towards Ma Hongjun. The airborne assault undoubtedly rendered him a target. 2 purple soul rings illuminated around Ma Hongjun, enhancing his physical condition to its peak while also activating his Eye of the Fire God. Facing a Soul Emperor demanded his utmost effort. As he charged forward, he became an obvious mark in the sky. Ma Hongjun unleashed a single hand, firing forth a line of phoenix fire that exuded tremendous power. Simultaneously, his phoenix wings spread wide as he surged towards the Soul Emperor. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line, the Soul Emperor displayed a hint of disdain. With a flick of his wings, he unleashed his 4th soul skill, sending forth several blade-like gusts towards the phoenix fire line. The martial spirit of the Soul Emperor was a beast type, the Gale Demon Wolf. It was no wonder that he had exhibited such desire upon seeing Bai Qinxiang. It was a distinctive characteristic of this martial spirit. For instance, the legendary figure, Feng Xiaotian, had become notorious due to the unique mutation of his martial spirit, abandoning his role as the academy leader to pursue the wild dance of flames. As the blade-like winds clashed with Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air, resulting in the immediate cancellation of Ma Hongjun's combined attack. The two soul skills of Ma Hongjun are formidable, yet they pale in comparison to the soul power of a level 61 Soul Emperor. The same soul skill employed during the Soul Master phase and that wielded during the Soul Emperor phase represent two distinctly different concepts. What remains constant is the skill itself. While the power derived from one's soul has significantly augmented, with a disparity of 3 major ranks, being able to contend with the potency of a Soul Emperor's 4th soul skill is already a considerable achievement for Ma Hongjun. Shortly thereafter, the assailant's hands transformed, resembling those of a wolf, with fists taking the form of wolf heads, charging towards Ma Hongjun. Was this individual truly seeking to engage him in close combat? Ma Hongjun's hands instantaneously transformed into a fiery crimson hue, wielding the flame palm, which, in conjunction with his unique eye bone, rendered him exceptionally adept in close combat. Furthermore, his strength was not to be underestimated. As the two clashed midair, Ma Hongjun sensed that the power of this Soul Emperor seemed less formidable than anticipated. The exchange of blows continued in the sky, and fortunately, the Soul Emperor's strength was not overwhelmingly potent. Utilizing his agile movements, Ma Hongjun adeptly evaded the onslaught of attacks, while also leveraging the distinctive attributes of his eye bone to mount counterattacks. Is this the extent of Junji's prowess? At this moment, Bai Qinxiang appeared to gradually temper her prior arrogance, realizing that the outside world held such extraordinary talents. Beyond mere genius, why must they also possess such striking charm? She gazed at Ma Hongjun with starry-eyed admiration. In the realm of Douluo, this age aligns with a young girl's burgeoning romantic sentiments, brimming with fantasy. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's battle left her momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, her father, Baiyu, effortlessly dealt with the two Soul Masters, though they were formidable opponents at levels 38 to 39. Making it challenging to determine a clear victor. Another Soul King continued to struggle, and as Bai Qinxiang recognized her inability to assist, she cautiously grasped a dagger and approached the Soul King under Ma Hongjun's control. The Soul Emperor was relentlessly battered by Ma Hongjun, his speed and strength seemingly failing to provide any advantage. Ma Hongjun, who had been utilizing the fire palm, predominantly relied on his right hand for attacks. After all, his right hand had absorbed a soul bone over 90,000 years old, significantly augmenting his strength to a level that could contend with a typical Soul Emperor. It was no wonder he could dispatch a soul beast that had lived for over 5 centuries with a mere slap. However, the power of the Soul Emperor was not his strong suit. Yet, as a Soul Emperor, he possessed formidable points, albeit they remained untapped. He realized he was unable to counter Ma Hongjun, who consistently anticipated his moves and adeptly neutralized his offensive techniques, only to retaliate moments later. At that instant, he noticed Bai Qinxiang wielding a dagger, and a thought crossed his mind. Instead of employing his 5th and 6th soul skills, he abruptly charged towards Bai Qinxiang after creating distance from Ma Hongjun. Simultaneously, both Ma Hongjun and Baiyu discerned his intent. "Xiangxiang, hurry and escape," Baiyu shouted. Both Baiyu and Ma Hongjun raced forward, eager to rescue Bai Qinxiang, for if this Soul Emperor managed to close in on her, it would spell disaster. As Ma Hongjun surged forward with all his might, Bai Qinxiang was taken aback by the imposing figure of a Soul Emperor advancing toward her, leaving her momentarily dazed and trembling, unable to instinctively summon her first soul skill to flee. Her lack of combat experience was painfully evident. Yet, Ma Hongjun could never bear to see Bai Qinxiang come to harm. With unwavering determination, he unleashed his fierce technique, Flame of the Phoenix, at an astonishing speed, followed by 3 fiery lines of phoenix flames. The Soul Emperor, perceiving the imminent threat, swiftly evaded with a few agile movements. Ma Hongjun's intention was not necessarily to strike the Soul Emperor, but to utilize the trio of phoenix flames to hinder the Emperor's momentum. Chapter 65, Baiyu. Prepared for death. The first skill of Ma Hongjun is a ranged attack spirit technique. Despite facing some hindrances, the Soul Emperor, positioned closest to Bai Qinxiang, found the obstructive effect to be less significant. After all, he is also a Soul Emperor, a master of the agility-based attack system. His speed is not to be underestimated. Even with Baiyu employing his 5th spirit skill, which creates afterimages, it seems ineffective, as the distance between them is simply too great, at least 100 meters. Far beyond Ma Hongjun's proximity to Bai Qinxiang. Initially, they were quite close, but Bai Qinxiang took the initiative, which only served to widen the gap. Baiyu, unable to intervene in time, could only shout urgently to Bai Qinxiang, "Xiangxiang, quickly evade and use your first spirit skill." Awakened by his call, Bai Qinxiang promptly activated her first spirit skill, but it appeared to be too late. The Soul Emperor's fist, akin to a wolf's head, surged towards Bai Qinxiang with seemingly unrestrained force. However, in that moment, Bai Qinxiang's first spirit skill manifested, and 4 afterimages appeared around her. In addition to her actual form, making a total of 5, with only one being the true entity. The Soul Emperor's punch struck the afterimage directly. Yet, apart from Bai Qinxiang herself, only one other person was aware of which form was the true entity, thanks to the enhancement of the Fire God's Eye, which allowed a clear distinction between the real and the illusory. Nevertheless, the Soul Emperor's speed was astonishing. Having shattered the afterimages, he immediately targeted another. Meanwhile, the Soul King, under Ma Hongjun's control, was channeling his soul power, and the fiery red slender leaves began to show signs of cracking. His soul skill proved particularly effective against fire attribute soul masters. Its true strength lay not merely in control, but also in its incompleteness as a soul skill. To be able to control a Soul King for approximately a minute is quite remarkable. Just as that Soul Emperor shattered yet another illusion of Bai Qinxiang, he advanced directly towards her corporeal form. Bai Qinxiang attempted to flee, but it was too late. Her father, Bai Yu, was merely 20 meters away. 4 speed-oriented soul masters. Every second is crucial. Often, a mere fraction of a second can determine the outcome of a battle. The Soul Emperor was evidently a step ahead. Bai Qinxiang had already pushed her speed to its zenith, yet she was still just a level 20 soul master, lacking even a second spirit ring. How could she possibly stand against a level 61 agile attack Soul Emperor? The wolf-like fist surged towards her, and Bai Qinxiang felt a surge of panic. However, she had her own means. The disparity between them was indeed substantial. With a rush of wind, the wolf-like fist halted mere centimeters from her face. In the next instant, a crimson figure flashed by. Bai Qinxiang vanished from her spot, while the Soul Emperor seemed momentarily immobilized, ensnared by fiery tendrils that prevented his advance. Simultaneously, the Soul King managed to extricate himself. Ma Hongjun was unable to rush in immediately, but knowing the Soul King would soon break free, he directed the tendrils towards the Soul Emperor. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, binding the Soul Emperor's feet. Though it appeared that they had executed numerous reactions, in reality, only a few seconds had passed. Bai Yu, slightly delayed in realizing the Soul Emperor's intent, saw that his daughter was safe and immediately launched an attack on the Soul Emperor. Although his feet were restrained, the Soul Emperor's hands and wings remained functional. His wings flapped rapidly, unleashing numerous wind blades towards Bai Yu. In the air, Bai Yu adeptly maneuvered, dodging the wind blades that sliced past him, seemingly untouched. After evading the barrage of blades, Bai Yu noticed the Soul King approaching and promptly retreated to Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang's side. "Xiang, are you all right?" Bai Yu asked, a hint of awkwardness in his tone, as the red-haired boy still held Bai Qinxiang tightly. "My apologies." Ma Hongjun quickly released the seemingly fragile Bai Qinxiang. After being freed, she still bore an expression of terror. The previous encounter had been exceedingly perilous. After a moment, still shaken, Bai Qinxiang stammered, "I'm fine, thank you." The Soul Emperor on the other side employed his wind attribute slicing ability to sever the delicate leaves of Ma Hongjun's third soul skill, thus freeing himself from its control. The 4 of them reunited, gazing at Ma Hongjun and his companions not far away. Their third member, a soul master, had been unceremoniously eliminated at the onset of battle. An unforgivable transgression. The Soul Emperor remarked, "This Soul King wields the soul of the sharp-tailed swift, while he may hold the title of Soul King. His offensive prowess is rather lacking. Though he possesses considerable speed, the 3 of you together should certainly be able to vanquish him. As for that little girl, she poses no threat and can be disregarded for the time being. However, this Soul Venerable is quite formidable. I shall occupy him. Once you dispatch the Soul King, we shall turn our attention to that crimson-haired boy." The Soul Emperor, whose demeanor was rather unsavory, issued his commands. After engaging Ma Hongjun for 10 rounds, he discerned that Ma Hongjun was no ordinary soul master, possessing some peculiar and enigmatic techniques that rendered him difficult to contend with. Although he could not eliminate Ma Hongjun, he could bide his time until his comrades dealt with the other Soul King. Having hunted in the Stardow Forest for many years, their teamwork was exceptionally synchronized. Having encountered foes stronger than themselves and survived, all thanks to their leader's calm tactical analysis. "Ma Hongjun, as I have said, take Xiang and leave. I will hold them off," Bai Yu declared with a grave expression. Despite Ma Hongjun's commendable abilities, he had already expended his 3 soul skills. Meanwhile, the Soul Emperor still had his 5th and 6th soul skills at his disposal. It was clear that Ma Hongjun could not stand against them. As he spoke, Bai Yu positioned himself in front of Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang. With his martial soul activated once more, he urged, "Leave immediately, and the farther the better. I cannot hold out much longer." "Dad, I won't leave. If we are to go, we go together," Bai Qinxiang said, her eyes brimming with tears. Bai Yu retorted fiercely, "Are you not going yet? Do you wish for me to perish here in vain? Remember, you are the prodigy of the Min family, the young lady of the Min clan. The future revitalization of our family rests upon your shoulders." Ma Hongjun understood that Bai Yu was genuinely fighting for his daughter's chance to escape. Leaving was not an easy feat, the Soul Emperor declared. Upon his words, the three charged forward. Bai Yu bellowed, "Leave now. If you do not, I, Bai Yu, shall have no daughter like you." After Bai Yu's declaration, Bai Qinxiang suddenly turned to Ma Hongjun and said, "Hongjun, what should we do?" She was engulfed in confusion, unwilling to abandon her father, even in death. She wished to remain by his side, unable to bear the thought of watching him perish. Ma Hongjun smiled as he gently patted Bai Qinxiang's head, assuring her, "Rest assured. With me around, you will all be safe." Chapter 66. The Phantom Fire God's Spear. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Bai Qinxiang felt an unsettling dissonance. After all, Ma Hongjun was not much older than she, while those opposing him possessed far superior soul power. Just as she was about to speak, she witnessed Ma Hongjun advance, his body instantly enveloped in flames, resembling a fiery figure. It appeared as though something was about to emerge from his right hand. The flames surged toward his right hand, seemingly coalescing into his right arm's soul bone. Astonishingly, he manifested a blazing crimson spear, measuring at least 2 meters in length. This was his soul bone skill, known as the Phantom Fire God Spear. It appeared as if the soul bone had transformed into this weapon, yet it was, in essence, a manifestation of the phantom. Perhaps due to the divine spear's piercing of the bodies of soul beasts over 90,000 years old. The resulting soul bone bore a striking resemblance to the Zhu Rong divine spear. When he acquired this soul bone, he was pleasantly surprised to discover its skill, which also imparted to him a unique spear technique. The Phantom Spear Technique, or the Fiery Phantom Spear Technique, seemed tailored just for him. This technique, passed down from the Zhu Rong divine spear, was fundamentally a standard spear technique. In the transmission of information, Ma Hongjun also gleaned the origins of his fiery scripture and several martial skills. It appeared that these were adaptations of the most rudimentary techniques from that era, simplified to a lower tier. This revelation led Ma Hongjun to understand that it was not a matter of the Zhu Rong divine spear withholding advanced techniques from him. Rather, those higher-level skills could not be cultivated within the Douluo continent. Ultimately, the continent was too primitive to bear such knowledge. Thus, even the most basic techniques known to the divine spear had to be altered for use in the Douluo continent, as the original forms were suited for immortal beings. However, despite their adaptations, Ma Hongjun's martial skills and techniques were undoubtedly among the highest echelons within the Douluo continent. Perhaps the Zhu Rong divine spear intended for him to embrace these concepts early on, deliberately modifying the soul bone, given its severely damaged state, which appeared precarious, as if it could shatter with the slightest movement. This culminated in the creation of the soul bone skill, the Phantom Fire God Spear, along with 36 forms of the Phantom Spear technique. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's transformation, Bai Qinxiang gasped in astonishment. "Retreat several hundred meters. Do not act as you did earlier," Ma Hongjun instructed. Upon hearing this, Bai Qinxiang immediately stepped back, acknowledging Ma Hongjun's wisdom. She could not afford to provoke the enemy or be captured as a pawn. "Why aren't you leaving?" Bai Yu inquired, observing Ma Hongjun's transformation as he followed. Ma Hongjun chuckled, "Have you not stayed as well? Besides, I have no need to leave." "What is this? A soul bone skill?" Bai Yu's voice trembled slightly. "Such a prodigious talent should not accompany me to face death." "Indeed, it is a soul bone skill," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Observing Bai Qinxiang's departure, the other four did not pursue her, and Bai Yu felt considerably relieved. "You could have departed. There was no necessity for you to involve yourself in this," Ma Hongjun remarked. "Do you truly believe that if I do not reveal my soul bone, they will simply remain here instead of pursuing your daughter?" "Haha, you are quite right, my friend. Although my companions and I may have no use for a fire attribute soul bone, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price, sufficient to sustain us for a lifetime. Will you willingly relinquish it, or shall we take it by force?" said the lecherous-faced Soul Emperor. Ma Hongjun remained silent, gently closing his eyes. In recent days, during moments of leisure, he would grasp a stick and practice the fire gun technique while hunting in the Stardow forest. Though the time spent was brief, he had managed to master the initial techniques of this phantom gunplay. The Soul Emperor, noticing that Ma Hongjun had shut his eyes and failed to respond, felt a surge of irritation. He commanded, "Let us attack together. At all costs, we must kill him and seize that soul bone. Once we accomplish this task, we shall never have to endure this life again." With a swift motion, the four of them unleashed their martial spirits, charging towards Ma Hongjun. Baiyu, resolute and unwilling to remain passive, rushed forward, sensing that Ma Hongjun was seemingly preparing something. The Soul Emperor, leading the charge, was incensed. He activated his sixth soul skill, enhancing his already nimble agility. With a thunderous crash, Baiyu was sent flying, as no one could impede their pursuit of wealth. After dispatching Baiyu, the four encircled Ma Hongjun once more, yet they hesitated as they beheld him still with closed eyes. Although they had long engaged in such dealings, this was their first encounter with someone possessing a soul bone. They had only heard tales of its power, never having witnessed it firsthand. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun's soul rings began to glow once more, and two of them illuminated brightly as he activated his second soul skill, the Fiery Phoenix, augmenting his abilities across the board. His bone and fire divine eye also awakened. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, revealing fiery red orbs that radiated brilliance as they fixed upon the Soul Emperor. The piercing gaze struck fear into the Soul Emperor, compelling him to involuntarily retreat a step. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Ma Hongjun's eyes appeared to harbor yet another soul bone, seemingly one from the head. Offending a young man who possessed two soul bones, particularly one with a phoenix martial spirit, instilled a flicker of trepidation within the Soul Emperor. Just then, Ma Hongjun swung his Phantom Fire God gun, unleashing a rapid advance toward the Soul Emperor, leaving a trail of blazing flames in his wake. "I cannot be afraid," he thought. "Impossible. Witness my sixth soul skill." The 6 soul rings upon his body illuminated simultaneously as he unleashed his sixth soul skill once more, charging towards Ma Hongjun. The opposing sixth soul skill manifested with remarkable speed, yet through the lens of his Eye of Insight, Ma Hongjun perceived that the speed was not particularly swift to him. Even the fastest adversaries appeared to move at a diminished pace, approximately 30% slower. Remarkably, since ascending to the rank of Soul Sage, this reduction had increased to 35%. With a flourish, he wielded the illusory Fire God Spear, thrusting it forward to confront the enemy's sixth soul skill head-on, cleaving through the assault with determination. The illusory Fire God Spear relentlessly pierced through the opponent's attack. With a resounding crash, he shattered the enemy's sixth soul skill, driving the spear directly into the heart region of his foe. However, Ma Hongjun was not entirely unscathed. The impact of the sixth soul skill inevitably caused him some harm, though the damage was mitigated by the 50% defensive boost from his second soul skill, rendering it not overly severe. Ma Hongjun swiftly retracted his movements, preparing to strike at the Soul King. Witnessing their elder brother, a formidable Soul Emperor of the 61st rank, being vanquished in an instant, the three companions were overtaken by a sense of satisfaction, their fighting spirit extinguished. They contemplated fleeing, yet Ma Hongjun's Flame God Spear extended forward, unleashing a fiery phantom that shot forth. Soon after, 2 additional phantoms followed suit, each aimed at the 3 individuals attempting to escape. With a resounding crash, the sound of weapons piercing the air resonated, and the trio collapsed, their lives extinguished in an instant. Remarkably, the entire sequence of events unfolded in mere seconds, and the skill acquired from over 90,000 years of soul bones did not disappoint. Chapter 67. The invaluable soul ring. The soul bone of Ma Hongjun has existed for nearly 90,000 years, approaching the century mark. After being intentionally altered by the Zhurong Divine Spear, its power is comparable to that of a soul bone skill aged 100,000 years. The attack that recently dispatched the other 3 adversaries was a technique from the Phantom Spear art, an assault imbued with soul power, naturally exhibiting extraordinary might. It is precisely for this reason that he could effortlessly eliminate the 61st rank Soul Emperor, who appeared to be at least 60 or 70 years old, a rather ordinary specimen among Soul Emperors. All of this transpired in less than 30 seconds, leaving Baiyu utterly speechless in astonishment. The swiftness of Ma Hongjun, coupled with the extraordinary abilities of his soul bone, is nothing short of perfection. He finds no flaws to criticize, only envy to harbor. Once Ma Hongjun completes his task, he gazes into the distance at Bai Qinxiang and calls out, "It's safe now, Xiang. You may return." Ma Hongjun also retracted his soul bone abilities, emerging from the state of his martial spirit, and began to rummage through the corpses of these individuals. If one intends to commit murder and plunder, one must also be prepared for the possibility of being slain by others. While Ma Hongjun is not affluent, he is not impoverished either, possessing over 10,000 gold soul coins. However, in this world, who would ever consider their wealth insufficient? After his search, Ma Hongjun found nothing of significant value. These individuals appeared to be woefully destitute. Only the Soul Emperor possessed a spatial soul tool, while the other four each carried a small pouch, which upon inspection contained a meager total of just over 300 gold soul coins. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun began to examine the soul tool belonging to the Soul Emperor. The space within was limited, measuring only 2 cubic meters, and was filled mostly with trivial items. The gold soul coins were scarce, likely amounting to just over 1,000. What is this? Ma Hongjun stumbled upon an unexpected discovery, extracting from the soul guide a piece resembling the dry hide of a certain soul beast. The surface bore various patterns and unfamiliar symbols, leaving him utterly perplexed. Could this be the location of their hidden treasure? It seemed implausible that such individuals would engage in trade within the Douluo forest with such meager possessions. Baiyu observed Ma Hongjun as he meticulously sorted through the items, unable to resist the urge to touch his own waist pouch, which emitted a hollow sound, echoing its emptiness. This pouch contained all his wealth, primarily composed of silver and copper soul coins, amounting to little more than a handful of gold soul coins. Bai Qinxiang, not far away, immediately noticed the injured Baiyu and approached with concern, inquiring about his condition. "Uncle Baiyu, are you all right?" Ma Hongjun also chimed in. Baiyu offered a wry smile, responding, "I'm fine, just a bit hurt. However, I fear I may not be able to assist Xiangxiang in her search for a soul ring. Would it be possible for you to escort us out of the Douluo forest? Once we return to the family, only Xiangxiang's grandfather can help her find a soul ring." He refrained from further inviting Ma Hongjun to assist, feeling somewhat embarrassed due to his lack of money and the lack of items that might interest him. Ma Hongjun chuckled. "It is merely a soul beast that has existed for 5 or 6 centuries, not far from here. Since I inadvertently eliminated your designated soul beast, I assure you that I will assist you in finding another. However, can your current condition endure the journey?" Baiyu was not as fortunate. He had directly endured the 6th soul skill of that Soul Emperor, and it was likely that his internal injuries were severe. "It's all right, I can manage. It's crucial to help Xiangxiang find her soul ring," Baiyu replied. "Dad, are you truly all right?" Bai Qinxiang asked with concern. Baiyu smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. This little injury is bearable. Let's set off." With that, Baiyu stood up, appearing as if he were unaffected. Since Baiyu was determined to proceed, Ma Hongjun refrained from further comments. The trio set off once more, though this time Ma Hongjun slowed his pace. While Baiyu's injuries were not fatal, traveling while wounded would undoubtedly be uncomfortable. As they walked, Ma Hongjun remained vigilant, observing their surroundings, mindful not to be as careless as before. Additionally, should they encounter other soul masters searching for soul rings, he could inquire whether any among them possessed healing abilities. It was quite common for many to form teams in the Douluo forest to seek soul rings, making it entirely plausible to come across other groups. After approximately half an hour, the trio encountered another team of soul masters on a quest for soul rings. Following some conversation, it was confirmed that they indeed had a healing soul master among them. Ma Hongjun provided 10 golden soul coins as payment, and the other party utilized their 2nd soul skill on Baiyu twice, significantly aiding in his recovery. Although he could not fully heal, Baiyu was now able to move freely within the Douluo forest. Sustaining injuries in the Douluo forest can be quite troublesome without the timely intervention of a healing soul master. Of course, if one possesses a daring spirit, they may seek assistance from healing soul masters passing by. The reason for such bold inquiries earlier was that 2 teachers had brought 5 students to the Douluo forest in search of soul rings. Typically, the instructors and students from academies are rather competent. Exceptions like Songhui Academy are rare. With Baiyu receiving treatment, Bai Qinxiang felt considerably relieved. The trio quickened their pace, and after another half hour, they finally arrived at the location Ma Hongjun had mentioned. "Ma Hongjun, is this the soul beast you spoke of?" Baiyu inquired, gazing at a barren cliff in the distance. At a height of 100 meters, a nest was nestled within the crevices of the rocks, nearly undetectable without careful observation. If not for Ma Hongjun's exceptional eyesight, they might have never noticed it. He had traversed many areas over the past few days, and this was one of his observations. "Indeed, how about it? This type of soul beast is particularly suitable for Xiangxiang," Ma Hongjun replied. Beside the nest, a bird-like soul beast was dozing peacefully. Baiyu focused intently on the slumbering 600-year-old soul beast, excitement bubbling within him. "It is indeed the nest of the golden feather bird. Father, I am familiar with this martial soul. It is an exceedingly rare soul beast. Acquiring its soul ring will not only enhance our speed, but also rectify our offensive shortcomings. Baiyu smiled precisely. Although it merely alters one soul skill, absorbing its soul ring will eliminate any offensive disadvantages you may face at the Great Soul Master stage. Ma Hongjun remarked, "That's quite impressive. I never anticipated that the soul ring of the golden feather bird would be of such assistance to your martial souls. You have witnessed the shortcomings of our family's martial soul, which is primarily focused on extreme speed. However, over the past decade, our family has undergone transformations and discovered that certain soul beast soul rings can mitigate our offensive weaknesses while still maintaining exceptional speed. The golden feather bird is one such example." Baiyu continued, "Indeed, a few years back, an elder brother of mine acquired a golden feather bird's soul ring as his second. After reaching the 27th level, he ventured to the Great Soul Arena to participate in soul battles, returning with considerable wealth." Bai Qinxiang expressed her excitement. "That's right. The fortune he amassed during his time as a Great Soul Master significantly improved our family's circumstances. Unfortunately, once he ascended to the Soul Master level, his third soul skill proved inadequate, resulting in far more losses than victories." Baiyu reminisced. Chapter 68. The roasting of the golden featherbird flock. The golden featherbird is not particularly large, yet its flying speed and offensive capabilities rank among the elite of avian soul beasts. Here, a 600-year-old golden featherbird was dozing. Ma Hongjun leaped into action. He refrained from manifesting his martial soul and stealthily ascended the mountain. The golden featherbird remained blissfully unaware of the approaching presence until Ma Hongjun was less than 10 meters away. In an instant, it soared upward, gliding gracefully through the air. Simultaneously, he activated his martial soul, and the soul rings illuminated, unleashing 2 streams of phoenix flames. At that moment, the golden featherbird finally realized the impending threat, but instinctively chose not to resist, as the phoenix martial soul possessed an innate suppressive power over avian soul beasts. In a heartbeat, the flame struck the bird's wings, causing it to plummet alongside the rocky mountainside. Although Ma Hongjun's agility is commendable, it is insufficient for soaring through the skies. After gliding briefly, he began to descend. A pair of phoenix wings unfurled, taking to the air. The golden feathered bird, its wings severely damaged by Ma Hongjun, plummeted from a height of 100 meters in a free fall. With a resounding crash, it collided with the ground, and stones also tumbled down, striking the golden feathered bird and eliciting a heart-wrenching cry of despair. Simultaneously, within the mountain, the calls of the golden feathered birds echoed, signaling the presence of their kin. Ma Hongjun hastily remarked, "You take this golden feathered bird away. I will handle this group of golden feathered birds. Brother Jun, can you manage it?" Bai Qinxiang called out loudly. "Do not question a man's capabilities. Hurry and find a place to absorb the soul ring," Ma Hongjun replied, then soared into the midst of the golden feathered birds with a flap of his phoenix wings. At that moment, Baiyu, following Ma Hongjun's declaration, summoned his martial spirit and delivered a powerful blow to the 600-year-old golden feathered bird, rendering it on the brink of death. "Xiang, let us depart. He can handle this," Baiyu stated. "But with so many soul beasts, can Brother Jun really manage?" Bai Qinxiang inquired. "If Ma Hongjun were in danger, we would have perished long ago. Have faith, he can surely do it. Most of these golden feathered birds are merely 100 years old, and there are hardly any that are 1,000 years," Baiyu assured. "Now, let us move swiftly." Dragging the already unconscious golden feathered bird, Bai Qinxiang followed closely behind, soon vanishing into the depths of the forest. Over 20 golden feathered birds surrounded Ma Hongjun, momentarily hesitating to launch their attack. Ma Hongjun possesses the phoenix martial spirit, and as his soul power escalates, his ability to suppress soul beasts of lower ranks intensifies correspondingly. The lifespan of these golden feather birds ranges from a maximum of 1,600 years to a minimum of 300 to 400 years. The first to withstand the suppression of the phoenix martial spirit is the oldest among them, charging directly toward Ma Hongjun. However, Ma Hongjun is disinclined to engage in a prolonged battle. After deftly evading in the air and observing Bai Qinxiang and the others retreating to a safe distance, he prepares to make his escape. Activating his second soul skill, an intense blaze erupts from his center, engulfing the surroundings in searing flames. Although he could annihilate the flock of golden feather birds, he refrains from doing so, mindful that he will need to hunt numerous fire attribute soul beasts in the future, and thus prefers not to be excessively ruthless. Consequently, he spares the fire attribute soul beasts within that volcanic region which are under a millennium old. Despite their formidable nature, golden featherbirds, like most avian creatures, harbor a fear of flames, particularly the extreme heat emanating from Ma Hongjun. which appears to conjure a cloud of fire in the sky, nearly encircling the 20 or so birds. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun dashes forth from this fiery cloud, swiftly maneuvering into the depths of the jungle, making it challenging for the birds to locate him. Simultaneously, the bodies of the golden feather birds ignite, scattering in all directions. Some cling to the rock faces, while others tumble to the ground in disarray. In truth, ordinary fire would struggle to singe the feathers of the golden feather birds. Yet Ma Hongjun's flames are no ordinary fire, augmented by a 100% increase in the potency of his second soul skill. Thus, if this fire does not incinerate them, it would indeed be implausible. However, the extensive release of Phoenix flames has significantly drained Ma Hongjun's soul power, depleting him by at least 50%. Ma Hongjun swiftly retracted his martial spirit and headed in the direction whereby Qinxiang and the others had departed. Meanwhile, the Golden Featherbird clan was in an uproar, entirely too preoccupied to pay any heed to Ma Hongjun. After all, if the Golden Featherbirds did not extinguish the flames engulfing them, they would soon find themselves transformed into mere charred remains. After Ma Hongjun departed, his gaze fell upon the location of Bai Qinxiang and the others. By the time Ma Hongjun arrived, the Golden Feathered Bird's yellow soul ring had already manifested, and he was seated cross-legged on the ground, ready to absorb the soul ring. Bai stood vigilantly a short distance away from Bai Qinxiang, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun return, he promptly inquired, "Ma Hongjun, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The population of the Golden Feathered Bird is not substantial. It has a maximum lifespan of merely over 1,600 years. You may remember this location. It can serve as a site for your second and third soul rings in the future, Ma Hongjun replied. Bai expressed, "I am truly grateful to you this time. I have little to offer in return, but should you ever find yourself in need of assistance from our family, do not hesitate to let me know. I will certainly do my utmost to help you." Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment and said, "Speaking of which, I do have something I wish to inquire about. Are you aware of any gathering places for fire attribute soul beasts within the Douluo forest?" "A gathering place for fire attribute soul beasts? Are you considering this for your fourth soul ring?" Bai inquired with curiosity. Ma Hongjun remarked, "One might say that my fire attribute soul beast appears to be quite elusive." Bai responded, "Indeed. Fire attribute soul beasts in the Douluo forest are rather difficult to come by. However, I am aware of a certain location where such soul beasts are plentiful." "Where might that be?" inquired Ma Hongjun, for Bai belonged to the sensitive clan, which possessed a keen understanding of the continent's circumstances. Even though he was well versed in the original text, he was only familiar with the places mentioned therein, and the information and resources available within Shrek were rather limited. Perhaps he could consult with Flinder and the Master, yet having already ventured out, returning would inevitably mean joining them in training, leaving no time to explore. "The location is the site of the Fiery Academy," Bai stated. "The Fiery Academy? Are there truly many fire attribute soul beasts there?" "After all, it is merely an academy," Ma Hongjun questioned, having pondered this very issue, as they certainly required a substantial number of fire attribute soul beasts. Bai replied, "Although I have not visited, I have heard that the Fiery Academy is established atop a plethora of volcanoes, boasting hundreds of both large and small craters. That area serves as a natural training ground for fire attribute soul masters, covering a considerable expanse, approximately 1/5 the size of the nearby Sunset Forest. It is predominantly inhabited by fire attribute soul beasts, making it a veritable paradise for them. Such a place exists? I must certainly pay a visit," Ma Hongjun declared. Chapter 69. Farewells and Shifts in Mindset. On the Douluo continent, there exist vast soul beast forests as well as smaller congregations of soul beasts. For instance, while the Douluo forest is classified as a large gathering place, the Sunset Forest can only be deemed moderately sized. The volcanic cluster near the Fiery Academy may be regarded as a small-scale congregation, and such sites are likely numerous across the continent. The Fiery Academy would not arbitrarily choose an ordinary location for its establishment, as all its members are fire attribute soul masters, indicating a distinct purpose. The presence of these volcanoes provides a naturally simulated training environment, undoubtedly saving considerable construction costs. Simultaneously, the soul beasts therein fulfill the advancement needs of the Academy's members, achieving a remarkable dual benefit. "Thank you, Uncle Bai." Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude, recognizing the significance of this information. Bai replied, "The gratitude should be directed towards me. Were it not for your presence, both I and Xiang might have already fallen victim to peril." Ma Hongjun smiled and remarked, "I must take the blame for this. It is my doing. As I have said before, should you ever require my assistance in the future, I will unhesitatingly brave any peril to repay the life-saving grace you have extended to both me and Xiangxiang. Bai Yu responded earnestly. Ma Hongjun was at a loss for words but nodded slightly. Bai Qinxiang's absorption rate was remarkably swift. Within less than an hour, her second soul ring had already manifested. Successfully absorbed. A 600-year soul ring was well within the grasp of a soul master at the 20th level, and as long as the absorption process proceeded without complications, the risks remained minimal. After a while, Bai Qinxiang retracted her martial soul and soul ring, exclaiming, "I did it." She beamed with joy and rose to her feet, saying, "At last, we can leave this place. Let us return home." Bai Yu chimed in with a smile. Bai Qinxiang turned to Ma Hongjun and asked, "Brother Jun, would you like to join us in our departure?" "Of course," Ma Hongjun replied. The prospect of searching for soul beasts in the Douluo forest seemed utterly aimless. Relying solely on luck and wasting precious time, it was far more prudent to leave sooner. Yet, he still pondered whether to head to Shrek Academy first or to the area behind the Blazing Fire Academy. The trio made their way out. A day later, in a small town outside the Douluo forest, Bai Qinxiang inquired, "Brother Jun, will you not visit our family?" Ma Hongjun chuckled, "No need. I have my own matters to attend to. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." Suddenly, a thought struck him. He felt compelled to do something. Having read the original text, he was aware of Bai Qinxiang's future and felt a twinge of compassion. He promptly retrieved the 2-cubic soul guide and handed it to Bai Qinxiang, saying, "Xiangxiang, since you've taken to calling me Brother Jun, and it seems you lack a soul guide, consider this a gift from me to my dear sister." "Brother Jun, is this a spatial soul guide?" Bai Qinxiang exclaimed with excitement. She had long desired such a soul guide, but her family possessed only a few, all held by the elders. Ma Hongjun nodded and said, "There are only 2 cubes inside. I hope you won't find them lacking." Bai Qinxiang, unaware of the identity of the Soul Emperor who crafted the soul guiding device, remained silent, while Bai Yu was well aware, but chose not to speak up. "Brother Jun, how could I possibly look down on such a precious item? Are you truly certain you wish to give this to me?" Bai Qinxiang inquired, a hint of shyness in her tone. Ma Hongjun chuckled, "Of course, I already possess one. You may have this." Bai Qinxiang's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently accepted the soul guide device he handed her, placing it carefully into her waist pouch. In the next moment, she leapt toward Ma Hongjun, lightly kissing his cheek. "Thank you. Do remember to seek me out," she murmured, turning away, only to catch sight of her father, Bai Yu, covering his eyes, which made her feel even more bashful. "Xiangxiang, Uncle Bai Yu, until we meet again." After a while, Ma Hongjun's voice echoed back to her, and when Bai Qinxiang turned her head again, all she could see was his fiery red silhouette fading away. "Thank you," Bai Qinxiang whispered. She then picked up the soul guide device he had given her, her pretty face still flushed. "Father, please stop covering your face and hand me my belongings. I now have a place to store things." "Oh, our dear Xiangxiang has grown up. I find Ma Hongjun quite admirable. He is studying at Shrek Academy. Would you consider enrolling there next year?" Bai Yu smiled. As he passed her the bundle, Bai Qinxiang's expression dimmed slightly. "Father, I have no such thoughts. A person as remarkable as him must have many beautiful girls around him. I certainly won't pursue that." "What is this?" Bai Qinxiang exclaimed as she extracted a heavy pouch from the soul guide device, the sound of metal clinking resonating as she opened it. Inside lay a bounty of golden soul coins. "So many. There must be at least 500 gold soul coins here. Did Brother Jun give me this?" Turning around, she realized Ma Hongjun's figure had completely vanished. Could it be that he forgot to take the gold soul coins back? She pondered. These 500 gold soul coins could be said to surpass the combined wealth of their family. For a moment, Bai Qinxiang trembled as she held them. "Since he has gifted them to you, you should accept them," Bai Yu remarked, refraining from mentioning that these coins were taken from the bodies of several fallen foes. He understood the family's struggles. With these 500 gold soul coins, at least they could enjoy a somewhat better life for the coming year. At that moment, Ma Hongjun had already exited the small town, having intentionally left the 500 gold soul coins behind. His arrival had altered not only his own fate but was gradually changing the destinies of those around him. Uncertain if he would ever encounter Bai Qinxiang again, he realized he was no longer the same Ma Hongjun from the original tale. To be honest, he couldn't say he felt a profound affection for Bai Qinxiang. Much of his sentiment stemmed from the regret of having read the original story. What he did not know was that, in just 2 days of their fleeting encounters, his presence had already etched itself deeply into Bai Qinxiang's heart. Ma Hongjun maintained the mindset of one who has traversed time, with the ultimate goal of becoming stronger. Only with sufficient strength can one aspire to marry even a goddess, or someone like Guyuna. Without strength, one amounts to nothing. That day, he made a proclamation to Daimubai. Although it was said in anger, having uttered it, Zhu Xin would undoubtedly not let it slide. Otherwise, would he still be considered a man? Although Ma Hongjun harbors lofty ambitions, he is far from being a rigid individual. Nor is he the type to renounce romantic entanglements in the pursuit of strength. After all, Ma Hongjun is but a normal man, and it is implausible to expect him to transform into a being devoid of desires upon entering another world. What man does not yearn for multiple wives or entertain certain fantasies? If not, what does it mean to be a man? Thus, while Ma Hongjun's aspiration is to grow stronger, he will not forsake the enchanting vistas along his path to strength. Consequently, Ma Hongjun made his way directly towards Soto City from the small town outside the Stardow Forest. Chapter 70. Return to Shrek. Meeting Flander 4 days later, Soto City. Shrek Academy. Under the blazing afternoon sun, the Shrek students, though one was absent, continued their training with unwavering determination. The 7 students donned weighted gear and stood by the small river outside Shrek Academy. In the morning, they practiced together, and in the afternoon, they engaged in weighted swimming. It had been over 10 days since the news of Ma Hongjun's incident, yet the sorrow of his passing still lingered heavily in the air. Each time they donned their weighted training gear and approached the riverbank, memories of Ma Hongjun flooded back to them. I see that we cannot remain in such sorrow. Daimubai spoke. We did not wish for Ma Hongjun's fate, but he is no longer with us. And I believe he would not want to witness us in such a state. Zhu Zhuqing replied, let us continue our training. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing finished speaking, she was the first to leap into the water, followed closely by the others who jumped into the small river. Daimubai shook his head and followed suit, feeling a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. It always seemed as though he were participating in a solemn homage to Ma Hongjun. Over the past few days, he had endeavored in various ways to win Zhu Zhuqing's favor, yet his efforts appeared fruitless. She remained indifferent to him as before. Moreover, despite enlisting the help of Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Lang Shuanger, the results were still lacking. This left Daimubai quite disheartened. Fortunately, he believed that Ma Hongjun was no longer a rival, and with time, Zhu Zhuqing would surely reconsider her feelings. Daimubai plunged into the water, swimming forward alongside the other 6. They had progressed beyond merely enduring in the water and had entered the phase of long-distance endurance or short-distance bursts. As previously described by Ma Hongjun, under the condition of added weight, persistence without succumbing to the water was essential to advance into this second stage of training. Over these past days, they had successfully managed to swim considerable distances, reaching the second stage that Ma Hongjun had mentioned. Master, as before, was recording their distances and times in the water. From the perspective of their progress, it became evident that Ma Hongjun's method was far more effective than mere weighted running. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a red-haired youth was observing them from several hundred meters away. This young man was, in fact, Ma Hongjun, who had returned just 3 days earlier. However, he did not immediately return to Shrek Academy. Instead, he had ventured alone to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City, where he participated in 6 individual soul battles over the course of 3 days, achieving 6 consecutive victories. He also placed bets on himself, earning over 10,000 gold soul coins before returning to Shrek. According to Master S training schedule, it was estimated that there would still be about half a month remaining. And this time, Ma Hongjun had devised his own training plan, opting not to reunite with his companions immediately. Ma Hongjun made his way directly to Flinder's office, which also served as his bedroom. Even before pushing the door open, he was met with a strong scent of medicine wafting from within. Creaking the door, he heard Flinder's voice gently inquire, "Is it Zhao Waoqi or Xiao Gang? Come in." Upon entering, he beheld Flinder reclined on the bed, eyes closed in repose, and announced, "Dean, it's me. I have returned." "Returned? Who has returned?" Flinder's words barely escaped his lips when he suddenly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Ma Hongjun standing at the threshold, he instinctively closed them again, his demeanor calm as he murmured, "Another illusion. How could he possibly have survived that?" Yet in the next instant, Flinder's eyes widened, fixating on Ma Hongjun at the door, and upon a closer inspection, he discerned that this was unequivocally not an illusion. "Dean, this is no mirage. I have truly returned," Ma Hongjun affirmed. After a fortnight of recuperation, Flinder's health had significantly improved, and he rose to meet Ma Hongjun's gaze. "You truly did not perish? This isn't a jest, is it? Dean, how could I deceive you? I have turned misfortune into fortune and even acquired a 3rd spirit ring," Ma Hongjun replied. As Ma Hongjun unleashed his martial soul, the intense power of the fire attribute surged forth. Flinder unmistakably sensed the strength of Ma Hongjun's martial soul. Finally confirming that this was no illusion, Ma Hongjun had truly returned. Wonderful. You are indeed alive. Why didn't you come back sooner? You've made us all worry sick. Flinder exclaimed, unexpectedly embracing Ma Hongjun. Dean, I was delayed by certain matters for a few days, but here I am now, Ma Hongjun replied. Ah, it's good that you're back. That's all that matters, Flinder responded warmly. Dean, how's your injury? Ma Hongjun inquired with genuine concern. Flinder assured him, it's nothing serious. This minor injury is inconsequential. That little rascal Tang San even possesses some medical knowledge. With his treatment, I should be fully healed in about 10 days. And what of teacher Zhao Waoqi? Ma Hongjun asked. Flinder chuckled. That fellow Zhao Waoqi is as tough as they come. His injuries were far less severe than mine. And he has fully recovered just a few days ago. Have you now acquired your third soul ring? Is it the illusory fire lotus? Flinder inquired. The illusory fire lotus? Is that the soul beast that ensnared me? Ma Hongjun questioned, puzzled. Indeed, that very soul beast. It was ultimately found in a book by Xiao Gang, and it has surpassed 90,000 years in age. How did you manage to escape its grasp? Flinder pressed on. At the time, I was flailing about in confusion, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, it seemed that my martial soul had some form of restraint over it. In the end, it was as if it devoured my soul power, transforming into a soul ring for me to absorb, Ma Hongjun explained. Although he recognized that his explanation sounded far-fetched, he could only articulate it as such. How could he disclose the role of his Zhu Rong divine spear? Another martial soul? It seems your martial soul is truly extraordinary. But never mind that. The important thing is that you have returned, Flinder remarked. Dean, I wish to remain incognito for the time being. I would like teacher Zhao Waoqi to assist me with my training on the small hill across from the academy, Ma Hongjun declared. Are you asking Zhao Waoqi to help you train? Flinder asked in confusion. Yes, I wish to leverage teacher Zhao Waoqi's third soul skill, the enhanced gravity, for my training. Ma Hongjun stated directly. The gravity enhancement skill was exceptionally powerful, and it might not be suitable for others at the academy just yet. However, having already absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, Ma Hongjun's body was sufficiently robust to undertake this step in his training. Why haven't you informed everyone of your return? Flinder inquired, somewhat perplexed. Ma Hongjun remarked, I see that everyone's passion for cultivation remains undiminished. However, the methods they employ no longer suit me. Once I have dedicated some time to my own practice and achieved results, I shall return. Flinder chuckled and replied, that sounds agreeable. It would indeed be delightful to surprise everyone upon your return. You may proceed. I will summon Zhao Wujie to assist you in your cultivation, and I am certain he will be more than willing to help. As Ma Hongjun returned, the previously despondent Flinder experienced a surge of vitality, and his spirits were notably lifted. I must thank the dean then. I will head over to await teacher Zhao, Ma Hongjun remarked with a smile. Today marks a significant milestone as my work is officially launched. Those who perused the final chapter yesterday may have gleaned some insights. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the delightful readers for their unwavering support, as well as to the enchanting editor for her attentiveness to this book. Each of the 1,000 readers of Douluo carries a unique perspective. With this narrative, my aim is to portray a distinct Ma Hongjun, a journey through a fantastical realm that mirrors the experiences of an ordinary man in our world. The essence of striving for one's desires is paramount, though the protagonist's fortuitous advantages are equally essential. Many contend that Ma Hongjun ought not to pursue Zhu Zhuqing or argue for a singular romantic interest. Yet, others assert that if one were to traverse such a world without intertwining stories with its iconic female figures, could it truly be considered a fan fiction? I find this argument compelling. Often, we observe as mere spectators. Should we not yearn to forge narratives with the goddesses of the original tale if we found ourselves within the Douluo universe? If it were I would certainly entertain such thoughts and seize the opportunity. Stories can undoubtedly unfold, and multiple romantic interests are entirely plausible. I shall strive to avoid writing in a mindless fashion, hoping that Ma Hongjun's romance unfolds organically, with what is meant to be naturally falling into place. How could one possibly turn away the affections that come knocking? Without further ado, I promise a minimum of 5 updates today, with aspirations for even more. And I shall aim for at least 2 updates daily henceforth. Should the performance be commendable, I shall endeavor to provide even greater abundance. Finally, I humbly request your initial subscriptions. Your support fuels my passion for writing. Thank you all. Chapter 71. The Madness of Ma Hongjun upon exiting the academy. Ma Hongjun ventured towards a small hill directly opposite the institution, in contrast to the training grounds of the other 7 members of the Shrek 7 Monsters. The hill, though modest in height, approximately 50 to 60 meters, was still a notable elevation amidst the flat plains, situated less than a kilometer from Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun ascended to the mountaintop, seeking a relatively spacious clearing amidst the dense foliage. Once he had erected his tent, this would serve as his sanctuary for cultivation over the coming days. Subsequently, he produced a small knife and selected a suitable branch. Murmuring to himself, he remarked, "It appears that the soul beast, the illusionary fire lotus, will have to be substituted for now as I practice the illusionary fire spear technique." He meticulously whittled the straight branch down to a length comparable to his soulbone skill, the illusionary fire spear, fashioning it into a wooden spear for his training. This particular soulbone skill merely materialized the illusionary fire spear. However, to truly unleash its potency, mastery of the illusionary fire spear technique was essential. Ma Hongjun would not be foolish enough to directly utilize the genuine soulbone skill for his cultivation, for he is acutely aware that a formidable presence lurks nearby. Should Tang Hao find his soulbone to be remarkable, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he might sever his arm to seize it. Ma Hongjun comprehends the wisdom of possessing a gem invites envy, and such a soulbone could tempt many to take desperate measures. It is not that he doubts Tang Hao's integrity. Rather, he is mindful of a saying from his past life: one must always guard against treachery. Uncertain of when Zhao Wujie would arrive, Ma Hongjun tidied up the approximately 30 square meter clearing before grasping his crafted wooden spear and commencing his training. Ma Hongjun had only practiced for a short while when he heard the resounding voice of Zhao Wujie. "I thought Flinder was deceiving me. It turns out you are indeed alive." Zhao Wujie initially doubted Flinder, but upon witnessing the real person here, he confirmed that Ma Hongjun was still among the living. "Fortunate indeed. I have survived against all odds. I must express my gratitude to you, Teacher Zhao," Ma Hongjun remarked. Zhao Wujie replied, "Well then, just don't hold it against me for not joining Flinder in the struggle." Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "Teacher Zhao, you acted wisely at that time. How could I blame you? You rascal, now you possess the gift of eloquence," Flinder remarked. Zhao Wujie mentioned that I should come here to assist you in your cultivation. Ma Hongjun said, "Indeed, I wish to utilize your third soul skill, gravity enhancement, to assist in my training." Zhao Wujie, taken aback, replied, "No one has ever made such a request of me before." His third soul skill, gravity enhancement, notably intensifies the weight of his opponent's bodies by more than double, thus enabling him to control and restrict their speed and limiting their offensive capabilities. He never anticipated that Ma Hongjun would consider employing a soul skill for training purposes. "I believe that your third soul skill is merely the beginning. Perhaps your fifth soul skill, gravity compression, could also serve a beneficial role in my training," Ma Hongjun remarked with a smile. Zhao Wujie's two soul skills, while designed for attacking adversaries, could equally be employed for physical conditioning. Though he appeared somewhat fierce, there was a certain endearing quality to him. However, he was the type of robust man whose exterior belied a more nuanced interior. And one must not judge solely by appearances. Upon careful reflection, Zhao Wujie grasped Ma Hongjun's intentions and said, "Very well, let us give it a try." As this was the first time Ma Hongjun would experience Zhao Wujie's third soul skill, he refrained from donning the 100-kilogram weight equipment. After all, accepting gravity and bearing weight are two distinct concepts. Under the influence of weight, the entire body is subjected to gravitational constraints, while bearing weight pertains to the body's endurance. And not every part can be effectively trained in such conditions. Gravity enhancement would undoubtedly be the most suitable method for training. "Teacher Zhao, after you use your soul skill, please rest here," he added. Ma Hongjun directly took out a reclining chair and placed it on the ground beside his tent. He then brought over a stone to serve as a table and retrieved some prepared fruits and snacks from his soul guide. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wujie chuckled and remarked, "You truly are the most considerate one. Just say the word, and I shall promptly activate my third soul skill." Ma Hongjun promptly approached and stood in the center of the open space, saying, "Teacher Zhao, I am ready." Zhao Wujie's martial soul was activated, and he immediately utilized his third soul skill. Currently, this third soul skill can last for a maximum of half an hour, should you require it again after that time. "I shall be here to use it once more," Zhao Wujie stated. Feeling the immense power of the gravity enhancement from Zhao Wujie, Ma Hongjun perceived that his body weight had more than doubled. "Thank you, Teacher Zhao," Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude. Within the gravitational sphere of Zhao Wujie, Ma Hongjun embarked on a new round of cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie reclined comfortably in a nearby lounge chair, relishing the moment, while Ma Hongjun toiled under the pressure of Zhao Wujie's gravity. Thus, during the day, Ma Hongjun cultivated under the augmented gravity, and at night, he practiced his spear techniques and soul power. Day after day, unbeknownst to him, half a month slipped by, and Ma Hongjun had diligently trained within Zhao Wujie's gravity-enhanced soul skill for this duration. Merely in these 2 weeks, his soul power had ascended by 1 level. Now, Ma Hongjun had reached the 34th rank of Soul Master, with his physical strength considerably bolstered. Within the gravitational field, every inch of his skin and every cell had been honed, leading Ma Hongjun to believe that this was the epitome of body-refining techniques. On that morning, Zhao Wujie once again visited Ma Hongjun's residence. "Young man, are you not yet ready to join the others?" Yesterday afternoon, the master concluded the first phase of their training and plans to rest for 7 days, after which a new training regimen will commence. Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Since there are still 7 days remaining, I shall indulge myself during this time. Teacher Zhao, would you be so kind as to employ your 5th soul skill on me?" Having already endured a weight of 100 kilograms, he had thoroughly harnessed Zhao Wujie's 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement, over the past fortnight. Zhao Wujie was taken aback and replied, "Are you certain you wish for me to utilize the 5th soul skill? This is not a trivial matter." Ma Hongjun reassured him. "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, my body is more than capable of handling it." Zhao Wujie cautioned, "In that case, be careful. If you experience any discomfort, inform me immediately, and I shall cease the effect of the soul skill." Seeing Ma Hongjun nod in agreement, Zhao Wujie activated his martial spirit once more, illuminating his 5 soul rings, and employed the 5th soul skill, gravity compression. In an instant, Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming pressure converging upon his body from all directions, as though this force threatened to crush him. He let out a pained groan. Zhao Wujie hastily inquired, "This is untenable. I must immediately withdraw my soul skill." "No, there is no need for withdrawal. This is beneficial," Ma Hongjun replied with great difficulty. He relied solely on his physical strength to withstand the relentless pressure encroaching upon him, without drawing upon any soul power. After what felt like an eternity, the effects of Zhao Wujie's soul skill dissipated, and Ma Hongjun experienced a sense of liberation, as if he had been released from a prolonged ordeal. The prowess of the 5th soul skill of the immutable king was indeed not to be underestimated. Ma Hongjun practiced for a moment and said, "Teacher Zhao, let us continue. You, my lad, have a somewhat reckless zeal for cultivation, which I find quite admirable." Zhao Wujie replied with a smile, once again casting his 5th soul skill upon Ma Hongjun's body. Chapter 72. Ma Hongjun in the Heavens during Ma Hongjun's fervent training. The 7 Little Monsters of Shrek Academy commenced their 7-day respite, thanks to Ma Hongjun's weighted gear and his leadership in beginning practice at 4 in the morning. Coupled with advanced training methods, the progress of all Shrek students in their cultivation was significantly enhanced. The Master's initial phase took 3 months, during which everyone experienced remarkable growth, surpassing the pace described in the original narrative. Daimu Bai ascended 1 level, reaching 38 in soul power. Oscar also rose a level, attaining 32. Tang San made the most substantial advancement, possibly due to the effects of absorbing soul rings and soul bones. He remarkably increased by 2 levels within 3 months, achieving 33 in soul power. Xiaowu elevated to 32, while both Lang Shuanger and Zhu Shiqing reached the pinnacle of 28. And Ning Rongrong ascended to the peak of 27. While all others began their rest, Ma Hongjun continued his training. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. On the morning of the 8th day, Ma Hongjun tidied his belongings, preparing to fully return to Shrek Academy and embark on the forthcoming month-long journey in the Soul Arena. The day dawned particularly bright, with a clear sky. Although it was still morning, the sunlight bore a hint of warmth. In the Shrek playground, the master stood with his arms crossed, awaiting the 7 little monsters to arrange themselves properly. Once they stood in formation, the master spoke softly. "Since I began teaching you 3 months ago, with the guidance and support of our instructors, you have laid a solid foundation. However, I must emphasize that merely this is far from sufficient to become an exceptional soul master. Therefore, starting today, I shall commence the 2nd phase of your instruction. I have heard from Flanders that you have all previously visited the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Henceforth, your lessons will take place there. This phase of instruction is without time constraints. Training will conclude once you obtain the Silver Soul Badge. I will arrange for you to stay at the nearest into the Great Soul Arena, with all expenses to be borne by yourselves. As long as you possess sufficient skill, your earnings at the Great Soul Arena will be quite substantial." Upon hearing the master's plans, the group felt considerably relieved. Participating in battles was far more enjoyable than mere training, and combat was indeed a thrilling endeavor. I do have one request, the master continued. You must remember that acquiring the Silver Soul Badge requires not only success in one-on-one matches, but also in team battles. You will compete under the name of the Shrek 7 Monsters. Could we perhaps change the name? Long Schwanger inquired. The master paused, bewildered, and replied. What name would you suggest? Is Shrek 7 Monsters not suitable? Cold Frost whispered softly, can we call ourselves the Shrek 8 Monsters? Our rapid progress is largely attributed to Ma Hongjun's methods. I believe it would be fitting to commemorate him in this way. For a moment, silence enveloped the group until Dai Mubai spoke up. But there are only 7 of us. How can we be the 8 monsters? The departed have passed. Let us not dwell in memories. The master concurred. Dai Mubai is correct. Ma Hongjun's methods have indeed benefited our cultivation. As long as we remember him, that suffices. Dai Mubai added with a smile, indeed, the master speaks wisely. I am certain that if Ma Hongjun were watching from above, he would not wish for us to linger in sorrow. Just as his words fell, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed from the heavens. I return. How is everyone? Who is imitating Ma Hongjun? Xiao Wu inquired. Ma Hongjun. The master exclaimed. The 7 turned abruptly, and not far away, a red-haired youth appeared before them. Having been absent for a month, Ma Hongjun seemed to have transformed. He had grown taller, and his flowing hair made him appear even more handsome. Is this truly Ma Hongjun? Surely my eyes do not deceive me, Oscar remarked as he rubbed his eyes. Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eyes, glanced at Ma Hongjun, and confirmed, it is indeed Ma Hongjun. Wonderful. Brother Jun, you are truly unharmed. With that, Cold Frost was the first to rush forward. Following her, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all surged towards him, leaving Dai Mubai and the master momentarily stunned. Wasn't he dead? Dai Mubai pondered. The master, equally astonished, murmured, to survive after encountering a soul beast over 90,000 years old is remarkable. They all crowded around Ma Hongjun, enveloping him in embraces. Despite their brief time together, a profound friendship had already blossomed. Observing his companion's fervor, Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly and followed suit. Although reluctant, he felt compelled to join in this moment. The master, however, remained stationary, murmuring, Little San has found another goal to surpass. In his eyes, Ma Hongjun appeared as a stepping stone for Tang San. While elegantly termed as a goal to surpass, it could also be perceived as a mere prop. Brother Jun, did they not say you had perished? Zhu Qing inquired first, having spent considerable time in sorrow over the matter. It can be said that her arrival at Shrek was most positively influenced by Ma Hongjun. Although he harbored a somewhat tarnished past, she seemed to hold no aversion towards him. It appeared to her as entirely natural, especially considering that Ma Hongjun's refusal to engage could lead to perilous consequences. She, too, possessed a profound desire to survive. During her journey to Shrek, she had faced numerous pursuers, many of whom were stronger than she. Had it not been for her strong will to live, she would never have reached Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing occasionally pondered that had she known Dai Mubai would end up in such a state, her initial fervor to survive might have waned, and under such relentless pursuit, she might have surrendered or perhaps never ventured from her family at all. In response to the enthusiastic crowd, Ma Hongjun chuckled. I am still quite young and intend to marry several beautiful wives in the future. How could I possibly perish so easily? Oscar replied with a grin, Oh you. Ma Hongjun, you desire several, but that is indeed the true you. Upon hearing such remarks, the surrounding girls found themselves at a loss for words. Should they retaliate against Ma Hongjun? It seemed rather inappropriate not to, especially after he had narrowly escaped death. Amidst the awkwardness, Tang San took the initiative to ask, Brother Jun, that was a soul beast over 90,000 years old. How did you manage to escape? What? Hongjun, you were captured by a soul beast over 90,000 years old? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone was aware that Ma Hongjun had encountered trouble. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that he had been attacked by a soul beast of such ancient lineage. However, Ma Hongjun was reluctant to elaborate further and simply stated, There is nothing peculiar about it. Didn't Xiao Wu also escape from the Titan giant ape? My escape from a soul beast over 90,000 years old is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? At that moment, Xiao Wu's expression shifted slightly. As she thought, could it be that Ma Hongjun is also unable to transform into a 100,000-year fire phoenix? Would that ancient soul beast be his companion? Chapter 73. The second phase commences. As Ma Hongjun spoke, everyone felt that his ability to escape was merely a stroke of luck, much like Xiao Wu. After all, if Shao could elude the clutches of the Titan Great Ape. It seemed entirely plausible that Ma Hongjun could likewise narrowly escape from the grasp of a soul beast over 90,000 years old. This could only indicate that their fortunes were remarkably favorable. Ma Hongjun, your return is most fortuitous. We should henceforth be known as the Shrek 8 monsters. Daimubai remarked with a smile as he approached. Indeed, let us be called the Shrek 8 monsters, Oscar echoed loudly in agreement. The master then joined them, gazing at Ma Hongjun and saying, I must apologize, Ma Hongjun. I did not fully consider the implications of my actions, which placed you in peril. I hope you can forgive me. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, naturally forming a line around Ma Hongjun as their focal point. Ma Hongjun said, Master, I understand that it was not your intention. During this outing, I have also recognized my own shortcomings. There is a matter I would like to trouble you with. What is it? The master replied, slightly taken aback. Ma Hongjun expressed his desire to peruse the master's collection of books in order to supplement his somewhat lacking knowledge. Although he was aware that the master was not particularly admirable, he nonetheless recognized his impressive intellect, which was esteemed as unparalleled in the Douluo continent. This reputation was widely acknowledged across the land. However, at Shrek Academy, the master's teachings were confined primarily to combat and training, with little imparted beyond these realms. And such knowledge was predominantly bestowed upon Tang San. Ultimately, Tang San was merely a test subject for the master to validate his theories. To become a truly great soul master, one must possess not only formidable soul power but also a wealth of knowledge. It is far more beneficial to teach a person to fish than to simply provide them with fish. The master had never imparted wisdom regarding martial souls or soul beasts. He would only offer explanations or raise these topics when they arose in conversation. Ma Hongjun did not wish to be a soul master devoid of knowledge. He aspired to be capable of standing alone when the time came for him to venture forth independently. Such knowledge was indispensable. Do you wish to peruse these? The master inquired, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Very well, you may take any of the books here. Thank you. Ma Hongjun replied. The resources at Shrek were undeniably scarce, and outside, it was nearly impossible to procure any books of substantial value. Such materials were predominantly held within the various powerful factions, and Ma Hongjun found himself unable to obtain them. With a flourish of his hands, the master conjured a medium-sized leather suitcase, stating, Within this case lies a collection of rare books I have gathered, along with my notes from previous readings. Ma Hongjun effortlessly stowed away the leather suitcase. The master then inquired, Ma Hongjun, have you acquired your third soul ring? To this, Ma Hongjun had nothing to conceal. With a single step, he unleashed his martial spirit, and 3 soul rings gradually emanated from his being. 2 purple and 1 black reappeared, and at that moment, the master noticed the faint crimson hue of Ma Hongjun's third soul ring, exclaiming in astonishment, Is this the soul ring of the phantom fire lotus? Ma Hongjun inquired. Are you referring to the soul beast? The one that ultimately exerted control over you, resembling a lotus with 9 delicate petals? The master elaborated. Ma Hongjun chuckled. It is indeed the soul ring of that soul beast. The master felt his heart racing. A soul master possessing a soul ring exceeding 90,000 years was truly extraordinary. Tang Sen interjected, a soul ring of over 90,000 years? According to the theories posited by my master, there exists only one possibility. Curiosity piqued. Oscar and the others leaned in. The master remained silent, prompting Tang San to continue. There is only one possibility. This soul ring was willingly sacrificed by a soul beast of 90,000 years. Shao appeared puzzled, unable to discern whether Ma Hongjun was a human or a transformed soul beast. After all, a soul beast in its transformed state would not require the hunting of other soul beasts for its first 6 soul rings. From this perspective, it seemed implausible for Ma Hongjun to be a transformed soul beast. However, she had not anticipated that a soul beast would genuinely choose to sacrifice itself for a human. After all, directly absorbing a soul ring of over 90,000 years would endow an individual with formidable strength, with an 80-level soul power being quite formidable. Though one would ideally require a soul power of 90 for safety. Upon noticing that the master was about to speak, Ma Hongjun promptly interjected, Master, what were you just discussing regarding the Shrek 7 monsters and the 8 monsters? What shall we do next? The master, seemingly aware of Ma Hongjun's reluctance to dwell on the matter, chose not to pursue it further. Instead, he responded, I was just outlining the training plan for the second phase. Since you have returned, I shall reiterate my previous instructions to everyone. The master then proceeded to once again convey his expectations to the group. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun realized that, akin to the original narrative, the only distinction now was that there were 8 individuals, which meant that one person would invariably be unable to participate in each team battle. After the introduction, all the students returned to make a brief preparation of their belongings. Concurrently, everyone expressed their concern for Ma Hongjun, inquiring about his experiences over the past month. He spoke of what he deemed appropriate, while refraining from mentioning matters better left unsaid. An hour later, the 8 of them completed their preparations and set off from Shrek towards Soto City. In addition to the 8 students and the master, there were also 2 esteemed individuals, the vice dean and the dean, Flanders and Zhao Wujin, for it was impossible to embark on training without their presence. Their presence also provided a safeguard for the group. Upon learning of the master's decision to have the students manage their own accommodations and meals, Flanders couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Residing in Soto City while self-sufficient alleviated the financial burden on the academy. He, along with Zhao Wujin and the master, could stay in his establishment in Soto City, allowing them to supervise the students' practical progress daily. The battles at the Soto City Great Soul Arena typically took place at night. The 11 of them chose a modest hotel near the arena to stay. Though humble, its proximity to the arena came at a premium, costing twice as much as other ordinary hotels. After all, the 8 students were not lacking in financial means. For instance, Daimubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiaowu, and Oscar had all reached the rank of Soul Ancestor, each eligible to receive a stipend of 100 gold soul coins. Similarly, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Leng Shuang were not financially burdened either, thus they could comfortably afford their stay. Once settled in, the master entrusted the 8 of them to Tang San's room. You may freely form combinations to decide which type of soul battle you wish to participate in. Allow me to elucidate the current rules of the Great Soul Arena. Typically, 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches commence first. Team battles are separate from the initial 2 types and begin later, so you need not worry about missing the team battles due to prior match registrations. Besides the team battles, you are required to participate in at least 1 more match each day, with 2 matches being the minimum requirement. Should you wish to partake in 3 matches, I harbor no objections, provided your soul power suffices for victory, allowing you to ultimately earn the Silver Soul Badge. The master reiterated. We understand, came their collective response. And then Ning Rongrong spoke first. According to the master's guidance, I aim to secure 2 Silver Soul Badges. Aside from the team battles, I can only engage in 2-on-2 contests. How should I form my team? Ma Hong smiled and said, you can form a team with Zhu Zhuqing or Leng Shuang. Both of you are below level 30, so with your assistance, partnering with either of them will surely lead to an effortless victory. Chapter 74, Ice Dragon and Fire Phoenix. Ma Hongjun recalls that in the original narrative, the esteemed master had claimed that his best partner was none other than himself. However, due to Ning Rongrong's disdain, she ultimately opted for Zhu Zhuqing. Now, having ascended to the status of a soul sovereign, Ma Hongjun finds that his soul power stands at a different echelon compared to Ning Rongrong. Thus, he is no longer her optimal choice. Nevertheless, he remains confident in his abilities, believing he could assist Ning Rongrong even against 2 soul sovereigns. Let us form a team, Zhu Zhuqing suggested when she noticed that Leng Shuang had remained silent. Fate seemed to conspire to unite these 2 individuals. Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative in proposing the partnership, to which Ning Rongrong responded with a smile. Zhuqing is the best. Together, we will undoubtedly excel in the 2-on-2 soul fights within the 30th level. Oscar, as a support-type soul master, also required a partner for the 2-on-2 competitions. After some contemplation, he found himself in a quandary regarding whether to team up with Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun. Faced with this dilemma, he finally inquired, Master, with whom should I team up? You may partner with either Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun, the master replied. Oscar felt somewhat exasperated. He had sought the master's assistance in making a decision, only to have the responsibility returned to him. Dai Mubai initially intended to team with Zhu Qing, but was surprised to find her allied with Ning Rongrong. He then proposed to Oscar, let us join forces. Dai Lauda, you are the best, exclaimed Oscar, filled with excitement as he embraced Dai Mubai tightly. Tang San paired with Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong with Zhu Qing, and Dai Mubai with Oscar, leaving Ma Hongjun as the remaining option. However, Ma Hongjun was not alone this time. Leng Shuang had refrained from forming a team with Ning Rongrong because she had intended to partner with Ma Hongjun for the 2-on-2 battles. After a considerable pause, Ma Hongjun finally spoke. Brother Jun, how about we team up? Although you are above the 30th level, rest assured, I will not be a hindrance. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, Frost, do not underestimate yourself. Even though you are merely a great spirit master, an ordinary spirit sovereign would find it challenging to contend with you. Although Lang Shuanger is only a great spirit master, her superior martial soul truly sets her apart from the average spirit sovereigns. The master chuckled and remarked, your grouping is impeccable. However, you still need to devise a name for both your combination and your individual selves. Thus, the 8 members of Shrek gained their respective titles. Ma Hongjun previously possessed a name, the fire god Zhu Rong, but upon reflection, he deemed it overly specific and potentially revealing should anyone from this world be aware of it. Consequently, he altered his name to Fire Cloud Evil God. The others were designated as follows: the evil demon White Tiger Dai Mubai, the sausage vendor Oscar, the thousand-hand Azura Tang San, the gentle bone enchantress Xiao Wu, the 7 treasure glazed Tiling Rong Rong, the nether spirit cat Zhush Qing, and the frosty moon cold Frost Air. Subsequently, the master provided each individual with a mask, and they all returned to their chambers, dedicating themselves to the cultivation of their soul power to maintain their optimal state in anticipation of the night's arrival. As darkness enveloped the sky, the grand soul arena of Soto City became bustling with excitement, as throngs of people began to converge from all directions. The soul arena was the most beloved form of entertainment among the populace, drawing numerous spectators daily. Despite the chill in the air, attendees could indulge in the ultimate enjoyment, with even those of modest means able to witness the battles of soul masters. The Grand Arena offered specially priced tickets for commoners, affordably priced to accommodate families seeking basic sustenance. However, these tickets only permitted access to view the ordinary matches, while the truly spectacular contests were of considerable value. Additionally, the Grand Arena also facilitated betting, teeming with infinite possibilities. Some could amass wealth overnight, while others might lose everything in an instant. Thus, the Grand Arena served as a clandestine battleground for the affluent and noble. At this moment, the commencement of the Grand Arena's events drew near, with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles about to unfold, leading to the most exhilarating team fight thereafter. The 11 members of Shrek arrived at the Grand Arena, specifically at the 13th Branch Arena. Following their planned arrangement, they registered using their Iron Soul badge. Under the Master's guidance, those participating in both 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches clarified their intent during registration to ensure that the schedules of these 2 competitions did not overlap. Among the 8 from Shrek, aside from the 2 support-type Soul Masters, the remaining 6 engaged in 1-on-1 battles. Some began with 1-on-1 combinations, while others initiated with 2-on-2 contests. For instance, the trio of Tang San and Xiao Wu was scheduled for the first match against the formidable cat and mouse duo, who had achieved 4 consecutive victories. In this encounter, the trio swiftly claimed victory, showcasing Tang San's control with his blue-silver grass and Xiao Wu's stunning teleportation, which captivated the audience. Meanwhile, in another arena, a 2-on-2 battle was concurrently underway. Ma Hongjun and Lang Shuanger formed the Ice Dragon and Fire Phoenix combination, a name that was hastily arranged. Merely uttering this name is already formidable enough. The moment their martial spirits were revealed, they had nearly secured victory, for this combination is truly extraordinary. Their opposing duo is named the Soaring Twin Wings, comprising a male and a female, both possessing avian martial spirits. Upon the emergence of Ma Hongjun's Phoenix of Flames and Lang Shuager's Frost Dragon martial spirits, their opponents were immediately subdued. However, as a formidable team boasting a 4-match winning streak in the Great Soul Arena, the winged pair was determined to secure a 5th victory, launching into the fray with their 3rd soul skill, Soaring into the Air. This aerial advantage had been pivotal in their previous successes. Yet, this time they faced Ma Hongjun, who, with a powerful flap of his wings, ascended effortlessly. Simultaneously, Lang Shuanger unleashed 2 icy pillars towards the duo, their velocity rendering evasion their only option. However, as they maneuvered to avoid the attack, Ma Hongjun positioned himself expertly. With a swift strike, he sent a 37th-level male soul master plummeting from the sky, his martial spirit dissipating midair. Upon impact, he succumbed to unconsciousness, prompting the 35th-level female soul master to rush over for inspection. Finding her ally unharmed, she promptly conceded defeat. Facing such overwhelming martial spirits, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped the opposition. Thus, the bout could be described as one of the swiftest, nearly concluding as soon as it commenced. Although the audience was momentarily bewildered, the sight of the Phoenix and Frost Dragon martial spirits was a feast for the eyes, given their status as top-tier manifestations. In an instant, Ma Hongjun and Lung Xuanger garnered significant attention, receiving numerous invitations following the conclusion of their soul battle. Chapter 75. Who is the core of the team? Ma Hongjun and Lang Xuanger also declined these so-called invitations, which were extended by the wealthy or noble elites of Soto City. Most likely, they were drawn to the duo's extraordinary talents, hoping to leverage them for betting in the Grand Soul Arena or to manipulate the outcomes of battles through their influence. Such wagers are often orchestrated by powerful figures, with ordinary individuals contributing a significant portion of their bets to these elites. Today, the Shrek 8 monsters enjoyed a stroke of good fortune, triumphing in all their one-on-one and two-on-two soul battles. The prowess of Ma Hongjun, Daimubai, and Tang San is beyond doubt. Typically, it is quite challenging to encounter worthy adversaries at the Soul Sovereign level. Following her ascendance to Soul Sovereign, Xiao Wu acquired an extraordinarily formidable soul skill, teleportation. Although its range is limited to a mere 5 meters when combined with her primary soul skill, it enables her to engage in battles that exceed her rank with relative ease. After all, her first soul skill, the waist bow, is also a skill that evolves over time. For instance, with Xiao Wu currently at the 32nd level, the power enhancement of her waist bow has surged to 122%, renowned for their prowess at the 28th level. Zhu Xuqing and Long Shuang are also stand out among the Master Soul Masters. Their collective victories afforded the Shrek 8 monsters a flawless commencement. However, their day's soul battles were not yet complete, as a final team battle awaited them. Upon regrouping, Oscar's role became evident once more, as he distributed recovery sausages to each member. As they reiterated the familiar phrase, "I have even smaller sausages," the group found it less distasteful and more akin to a timely boon. Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and the master observed these 8 prodigious youths with silent approval. The eldest among them was merely 15 years of age, and their accomplishments in the arena were commendable. The master spoke first. "It is time to participate in the team battle. Given your earlier engagements in one-on-one and two-on-two soul fights, your appearance should be later in the sequence. However, remember that you will be contending against a team with members exceeding 30 levels. Coordination is paramount, far more critical than individual prowess." Dai Mubai replied, "Master, we have been practicing together daily. Do you still harbor concerns?" Tang San, as a control-type soul master, stepped in. "When the time comes to engage, you shall direct everyone, and we shall heed your command." Tang San paused. During their joint practice battles, he had never emerged victorious against Ma Hongjun when they centered their strategies around him. He then suggested, "I believe it would be better if Jungu took the lead as the focal point, while I provide support." Ma Hongjun had not anticipated that Tang San would voluntarily assume the role of support, positioning himself as the soul of the team. Hearing Tang San's declaration, the master was momentarily taken aback. He had always endeavored to cultivate Tang San into the core of the team. The joint training sessions were meticulously designed to allow Tang San to take the lead, creating opportunities for him. Little did he know that Tang San would relinquish this role to Ma Hongjun, which seemed to contradict his developmental strategy. At that moment, Flander interjected, affirming, "I believe Hongjun can take on this position." Flander was determined to advocate for his disciple. Within the Iron Triangle, the master was the focal point, and it was rare to have such an outstanding disciple with the potential in this regard, whose overall capabilities surpassed those of Tang San. In their training sessions, Ma Hongjun had consistently emerged victorious, so it was only natural for him to champion his disciple. "I concur," said Lung Xuanger. "Both Jungu and Sangu are suitable, but in this context, I believe Jungu is more appropriate." Ning Rongrong added, and upon hearing this, Zhu Shiqing nodded in agreement. "I believe my brother is entirely capable," declared Xiao Wu with dissatisfaction. "Xiao Wu, let Jungu take the lead," Tang San suggested. "I'm fine with either option, master. You decide," Ma Hongjun remarked, curious about the master's stance. "Very well, let Ma Hongjun take the first match. The team is still in its infancy, and practical combat differs from training. Let him give it a try. If it does not work out, we can make adjustments," the master analyzed. Just as the master finished speaking, Dai Mubai's expression suddenly shifted, appearing pained as he clutched his chest. "Dai Mubai, are you all right?" the master inquired. Dai Mubai feigned discomfort, saying, "During the one-on-one earlier, that level 39 soul master struck me. I feel a bit of pain now and may need to rest a while, so I might miss the first team battle." He thought to himself, "In a match against someone above level 30, without me, let us see how you will contend with the opponent." Indeed. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun assume a leading role, Dai Mubai had concocted this ruse. He could not allow Ma Hongjun to establish authority within the team. His return instilled an unprecedented sense of urgency within him. The master remarked, "Then Daimubai, you may rest for this match. After all, one person will be unable to participate in each round. We can rotate accordingly." At this moment, Ma Hongjun seemed to grasp Dai Mubai's intentions, recognizing that he was clearly targeting him. And how could the astute Flander and the master not discern this? Flander promptly approached, placing his hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder, and asked, "Are you ready for this battle?" Ma Hongjun chuckled and said, "Director, a man should never concede defeat. We are certain to emerge victorious." "Oh, there's a true man's spirit. But let's discuss victory after we achieve it." After finishing his words, Flanders leaned in close to Ma Hongjun's ear and whispered, "Kid, I've wagered 5,000 gold soul coins on this team battle. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you if we lose. Director, you can rest assured. I will take care of it," Ma Hongjun replied confidently. Having already defeated several formidable opponents in the Stardew Forest, he was unconcerned about a typical team of 30-plus level players. Furthermore, he had a group of exceptional teammates, ensuring that victory was within their grasp. Then, Ma Hongjun continued, "Bamboo Ching and Schwanger, you two will provide support and protect Rongrong and Oscar. I, along with Xiao Wu and Tang San, will directly engage the opponent. The four of you should follow and assist. However, this is merely a preliminary strategy. We can adapt as the situation unfolds." Upon hearing this, the master was momentarily taken aback. "What kind of strategy is this? Are you suggesting three of you will simply overpower the enemy?" he questioned. Ma Hongjun, "This tactic is entirely different from what we practiced before. Are you perhaps underestimating them?" Ma Hongjun smiled and responded, "Master, how could I possibly underestimate them? Our priority is to protect Rongrong and Oscar. Regardless of whether we are the primary attackers or support, every opportunity for offense must be seized. We need to identify and capitalize on any chance to secure victory through our attacks. With Tang San's control, we can advance or retreat as necessary. And there's no need to play so conservatively. However, this is merely my perspective. Everything will depend on the opponent. We must remain adaptable and learn to respond to changing circumstances." Chapter 76. Fighting against the elite. The master was correct. Teamwork is essential in a group battle. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun felt that after 3 months of practice together, they had developed a certain level of synergy. In truth, the key to success lies in mutual understanding and adaptability during combat. Any meticulous planning made prior to encountering the enemy might prove futile, resembling mere theoretical discussions. Ma Hongjun did not wish to impose an elaborate plan. His earlier remarks had merely been casual musings, and a general outline sufficed. The master, uncertain of how to respond, acknowledged the validity of Ma Hongjun's words and said, "Very well, you may proceed. We shall reconvene after this battle to reflect and learn from our experiences." It seemed he harbored reservations about Ma Hongjun's proposed arrangement. The 8 members of Shrek donned their masks simultaneously, and with the exception of Daimubai, the 7 others made their way to the players' lounge. This space was considerably larger than the arenas for 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 matches. Upon their arrival, they found at least 34 Soul Masters already present. Here, the team learned of the order in which they would be competing, with their turn being second to last. Upon entering, the 7 chose not to observe the ongoing matches. After all, 6 of them had already fought twice, and their soul power had been somewhat depleted. Even with Oscar's restorative sausages, it was improbable that their soul power could be fully replenished in such a brief time frame. Thus, they took the opportunity to sit quietly in a corner of the lounge to recover their energy. Their masked appearance drew the attention of several Soul Masters in the lounge, as the combination of 3 men and 4 women was quite rare. Notably, the 4 female members of Shrek each possessed distinct characteristics. While Ma Hongjun and the others quietly cultivated their energy in anticipation of their turn, a towering man, exceeding 2 meters in height, approached them. He appeared to be in his 30s and was bare-chested, seemingly showcasing his large and dark muscles. It was evident that he followed the path of a strength-type Soul Master. He approached Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuanger, remarking, "You 2 young ladies have quite impressive figures. Why hide your faces? Remove your masks so that I may behold your beauty." Though Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuanger were young, they possessed striking physiques, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, who stood out in comparison to Lang Shuanger. However, Lang Shuanger had her own advantages, being half a head taller than Zhu Zhuqing, and her figure appeared remarkably well-proportioned. Their physical development was such that even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt a pang of envy. Beneath their masks, their ages were utterly indiscernible. Ma Hongjun felt a sense of foreboding, as the unfolding events seemed eerily familiar to him. Yet, He could not recall the identity of his opponent. He only remembered that this would be their inaugural battle as a team, though the specifics of the rival group eluded him. In response to the taunts, Zhu Zhuqing and Leng Shuang simultaneously retorted, "Get lost." Instantly, the burly man's expression shifted as he felt somewhat humiliated. He slowly raised his hand and declared, "Little girl, don't push your luck. Do you know who I am to speak to me in such a manner?" The man seemed poised to resort to violence. Recognizing his newfound role as a pivotal member of the team, Ma Hongjun resolved to step forward on behalf of his comrades, particularly in defense of Zhu Zhuqing and Long Shuanger. As the burly man finished his words, Ma Hongjun promptly stood up and positioned himself in front of Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuanger. Although their physiques considerably surpassed his, he understood that size does not necessarily equate to strength. Ma Hongjun remarked lightly, "Did you not hear them tell you to leave?" The burly man revealed a fierce gaze and declared, "You seek death." With a forceful sweep of his right hand, he launched an attack towards Ma Hongjun. In response, Ma Hongjun advanced with agility, delivering a powerful palm strike that employed the fiery technique of the blaze palm. With a resounding impact, the burly man was sent sprawling backward, his body crashing onto the chair in the lounge. Ma Hongjun stood there, motionless. Infuriating. "Just wait until I deal with you." The burly man gritted his teeth against the pain in his palm, channeling his soul power in preparation to unleash his martial spirit. "Stop." Before the man could release his martial spirit, a neutral voice interjected. A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, swiftly approached and positioned himself between the two. "Are you not aware of the rules here? Any disputes should be settled in the soul arena." Upon seeing this middle-aged man, the burly man instantly donned a smile, saying, "Apologies, Supervisor AO, I won't raise my hand, I won't." Supervisor AO then turned his gaze to the 7 members of Shrek, stating, "You must be the Shrek 8 monsters registered today. As it happens, your opponents are also them. Any grievances you have can be resolved in the soul arena." He then addressed the burly man, "Guangxi, this is my final warning. If I catch you causing trouble on my turf again, do not expect me to be courteous." All right, it won't happen again. I assure you there won't be a next time." Guangxi, the burly man, wore a smile that seemed exaggerated and incongruous with his physique. After speaking, he turned his attention back to Ma Hongjun and the others, declaring, "Just you wait. I will ensure that you live to regret your time in the soul arena." With that, Guangxi turned and departed. Ma Hongjun recalled their opponents, the first adversaries of the Shrek team, the Frenzied Battle Squad. While the Frenzied Battle Squad remained unchanged, the members of Shrek had transformed. They had gained the presence of Lang Shuanger, lost Daimubai, and experienced a change in Ma Hongjun himself. After the departure of the Frenzied Rhinoceros, Supervisor AO turned to Ma Hongjun and remarked, "Not bad, young man, managing to bring down that opponent amidst the onslaught of the Frenzied Rhinoceros. However, do not underestimate them. Their captain leads the Frenzied Battle Squad, whose members are all above level 35. They have registered with us for 7 days and have already achieved 7 consecutive victories. Should they secure 3 more victories, they will reach 10 consecutive wins and advance to the Copper Battle Spirit. Even within the Copper Battle Spirit, the Frenzied Battle Squad can be considered an elite team. I advise you to brace yourselves. If you find it impossible, concede once you step onto the stage. When the Frenzied Battle Squad strikes, it is either death or injury." Supervisor AO's words were, in truth, a kind reminder. Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude to Supervisor AO for the reminder, stating, "However, we are specifically assembling an elite team." Supervisor AO gave a thumbs up in acknowledgement before departing. Once he left, the lounge erupted into murmurs. "This team appears exceedingly youthful, and with 4 female soul masters, I fear they are doomed," one remarked. "Indeed. To offend the Mad Warriors is tantamount to courting death, isn't it?" Another echoed. "Isn't it merely a matter of removing masks? Surely they wouldn't risk their lives over that. I recall a previous team that dared to provoke the Mad Warriors. Guess what happened? They were utterly suppressed from the outset. Out of 7, 4 were incapacitated, 2 gravely injured, and 1 lost their life. That team, while not weak, was ultimately doomed. I believe this young team, referred to as Shrek, is finished." "Absolutely. This first battle will also be their last," another voice chimed in. The ongoing discussions were clearly audible to the Shrek members. Apart from Ma Hongjun, the remaining 6, including Tang San, displayed solemn expressions, seemingly apprehensive about the impending battle. Update delay. Originally intending to release 4 chapters. Unforeseen circumstances have caused a slight postponement. The update may occur after midnight, with 2 to 3 chapters promised. Please bear with us. Chapter 77, Little San, Be More Confident. Upon turning back, Ma Hongjun noticed that his teammates' expressions were far from favorable. At that moment, Master was absent, and all eyes were drawn to him. As he was the cornerstone of the entire team, it was as if they were collectively asking, "What shall we do now?" They were well aware of the situation. Yet it was not fair to place the blame on Ma Hongjun. It was the audacious Guangxi who had instigated the playful provocation towards Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuanger. What truly astonished Ma Hongjun was that Tang San wore a similar expression to the others. He felt compelled to say, "Xiao San, even if I were to step in, you are still one of the protagonists. You possess numerous advantages, so what is there to fear?" Indeed, it was rather striking how much Tang San's demeanor echoed that sentiment. Ma Hongjun, with a serious expression, expressed his curiosity about his teammates' attitudes. "I never anticipated that our first battle as a team would confront such formidable opponents. Shall we fight to the death, or would it be wiser to concede defeat?" The essence of Ma Hongjun's words can be distilled into 2 points. Either we fight, and if we choose to fight, we must not succumb to fear, or we concede defeat without contention. If a team lacks even a single courageous heart willing to engage in battle, what purpose does it serve to step onto the stage? At this moment, Tang San finally spoke up. That fierce and formidable individual, who has the prowess to lead the team as captain, has guided his comrades to achieve 7 consecutive victories, instilling fear in other teams and affirming their strength. Thus, I ask you, Little San, will you fight or not? Ma Hongjun inquired. "Of course, we shall fight," Tang San declared, a glimmer of confidence gracing his features. "Since my brother has chosen to engage, I shall do the same," Xiao added. "So shall I. We are unafraid of them." The others nodded in unison, signaling their resolute determination to battle and their refusal to concede defeat. Ma Hongjun was aware that everyone in Shrek was no coward, so he spoke up. "I knew everyone would choose to fight. This fellow is indeed formidable. His arrival may not have been to stir trouble. Brother Jun, could it be that he is testing the strength of our team?" Oscar inquired. "There is a possibility. This frenzied rhinoceros spirit must belong to a power-type soul master, boasting considerable defense. When we launch our assault, Xiao San, you should first immobilize him. Then we will assess their opponents and devise a strategy to defeat them one by one," Ma Hongjun replied. Since it was a team battle, Ma Hongjun had no intention of seeking glory for himself. With his current strength, he could easily handle the frenzied battle team alone. However, in such a collective confrontation, it was far more crucial for them to achieve victory together. Ultimately, it was about guiding everyone to triumph at critical moments, ensuring success. Looking at Tang San, Ma Hongjun asked again, "Xiao San, is that feasible? If not, leave it to me. I can handle him even in a head-on clash." Tang San assured him, "Brother Jun, do not worry. I will do my utmost to control him." Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Xiao San, be confident and eliminate the as much as possible. You can do it." "All right. I will keep it under control," Tang San affirmed. After half an hour of cultivation, their area had only 5 battles in the spirited contest, and at that moment, the first 3 matches had concluded, with their turn approaching. "Rong Rong, are you feeling a bit anxious?" Oscar inquired of Ning Rong Rong. "Not really. As long as Jungo is here, we have never faced defeat. I have no reason to worry or feel nervous," Ning Rong Rong replied with a smile. Glancing at the red figure ahead, Ma Hongjun exuded a sense of assurance, as if everything would be fine with him around. "Oh, I actually feel the same way. It should be all right." Oscar, for reasons unknown, found himself increasingly perplexed by Ma Hongjun since the day he actively changed. Yet, when it came to Ma Hongjun's prowess, Oscar held unwavering confidence. For every time they practiced together, Dai Mubai was unable to contend with Ma Hongjun. It could be said that Ma Hongjun's combat power had safely surpassed that of Dai Mubai, who was regarded as the strongest among the Shrek 8. At that time, Ma Hongjun was merely at the 30th level, and now, having ascended to the rank of Soul Master, his strength would undoubtedly be even greater. At this moment, the Shrek 7, accompanied by the frenzied battle team, arrived at the preparation area and beheld the entirety of the opposing team. The imposing figure of Guangxi led the way, closely followed by 2 middle-aged men of similar age, who bore a certain resemblance, suggesting they were brothers. Their appearances and physiques were rather ordinary, unlike the striking Guangxi. Behind them trailed a flamboyantly adorned woman, her figure commendable, though her attire was somewhat revealing, consisting merely of a strapless top and a skirt as sheer as gossamer, subtly hinting at the allure beneath. As she approached, she did not hesitate to cast flirtatious glances towards Ma Hongjun and his companions, yet the latter paid her no heed, as they were generally averse to such ostentatiously made-up women. Following them were two slight young men and a middle-aged man who appeared to be at least in his 40s, all looking exceedingly ordinary. Both teams observed one another, yet the Shrek 7 donned masks, rendering it challenging for the opposition to discern anything about them. The team battles in the Great Soul Arena were undoubtedly some of the most exhilarating contests, with the highest number of participating Soul Masters. As many who struggled in one-on-one or two-on-two scenarios could shine in a 7-on-7 format. As the Shrek 7 stepped onto the battle platform, they caught a whiff of blood, remnants of previous skirmishes lingering on the arena floor. The entrance of the Frenzied battle team stirred a commotion among the spectators, with thunderous cheers echoing throughout the arena. Shouts of "Eliminate them! Give them a good beating!" rang out, suggesting a legion of fervent fans or perhaps bettors fervently supporting their chosen team. For no one would dare oppose the allure of golden soul coins. On the opposite side of the arena, Flanders, the Master, Zhao Wujie, and Dai Mubai were attentively watching. However, at that moment, Dai Mubai gazed at his teammates below, overwhelmed by a sense of guilt, feeling somewhat unworthy. The Master remarked, "So it is them. It seems this first battle will not be easy." Flanders, taken aback, replied, "Shao Gang is fine. With Hongjun here, victory is assured." Not only did he wager 5,000 gold soul coins, but Ma Hongjun also requested him to place an additional bet of 5,000 gold soul coins, amounting to a total of 10,000 gold soul coins. He firmly believed in Ma Hongjun's impending victory. Although Master intended to voice his thoughts, he refrained upon witnessing Flinder's unwavering confidence. Flinder's assurance stemmed not only from Ma Hongjun's prowess, but also from his conviction that Ma Hongjun would not be foolish enough to forfeit 5,000 gold soul coins. After all, the odds for this match were 5-1, and a victory would grant both him and Ma Hongjun a handsome reward of 25,000 gold soul coins, thereby endowing Ma Hongjun with substantial financial capability. The host of this duel, standing at the center of the soul fighting platform, was the previously esteemed supervisor AO, who was charged with overseeing this match. In the fourth round of the team battle, the opposing sides were the Frenzied Warriors versus the Shrek 7 Monsters. I shall refrain from elaborating on the Frenzied Warriors, as they are well known for their prior 7 consecutive victories. We shall see if they can maintain their winning streak today. Supervisor AO, glancing towards the other side of the soul fighting stage, remarked, "As for the opposing team, the Shrek 7 Monsters, this ensemble has only just completed their registration today. Unfortunately, they face the Frenzied Warriors in their inaugural battle. Here, I can only wish them good fortune." Perhaps due to the massed appearance of the participants, the audience, predominantly supporters of the Frenzied Warriors, erupted in a chorus of boos. Chapter 78. Confrontation with the Frenzied Warriors. As Supervisor AO introduced the teams, the captains of both sides had already arranged their formations. Compared to the previous one-on-one and two-on-two battles, this 7 versus 7 team battle took place on a significantly larger arena, with a diameter exceeding 40 meters. Even with a total of 14 participants from both teams, the space did not feel congested. At the forefront of the Frenzied Warriors stood a lone Frenzied Rhinoceros, flanked by 2 grim-faced middle-aged men. A flamboyantly adorned woman occupied the center, her alluring demeanor captivating the audience, creating a palpable stir wherever her gaze fell. Finally, the 2 slender youths and the middle-aged man positioned themselves alongside her. With the Frenzied Rhinoceros leading the charge, the team was well-equipped for both offense and defense. The Shrek 7 Monsters also took their positions, forming a 3-2-2 arrangement. At the forefront stood Ma Hongjun with his crimson eyes, flanked by Xiao Wu and Tang San. Behind them were Zhu Zhiqing and Long Shang'er, followed closely by Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who stood in close proximity. Oscar's protective stance towards Ning Rongrong, however, seemed to evoke her irritation. Ma Hongjun did not treat Tang San merely as a pure control-type spirit user. He possessed an array of martial skills that rendered his placement at the forefront entirely appropriate. The host, having observed both teams readying themselves, ignited the audience's fervor to its zenith. He promptly declared, "The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I announced the commencement of the 4th team battle of the Soul Arena. During this countdown, both sides had already summoned their martial spirits. However, one individual notably refrained from doing so, Ma Hongjun. Instantly, the entire arena was ablaze with resplendent hues, as beast martial spirits manifested, transforming their wielders and illuminating their soul rings to showcase their respective ranks. Among the Shrek 7, while Ma Hongjun remained without his martial spirit, the others boasted optimal configurations of soul rings. In stark contrast, the opposing team faced a dismal situation. Aside from a stunning woman possessing the best configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, the rest were encumbered with at least 1 white soul ring. The most unfortunate were the two somber middle-aged men behind the formidable Guangxi, who had a mere 100 with 2 yellow and 3 soul rings. While one might typically regard the 2 yellow, 1 purple configuration as unremarkable, it is, in fact, the pinnacle of achievement, a feat that ordinary soul masters find exceedingly challenging to attain. This also highlights the sheer terror of Ma Hongjun's 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, allowing him to withhold their revelation. The contrast between the two teams' soul rings was stark, despite Guangxi's prior mental preparedness. Witnessing the 3 soul sovereigns and 3 grand soul masters on the opposing side was disconcerting. Among them were several elite martial spirits, with the most surprising being the frost giant dragon and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Were it not for the presence of 3 grand soul masters on the opposing side, Guangxi might have contemplated surrendering. Yet, upon noticing Ma Hongjun at the center, who remained without his martial spirit and soul rings, his unease deepened. Should Ma Hongjun reveal his martial spirit and soul rings, it was likely that Guangxi would concede outright. The audience, once fervently cheering, fell silent. Acutely aware of the formidable nature of Shrek's martial spirits and soul rings, capabilities far beyond those of ordinary soul masters, even Ao, the supervisor, let out a deep sigh. Swiftly retreating with remarkable speed. Once Ao had departed, Guangxi turned to the nearest Ma Hongjun and inquired, "Why do you not summon your martial spirit?" Having previously tested the waters, he knew that the individual clad in red before him was indeed formidable. Ma Hongjun smiled and remarked, "Is it necessary to employ my martial spirit against you?" At that very moment, the support-type soul masters on both sides sprang into action simultaneously. The 7 treasures glazed tile shone with brilliance, proclaiming, "Strength, speed. I possess a magnificent sausage, and I also have a mushroom sausage." Ning Rongrong and Oscar nearly concurrently initiated their soul techniques. Under Ning Rongrong's enhancement, the strength and speed of the 5 individuals preceding him surged by 30%. Conversely, the middle-aged man, over 40 years of age, on the opposing side, had 3 soul rings illuminate around him, holding a silver disc in hand. He called out, "The plate of fulfillment, manifest the light of defense. The plate of fulfillment, unleash the aura of attack." 2 circular rings of the same hue erupted from his 2 soul rings, enveloping the 6 teammates before him in an instant. In stark contrast, upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirits augmentation, the expressions of the opposing team members turned grave and somber. It is well known that the 7 treasures glazed tower is a martial spirit renowned throughout the continent, instilling fear in their hearts. Upon observing the trepidation in his opponent, Ma Hongjun recognized that such hesitation in the face of battle is a grave error. This contest of souls was not as formidable as one might presume. With a decisive command, they sprang into action. As the adversary wavered, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San took the lead. Tang San unleashed his first soul skill, Blue Silvergrass, ensnaring his foe with precision. Bolstered by Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement, Ma Hongjun's flame of no trace surged to unprecedented velocity. Like a crimson shadow, he darted through the ranks of opponents, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the last of the middle-aged men wielding the wishful coin martial soul. According to customary practice, the initial target was to incapacitate this support-type soul master. With a resounding thud, Ma Hongjun delivered a decisive blow, knocking the support-type soul master out and rendering the auxiliary effects of the other 6 members of the Frenzied battle team null and void. "Well done. You've effectively eliminated their support," Flander boasted with pride, acknowledging the prowess of his personally trained disciple. Even the master had to concede that Ma Hongjun performed admirably. Though credit was also due to Tang San's control, had the frenzied rhino not been restrained, Shrek might have found itself in peril. Now, bereft of their support, the frenzied battle team was further beset by misfortune. Initially plagued by doubt, their loss of auxiliary enhancement had shattered their morale, sealing their defeat in spirit. Ma Hongjun advanced from the rear, while Xiaowu, Ling Shuanger, and Zhu Zhuqing surged forward in unison. Oscar promptly provided Ning Rongrong with a flight mushroom sausage, saying, "If danger arises, we shall consume this. They lack aerial soul masters." In truth, this was precisely the effect Ma Hongjun desired, relying on the captain's strategic foresight. Each member must learn to grasp the dynamics of the battlefield and make the most advantageous choices for the team. For instance, although Oscar and Ning Rongrong were unable to attack, they could adapt and safeguard themselves. When their comrades pressed forward, it was imperative to proactively thwart the enemy's assault, rather than solely relying on teammates for protection. However, with the three's coordinated offensive, augmented by Tang San's control, their adversaries could not reach Oscar and Ning Rongrong. The frenzied battle team found themselves encircled, unable to assist one another. Furthermore, all members of Shrek had benefited immensely from Ma Hongjun's training methods over the past few months, surpassing their counterparts in the original narrative. With Ning Rongrong's support, the Frenzied battle team was rendered incapable of resistance. The alluring woman, whose spirit was that of a spider, was the first to target Ma Hongjun, unleashing strands of silk to ensnare him, hoping to emulate Tang Sen's control. Little did she know, as her threads approached, Ma Hongjun swiftly seized them with his fiery palm, the intense flames instantly melting the silk, rendering her control ineffective against him. Chapter 79. The Master's concerned fire inherently counters silk. Even against the opponent's third soul skill, the strands could not withstand Ma Hongjun's flames. The alluring woman was struck with dismay. A pure control-type soul master, once deprived of their control, held only slightly greater prowess than a support-type soul master. Realizing she was no match for Ma Hongjun, she opted to evade him and turned her attention to Tang Sen, who was on the verge of breaking free from the enemy's control skill. She believed that once the captain emerged, there was still hope. The red-haired lad could handle the captain, while she would confront the control-type soul master. Tang Sen understood that his first soul skill would not hold the Frenzied Bull for long, and immediately unleashed his third soul skill, web binding. The control intensified, ensnaring the Frenzied Bull once more. This time, Tang Sen also took action, selecting as his opponent the very alluring woman who sought to confront him. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing, Lang Shuang'er, and Xiao each faced their own adversaries, skillfully alternating their opponents in a well-orchestrated manner. While Tang Sen engaged with the alluring woman, Ma Hongjun refrained from exerting his full strength immediately, recognizing this as an opportunity for growth. Encourage everyone to practice their skills. However, the opponent also possessed a clever individual, who decisively abandoned Ma Hongjun and charged towards Ning Rongrong. Yet, his speed paled in comparison to that of Ma Hongjun. As he rushed forward, Ma Hongjun effortlessly struck him down once more. At that moment, Guangxi could no longer restrain himself. He unleashed all his strength, breaking free from Tang Sen's web of restraint. 3 soul rings illuminated, only to be retracted shortly thereafter. Rather than launching an immediate attack, Guangxi turned to Supervisor Ao and declared, "Supervisor Ao, I must report this. He cannot possibly be at the Soul Emperor level." His assertion brought the combat to an abrupt halt. Supervisor Ao replied sternly, "Guangxi, he has already been tested for soul power upon registration. There is absolutely no issue." Yet Guangxi remained unconvinced, insisting, "Have you ever encountered a Soul Emperor of such prowess? His speed and strength are astonishing, effortlessly dismantling her third soul skill without even utilizing his martial spirit. Is that feasible? If he were a master above the Soul Emperor rank, it would be utterly unfair to our team. But he truly is a Soul Emperor," Supervisor Ao retorted coldly. Guangxi proclaimed loudly, "We concede immediately." This interruption of the soul battle was unprecedented in the Grand Arena. Not even during fatal encounters had such a thing occurred. Nevertheless, the audience erupted in fervent cries. "Release your martial spirits and reveal your soul rings." At this juncture, Supervisor Ao furrowed his brow. It seemed Guangxi had a point. Despite the support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's martial spirit, the ability to swiftly eliminate an auxiliary soul master and effortlessly dismantle a Soul Emperor's third soul skill, all without releasing one's martial spirit, raised questions. Can a Soul Emperor truly accomplish such feats? Supervisor Ao pondered, recognizing that it was unlikely anyone in the world could achieve such a thing. Unleash your martial spirit and soul rings. If you are indeed a Soul Emperor, victory will be yours. If you are above that rank, you should understand the rules of the Grand Arena, Supervisor Ao stated with a stern expression. Ma Hongjun sighed helplessly. "In truth, I refrained from unleashing my martial spirit out of fear of startling you all." Upon finishing his words, he released his martial spirit, and 3 soul rings simultaneously illuminated the arena, 2 purple and 1 black, captivating the attention of the thousands of spectators and staff present, who fell into an almost synchronized silence. "I am indeed a soul sage. It is merely the color of my soul rings that sets me apart," Ma Hongjun stated calmly. Nearby, Oscar whispered to Ning Rongrong, "Huh, Ma Hongjun is showing off again. How dare you speak of Brother Jun like that?" Ning Rongrong retorted immediately. "Rongrong, are you perhaps?" Oscar inquired with concern. "What are you thinking? I merely admire Brother Hongjun, especially his tenacity and cultivation," Ning Rongrong replied. Oscar let out a relieved sigh. "Well, that's a relief." Meanwhile, Master sighed. The color of Ma Hongjun's soul rings continues to pose a dilemma. If it falls into the hands of the martial soul hall, it will undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Why do you say that, Xiaogang? Flinder asked, astonished, having paid little attention to such matters. Master elaborated. I believe you are aware of the advantages Ma Hongjun gains from absorbing soul rings beyond his level. There are a couple of individuals within the Martial Soul Hall conducting research on how to achieve this. Ma Hongjun has not only surpassed his own level, but has done so by several tiers. What do you think the Martial Soul Hall will do? Does this mean Ma Hongjun is in danger? Flinder queried. Master nodded. Indeed, but I cannot be certain. It also depends on the intentions of the Martial Soul Hall. Why didn't you mention this sooner? This is terrible. Flinder scolded, feeling a twinge of guilt. I only just recalled it myself, Master lamented. It's all my fault. I always thought there was no issue and never instructed Ma Hongjun to conceal his soul rings. It was only due to my and Zhao Wujia's protection that he felt secure enough not to hide them. But if the Martial Soul Hall takes action, it could spell disaster. Flinder realized the gravity of the situation, understanding that both he and Zhao Wujia would struggle against the Martial Soul Hall's interference. Flinder, rest assured. We will protect Ma Hongjun at all costs, regardless of the Martial Soul Hall's power, Zhao Wujia asserted. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. Ma Hongjun's information may have already reached the higher echelons of the Martial Soul Hall, Master continued. At that moment, Supervisor Ao, standing at the edge of the arena, swallowed hard. Is he truly a soul sage? Such soul rings are astonishing. The brash Xie also expressed disbelief, exclaiming, Supervisor Ao, what should we do? Only then did Supervisor Ao regain his composure, his voice trembling slightly. It is indeed 3 rings. There is no mistake. He is a soul sage. As previously stated. You have lost. The Shrek 8 monsters are victorious. Simultaneously, a figure cloaked in black quietly departed from the audience, prompting Flinder's eyes to widen with realization. Follow me. I have spotted a suspicious individual. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia and the master followed suit, leaving Daimubai alone, who murmured softly. It seems I need not intervene personally to make him depart. I wonder if he will be subjected to dissection by the Spirit Hall in the future? In truth, the entire battle had not lasted long. As soon as Guangxi voiced his suspicions, he had already resolved to concede. The astute Daimubai recognized that he could not triumph against an opponent of the Soul Zun rank and would undoubtedly be defeated. He reasoned that if the adversary were of a higher rank, there might still be a glimmer of hope, merely a matter of seeking to contend for a moment. However, when he later considered the possibility that the opponent might be a formidable figure concealing soul rings, he felt compelled to withdraw his words and concede swiftly, fearing retaliation. After all, they had not been strangers to the tactics of retribution. He was acutely aware of the gravity of offending a powerful individual versus losing a match. Meanwhile, the Shrek team was jubilantly celebrating their victory in the first soul battle. Ma Hongjun and his teammates were not overly concerned, as it was not the first time Ma Hongjun had showcased such a soul ring configuration in the Grand Soul Arena, and they had always coexisted without incident. Little did he know, he was precariously situated in the calm before the impending storm. Chapter 80, ultimately targeted upon securing victory. The 7 promptly registered their points and collected their corresponding rewards before departing from the Soto Grand Soul Arena. However, Ma Hongjun's display of the Phoenix Spirit and the 2 purple and 1 black soul rings garnered considerable attention, drawing the gaze of all around him. The 2 purple rings were somewhat acceptable, yet the 3rd black ring was indeed perplexing. This was Ma Hongjun's first time revealing a black soul ring of 10,000 years at the Grand Soul Arena. During the 6 competitions he had participated in a fortnight prior, his soul rings had remained concealed. He had achieved victory without the use of his martial soul. Yet at that time, no one had raised any doubts. With today's soul battle concluded and their tasks accomplished, they did not linger but promptly sought out Flinder and the master to return together. Where are Dailao, the dean, and the master? Xiao inquired curiously. Daimubai shrugged his shoulders, responding, I'm not certain either. A while ago, their expressions seemed rather grim, and they left, instructing us to return directly after we finished. Could it be that they left upon learning of our victory? Xiao speculated. The teacher and the dean must have their own matters to attend to. Let us head back first, Tang San suggested. Ma Hongjun remarked. Everyone performed admirably today. Tonight, feel free to indulge in food and drink. It is my treat. In addition to the rewards from the soul fighting contest, Ma Hongjun had wagered 5,000 gold soul coins, earning a remarkable 25,000 gold soul coins at a 1-to-5 payout ratio, thus enhancing his financial prowess significantly. Oh wow. It's a rare occasion for Hongjun to treat us. We should hurry, Oscar exclaimed, recalling the last time they had dined with Flinder. which had left Ma Hongjun rather impoverished. The group, brimming with excitement, departed from the Grand Seoul Arena, eager to find a suitable venue to lavishly feast at Ma Hongjun's expense. A short while later, Flinder was the first to pursue the departing figure clad in black, followed closely by Zhao Wujing and the master. Upon exiting, Flinder noticed that the black-clad individuals seemed to have sensed their pursuit and immediately quickened their pace, darting through the streets and alleys of Soto City. The speed of the black-clad figure was remarkable, akin to a soul master specialized in speed and stealth. Flinder was not slow either, but navigating the intricate architecture of Soto City rendered the chase challenging. After approximately a short instance's duration, Flinder halted before one of the most common structures on the continent. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Wujing and the master arrived. "What is the situation? Where is that black-clad individual?" Zhao Wujing inquired. Flinder remained silent for a moment, intently observing the building before the master spoke. "Is it the Spirit Hall?" Flinder nodded affirmatively, stating, however, "The other party's speed is impressive. There were several instances where I nearly caught up, but ultimately, they managed to enter the Spirit Hall. Once inside the Spirit Hall, it would be difficult for them to intervene." Soto City is the second largest city in the Barak Kingdom, not far from the Spirit City, and hosts a significant Spirit Hall branch, led by a soul sage. They could not recklessly barge in without just cause. "What shall we do then?" Zhao Wujing asked. The master replied that Soul Master likely entered the Spirit Hall knowing they could not evade Flinder's pursuit. Currently, both parties are aware of each other's presence. Yet we remain uncertain if their target is Ma Hongjun. This may very well be a misunderstanding. Xiao Gang, since you have raised the issue, even if it is a misunderstanding, we must exercise caution. Your second stage training may need some adjustments. The master continued, "Indeed, some alterations are necessary. Let us discuss this further upon our return. If their target is truly Ma Hongjun, we may have already set off alarm bells, and they could act soon. What might their course of action be? Will they simply abduct Ma Hongjun?" Zhao Wujie pondered the disposition of the Spirit Hall. He was well aware that within it existed both virtuous and nefarious individuals. In his past, he had incurred the wrath of the Spirit Hall and had been hunted as a consequence. However, he had merely offended an individual within the hall rather than the institution as a whole, which allowed him to survive. Had he antagonized the entirety of the Spirit Hall, even his formidable soul sage prowess would have proved insufficient against their might. The master remarked, "I am uncertain how the Spirit Hall will act. It largely depends on who is orchestrating the situation. They may seek to recruit, or they might resort to abduction for research purposes. Nonetheless, as long as there are no grievances with the Spirit Hall, I believe the likelihood of Ma Hongjun being recruited is considerably heightened." As the trio deliberated, they made their way to the hotel where Ma Hongjun and the others were staying. Upon arrival, they were met with an unsettling emptiness. Flander's expression darkened with concern for Ma Hongjun. Previously, he had been unable to protect him, but this time he was resolute in ensuring Ma Hongjun's safety. "These rascals. Have they finished the battle and gone off to indulge in revelry?" Zhao Wujie remarked. The master placed a reassuring hand on Flander's shoulder, stating, "There is no need for excessive worry. The Spirit Hall is unlikely to act prematurely." Flander's anxiety had rendered him momentarily incapacitated in thought, embodying the adage that concern begets confusion. "You make a valid point. Let us split up and search for them," Flander proposed. In the Soto City Spirit Hall branch, a cloaked figure gasped for breath, acknowledging Flander's remarkable speed. Were it not for his own agility as a speed-type Soul Emperor, coupled with his familiarity with the city's layout, he would have long been captured outside its confines. As he mused, an elderly man with white hair, around 60 years of age, approached him and inquired, "Have you been compromised?" Did that young man uncover the truth? The cloaked figure promptly rose, addressing the elder with respect. "My lord, I have gathered information. Despite his concealed visage during the battle, I was able to identify him. Here are the detailed records I compiled for your review." He presented several pages filled with notes. To his surprise, the elder did not even glance at the documents, commanding instead, "Organize this properly and return to me. The individual above seems to have a vested interest in him. Exercise caution in your writing." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," the cloaked figure replied. The elder continued, "Remember, be swift. They have already detected your presence. Should we proceed with action then?" The cloaked figure inquired. The elder, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Let us transmit the information and await the decision from the individual above." "My lord, I comprehend. Allow me a moment to organize this," the cloaked figure responded. Within those few pages lay a comprehensive account of Ma Hongjun's journey from his arrival at Shrek Academy with Flandre to the events of the recent battle. In this narrative, the pivotal experiences of Ma Hongjun are encapsulated, although certain aspects remain elusive to him. Most of the information was gleaned from the villagers in the quaint hamlet surrounding Shrek Academy. Chapter 81. The Soul Arena. An hour has passed. Within the confines of the hotel room occupied by Ma Hongjun, the 11 members of Shrek have gathered. Interestingly, Ma Hongjun and his companions have indulged in some libations, resulting in varying degrees of inebriation among them, with Ma Hongjun feeling a tad tipsy yet maintaining a clear mind. However, Oscar finds himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Currently sprawled on the table, snoring softly, and it is primarily Ma Hongjun and Tang San who have managed to haul him back. Among them, one individual remains entirely unaffected by the effects of alcohol, Ning Rongrong, whose remarkable tolerance for liquor allows her to consume it as effortlessly as one would drink plain water. Fortunately, Master Flandre arrived in a timely manner. Otherwise, it is likely that all but Ning Rongrong would have succumbed to inebriation. It seems that Ma Hongjun is acutely aware that among these individuals, his capacity for alcohol is the weakest. Perhaps his diligent training has altered his constitution. Otherwise, he would be in a similar situation as Oscar. Observing everyone drinking with such ease, Zhao Wujia pursed his lips, seemingly overcome by the urge for alcohol, and immediately remarked, "You all are quite something, embarking on your revelries without including us, leaving us to fret about your well-being." Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Oscar appeared to awaken from a daze, somewhat bewildered, and declared, "Let us drink, for we are all brothers. No return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Let's indulge." Witnessing the state of his companions, Flandre, though reluctant to speak, felt compelled to address the situation, noting that it appeared only Oscar was truly intoxicated. Consequently, he candidly shared the discoveries they had made that day. After finishing, Flandre turned to Ma Hongjun and said, "Hongjun, this matter is entirely my fault. In truth, your earlier thoughts were correct. If the Spirit Hall were to dispatch powerful experts, we would indeed find ourselves at a loss." Ma Hongjun pondered, "Dean, I believe this should be fine, and there is no need for excessive concern. Perhaps they may attempt to win me over. However, one must remain cautious in secrecy. After all, once they have set their sights on you, no matter how well you hide, it is futile. It is better to adopt the current approach and disregard them." Ning Rongrong interjected, "If you are truly uneasy, Jungu, you may accompany me to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Even the Spirit Hall would hesitate to act against you there." At that moment, Ning Rongrong brimmed with confidence in her sect, especially since they boasted two formidable titled Douluos. While that is a viable option, visiting Ning Rongrong's sect would merely be a contingency, Flandre remarked. In truth, Ma Hongjun was not overly worried and suggested, "Let us wait and observe. The Spirit Hall may not necessarily take hostile actions. We should decide after assessing their subsequent moves." The master concurred, stating, "Ma Hongjun's perspective holds merit. Flandre, I believe there is no need for undue anxiety." Flandre nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us all retire for the evening. The three of us shall forego our stay at my little shop and instead reside next to Ma Hongjun." "Agreed, that is also my thought," Zhao Wujia responded. "Xiao Gang, arrange 3 rooms. Red June and I have some matters to attend to," Flandre instructed. "Consider it done, but the master may find it a bit challenging," Xiao Gang replied. The hotel was not particularly inexpensive, requiring 2 gold soul coins per day, making it quite costly to book 3 rooms. After all, he was only at level 29, with his primary source of income being the 10 gold soul coins provided by the Spirit Hall. Unlike those with a proud disposition, who cling to their pride, he saw no reason to refuse money when offered. However, with 3 rooms costing 6 gold soul coins per day, he could not afford it. The master was, in fact, quite financially constrained. Flandre glanced at Ma Hongjun, who understood the unspoken message. He promptly produced a bag of gold soul coins and declared, "Master, here are 200 gold soul coins. Please use them to book rooms for a month." Ma Hongjun was acutely aware that this second phase of training would only last a month. After all, it was ultimately for his own benefit. Furthermore, the cost was not exorbitant, and he knew that Flandre, with his notoriously frugal nature, would be reluctant to part with even a single coin. The master, without a hint of hesitation, remarked, "Very well, be cautious as you proceed." In Ma Hongjun's view, when it came to shrewdness, Yu Xiaojiang was undoubtedly far less astute than Flandre. Once Ma Hongjun and Flandre stepped outside, everyone else retreated to their respective quarters. Following their exit, Flinder and Ma Hongjun made their way directly to the Great Soul Arena to redeem the 25,000 gold soul coins each had earned from their victories. Given the 1-to-5 odds, the arena's manager was lamenting their misfortune. Upon careful calculation, it became evident that they had lost a staggering 50,000 gold soul coins without earning a single one, incurring additional losses of several thousand coins. Hongjun, considering your substantial winnings last time, along with this round's earnings, shouldn't you return some to me? Flinder said with a beaming smile, gazing at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun chuckled and said, Dean, that was a gift from you. I owe you nothing. Just look at Tang San's 24 bridges under the moonlight. Wasn't that also a gift from the master? Flinder shot him a disdainful glance and shook his head in resignation. Forget it. How did I end up with such an ungrateful disciple? He replied, Haha, I too have a stingy soul sage for a teacher. However, your realm still requires improvement. Strive to become a miserly Douluo, and we need not fear the spirit hall. For the following month, the plan for soul battles remained unchanged for Ma Hongjun and his companions, while the spirit hall made no attempt to approach them. Whether it was Flinder or Zhao Wujia, one of them was always close by. The Shrek 8 monsters participated in 2017 battles within that month, achieving a flawless victory with virtually no rivals. The combination of Dai Mubai and Oscar recorded a record of 17 wins and 10 losses, as Oscar, being a support, sometimes struggled against two formidable opponents at level 38 or 39, even with his sausages. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing fared somewhat better with a record of 23 wins and 5 losses out of 27 battles. Meanwhile, the other two teams, Tang San and Xiao Wu, achieved 27 consecutive victories, while Ma Hongjun and Lang Shuanger also maintained a perfect record of 27 wins. In the individual competitions, the results were as follows: Dai Mubai, 27 battles, 25 wins, 2 losses; Tang San, 27 battles, 26 wins, having faced a level 39 Fire Attribute Soul Master, resulting in 1 loss; Xiao Wu, 27 battles, 21 wins; Zhu Zhiqing, 27 battles, 26 wins; Lung Shuanger, 27 battles, 27 victories. Their soul power, being at the pinnacle of level 20, facilitated their path to triumph. During this month, everyone experienced an elevation in their soul power. Zhu Zhiqing, Lung Shuanger, and Ning Rongrong all advanced by 1 level. Zhu Zhiqing and Lang Shuanger reached level 29, while Ning Rongrong attained level 28. In the course of 27 battles in the Soul Arena, Ma Hongjun has achieved an impeccable record. However, his individual combat differs somewhat from that of others. His adversaries appear to be soul masters of levels 38 or 39, representing control, assault, and agility types in rotation. According to the master, had these opponents faced Dai Mubai, it is estimated that he would have lost at least 10 more matches. Thus, speculation arises that the Spirit Hall is deliberately orchestrating these encounters to test Ma Hongjun's prowess. Nevertheless, among the opponents at the 30th level, it is improbable to find those of 40th level or above, and these soul masters are no match for Ma Hongjun. Yet, certain control-type soul masters who are not intimidated by fire and those with unique soul skills have posed significant challenges for him. Nonetheless, in the end, none could compel Ma Hongjun to reveal his third soul skill. His ancient soul skill remains an enigma within the Grand Soul Arena, even leading to wagers on what Ma Hongjun's third soul skill might be. Chapter 82, The Battle Emperor, Part 1. After a month of combat in the Soul Arena, what initially seemed a daunting task of obtaining the Silver Soul Badge appears to be less formidable than anticipated. Given their current performance, the acquisition of the Silver Soul Badge seems assured. Today marks the last day of the month. All that remains is to tally the scores once the battles conclude. As they each proceeded to register for their respective 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, the staff of the Grand Soul Arena converged upon them. Before long, the Shrek's 7 devils and their teachers gathered in an office within the Grand Soul Arena. Ma Hongjun had a premonition that in this final match, he would encounter that particular team. After all, their first battle in Soto City was against the Frenzied fighting team, and the primary timeline had not altered. His arrival had not significantly impacted the situation, as the butterfly's wings had yet to flap vigorously. Once gathered, Ma Hongjun deduced that today's adversary would likely be the Imperial fighting team under Qin Ming's command. The master calmly reiterated the conversation he had regarding the Soul Arena to everyone, then placed the newly acquired information on the table. Xiao Gang, Flander remarked. Why did you agree to them so hastily? You should have waited for us to arrive before making any commitments. Given that prominent families and wealthy nobles have made substantial wagers, the stakes must be considerable. If we negotiate properly, we could secure even greater benefits. Flander was not merely a smooth talker. He was also adept at business, capable of maximizing profits. From his analysis, there indeed existed such potential. In reality, the several thousand gold soul coins that he and Ma Hongjun wagered were hardly substantial in the eyes of the Soul Arena. Moreover, following their consecutive victories, the odds had plummeted, offering far less than their initial win. When did you become so mercenary? The master retorted with irritation. Flander, feeling slightly vexed, replied, If it weren't for you being my brother, I would have already scolded you. You understand that even the mightiest heroes can be thwarted by a lack of funds, don't you? The master countered. In fact, our victory this time has yielded a considerable reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. Each child will receive 1,000, and the remaining 2,000 will be allocated to the academy to support their third phase of training. Turning to the group, he inquired, Do you have any objections? The 8 of them expressed no dissent. Ma Hongjun had won quite a bit recently and was indifferent, eager to witness the Imperial fighting team in action. Flanders sighed. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. In that case, you should first analyze your opponents. The master spoke. In the next moment, the crowd meticulously examined the details of the Royal Combat Team. The 7 members were all holders of the Silver Soul Badge. The captain, Yu Tianheng, possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Spirit and was a level 39 Assault-type Soul Master. The vice-captain, Douluo Yan, wielded the Emerald Phosphor Snake Martial Spirit and was a level 38 Control-type Soul Master. Then there was Shimo with the Black Tortoise Martial Spirit, a level 38 Defense-type Soul Master, and Shimo with the same Martial Spirit but a level 37 Defense-type Soul Master. Yufeng possessed the Wind Chime Bird Martial Spirit, a level 36 Agility-type Soul Master, while Osro had the Ghost Leopard Martial Spirit, also a level 36 Agility-type Soul Master. Lastly, Yilingling, with the 9 Hearts Begonia Martial Spirit, was a level 35 Support-type Healer. All 7 members showcased the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. This constituted the entirety of their information, devoid of any soul skill descriptions. After reviewing the Royal Combat Team's data, Ma Hongjun sensed that the atmosphere had seemingly solidified, as if shaken by the revelations. Subsequently, everyone began to analyze their opponent's lineup in detail, noting particularly Yu Tianheng, who bore the prestigious Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Spirit. Following him were Douluo Yan and Yilingling, while the Shimo brothers, aside from Osro and Yufeng, also possessed top-tier martial spirits. In terms of martial spirit quality, they were approximately equal, yet in soul power, the opposing team overwhelmingly surpassed them. In summary, clinching victory in this soul battle would be exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, in another lounge of the Grand Soul Arena, the members of the Royal Combat Team were also scrutinizing the information on the Shrek 8 monsters. Notably, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Martial Spirit, along with his 2 purple and 1 black soul rings, astonished them, while they remained dismissive of Tang San's blue silver grass. The sight of a blazing phoenix sparked their concerns. In the main arena of the Soto Grand Soul Arena, the space was not particularly large, slightly exceeding the size of other sub-arenas, and it was remarkably quiet, devoid of open stands, resembling a completely enclosed environment. Surrounding it were various private rooms, concealing the activities within. However, from the crystal booths, one could clearly observe the entirety of the soul battle stage. The main arena was not accessible to the common folk. Only nobles or the affluent could enter, often placing substantial bets. To avert conflicts and disputes, these nobles and wealthy individuals remained hidden in their respective boxes, concealing their identities. Victors went unrecognized, and losers remained ignorant of who had claimed their money, thus avoiding enmity amongst the aristocracy. The battle stage itself was remarkably spacious, boasting a diameter exceeding 70 meters, with the central arena gleaming brilliantly under various lights. Suddenly, the already bright illumination intensified, focusing directly on the center of the battle stage and forming a 2-meter diameter light circle. Then, the floor beneath the light circle began to rise slowly, revealing an 18 or 19-year-old woman. She was adorned in a graceful white gown, with flowing brown waves of hair that complemented her slender waist and impressive bosom, exuding an astonishing beauty. She held a conical sound amplification soul tool and, with a gentle smile, addressed the esteemed guests. It is a pleasure to see you all again. It is an honor for Douluo to once again host the Grand Soul Battle Tournament for our esteemed guests. I sincerely hope that this evening brings you immense enjoyment, for we are set to witness a spectacular event. Although we have arranged only a single bout, the participants, despite being at the Soul Master level, have already attained the prestigious Silver Soul badge. Welcome to the Central Soul Arena, a true VIP experience, as the battles are matched against the Imperial Soul team. Consequently, the Shrek 8 monsters have been granted the Silver Soul badge in advance. Douluo paused briefly before continuing. Now, I shall elucidate the details of both competing teams. The Imperial Soul team, led by Captain Yu Tianheng, wields the blue Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, while the Shrek 8 monsters, under the leadership of Captain Ma Hongjun, harness the Fire Phoenix spirit. The introduction of each participant serves a singular purpose, to evoke a sense of anticipation within every spectator present. As she pronounced each Soul Master's spirit, gasps of astonishment filled the air, for an array of exceptional spirits graced the arena. Not only were there dragons and phoenixes, but also the black tortoise and white tiger. In that moment, all esteemed guests were entranced by the arena, eager to witness this rare and monumental clash. Chapter 83, The Battle Against the Imperial Team, Part 2. Now, let us welcome the members of both teams to the arena. As Douluo loudly proclaimed into the microphone, a radiant white light enveloped her, and 3 yellow soul rings simultaneously materialized around her. In that moment, a pair of white wings emerged behind her, revealing her martial spirit to be that of a white dove, with her third soul skill granting her the ability to soar through the skies. As she ascended, the gates flanking the soul arena swung open, allowing both teams to enter simultaneously towards the central combat stage. The two teams, one on the left and the other on the right, halted 30 meters apart at the center of the main arena. Upon the arrival of the Royal Combat Team, positions shifted once more. Standing at the forefront were not Yu Tianheng, but rather the Shijia brothers, who possessed the martial spirit of the Black Tortoise. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan occupied the second row, with Asluo and Yu Feng behind them, followed by a slender girl adorned with a veil. The formation of the Shrek team also deviated from the usual arrangement, with 3 members standing side by side at the front. On the left was the 32nd level Agile Assault type Xiao Wu, in the middle stood the 38th level Daimu Bai, and on the right was the 34th level Ma Hongjun. In the original narrative, Ma Hongjun was depicted as an explosive-type soul master not particularly suited for close combat during the soul battles. However, the current Ma Hongjun excelled in both melee prowess and ranged explosive power. The team composition of the opposing side was of great interest to Master, who took an active role in positioning them prominently. Behind them, in the central position, stood the 33rd level Tang San, accompanied by the 29th level Leng Shuanger, and lastly, the 28th level Ning Rongrong and the 31st level Oscar, forming a 3-2-2 formation. As dictated by Master S arrangements, the focal point of this battle would undoubtedly be Tang San. Upon entering, the leaders of Shrek also arrived at the edge of the arena. Lacking the status of VIPs, they could only observe from the sidelines. When the Royal Combat Team made their entrance, Flender and Zhao Wujia immediately recognized Qin Ming. Upon seeing him, Flender's expression shifted dramatically, as the tension that had built up was suddenly alleviated. Zhao Wujia, did you see? It's that kid, Flender remarked, a hint of pride in his tone. Indeed. It's been over a decade. I never expected him to tread this path, Zhao Wujia replied. Master looked at the two in confusion and inquired, are you acquainted with their leader? What is the story here? Flender chuckled and said, that's a secret for now. I'll fill you in after the soul battle concludes. At that moment, as the participants settled into their positions, Douluo addressed everyone once more. Attention. Soul Masters participating in the Team Soul Battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. You may only commence your attacks once I announce the start. And the battle will continue until one side concedes, is completely incapacitated, or falls from the soul arena. In the next moment, upon the soul arena, all 14 participants unleashed their martial spirits, and a formidable surge of battle intent soared into the heavens. The astonished host found it necessary to elevate his flight, for he had never witnessed such an extraordinary display of martial prowess. It is not to say he had not encountered more powerful soul masters, however. The strength emanating from the participants below was a testament to their innate talents and martial spirits, with none among them being weak. Particularly, the brilliance of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit and the hues of his 3 soul rings once again captivated the audience's attention. Observing this spectacle, some affluent nobles who had placed substantial bets on the Imperial fighting team found themselves momentarily hesitant, as what they had presumed to be a certain victory now appeared uncertain. Although the Imperial fighting team had prior knowledge of Ma Hongjun's Phoenix martial spirit and soul rings, witnessing it firsthand still elicited a profound sense of shock. even causing a tremor within their hearts. After all, their strongest abilities merely encompass thousand-year soul skills, while one individual from the opposing side possessed 2,000-year skills along with a 10,000-year skill. The potency of their soul skills was not only impressive. The ability to absorb such soul rings undoubtedly indicated extraordinary qualities, of which they were entirely unaware. At this moment, Qin Ming gazed upon the 7 members of Shrek who had taken the stage, a team known as the Shrek 8 Monsters. Observing their martial spirits, he felt a glimmer of joy within. It seemed that the long-absent Shrek had undergone significant improvement, now boasting 8 exceptional talents. However, Qin Ming concealed these thoughts, choosing instead to focus solely on the main soul arena. Let the battle commence. In the air, the host shouted loudly. Over at Shrek, Daimubai unleashed a thunderous roar, his first spirit ring illuminating as he activated his initial spirit skill, the White Tiger Barrier. Enveloped in a golden radiance, coupled with his indomitable aura, he presented an awe-inspiring sight. Daimubai was the first to initiate the attack, confronting the Shijiao brothers directly. As he launched his assault, Ning Rongrong simultaneously activated 2 of her spirit skills, momentarily augmenting the speed and strength of Shrek's 6 members by 30%, striving to bridge the gap in spirit power between the 2 teams. With a resounding crash, Daimubai's attack struck the Shijiao brothers' turtle shell defense. It seemed he was eager to prove his worth, particularly with Zhu Zhiqing observing from below. At this moment, Ma Hongjun had yet to make a move. He could empathize with Daimubai's feelings, akin to a boy on a basketball court seeking to impress a girl he admired on the sidelines, igniting his latent strength and desire to perform. Perhaps due to his overwhelming urge to demonstrate his capabilities, as Daimubai charged forward and left an opening, the Shijiao brothers suddenly dodged aside, revealing a glimmer of blue light. The 2 brothers, not particularly slender, completely shielded Yu Tianheng behind them. In an instant, Yu Tianheng soared into the air, his first spirit ring glowing brightly, and the coalesced Thunder Dragon Claw was unleashed. Clearly, this was a small collaboration among the 3 members of the Royal Fighting Academy at the start of the match. A blue shadow zipped past, and the bluish-purple Dragon Claw approached Daimubai's chest. In that moment, Daimubai could only brace himself with his arm against Yu Tianheng's assault, who believed he was on the verge of victory. Suddenly, Daimubai vanished before him. At that instant, Tang Sen's blue silver grass had already entwined around Daimubai's waist, gently pulling him back. Consequently, Yu Tianheng's first spirit skill missed its target. As Daimubai turned around, he executed a sweeping kick directly at Yu Tianheng before him. At this moment, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu swiftly charged forward, their singular objective being to target the soul support, Yi Lingling. Although Ma Hongjun had his own strategies for this confrontation, Master insisted on a tactical arrangement, and Flandra refrained from intervening. Thus, Master centered the approach around Tang San, allowing Ma Hongjun to exploit his speed advantage in an attempt to eliminate Yi Lingling first. In this context, Ma Hongjun emerged as the fastest member of the team, primarily owing to his fire without trace technique. In truth, Yu Tianheng had already taken note of Ma Hongjun's trajectory, having been captivated by his presence from the outset. Even while engaging with Daimubai, he remained vigilant of Ma Hongjun's movements. Daimubai intended to confront Yu Tianheng, but at that moment, the entire royal battle team began to retract. On the sidelines, Qin Ming was exceedingly pleased with the team's performance. Having led them from the Soul Arena without a single defeat, the team had grown somewhat overconfident. However, upon reviewing Shrek's data, they seemed to temper their pride and engaged in discussions regarding their tactics. They identified 3 members of Shrek worthy of attention. The level 29 Ning Rongrong, hailing from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, who possessed the unparalleled support spirit. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, the level 38 Daimubai, whose White Tiger spirit, when augmented by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, could prove formidable. And lastly, Tang San's blue silver grass, which, despite its potential, had never been a focal concern due to its mere level 29. Although the Cold Frost Child was indeed a top-tier spirit, her level was deemed insufficient to pose a significant threat. Their primary concern remained Ma Hongjun, with his elite Phoenix spirit and formidable soul ring configuration, compelling them to regard him with utmost seriousness. As Ma Hongjun advanced, the opposing team reacted instantaneously with Yu Tianheng, Yu Feng, and Osro simultaneously surrounding him, as if they were specifically countering Ma Hongjun's approach. The 3 converged on a single target, prompting Xiao Wu to rush forward, while the Shijiao brothers immediately moved to intercept her. With these 2 formidable defenders in place, it was as if they formed an unyielding fortress, rendering any external breach nearly impossible. Ma Hongjun resembled a lone soldier penetrating deep into enemy territory. Initially, he was opposed to such aggressive tactics as what they could conceive. The adversary could likely anticipate as well. The strategies employed by Shrek appeared to have been deciphered by their opponents. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun encircled, Tang San swiftly maneuvered towards Xiao Wu, aiming to break through from the left flank. A successful breach on that side would naturally alleviate the pressure on Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Lung Xuanger surged in from the right, and Dai Mubai maintained his assault trajectory, still confronting the formidable level 38 opponent, Shimo, with his primary soul skill. In this moment, Duguyen also rushed to support Shimo, instantly activating her first two soul rings. As these abilities manifested, a swirl of red and blue mist enveloped her, seemingly elevating her physical attributes to a higher echelon, allowing her to aid Shimo. However, at that very instant, the sound of impacts echoed as Ma Hongjun unleashed 3 fiery phoenix attacks against the trio. How could he refrain from retaliating? Osro and Yu Feng were immediately struck and pushed back, while Yu Tianheng, transformed with draconic might, wielded his dragon claws with great force. Relying on his formidable soul power to withstand Ma Hongjun's primary soul skill, Osro and Yu Feng, both agile attackers with limited defensive capabilities, sustained only minor injuries and hastily rose to assist Yu Tianheng. Quickly go support Yin Yan. I can manage here, Yu Tianheng commanded. At Tang San's location, it appeared as though countless blue-silver grasses had emerged. His primary soul skill ensnared Dugu Yin, while his secondary skill, parasitic, erupted from the ground, firmly binding Shimo's legs. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's actions seemed perplexing. His attacks were inconsequential as he remained entangled with the level 38 Shimo. This prompted Master and Flandra to discern a troubling pattern. Why was the White Tiger transformation not being employed? However, Flandra was not preoccupied with this matter at the moment and inquired of Master Xiao Gang. Ma Hongjun had expressed doubts about your strategy from the outset. It appears he was not mistaken. The opponents have undoubtedly reviewed his profile and taken precautions against him. Master, brimming with confidence, replied, Flandra, you fail to comprehend. Given Hongjun's capabilities, he is quite likely to withstand simultaneous assaults from multiple soul masters. The moment he attracts the attention of several opponents, the rest of us will gain an advantage against the other soul masters in the royal duel, especially since Ma Hongjun has entangled Yu Tianheng, thereby alleviating the pressure on our side. Xiao Gang, so that is the case. You should have mentioned this earlier. If Hongjun merely serves as bait, does he not possess the strength to launch a direct attack? Is that not a more prudent approach? Flandra questioned. Zhao Wujia interjected. Indeed, Master, observe the current situation. Tang San has yet to break through, and Dai Mubai is making no headway. The Master remained silent, lost in contemplation of the issues at hand. According to his strategy, the trio of Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu should have faced no difficulties in their advance. Yet, the battlefield appeared to be at a standstill. With the support of Osro and Yu Feng, both Shimo and Dugu Yin had freed themselves from Tang San's soul skills. It seemed as though the entire situation had remained unchanged. However, the crowd was soon startled by a resounding roar from Yu Tianheng, who activated 2 of his soul rings, summoning a flurry of electric arcs around him. This was Yu Tianheng's second soul skill, Thunder Fury, delivering a full-on assault of electrical power. Under the might of his second soul skill, Thunder Strike, the attack unleashed an unparalleled force. In an instant, all the arcs of lightning surged towards Ma Hongjun, prompting the alarmed Cold Schwanger to shout a warning for him to be cautious. The entire spirit arena turned their gaze towards the unfolding event. Such an onslaught would prove too much for even an average soul master to withstand. The speed of the lightning attack was astonishing, leaving Ma Hongjun with no time to evade. In a desperate bid, he activated his second soul skill, which provided a 50% boost to his defenses. A deafening crash echoed as Yu Tianheng's second soul skill struck Ma Hongjun squarely. Confronted by the lightning, Ma Hongjun found that his fire attribute offered no resistance. He felt as if he were being electrocuted, his body on the verge of bursting apart. Seeing his attack land, Yu Tianheng suddenly regarded the 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings with far less reverence. Flandra, witnessing Ma Hongjun's plight, expressed his concern, saying, Xiao Gang, you've somewhat betrayed Hongjun here. My master could offer no explanation. He merely intended for the team to rally around Tang San, unaware of Ma Hongjun's overwhelming strength, which Tang San could scarcely manage. After the thunderous assault, Ma Hongjun remained steadfast, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity and vibrant flames. Even as the effects of Yu Tianheng's attack subsided, The flames enveloping Ma Hongjun did not extinguish. "Let us continue," Ma Hongjun declared, "and allow you to experience the flavor of flames." Indeed, that previous blow was formidable, yet for his body, which could absorb a millennium-old spirit rings. And under the enhanced gravity and pressure training of Zhao Wujie, his physical strength and defense had ascended once more. Furthermore, he had promptly activated his second spirit skill, augmenting his defense by 50%. This strike was insufficient to inflict significant harm upon him. At most, it resulted in minor injuries. Alternatively, Ma Hongjun mused that this lightning power seemed to possess the capability to temper his physique. Yu Tianheng gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you a monster? How can this not hurt you? Are you a fool? Our team is known as the Shrek 8 Monsters." Ma Hongjun chuckled. At this moment, disregarding the master's arrangements, he prepared to take decisive action in the competition. After all, he had wagered all of his 60,000 gold soul coins on this match, while Flander had staked 50,000 gold soul coins as well. Flander believed that Ma Hongjun's audacity to place such a bet indicated his confidence in victory, prompting him to engage in a high-stakes gamble. After all, the odds were 1 to 3. Should they emerge victorious, they would reap threefold rewards. Chapter 85. The royal fight surrenders upon realizing that his second spirit skill had not inflicted significant damage on Ma Hongjun. Yu Tianheng promptly retreated, and the royal fight team regrouped. Once gathered, Yu Tianheng remarked, "This individual with the phoenix spirit is extraordinary. He could withstand my second spirit skill. Everyone, exercise caution." Dugu Yin interjected, "The control-type spirit master wielding blue-silver grass is quite formidable as well. His control ability is impressive. No wonder the teacher advised us to keep an eye on him." Yi Lung coldly observed the injured Osro and Yu Feng, asking, "Do you require treatment?" The two simultaneously shook their heads, replying, "No, the injuries are not severe and do not hinder our combat. Boss, we must devise a strategy. The enemy's soul power is inferior to ours. Should we not first eliminate the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School members from the arena? Once they are deprived of support, our soul power can overwhelm them," Osro suggested. "Indeed, let me ponder this," Yu Tianheng replied, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the Shrek team was also contemplating their tactics against the royal fight, facing the challenge of overcoming Yu Tianheng's attacks and the formidable defense provided by 2 top-tier soul masters, the Xuanwu turtle, making it difficult to breach their defenses. "Hongjun, consume the sausage to regain some strength," Oscar offered. Ma Hongjun, unreserved as ever, had indeed suffered a slight injury earlier. However, upon consuming the sausage, he immediately felt a revitalizing surge. Under the electrifying influence of Yu Tianheng's second soul skill, Ma Hongjun perceived that his physical prowess had seemingly ascended yet again. The lightning acted as a catalyst, amplifying the results of his previous gravity training. Once Ma Hongjun had regained his composure, Tang San inquired, "Brother Jun, what should our course of action be now?" During their consecutive victories, it had always been Tang San and Ma Hongjun who orchestrated their strategies. Yet, Tang San was acutely aware that Ma Hongjun excelled in every aspect. Thus it was imperative to seek his counsel at this juncture. Ma Hongjun remarked, "According to the master's strategy, we shall feign an assault from the front while simultaneously targeting the soul master wielding the 9 hearts begonia martial soul on the flanks. This time, however, we can approach it from an opposite angle." "Brother Jun, how can we approach it from the opposite angle?" Xiao inquired. Ma Hongjun gazed at Ning Rongrong and remarked, "Rongrong, your 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul cannot possibly be inferior to the 9 heart flower." "How could that be?" Ning Rongrong replied proudly. "Our 7 treasure glazed tile is the foremost auxiliary martial soul. It is impossible for it to be weaker." Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "That's precisely the point. Our soul power is inferior to theirs, and with Rongrong's amplification diminished, the gap between our teams has narrowed. If they manage to eliminate Rongrong from the arena, our enhancement will vanish, making it significantly easier for them to contend with us. We can strategically lure them into this trap. It's a splendid idea, and we shall proceed accordingly." Tang San interjected. Nearly simultaneously, both teams re-engaged. This time, Tang San positioned himself slightly further back, while Ma Hongjun and his 3 companions formed a united front. Yu Tianheng remained at the forefront, flanked by 2 defensive soul masters behind him, and 2 agile attack-type soul masters to one side. Dugu Yin continued to occupy a rear position, serving to protect Yi Lingling. "Let us begin," Ma Hongjun murmured. Ma Hongjun charged directly towards Yu Tianheng, but in the next moment, Yu Tianheng surprisingly retreated as the 2 defensive soul masters stepped forward. Remarkably, Yu Tianheng made a sharp turn and approached the two agile attack-type Soul Masters. On that side, only Lang Shuang'er and Xiao Wu remained. It seemed that he was targeting these two. Upon witnessing this, Dai Bai promptly rushed to their aid. However, in that fleeting instant, Yu Tianheng unleashed his third soul skill, Thunderous Fury. This ability enabled the blue electric Tyrant Dragon Soul Master to enter a state of berserk for a limited duration, amplifying his lightning power by 100% and enhancing his soul power by 50%. Unless the skill was actively deactivated, it would continue to be employed until his soul power was entirely depleted. Originally, Ma Hongjun's intention was to confront Yu Tianheng. However, upon noticing two defensive soul masters approaching simultaneously, he resolved to shatter their defenses. Ma Hongjun and Yu Tianheng unleashed their soul abilities almost simultaneously. Ma Hongjun activated both his first and second soul skills, sending two fiery lines of phoenix flames towards the Shijiao brothers. It appeared that Ma Hongjun's soul skill retained its previous formidable power, merely inflicting minor injuries upon Osro and Yufeng. A thunderous roar erupted from both sides as Yu Tianheng, in a state of his third soul skill, launched his second soul skill, targeting Ning Rongrong and Oscar, with Oscar being inadvertently caught in the crossfire. Simultaneously, Yu Tianheng charged forward. However, at the moment he executed his soul skill, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San consumed flying mushroom sausages, soaring into the air in an instant, causing Yu Tianheng's second soul skill to miss its mark. They had never anticipated that all three adversaries would ascend into the sky at that precise moment. In a moment of fierce confrontation, Ma Hongjun unleashed his Phoenix Fire line, striking the protective shells of two defense soul masters, truly underestimating the force of his attack. Both were sent reeling to the ground. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun pivoted towards Yu Tianheng, who was still in a state of astonishment. As Ma Hongjun executed his Flame of Fire move, he swiftly approached Yu Tianheng, delivering a direct strike. Yu Tianheng, not one to be caught off guard, swiftly raised his dragon-transformed right arm to defend. However, he miscalculated the intensity of Ma Hongjun's assault, which sent him hurtling away. At that moment, Ma Hongjun paid no heed to Yu Tianheng's plight. That last blow had been sufficient to leave him reeling. With his phoenix wings unfurled, Ma Hongjun soared into the air, directing another powerful flame palm towards Yufeng. The impact resonated, causing Yufeng to tumble near Yu Tianheng. Observing Yu Tianheng struggle to rise, Ma Hongjun declared, "You cannot win." "How is that possible?" Yu Tianheng replied, glancing back at his comrades, who had ventured too far into enemy territory. They had assumed that the Shi brothers could defend against their onslaught, yet to their disbelief, both brothers lay incapacitated, while their opponents soared above. At that moment, Tang San hovered in the air, employing his binding soul technique to ensnare Yi Lingling. As a healing-type soul master, Yi Lingling found herself devoid of any opportunity to escape, ultimately being ejected from the arena by Tang San's first soul skill. Thus, Yi Lingling was effectively eliminated from this soul battle. "This is impossible. We cannot lose," Yu Tianheng asserted, rising to launch another attack. Dugu Yin immediately interjected, "Everyone, return. Watch me." Ma Hongjun understood that Dugu Yin might resort to employing the venom of his third soul skill. However, he could effortlessly compel her to do so. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun charged forward. Although Yu Tianheng was swift, Ma Hongjun was swifter still. He struck once more, sending Yu Tianheng crashing into their designated area. It is worth noting that Ma Hongjun's right hand had absorbed a soul bone over 90,000 years old, endowing him with unmatched strength at their soul master level. At this moment, several of Yu Tianheng's ribs were on the verge of breaking, without the healing of Yi Lingling. It was certain that he would be unable to unleash his full potential, and even summoning half of his strength would prove exceedingly difficult, given the state of his bones. Initially, Dugu Yin intended to utilize her third soul skill, but with Yu Tianheng now trapped within the opponent's control zone, deploying it would only result in inadvertently harming him. "We have lost," Yu Tianheng admitted reluctantly, forced to acknowledge this harsh reality. Although the final moment had not yet arrived, he understood that they had no opportunity for a comeback. Chapter 86, The Decision of Shrek, Part 1. Ma Hongjun did not anticipate that Yu Tianheng would concede so swiftly. At this moment, they still possessed at least 3 individuals capable of maintaining their full combat prowess. However, Yu Tianheng was indeed unable to unleash much strength, likely due to the vast disparity in power between the two sides, rendering them devoid of any advantages in both offense and defense. The members of the Emperor fighting team expressed no dissent regarding Yu Tianheng's decision. As he attempted to rise, he found that the moment he propped himself up, a sharp, cracking sound echoed. His bone had fractured. Dugu Yin hurried over, assisting the pained Yu Tianheng to his feet, urgently calling out, Lingling, come quickly to treat Tianheng. Just as Yu Lingling was about to step onto the stage, the host interjected, members of the Emperor fighting team, you must consider carefully. Should you accept treatment from an outsider, it will result in an immediate loss. Du Guiyin, in a state of distress, exclaimed, we concede. Lingling, please hurry. The sound of the bone breaking was unmistakable, and the audience in the private room wore grave expressions. While they could comprehend the Emperor fighting team's decision to concede, given their comprehensive suppression by Shrek, many had placed substantial bets on the Emperor fighting team. The thrill of the battle was undeniable. Yet the loss of money dampened their spirits. How could they find joy in such a predicament? Only a small fraction offered applause, while the majority bowed their heads. Their faces darkened. After all, some had wagered over 1 million gold soul coins, leaving little room for elation. Ma Hongjun stepped back, allowing space for Yu Lingling to approach. Upon her arrival, she immediately summoned her martial soul, the Nigh-Heart Begonia. In the next instant, the Nigh-Heart Begonia manifested delicately in her hands. It was a resplendent pink begonia, adorned with both white and pink petals, exuding vibrant hues and graceful postures. The petals and tendrils cascaded from Yu Lingling's palms, swaying gently in the breeze. Reminiscent of a demure maiden whose flowing hair veils her visage, imbued with tender emotions and an alluring presence. At that moment, a radiant purple light enveloped her, and 3 soul rings illuminated the air, releasing a flurry of white petals from the Nigh-Heart Begonia. Gradually, these petals merged into Yu Tianheng's body, while some also found their way into the other injured companions. Instantly, a luminous white glow emanated from Yu Tianheng, and within mere seconds, he regained his footing. To the casual observer, it appeared as though his wounds had miraculously healed. However, Ma Hongjun knew that even the Nine-Heart Begonia, under the effects of Yu Lingling's third soul skill, could not completely mend Yu Tianheng's injuries in one go. The two teams stood together once more. And Yu Tianheng remarked, you are formidable. We have lost this time. Not only have you countered our tactics, but you, in particular, are impressive. He turned to Ma Hongjun and inquired, I must ask, are your soul rings truly 2,000 year and 10,000 year? Ma Hongjun nodded and said, indeed, it is genuine. Otherwise, I would not possess such power. So it is true, no wonder. However, we shall not be disheartened by this defeat. When we meet again, I am determined to vanquish you. Yu Tianheng spoke earnestly. Ma Hongjun chuckled, proclaiming that victory would always belong to them, regardless of how many times they faced their opponents. Yu Tianheng took a deep breath, glanced at the other members of Shrek, and turned away, saying, let us depart. As they observed the departure of the royal fighting team, Oscar joyfully exclaimed, we have triumphed. Come, everyone, enjoy a sausage to recuperate. He distributed the sausages he had prepared in advance to each team member. In truth, this battle was rather effortless, having been decided in merely 2 rounds of offense and defense. In the first round, Shrek was targeted in a surprise attack. In the second round, employing Ma Hongjun's strategy, they led the royal fighting team into a trap, incapacitating their captain, Yu Tianheng, while simultaneously tanks and eliminated Yu Lingling from the match. Originally, Du Guiyin had intended to use poison, but with Yu Tianheng in her vicinity, she could not resort to such tactics. And having lost Yu Lingling, their healer, they had no choice but to concede. Thus, the battle was resolved with remarkable ease. It was all thanks to Brother Jun's prowess and Sangu's control that we managed to eliminate their 9 hearts begonia spirit. Otherwise, with her presence, our victory would have required significantly more effort, Ning Rongrong remarked. The group approached Master with cheerful expressions, yet he bore no trace of a smile. Master, we have won. Xiaowu was the first to speak. Master, why aren't you happy? Oscar chimed in. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on the Master's face. Though he sighed inwardly, contemplating, it seems that in battle, Xiao San has grown accustomed to centering around Ma Hongjun. I am uncertain whether my guidance is correct. I shall discuss it with Xiao San later. Well done, you have won the match. Today's battle was commendable, yet there were shortcomings. Daimubai, why did you not exert your full strength? Initially, Daimubai had been proactive, but upon seeing the enemy deliberately targeting Ma Hongjun, he hesitated. However, being astute, Daimubai quickly responded, I couldn't help it. It felt as though Hongjun alone could defeat their entire team. Whether I engaged or not seemed inconsequential. Oh, let us refrain from this discussion for now. We shall address it later, the master replied, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Recognizing that it was not the appropriate time for such discourse. Seeing the master's demeanor, Flinder's original smile gradually faded, yet he remained exceedingly pleased within. Having wagered 50,000 gold soul coins, which would yield a return of 150,000, making his total fortune exceed 200,000 gold soul coins. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Greetings, Dean Flinder, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. I am your disciple, Qin Ming." The newcomer was none other than the leader of the royal fighting team, Qin Ming, who swiftly approached and knelt on one knee before Flinder. At that moment, all semblance of the calm composure he had maintained while leading the royal fighting team had vanished, replaced by an expression filled with exhilaration. "You rascal! I thought you had forgotten about us." Flinder stepped forward and assisted Qin Ming to his feet, exclaiming, "Well done, young lad. You are becoming increasingly impressive. I believe it won't be long before you surpass us old-timers." Qin Ming respectfully replied, "Regardless of the time, both of you will always be my mentors, and I, Qin Ming, shall forever remain a disciple of Shrek Academy." Witnessing this scene, everyone at Shrek, except for Ma Hongjun, stood in astonishment, captivated by the unfolding moment. This individual was evidently connected to the former Imperial fighting team, and from his words, it was clear he had once been a student of Shrek. Among the students, Oscar had spent the longest time at Shrek, yet he remained unaware of this remarkable figure from its past. Flinder raised his hand and patted Qin Ming on the shoulder, saying, "It has been many years since you left, yet you remain unchanged. Allow me to introduce you. This is the Master. The 7 others you see here, along with her, comprise the entirety of our Shrek disciples, collectively known as the Shrek 8 Monsters." Chapter 87, Shrek's Decision, Part 2, Qin Ming. Being a person who valued etiquette, immediately bowed to the Master, performing the disciple salute, as he discerned that the Master was likely a new instructor at Shrek Academy. "Greetings, Master." The Master turned slightly away, seemingly reluctant to accept Qin Ming's gesture of respect. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Could this person truly be so haughty? However, Flinder chuckled. "You are his nephew's teacher, placing you on equal footing with him. Hence he would naturally decline your formality." Qin Ming looked at Flinder in confusion, while a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in the Master's eyes, as if he preferred not to have his identity and past disclosed by Flinder. Yet Flinder, with a mischievous grin, continued, "We are all part of the same family. Why conceal it? Must I explicitly state that Yu Tianhing is your nephew?" "What? Yu Tianhing is actually the Master's nephew?" The Shrek 8 monsters exclaimed in unison, Qin Ming included, all equally astonished. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of his companions, Ma Hongjun promptly began to display his acting prowess, feigning surprise as well. After all, he was privy to all the secrets. However, in this moment, he needed to adopt the guise of ignorance. Thus he remained ever prepared to immerse himself in his role. No one had anticipated that the Master was affiliated with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. The Master's countenance darkened, and with a hint of melancholy, he remarked, "Flinder, I have stated numerous times that I am no longer connected to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family." Having spoken those words, he turned to leave. Tang San wished to dissuade him, but the Master forestalled him, saying, "You all should proceed to calculate the points. Later, return with Flinder. I have matters to attend to." Witnessing the Master's demeanor, Flinder felt a twinge of regret, yet he believed that voicing this matter might compel the Master to confront it, rather than harboring it within. Finally, Flinder addressed the Shrek 8 monsters, stating, "As you all heard from Qin Ming, indeed, he was once a student of Shrek, and the first graduate of our institution. He is one of our most distinguished alumni. The record you previously shattered for reaching level 30 at the fastest pace was once held by Qin Ming." Qin Ming, somewhat astonished, realized that they surpassed even his former talent, and immediately responded with a smile, "Greetings, junior brothers and sisters. It appears that the academy is flourishing." Beside him, Zhao Wujia expressed some exasperation. "What flourishing? These children will be the last batch of students for the academy." Qin Ming, taken aback, inquired, "Is the academy's financial issue still unresolved?" Flinder replied, "It is not quite so. The financial situation is manageable. The primary concern is our advancing age. We no longer possess the vigor of our youth. I believe that once these children graduate, we can begin to embrace lives of our own." Ma Hongjun was aware that Flinder was not in want of money. After this latest wager, his fortune undoubtedly exceeded 200,000 gold soul coins, ensuring that he could effortlessly sustain an academy like Shrek. Perhaps, as he had suggested, he was indeed feeling weary, lacking that fervor and zeal. Subsequently, Qin Ming spoke of his current occupation and the team he was leading, which belonged to the Royal Academy of Tiando. As their conversation progressed, Flinder turned once more to Ma Hongjun and the others, saying, "You should proceed to settle your points. Zhao Wujing, Qin Ming, Please follow me. In that moment, Flinder was not in haste to finalize the rewards from the bets, knowing well that the Great Soul Arena would not evade its obligations. He preferred to reminisce with Qin Ming first. As the Shrek 7 Devils walked together, they continued to discuss Qin Ming and his team. Aware that the Royal Battle Team comprised members from the Royal Academy of Tiando, while also speculating about Qin Ming's rank. After a month of soul battles, this evening they had triumphed over the Royal Battle Team, achieving an impressive 28 consecutive victories in team combat. Each individual felt a sense of curiosity regarding their points. And beyond the points, there were also monetary rewards that would be dispersed on this final day of the month. Before the 8 could reach the point calculation area, Supervisor Ao approached them, inviting them to a premium exchange facility designated for Soul Masters. He presented a gold soul coin card to Ma Hongjun, stating, "This is the 10,000 gold soul coin reward promised to you by the Great Soul Arena. This gold soul coin card is universally accepted at all banks across the continent." Ma Hongjun was quite unreserved, directly accepting the gold soul coins, promising to hand them over to Flinder later. "Director Ao, can you calculate the points for me now?" Ma Hongjun inquired. Director Ao promptly replied, "Of course, that can be arranged." He quickly instructed the staff to tally the soul fighting points accumulated by the Shrek 7 monsters over the past month. Today, as soul battle had been evident to Director Ao, everyone performed remarkably, but Ma Hongjun shone the brightest. His soul rings were significantly superior to those of other soul masters at the same level, and his combat prowess was nearly unmatched among soul sages. Having triumphed over Yu Tianheng, who possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul at level 39, it was rare to find anyone capable of defeating Ma Hongjun at this stage. Director Ao treated Ma Hongjun with particular courtesy, seemingly eager to cultivate a favorable relationship. Soon, the staff calculated the points. Daimubai, Oscar, Xiaowu, Ningrongrong, Zhuxing, and Lung Shuanger all earned Silver Soul badges. However, Ma Hongjun and Tang San, thanks to their consecutive victories, surpassed 5,000 points, with Ma Hongjun exceeding 6,000. This indicated that both had simultaneously met the criteria for the Gold Soul Badge. The two received their Gold Soul Badges from Director Ao, weighing the badge in his hand. Ma Hongjun remarked, "Everyone should be cautious from now on. Our future opponents will likely be teams with Gold Soul Badges." Tang San chuckled wryly. "It seems that accumulating too many points isn't necessarily a blessing, but it does present us with a challenge." As the group exited the Grand Soul Arena, they still found it hard to believe that they had become a Silver Soul team in just 1 month, while their team had attained gold status. At this moment, the master found Yu Tianheng, eager to boast about his disciple, Tang San, who was just 13 years old and at level 32. However, what stuck in Yu Tianheng's mind was Ma Hongjun, also 13, but possessing a soul power of 34. Upon returning to the hotel, the 8 of them noticed Flinder and his companions drinking in a corner of the restaurant. As they approached, everyone had already removed their masks. Qin Ming gazed at the remarkably youthful Shrek 7 monsters in astonishment. "Teacher, could this be the Shrek 7 monsters we just battled?" he exclaimed, clearly taken aback by their youth. "Indeed, aside from the 2 seasoned veterans around 14 or 15, the rest are all about 13, Flinder replied with pride. Qin Ming remarked, "No wonder you needed to wear masks. I understand now that in the same age bracket, the Royal Battle Team pales in comparison to you. Senior, may I boldly inquire what your current level is?" Daimubai asked. Qin Ming did not hesitate to respond. "I have barely reached level 62. Truly impressive for a senior." "Those who emerge from the academy are indeed prodigies," Daimubai acknowledged. "All right, enough of the flattery. Let us sit down and have something to eat. Today, your dean is treating, so feel free to order whatever you like. Don't hold back on my account," Zhao Wujie intentionally remarked. And the next moment marked the performance of Ma Hongjun. He was aware that Flinder had considerable wealth, having previously taken advantage of him. This time, he was determined to reciprocate. Grasping the menu, he promptly instructed the waiter, "Make a note of these items." Upon seeing Ma Hongjun select the more economical options, Flinder felt a sense of satisfaction, pleased that his disciple was mindful of his finances. However, Ma Hongjun then added, "Forget those. Bring one of everything else and 2 barrels of the finest beer." Instantly, Flinder's expression froze. Although he was affluent, it is often said that the wealthier one becomes, the more frugal they tend to be. Clearly, Flinder embodied this notion. Chapter 88, The Decision of Shrek, Part 2. Flinder was certainly reluctant to overspend, particularly as Ma Hongjun had ordered the more expensive dishes, which would amount to at least 100 gold soul coins for this meal. Naturally, His demeanor was far from pleasant. In truth, everyone was aware of what this meant, as Flanders' stinginess was notorious within the academy. Zhao Wujia burst into laughter, while Qin Ming remarked, "How can we allow the dean to bear such expenses? Having returned after so many years, it is only fitting that I treat both deans and all my younger classmates. Please, indulge yourselves. This meal is on me." Qin Ming, you truly understand the situation. I had hoped to witness Flanders' grand expenditure, but it seems that shall not be the case, Zhao Wujia chuckled. Upon hearing that Qin Ming was treating, Flanders' expression brightened considerably. He turned to Zhao Wujia and said, "Are you pleased to see me embarrassed? How about we return and practice a bit to enhance our soul power?" Hearing Flanders' words, Zhao Wujia's smile faded. He was acutely aware of Flanders' formidable prowess. As a strength-type soul master, he knew he was no match for Flanders, who was an agile attack type capable of flight and possessed a higher soul power than him. Qin Ming looked at the 8 members of Shrek and sighed. "What a pity. If you weren't part of Shrek, I would surely find a way to enroll you in the Royal Academy." At that moment, the Master's voice interjected, stating, "Even if they are from Shrek, you may still bring them to the Heaven Do Royal Academy." Everyone paused in surprise as the Master entered and sat directly beside Flanders. "Master, what precisely do you mean by that?" Qin Ming inquired tentatively. Now, it was Flanders' turn to be displeased, retorting, "Shao Gang, are you suggesting that Shrek is lacking?" The Master replied calmly, "I never said they should join the Heaven Do Royal Academy. My intention is for the 2 academies to engage in mutual exchange. Teacher Qin, does that pose any issues? If not, I can approach the Spirit Hall or other institutions." "Master, is your next training plan to seek exchanges with other academies?" Ma Hongjun quickly asked. The Master nodded, affirming, "Indeed, such exchanges will foster your growth and allow you to witness the standards of soul masters from various academies." Indeed, Ma Hongjun was aware that upon the Master's realization of the existence of 8 members in Shrek, a resolve to participate in the prestigious Advanced Soul Master competition was ignited. Otherwise, such rigorous training would hardly have been imposed upon them. Qin Ming remarked, "It is certainly beneficial to engage in mutual exchange. Yet I fear that if we venture to Tiando, you may worry that these children will excel too greatly, making it difficult for them to return." The Master responded, "Indeed." Qin Ming nodded, "Yes, the leadership of various academies is ever eager for talented students once they arrive. They will undoubtedly employ every conceivable means to entice our Shrek students away." Upon hearing this, Flanders felt a surge of joy, appreciating that Qin Ming was ultimately looking out for his academy. However, at this juncture, the Master directly interjected, "Let me be forthright. I wish for this group of children to partake in the grand event occurring a year from now. Remember, there are 2 slots available at the Tiando Royal Academy, allowing these children to join temporarily as exchange students until the conclusion of the event." Qin Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Master, are you suggesting they represent the Tiando Royal Academy at this grand event? Such an arrangement would surely lead to the Academy heavily promoting them as students of Tiando." The Master smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed, and replied, "Having an additional title as graduates from another academy is not without its advantages." "No, I cannot agree." Flanders suddenly rose from his seat, exclaiming, "These children belong to Shrek. Master, do not forget that Shrek embodies the culmination of our efforts over the past 2 decades. Ma Hongjun could discern that the Master was truly indifferent to the matter at hand. Yet for Flanders, who had devoted 2 decades of his life to the academy, the prospect was painfully tormenting. Was it merely to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition, or perhaps to validate oneself? The Master gazed at Flanders and posed a series of inquiries. "If you can address these questions, it matters little whether you join the Tiando Academy. First, can you provide a simulated training environment? Secondly, will you guarantee their qualification to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition after a year, even if they join Tiando? As long as our hearts remain with Shrek, is that not sufficient? Moreover, I ask you, what is the purpose of establishing Shrek?" These questions left Flanders utterly speechless. The Master continued, "Without a simulated training environment and lacking proper registration, the Academy is, to put it bluntly, a 3-0 institution." At this juncture, the Master turned to Qin Ming and stated, "It is acceptable for the children to join Tiando, provided that we are granted certain conditions. The Academy must accept all our current instructors, who shall continue to teach personally without interference, and when we desire to depart. Tiando Royal Academy must not obstruct us." Flanders resumed his seat, lifting his cup and drinking deeply. Despite this, he remained reluctant to allow Shrek to join Tiando. However, The master's arguments were irrefutable, leaving him feeling helpless. Qin Ming nodded in agreement, indicating that there should be no issues, though he too was concerned for Flinder's feelings. Just as Flinder was about to announce his consent, Ma Hongjun stood up and declared, "I disagree." Being well-versed in the unfolding narrative, he understood the eventual outcome and did not wish to witness Flinder's distress. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Flinder, who had been on the verge of expressing his agreement, withdrew his statement. His heart swelled with genuine joy. Indeed, he was proud of his cherished disciple. However, upon Ma Hongjun's declaration, the master's expression darkened as he regarded him, stating, "This is a decision made by the academy as higher-ups, and as a student, you have no authority to interfere." He had tolerated much for too long. Yu Xiaojiang was undeniably selfish, ultimately seeking to validate himself, with the best means to do so being Tang San. His initial intention had always been to focus on the advanced Soul Master competition. Ma Hongjun gazed at the master with a frosty demeanor and remarked, "I am aware of your relationship with the dean, but how long have you been at the academy? Have you ever comprehended the dean's predicaments? Have you ever considered his perspective? Furthermore, I have devoted my entire life to Shrek Academy. The thought of transferring to the Heavendo Royal Academy is out of the question." The atmosphere became palpably tense, and Dai Mubai suddenly stood up, saying, "Ma Hongjun, you must trust the master. He would never wish us harm, and that advanced Soul Master competition is of great significance to us all." Flander wore a bittersweet expression as he sighed, "Hongjun, I appreciate your sentiments, but Xiao Gang's words hold truth. I have agreed to this matter, and I hope you can understand. In fact, Xiao Gang's intentions are for the greater good." The master looked at Ma Hongjun and inquired, "Flander has consented. Are you truly certain you do not wish to go?" Ma Hongjun chuckled lightly, asserting, "I certainly will not attend. It's merely a simulated training environment and participating in the Advanced Soul Master competition. Even if I do not join the Heavendo Royal Academy, we can still partake and possess the opportunity." The master, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Can you truly accomplish that? If so, I will heed your words. If not, refrain from making unfounded claims." Chapter 89. The 6-month deadline. "I can," Ma Hongjun replied confidently. "Since I dare to speak it, I will undoubtedly achieve it." The other 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters remained silent, gazing at Ma Hongjun in disbelief. The confidence emanating from him convinced them that he indeed possessed the capability. The master remarked, "Even if you could register and establish a simulated training environment now, it would be too late. What will you do?" Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "You need not worry about that. Since I have the audacity to speak of it, I shall certainly accomplish it." He then turned to Flander and added, "Instructor, trust me. I am confident that I can make this happen. We shall establish a new Shrek Academy, albeit not in the location of Soto City." The master interjected, "Do you intend to merge with the academy?" He continued, "You must understand how much funding is required to create a well-rounded institution. Even if you were to acquire other academies on the verge of collapse, it would be utterly impossible without at least 1,000,000 gold soul coins." Ma Hongjun remarked, "So, does this mean that even without joining Tiendo, we still have a chance? Going to Tiendo is not our only hope, is it?" To which the master replied, "Indeed, that is a possibility, but do we currently possess sufficient funds?" Ma Hongjun raised his head and said, "Indeed, I currently lack the necessary funds. Yet opportunities are not entirely absent." In that moment, Flinder seemed to glimpse a spark of hope. He recalled the soul coins he had won from betting. Combined with the victories of Ma Hongjun, together, they had nearly 500,000 soul coins. If they ventured to a larger soul arena, where Ma Hongjun could fight and he could gamble, accumulating 1,000,000 soul coins would not be an insurmountable challenge. He realized that he had been misled by the master earlier, but upon careful reflection, the prospect of hope remained, however faint. Flinder was resolute not to relinquish the academy. Should they transform other academies into Shrek, merely taking over the institution would resolve all issues effortlessly. Seeing the glimmer of hope, Flinder felt invigorated and said, "Xiao Gang, I must admit I had not considered this adequately. Thankfully, Ma Hongjun has brought this to my attention. Let us refrain from pursuing the Tiendo Academy for now and contemplate our situation for a while. If, after 6 months, neither I nor Hongjun can alter our circumstances, we shall then consider joining Tiendo." The master pondered for a moment and replied, "Flinder, 6 months is a significant duration. The children will benefit from an extended period of training in a simulated environment, providing them with greater assurance for future participation in the Advanced Soul Master competition. Our decision regarding Tiendo cannot be delayed. Are we to wait 6 months?" At that moment, Zhao Wujin interjected, "While Tiendo Royal Academy is indeed excellent, it is ultimately not our home. Even if we were to seek refuge there, we would remain uneasy. Let us wait for 6 months. Perhaps a turning point may arise. I concur with the Dean and Hongjun, Oscar added. We should allow ourselves some additional time. Let us reconvene in 6 months. I agree. Both Lang Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing stood in unison. Subsequently, Tang San and Xiao Wu also expressed their agreement, with Tang San stating, Teacher, let us heed the Dean's advice and prepare for both scenarios. If after 6 months we find ourselves unchanged, we can still proceed. The master was taken aback by Tang San's stance. At that juncture, Qin Ming nodded in agreement, declaring, the teacher speaks wisely. I am willing to contribute all my savings. With that, Qin Ming produced a soul coin card and handed it to Flinder, saying, Teacher, this card contains 100,000 soul coins, a testament to my contribution to the academy. Zhao Wujin then added, I also possess 10,000 soul coins, which I shall donate for the academy's use. I am confident that we can devise a solution. Soon, everyone entered a state of readiness to contribute, with Leng Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing among those willing to offer their financial support. However, the most substantial contribution came from Ning Rongrong, the cherished jewel of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. She produced a soul coin card and proclaimed, this contains 200,000 soul coins. I shall return home shortly to request my father's support for our academy. There will be no issue. Instantly, all eyes turned to the affluent Ning Rongrong. Realizing that with her assistance and the backing of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, their challenges would undoubtedly be surmountable. Observing the situation, the master acknowledged. I must concede that I had not considered this adequately. I apologize to everyone. Flinder, I shall defer to your judgment. We shall set a 6-month deadline and strive once more. Flanders said, very well, but this matter shall be entrusted to me and Hongjun. You should safeguard your funds. We shall resolve this ourselves. He had already made up his mind. Flander was well aware of Ma Hongjun's capabilities. At the Soul Sovereign level, he was undeniably formidable. When it came to the Soul Arena, as long as they placed their bets, victory was assured. It was merely a question of how much they would win based on the odds. They could venture to various Grand Soul Arenas, traversing the major cities of Tiando and Xinglua, where they could potentially earn hundreds of thousands in victories. This was certainly feasible, and financial issues were the least of their concerns. Flander had no intention of seeking assistance from others. Had he sought aid earlier, Shrek would not be in its current predicament. As for Ma Hongjun, Flander did not regard him as an outsider. In his perspective, Ma Hongjun's funds were indeed available for use. The most daunting problem lay with the academy, the Advanced Academy, which was on the verge of closure. This aspect was uncertain. After all, there was still about a year until the Advanced Soul Master competition, and any academy eligible to participate would undoubtedly strive to do so. Moreover, the Advanced Soul Master competition could potentially alter the fate of the academy. With commendable results and newfound fame, there would be a sufficient influx of students. How could the academy possibly be at risk of closure then? Thus, this was the most perplexing issue, though the master had chosen not to voice it. Since we have a plan, let us dine, Qin Ming suggested. If we need to come to Tiando in 6 months, simply seek me out at the Royal Academy of Tiando, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. Everyone nodded in agreement and proceeded to the dining segment. After the meal, Qin Ming took his leave, as he still needed to attend to his team, which was disheartened following today's defeat and required some encouragement. As everyone else retired to their rooms to rest, Ma Hongjun and Flander exited the hotel together. Their time at the Soul Arena had been brief, and it was likely that the grand battle had not yet concluded. They were just in time to collect their winnings from the bets. The hotel was merely 300 or 400 meters from the Soul Arena. And as they strolled down the street, Flander remarked, Hongjun, I appreciate your reminder tonight. We've gained 6 months. Please do not hold a grudge against Xiaogang. He only wishes the best for everyone. Who would want to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition? I cannot impede your future. Ma Hongjun remarked, Teacher, it seems you lack confidence. We will surely find a solution. Flander also expressed his thoughts, articulating the most challenging aspects of the situation. Ma Hongjun was aware of the plot. As long as Flander and the master went to the Blue Tyrant Academy, everything would be resolved without spending a dime. Teacher, let us set off tomorrow. We shall allow them to cultivate at the academy. Trust me, we will undoubtedly succeed, Ma Hongjun declared. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Now, let us collect the reward. Hongjun, you will eventually need to use this money for the academy. So why not give it all to me today? Flander replied. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Teacher, you are being excessive. I shall give it to you when the time comes. Flander laughed in response. You rascal, you've learned well from me. You're becoming increasingly astute. Haha, you are my teacher. After all, who else would I learn from? Ma Hongjun retorted, as the two of them re-entered the Great Soul Arena to collect their rewards for the soul betting. Chapter 90. Visitors from the Spirit Hall. Ma Hongjun donned his mask once more and entered the Great Soul Arena alongside Flender. Upon arrival, they encountered Manager Ao, who appeared exceedingly elated, his face radiating joy amidst the crowd as though he had stumbled upon a fortune of gold soul coins. Spotting Ma Hongjun and Flender re-entering the Soto City Great Soul Arena, he promptly extricated himself from the throng surrounding him, beaming at the duo and inquiring, "Gentlemen, is there anything you need at this moment?" Flender chuckled. "It seems you've garnered quite a profit from this Great Soul Arena venture." "Indeed. We merely earned over 3 million gold soul coins," Manager Ao replied, perhaps overwhelmed by his glee, inadvertently divulging a secret. Realizing his slip, he quickly added, "Please keep this under wraps. Significant financial entities have placed their bets. Your victory allowed us to amass such a substantial sum, nearly equivalent to our annual revenue. Rest assured, we shall maintain discretion regarding this matter. However, offering merely 10,000 gold soul coins feels rather parsimonious," Flender remarked. Manager Ao sighed in resignation. "I am constrained by my authority. I can only grant a maximum of 10,000 gold soul coins. Nevertheless, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. I shall do my utmost to help." Flender replied with a smile, "As it is in the past, let it be. We have no pressing matters at hand. We are merely here to collect our betting winnings." Manager Ao, astonished, asked, "Did you place a bet on yourselves?" He recalled that when seeking the Shrek 7 Devils leader, the master had appeared quite troubled, as if confronting an adversary, leading him to believe the wager amount was modest. "Allow me to escort you. Many are here to claim their betting rewards, and you may have to queue for at least half an hour. My guidance will save you considerable time. By the way, what amount did you wager?" Ma Hongjun remarked, "I wagered 60,000 gold soul coins, while the teacher staked 50,000. Alas, this is all the capital we possess. Otherwise, I would wager even more." Upon hearing this, Supervisor Ao hesitated, his steps faltering as he awkwardly chuckled. "Your confidence in yourselves is indeed remarkable to bet such a substantial amount all at once. Together, that's a total of 110,000 gold soul coins. Even a typical noble would not dare to wager so much in a single go." The potential for profit this time relies heavily on the contributions from affluent nobles and magnates from elsewhere. "Supervisor Ao, would you kindly lead us to collect our winnings?" Ma Hongjun inquired. "Very well, follow me," Supervisor Ao replied, though internally he felt a pang of regret. Had the stakes been a few hundred or thousand gold soul coins, it would not have raised suspicions. Such a large wager, however, might arouse doubts about his integrity, but having already committed, he had no choice but to proceed. Fortunately, the earnings from this Grand Soul Arena were substantial enough that he would likely face little reproach. With an investment of 110,000 gold soul coins and odds of 1 to 3, the Grand Soul Arena would owe them 330,000 gold soul coins. "Supervisor Ao, I wish to inquire about something. Are the data from the Grand Soul Arenas in all cities interconnected?" Ma Hongjun asked, as he planned to accompany Flender to participate in the soul battles at the Grand Arenas across the Heaven Do Empire and seek out nearby advanced academies for potential acquisition. This was the pathway for Shrek. Ma Hongjun did not intend to directly reveal their triangular relationship to Flender, nor should he disclose that Lu Erlong had established the Blue Tyrant Academy. Additionally, this would allow him and Flender to gamble and earn at the various Grand Soul Arenas while exploring the entirety of the Heaven Do Empire. Searching for congregations of fire attribute soul beasts. Supervisor Ao answered candidly, "The data is not interconnected. However, the badges and documentation you acquire are valid at any soul arena." "Thank you. I understand now," Ma Hongjun responded. Under Supervisor Ao's guidance, Ma Hongjun and Flender navigated through a throng of over 100 people and, in less than 10 minutes, collected their reward totaling 330,000 gold soul coins. The following morning, the 11 members of Shrek departed from Soto City, heading towards the Shrek Academy. As they approached the Academy's entrance, Ma Hongjun noticed several individuals clad in Spirit Hall uniforms awaiting them. The other 3 teachers of the Academy stood guard nearby. "Teacher, the Spirit Hall representatives have arrived," Ma Hongjun announced. Leading the group, Flander stated, "I anticipated their arrival. They would come eventually. I did not expect them to come directly to our academy. Regardless of who they are, rest assured, Hongjun, with Teacher Zhao present, there is no cause for concern," Zhao Wujin reassured, as he bore a grudge against some members of the Spirit Hall and was among the least intimidated by them. The master then interjected, "Everyone, remember, The representatives from the Spirit Hall may not resort to violence. It all depends on my lead. Xiaojiang. You are the most knowledgeable about the Spirit Hall. We will rely on your guidance shortly, Flinder remarked. Observing the Master's confident demeanor, Ma Hongjun pondered the significance of the Pope's token that the Master possessed. Perhaps it was the source of his assurance. Could their target be Hongjun? Tang Xin inquired. Surely not. Hongjun has not offended the Spirit Hall, Oscar mused, oblivious to the events of that fateful night, as he had been entirely inebriated by then. At that moment, the Master strode at the center, flanked by Flinder and Zhao Wujing, while the Shrek 8 followed closely behind. The members of the Spirit Hall also noticed the return of the 11 from Shrek. Leading them was an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. Accompanied by 3 formidable middle-aged men. From a distance, the elder called out, Flinder Dean, Zhao Wujing Dean, Master, greetings to you. Flinder responded, it is our esteemed Alwyn, the leader of the Spirit Hall in Soto City. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Is it him? The Master murmured, recognition igniting within him, only to be momentarily drawn into reminiscence. Do you know him? Flinder inquired. Yes, he is among those who have long engaged in the study of spirits within the Spirit Hall, a direct subordinate of the Pope. I did not expect him to become the leader of the Spirit Hall in Soto City, the Master replied quietly. Xiaojiang. Could he be a classmate from your time at the Spirit Hall? Flinder questioned, having some understanding of the Master's past there. Indeed, if he has come in person. It is highly likely that he has taken an interest in Ma Hongjun, the Master stated. In that moment, memories of his days at the Spirit Hall flooded back to him, recalling a beautiful woman with whom he had researched spirits. Initially, he had not realized that a prodigious talent from the Spirit Hall would be intrigued by such matters. However, through numerous events, he discovered that her pursuit of spirit research was driven by the desire to resolve the dilemma of coexisting twin spirits, a challenge she ultimately overcame. In truth, aside from himself, there existed another genius dedicated to the study of spirits, one with twin spirits. Flinder, perplexed, asked, Is it her? The Pope. The Master whispered. It appears I must expedite Ma Hongjun's departure from here, Flinder resolved. Chapter 91. The invitation from the Spirit Hall. Although Flinder and the Master conversed in hushed tones, Ma Hongjun, being the closest student, overheard their dialogue. At present, as merely a 34th-level Soul Master, he felt that in the eyes of Pope Bibidong, he was likely regarded as insignificant, a mere fish in a vast ocean. How could he possibly catch her attention? Perhaps it is due to the nature of his martial soul and soul rings. Initially, when he registered at the Spirit Hall, his martial soul was the Evil Fire Phoenix, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings. Now, he has transformed into a 13-year-old Soul Master at level 34, possessing 2 purple and 1 black soul ring, which undoubtedly piques the curiosity of many, especially those who study martial souls. However, how could the ever-busy Bibidong possibly find the time to seek him out? According to the Master, Bibidong has conducted research on martial souls. In truth, Ma Hongjun finds this quite reasonable. The two share a profound connection. One might wonder if it is due to cultivation, but that is certainly not the case, as their talents differ vastly. It is evident that their relationship does not stem from cultivation expertise. If it is not rooted in cultivation, then it must pertain to knowledge of martial souls, which would explain why Bibidong might have taken an interest in the Master. Ma Hongjun raised his head thoughtfully, contemplating the scenario. Yet another woman ensnared by the allure of a man devoted to serious study. Upon realizing that Bibidong had taken an interest, Flinder's immediate instinct was to whisk Ma Hongjun away. However, the Master interjected, stating, there is no need for that. If it is indeed her, Hongjun should be safe. Furthermore, we have a splendid opportunity to engage in dialogue with the Spirit Hall Academy. If we can secure the endorsement of that esteemed individual, then Ma Hongjun will likely face minimal difficulties in revealing such a spirit ring across the continent. What? You wish to communicate with the Spirit Hall Academy? Flinder exclaimed in astonishment. The Master replied, there is nothing amiss with this notion. In fact, it was a thought I entertained from the very beginning. Ma Hongjun recalled that during the discussion between the Master and Qin Ming, the Spirit Hall was indeed mentioned. However, at that moment, there was little skepticism among the crowd, as aside from Zhao Wujie and the Spirit Hall's past grievances, as well as Tang San and Xiao Wu, no one else seemed to have any connection to it. Ma Hongjun was uncertain whether Xiao Wu was aware that the Pope was her enemy. However, it was evident that Tang San was oblivious to this fact. As discussions unfolded, individuals affiliated with the Spirit Hall approached them, drawing nearer, which rendered Flinder and the Master silent. Upon entering, Alvin immediately advanced and embraced the master, exclaiming, "Xiao Gang. It has been over 20 years since we last met. I never anticipated finding you here." Faced with Alvin's exuberance, the master awkwardly replied, "Alvin, I too am surprised. I did not expect you to become the Spirit Hall Master of Soto City." Alvin continued, "Having devoted my life to the study of spirits, I have grown somewhat weary. I arrived in Soto City last year, and what a surprise to find you at Shrek Academy as well." The master congratulated him, stating, "That is indeed commendable. Few can attain the position of Spirit Hall Master in Soto City." After this exchange, Alvin turned his earnest gaze toward Flinder and Zhao Wujing, saying, "Esteemed deans, please excuse my uninvited presence." Flinder responded, "If you have something to say, please do so directly." Alvin glanced at Ma Hongjun and then back at Flinder, declaring, "Since Dean Flinder is a forthright individual, I shall be candid as well. We have recently gathered information regarding your academy's performance in the Grand Soul Arena, particularly concerning your captain, Ma Hongjun. His extraordinary spirit rings have captured the attention of our higher-ups at the Spirit Hall, and they wish to observe Ma Hongjun's spirit and soul rings in person." Flinder inquired, "Are you suggesting that you want to take Ma Hongjun to your spirit city?" Alvin affirmed, "Indeed." Flinder expressed his concerns. "Can you guarantee my disciple's safety? Will he be subjected to anything untoward?" "Of course not. It is merely for observation. If you have doubts, you may consult Xiao Gang," Alvin assured him. Without seeking the master's approval, Flinder, with a serious demeanor, questioned, "What if I refuse?" "Naturally, the choice is yours. However, if Ma Hongjun is willing to go, I can assist you in registering Shrek Academy in the Ballot Kingdom, elevating it to a true advanced Soul Master Academy. When that occurs, our Spirit Hall branch in Soto City will provide maximum support," Alvin stated directly. Zhao Wujing interjected, "Did you overhear our conversation last night?" Alvin neither confirmed nor denied, instead fixing his gaze on Zhao Wujing and remarked, "Although there are grievances between you and the Spirit Hall, should Ma Hongjun visit the Spirit Hall, we could put those grievances to rest. What do you think?" Flinder laughed heartily. "Alvin, do you take me for a fool? Such substantial benefits for merely a meeting? Xiao Gang, what is your perspective?" Truthfully, the advantages Alvin offered were tempting, yet Flinder was adamant about not trading his disciple Ma Hongjun for them. The master interjected, "We could accompany him. It should be safe. Alvin, could you discuss with the Spirit Hall about organizing a friendly competition with our academy?" Upon hearing this, Alvin couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, the formation of the Wuhuan Temple Academy had already taken shape. Each member was at the Soul Master level, with 3 of them having reached the impressive rank of level 49. Undoubtedly, they would ascend to the realm of Soul Kings before the upcoming high-level Soul Master tournament. It was not that he looked down upon Shrek Academy, but rather the disparity in soul power was monumental, rendering any comparison futile. Nevertheless, Alvin responded with a smile. "Xiao Gang, with your influence, organizing an exchange competition should pose no challenge. What do you say? Please provide me with your answer." Noticing Flander's inclination to decline, the master interjected swiftly, "Lord Alvin, may we have a moment to consider?" "Of course," Alvin replied with a grin, then turned to Ma Hongjun. "Could you kindly release your martial soul and soul rings for my observation?" Ma Hongjun did not refuse, responding, "No problem." In the next moment, the fiery phoenix manifested, with soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, appearing in succession. Alvin's expression turned grave as he remarked, "Indeed, it possesses the aura befitting purple and black 10,000-year soul rings." After confirming, Alvin added, "All right, thank you. You may retract your soul rings now." Deeply astonished, he realized that this red-haired youth possessed a top-tier beast martial soul, the fiery phoenix, and such formidable soul rings. Having already cultivated to the 34th level at the tender age of 13, it was no wonder he garnered such attention, prompting an attempt to recruit him directly into the Martial Soul Hall. "Principal Flander, Xiao Gang, I urge you to deliberate carefully. This could be a chance that alters the course of the child's life. We shall return tomorrow morning, hoping for your response," stated Alpha. "Very well, we shall consider it. Please take your leave," replied Flander, almost rejecting outright had it not been for the master's suggestion to confer overnight. Chapter 92. Why choose to struggle when one can thrive? After bidding farewell to the Martial Soul Hall personnel, the Shrek group finally returned to the academy. Yet they faced a pressing dilemma. Should they accept the invitation from the Martial Soul Hall? If they did, it would necessitate the participation of all, along with an exchange with the Martial Soul Academy. Simultaneously, Flander harbored concerns. Would the intervention of the Martial Soul Hall siphon away the talents they had painstakingly gathered? Each member of Shrek held their own thoughts, remaining silent. but they followed Flander to the academy's playground. Once everyone was settled, Flander addressed Ma Hongjun. Hongjun, the individual you met at the Martial Soul Hall is you. Will you go or not? I wish to hear your opinion. Ma Hongjun inquired. Teacher, if I go, will our academy's registration and establishment provide us the opportunity to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition? Faced with the Martial Soul Hall's invitation, Ma Hongjun was uncertain of its merit. After all, the human heart is inscrutable, and one cannot solely rely on the animated tales of his previous life for judgment. Misjudgment could render him a target for others. Currently, with the aid of the divine spear, he could easily flourish. Why then should he take unnecessary risks? Flander shook his head. Not necessarily. Our academy has long-standing conflicts with the Balak Education Department. Even if we establish the academy, participating in the Advanced Soul Master competition is not guaranteed. Isn't it simply a matter of registration? Xiao Wu interjected. It's not that straightforward. Xiao Gang should elucidate this for everyone, Flander replied. The master nodded, as his objective in training Shrek was to prepare for the Advanced Soul Master competition. Otherwise, there would be little purpose in training for joint exercises and team battles. For an extended period, he had been gathering information about the Advanced Soul Master competition and was the most knowledgeable on the subject. He spoke. In the Tiando Empire, there are a total of 16 slots for the Advanced Soul Master competition, with the Tiando Royal Academy entitled to one team, regarded as a seed team. Both Xinglua and the Martial Soul Hall each possess one such team, exempting them from preliminary rounds and allowing them direct access to the finals. Thus, within the Tiando Empire, there are merely 15 teams capable of participating in the prestigious Senior Soul Master Tournament. However, when one considers the four great kingdoms, an additional principality, and the provinces of the Tiando Empire collectively, the number of Advanced Soul Master Academies exceeds 50. Consequently, the selection process for participation in the Senior Soul Master Tournament is exceedingly rigorous. The situation in the Tiando Empire is more intricate than that in the Xingluo Empire, with the competition slots being divided into several segments. The directly governed provinces of the Tiando Empire possess 5 slots, yet 30 teams will vie for these positions, rendering it relatively fair. At this juncture, the master's voice grew somewhat somber, and his expression reflected discontent. Tang Sen hastily inquired, Master, what of the Balak Kingdom? Is the competition here not inequitable? The master sighed heavily and replied, Indeed, it is unjust. The remaining 10 slots are divided among the 4 great kingdoms in the additional principality, with each receiving 2. Ultimately, these slots are largely dictated by the 2 major empires. Only by aligning with them does one stand a chance to compete in the Senior Soul Master Tournament. Does this imply that by acquiescing to their terms and establishing an academy in the Balak Kingdom, we must pledge allegiance to it in order to participate in the Senior Soul Master Tournament? Ma Hongjun remarked, fully aware of the pitfalls associated with these great kingdoms, yet surprised by their extent. The master smiled knowingly. This is precisely why I previously asserted that attending the Tiando Royal Academy represents the most prudent choice. We can enter the preliminary rounds under the banner of the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, contending for those 5 coveted slots. This is our sole opportunity. At this moment, the master remained steadfast in his insistence that Shrek Academy should go to the Tiando Royal Academy. Therefore, let us regard Alwyn's words merely as hearsay. Even if we proceed to Tiando, we must not bow to the Balak royal family, Flander interjected. The master chuckled. So? Does this mean we can indeed go to Tiando? Xiao Gang, a commitment of 6 months is a commitment among the provinces of the Tiando Empire. Including the imperial capital, Tiando City, there are numerous academies. It is possible, as Hongjun suggested, that we could directly take over a certain academy, Flander stated. As long as Ma Hongjun supports him, he is determined to strive for even the faintest glimmer of hope. Finally, Flander turned to Ma Hongjun once more. What do you think, Hongjun? Should we accept the invitation from the Spirit Hall? Let us decline for now. Our primary focus must be on establishing the academy. However, we need to devise a solid rationale for this refusal, one that allows us to avoid the Spirit Hall without incurring their ire, Ma Hongjun replied. To be honest, venturing to the Spirit Hall at this moment indeed poses a risk, especially after spending time with the master. Ma Hongjun occasionally sensed that the master might be leading him into a trap. Moreover, he had connections with certain individuals in the Spirit Hall, leaving him uncertain whether he would even return if he were to go. Yet, in his previous life, he had never perceived the master as such a person. As the saying goes, one should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against the designs of others, even if his current abilities rival those of an average soul emperor. The number of formidable experts within the Soul Hall is overwhelming. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the outcome could be dire. At this juncture, the master spoke solemnly. Hongjun, you must contemplate this carefully. This is a rare opportunity. If you choose not to attend, you may inadvertently offend certain individuals, particularly Alvin. Though he may appear congenial, he is quite petty, and rejecting him could prove detrimental to you. Moreover, this gathering presents an invaluable chance for mutual learning and exchange. The master attempted to persuade Ma Hongjun by emphasizing the educational aspect of the event. However, before Ma Hongjun could respond, Xiaowu interjected. Actually, I am not inclined to participate in this exchange at the Spirit Hall Academy. Neither am I, Cold Frost said. You all know I was initially meant to join the Spirit Hall Academy, but I ended up here, and I feel that attending now may not be appropriate. Xiaowu's reluctance stemmed from her own circumstances. Her association with the Spirit Hall posed a threat, and should they take action against her, Tang Sen would undoubtedly risk his life to protect her. If Tang Sen intervened, then Tang Hao would surely follow suit. This chain of events could lead to the disbandment of Shrek, which was one of Ma Hongjun's reasons for hesitating. Seeing Xiaowu's unwillingness, Tang Sen also spoke up. Teacher, since no one wishes to go, perhaps we should refrain from attending. Remaining at the academy for training is not without its merits. Then it is settled. We shall not go to the Spirit Hall. Tomorrow morning, Hongjun and I will set out. As for Alvin from the Spirit Hall, Xiao Gang, you will handle the refusal. As you are his classmate, Flander declared. The master sighed lightly, saying, very well, since everyone is reluctant, I shall not press further. However, I cannot guarantee how Alvin will react subsequently. I will do my utmost to intercede, but Flander, you and Xiao Gang must be cautious when you leave. Flander patted the master's shoulder, assuring him, I have faith in you. Everything will be fine. Chapter 93, A Sudden Promotion in the Night. Facing Flander, the master managed an awkward smile, saying, let us hope so. Everyone should return to rest. Hongjun, prepare yourself. We depart tomorrow morning. The entire academy will be on break for 3 days, after which Xiao Gang will arrange new training sessions for you. Enjoy these 3 days of leisure. Flander said with a smile. Finally, placing his arm around the master's shoulder, Flander took a few steps before quietly saying, come, share your difficulties with me. Perhaps we can find a solution. As a good brother, he could easily discern the master's underlying concerns. Meanwhile, in Flander's office, the master expressed his frustration. Flander, why did you not dissuade Ma Hongjun? This is such a splendid opportunity. Flander replied, Xiao Gang, is it truly a good opportunity? Are you eager to meet that individual? Upon hearing this, it seemed as if Flander had struck a chord. Haven't you severed ties? Why then seek her out? Do you truly consider it fair to Erlong? Flander posed a series of questions, leaving the master momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, the master finally responded, it is not as you perceive. I merely have an inquiry to make when the opportunity arises. And what inquiry could that possibly be? Do you still harbor hopes of a future connection? You are no longer of the same world. Seeking Erlong appears far more plausible, Flander retorted, visibly agitated. The master replied, in truth, my intention in seeking her is not as you imagine. Alas, it is futile to explain. In due time, you shall understand. With that, the master rose, preparing to depart. Yet he turned to Flander one last time. Exercise caution when you and Ma Hongjun leave. That rascal Alvin is no trifling adversary. While his soul power may not match yours, his web of connections is vast. It is wise to remain vigilant. Having said this, the master exited. And the decision not to visit the Spirit Hall had become definitive, leaving him with no alternative. His desire to visit the Spirit Hall stemmed not only from the intent to engage in dialogue, but primarily to inquire of Bibi Dong regarding the cultivation of twin spirits. During his previous time at the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had not resolved the issues surrounding twin spirits, yet now, as the Pope and a title Douluo, she must have addressed the matter. For the safety of his disciple Tang San, he wished to seek clarification given the opportunity. The 8 members of Shrek Academy had not returned to the academy for a month and needed to tidy their rooms. In Tang San's quarters, he inquired of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, our teacher means well. There is nothing wrong with seeking knowledge at the Spirit Hall Academy, is there? Xiao Wu pouted, oh, but I simply do not wish to go. The academy is wonderful as it is. I do not want to venture too far. Is it not sufficient to cultivate here? Brother, look at how dusty your bedding has become. Let me assist you in tidying up, she said with a smile, swiftly changing the subject. Tang San, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, Xiao Wu, I can manage on my own. Humph, we shared a blanket once upon a time. What harm is there in me helping? If it were anyone else, I might refuse, she teased. At this moment, everyone was busy gathering their belongings. In Ma Hongjun's residence, there was little left to pack. Tonight would merely be a fleeting stay before departing once more. He had no intention of tidying up nor of resting, although he found his master rather frustrating. The final words spoken by the master held a semblance of truth. Alvin was indeed capable of extraordinary feats. Thus, it became imperative for him to swiftly enhance his strength in preparation for potential dangers lurking in the future. Upon closing the door, Ma Hongjun promptly began to channel the energy contained within the divine gun mark, energy he had absorbed from the formidable fire-breathing lizard and the golden goose. He had not yet had the opportunity to assimilate this power since his ascension to Soul Sage. Once seated in a meditative posture, he commenced his training, under his guidance. The pure fire attribute energy began to flow into his body. This energy manifested as if it had been cultivated through the flame scriptures, seamlessly transforming into his soul power. Ma Hong's soul power level steadily ascended. As noon approached, he chose not to venture out to the cafeteria for lunch. Instead, he continued his cultivation within the confines of his room, persevering until the late hours of the night, as if it were a deeply ingrained habit. He opened his eyes at 4 a.m, bringing his practice to a close. Ma Hongjun opened his garment and gazed at the faint mark of the divine spear on his chest, its contours barely discernible. After absorbing this pure fire elemental energy, his soul power smoothly ascended to the 37th level, signifying a remarkable increase of 3 levels. This energy represented merely 1/10 of what the divine spear had absorbed from millennia-old soul beasts, were all the fire elemental energy to be combined. It could potentially elevate him to the rank of Soul King in one fell swoop. After all, the majority of the fire elemental energy, 90%, was bestowed upon the Zhu Rong divine spear. Ma Hongjun felt no reluctance, for without this divine mark, he might still be troubled by the sinister flames. According to the narrative as progression, he would have merely been a 28 or 29 ranked Great Soul Master, languishing at the tail end among the Shrek 7 monsters. However, the divine spear mark elevated him to the forefront of Shrek, rendering him unperturbed even in the face of Tang Sin wielding the Haotian hammer, as he possessed the Soulbone skill, Phantom Fire Divine Spear. It could be said that he had truly become the preeminent figure among the Shrek 8 monsters. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Ma Hongjun contemplated for a moment and murmured, "Perhaps it is best to forego training today. I must set out early in the morning. I will practice the fiery divine eye for a little while longer." Just then, a series of knocks echoed from his door. "Jungu, are you not going to train today? Not a single day can be wasted. Isn't that what you always say?" The first voice belonged to Zhu Zhuqing, while the second belonged to Lung Xuanger. Remarkably, both had arrived simultaneously to knock on his door. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of spirit and replied, "Let me tidy up. I will be out shortly." Upon finishing his statement, he promptly donned the 100-kilogram weight training gear. Opening the door, he was met with the sight of the 2 individuals not wearing training attire. "What brings you here?" Ma Hongjun inquired, perplexed. "Hey, Jungu. Bamboo Ching and I came to have a chat with you and to express our gratitude for your assistance with our training during that period," one of them responded. In their hands, they carried 3 bottles of wine along with an assortment of snacks, which left Ma Hongjun momentarily bewildered. "Come on, Jungu, don't just stand there. Let's head to the riverside, our usual spot," Lung Xuanger suggested. Ma Hongjun remarked, "Very well, I shall change into a different attire." With that, he promptly closed the door and donned a fresh set of garments. Subsequently, he accompanied the 2 ladies to the tranquil riverside where they regularly practiced. Chapter 94, The Revelation. I simply adore it in the stillness of the night. At 4 a.m, 3 silhouettes graced the surface of the river under the moonlight. On the enormous stone by the riverbank, there was ample space to accommodate 6 or 7 individuals comfortably. Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ling Xuanger were seated in a meditative posture. Between them lay an array of fruits and snacks, accompanied by 3 bottles of wine, each person with their own. The wine, brought by Zhu Zhuqing and Ling Xuanger, was not of the strong variety but rather exquisite fruit wines crafted from superior fruits. In Soto City, a single bottle commanded a price of 5 gold soul coins, which was quite costly, containing merely a pound of liquid. Even a typical Great Soul Master could scarcely afford such a luxury. Given that the monthly stipend from the Spirit Hall for a Great Soul Master was a mere 10 gold soul coins, allowing for only 2 bottles per month. "June, thank you for allowing us to train together," Lung Xuanger spoke first. "It's no trouble at all, merely a small favor," Ma Hongjun replied, savoring a sip of the fruit wine while indulging in the delicacies spread before them. Since beginning his training the previous morning, he had scarcely eaten, and his hunger was palpable. The trio continued to enjoy their meal, eagerly awaiting the dawn. Previously, they had devoted themselves solely to training, never truly taking the time to appreciate the beauty of a sunrise. Yet, at that moment, from a distance they wished to ignore, a figure watched this scene. Fists clenched so tightly that the sound of cracking knuckles could almost be heard. Ma Hongjun immediately sensed something amiss and abruptly turned around, only to see the figure swiftly retreat. However, with his keen eyesight, he could clearly discern even in the darkness that the individual was none other than Daimubai. "Brother Jun, what is happening?" Zhu Shiqing inquired. Ma Hongjun remarked, "It is of no concern. It was likely just that mutt from the village passing by. Let us continue our feasting." Although his words were not uttered loudly, they nonetheless reached Daimubai, who was concealed at a distance. As if provoked by Ma Hongjun's comment, Daimubai emerged boldly and called out from afar, "Ma Hongjun, what are you saying?" Ma Hongjun, unperturbed, addressed him directly by name. "Daimubai, what brings you here?" "Esteemed leader, we certainly did not summon you." Long Shuanggo interjected, while Zhu Shiqing suggested, "Brother Jun, perhaps we should all return and rest." Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Zhu Shiqing's words. He replied, "All right then, I am sufficiently nourished, and the time is almost upon us. I shall return to tidy up before our departure." Zhu Shiqing likely surmised Daimubai's intentions. Their prior collaboration and training mirrored this situation. Moreover, during the team battles in the Great Soul Arena, Daimubai often seemed to undermine Ma Hongjun, whether intentionally or otherwise. This was particularly evident during the matches in which she did not participate, especially the final confrontation against the Imperial Soul team. Initially, Daimubai displayed remarkable prowess. Yet when Ma Hongjun found himself outnumbered 3-1, his effort noticeably waned, a fact that could not escape Zhu Shiqing's keen perception. She was not naive. A handful of incidents might be deemed coincidental, but after numerous battles, it became apparent that it was a deliberate act of targeting. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun possessed formidable strength, allowing him to adeptly navigate any predicament during past encounters in the arena. It seemed that Daimubai had reached a breaking point. He approached Ma Hongjun directly and exclaimed, "Ma Hongjun, how many times must I tell you? Keep your distance from my fiancée. Did you not hear me clearly?" Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Daimubai's unexpected remark before his departure. He inquired, "According to your perspective, what should I do? Should I maintain a distance of several meters from Shiqing? Or is it that we must refrain from conversing or collaborating altogether?" Zhu Shiqing, who was tidying up in the background, overheard Daimubai's words and sensed the confrontation brewing. She attempted to step forward but was halted by Lang Shuang'er, who shook her head, seemingly indicating that the matter should be resolved among the men. Daimubai, on the other hand, was equally surprised by Ma Hongjun's response, as if he had spoken without much thought. "You must not stand within 3 meters of Shiqing, nor engage in any conversations beyond the realm of cultivation. Essentially, you must not harbor any intentions towards Shiqing and should maintain the appropriate distance between the genders." In truth, Ma Hongjun's words ensnared Daimubai in a trap, and Daimubai unwittingly stepped right into it. Ma Hongjun chuckled, implying, "Are you suggesting that this is a decision made on behalf of Shiqing? Or should we not maintain the necessary distance between us?" Daimubai responded, "Of course, Shiqing is my fiancée, and I must ensure her safety. I am well aware of your intentions. Do you not also wish to pursue Shiqing?" "Your fiancée?" retorted Ma Hongjun. "Shiqing does not acknowledge that, and besides, it is natural for everyone to appreciate beauty. Is it not permissible to develop feelings for lovely girls? For instance, Shiqing, Shuang'er, Xiaowu, and Rongrong. One need not necessarily pursue them simply for admiring their beauty." Daimubai laughed heartily. "Not acknowledge it? Do you think that the decision of the royal family of the Luo Empire and the Zhu family can simply be dismissed by Shiqing? To deny it would be to openly oppose the Luo Empire and the Yuming Spirit Cat clan. If you meddle in this matter, you ought to consider whether you can afford to offend them." Daimubai seemed to have reached his limit today, or perhaps he could no longer contain himself. He then turned to Shiqing. "Shiqing, surely you agree with me?" Unable to hold back any longer, Shiqing leaped from the massive stone and landed beside Ma Hongjun, declaring, "Daimubai, how many times must I tell you? I cannot marry you, so cease this commotion. Juner is preparing to depart for the academy tomorrow. Do not complicate matters further. Moreover, I would rather renounce such a family." Daimubai was momentarily at a loss for words, but Ma Hongjun swiftly interjected. "Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness, and so does Shiqing. If she is unwilling, no one can coerce her, not even the Luo Empire." Even if a title Douluo were to intervene, disinterest remains disinterest. Furthermore, have you ever considered the nature of your actions? Have any of them truly been worthy of Shuqing? How dare you, Ma Hongjun, report on me behind my back? Yet, is it not the same for you? You scoundrel, Dai Mubai retorted. Ma Hongjun remarked, me? I recognize that I was not a paragon of virtue in the past, yet I am not akin to you. There are circumstances beyond my control. At that time, I was also unattached, unlike you, who already possesses such a stunning fiancée and still engages in indiscretions. If I were fortunate enough to have a betrothed as beautiful as Shuqing, I would certainly behave otherwise. Furthermore, I have not reported any of your misdeeds. Zhu Qing can attest to this. In an unrestrained outburst, Ma Hongjun exhibited a complete lack of regard for his own feelings. However, this was merely a remnant of his former self, not the individual he had become. He was acutely aware that Dai Mubai intended to sever ties entirely that day. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity to pull the nearby Zhu Qing closer and declared, Dai Mubai, I too shall lay my cards on the table. I am fond of Shuqing, and what of it? Chapter 95. This is a night of revelations. Upon the utterance of Ma Hongjun's words, the atmosphere became immediately charged with a sense of jealousy and awkwardness. In truth, after speaking, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of impulsiveness. Yet, having said it, there was no turning back. He truly found himself captivated by Zhu Shuqing. However, expressing such feelings at this moment seemed rather inappropriate, and he realized, to his surprise, that he had even grasped Zhu Shuqing's delicate hand. In a moment of instinct, Ma Hongjun attempted to release his grip, only to be unexpectedly met with Zhu Shuqing's hand grasping his in return. The suddenness of this action caught him off guard, for he had not anticipated such a response from her. Meanwhile, Lang Shuang'er felt her spirits plummet, realizing that Ma Hongjun's affections lay with Zhu Shuqing. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, exclaiming, Shuqing, see? Ma Hongjun's true colors have been revealed. You now understand. Ma Hongjun, release her hand at once, Dai Mubai commanded. And what if I refuse? Ma Hongjun retorted, tightening his grip on Zhu Shuqing's hand. Zhu Shuqing interjected, Dai Mubai, what Jungu said holds true. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. My joy does not reside with you. Yours might be found with those twins, or perhaps in some other place, but certainly not here with me. Jungu has treated us well, diligently training since our arrival at Shrek. Have you not noticed that the training equipment and methods we utilize all stem from his guidance? Where were you while he was honing his skills? Off courting the twins, I presume? Excluding this month's soul fighting, and considering the 3 months of training. Along with the time you have joined us, let us say 2 months. Within those 2 months, you have ventured to Soto City at least 15 times. Do not think I am unaware of your activities. You have seen those twins 5 times alone. Am I not correct? Zhu Shuqing asserted. Shuqing, how do you know everything? Have you been following me? Dai Mubai replied. Even Ma Hongjun was taken aback by the revelation that Zhu Shuqing had kept track of his comings and goings 15 times. No less. It suddenly made sense why she sometimes appeared fatigued and mentally drained during their early morning training sessions. Initially, Ma Hongjun had assumed it was due to inadequate practice, but now he understood that she had been with Dai Mubai. It appeared that Zhu Shuqing's earlier resolve had not been entirely devoid of hope concerning Dai Mubai, even as disappointment continued to mount with each passing encounter. Thus, she sought to clarify her feelings at this moment. Was today a day of collective revelations? It seemed not only Dai Mubai was laying bare his feelings, but Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shuqing were doing so as well. What further explanations do you have for me? Zhu Shuqing challenged. This time, Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words, now regretting his previous actions. Zhu Qing, I acknowledge my faults. I vow to amend my ways. Please forgive me and grant me one last chance. Dai Mubai pleaded. Ma Hongjun remained silent, while Zhu Shuqing had been holding back a multitude of words, which she felt would be somewhat alleviating if expressed. Zhu Shuqing spoke. There are no opportunities left. Your heart is too narrow. Jungu has never wronged you. On the first day, I discovered you were out on a date. Jungu even intended to cover for you, but I insisted on going, only to uncover the truth of your situation. Yet, you have consistently targeted Jungu. He has never uttered a word of discontent about you in my presence. And the 3 of us, Jungu, Shuang'er, and I, have truly relished our time together in cultivation. I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. Zhu Shuqing continued. Shuqing, I am truly sorry to you, Hongjun. I also owe you an apology. Dai Mubai suddenly confessed. Having spoken, he turned once more to Zhu Shuqing. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Ma Hongjun, who held Zhu Shuqing's hand. You claim there are no issues between you. Who would believe that? Nevertheless, He could not voice these thoughts, as he was the one who had wronged Zhu Zhiqing first. Daimubai earnestly implored, Zhiqing, grant me another chance. I shall prove myself. Zhu Zhiqing shook her head and replied, you have no opportunities left. My tears have run dry for you. There will be no more of you in my life. You should abandon all hope. Have you not considered the potential alliance between our families? Daimubai queried. Zhu Zhiqing chuckled lightly and responded, you were the one who abandoned it first. How can you blame me? From the moment you fled Douluo City, did you ever think of me? Did you consider how I would endure under the pressures of your elder brother and Zhu Zhiqing? I no longer wish to return to such a family. If you wish to go back, then do so. Daimubai lowered his head, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. As if he had regained his composure in an instant. He was genuinely contemplating ending Ma Hongjun's life. Had it not been for him, such a situation would never have arisen. It had to be Ma Hongjun who deliberately allowed Zhu Zhiqing to discover the truth. After all, had he not been present from the very beginning? Yet, he could not act. Doing so would obliterate any chance of winning Zhu Zhiqing back. And he was no match for Ma Hongjun at this moment. Suddenly, Daimubai raised his head again, his expression sincere as he said, Zhiqing, thank you for revealing everything to me. I will certainly amend my ways. Hongjun, I apologize for misunderstanding you. I hope you can forgive me. Before Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhiqing could respond, Daimubai added, please, continue. With that, he turned and walked away. Once Daimubai had departed, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhiqing, and Leng Shuangge found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing also voluntarily released her hand. Junge, was what you said earlier truly sincere? Zhu Zhiqing inquired. Ma Hongjun, unrestrained, responded to Zhu Zhiqing's inquiry with candor, acknowledging, it is indeed true. Zhu Zhiqing nodded, her expression suddenly turning grave. She said, June, I wish to remind you that although there is no longer a possibility for Daimubai and me, I am still, in name, his fiancée within the imperial family of the Douluo Empire and my own family. If you desire to be with me, you may have to face the wrath of both the imperial family and my clan. Do you still stand by your earlier words? Ma Hongjun spoke earnestly, indeed. Let those individuals come. Do I truly have any reason to fear? Zhu Zhiqing inquired once more. Are you certain you do not regret this decision? Ma Hongjun shook his head and said, I have no regrets. In the end, Zhu Zhiqing smiled, her beauty surpassing any previous moment. Yet, she allowed Ma Hongjun only a fleeting glance before turning to Leng Shuangge and inquiring, Shuangge, have you finished tidying up? It's time for us to return and rest. Leng Shuangge appeared to be lost in thought, prompting Zhu Zhiqing to call out again, Shuangge, are you all right? After a few seconds, Leng Shuangge regained her composure and replied, I'm ready, let us go. As they departed, both cast a glance back at Ma Hongjun before heading toward the academy together. Zhu Zhiqing's joy was palpable, while Ma Hongjun noticed that Leng Shuangge seemed somewhat troubled, as if burdened by her thoughts. He mused, could it be that this girl has developed feelings for me? However, he was certain that Zhu Zhiqing had indeed grown fond of him during this time, having completely moved on from Daimubai and harboring no lingering feelings for him. Chapter 96. An irresistible invitation. Upon returning to his room, Ma Hongjun felt content and satiated. Although it was still only 6 o'clock, a faint crimson glow had begun to grace the sky. With over an hour remaining until the departure arranged by Flandre, Ma Hongjun had little to pack. Instead, he settled down to engage in cultivation, unwilling to waste the precious time, aiming to solidify his recently attained 37th level of soul power. As the eastern sun ascended higher, rays of light streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Ma Hongjun also opened his eyes, retracting the soul power he had been cultivating. Although he possessed the divine spear of Zhu Rong as an extraordinary advantage, he understood that only those who worked diligently would reap greater rewards. He opened the door, inhaling the fresh air outside, stretched lazily, and proceeded directly towards Flandre's room. Ma Hongjun rapped gently on the door, but after a considerable wait, there was no response. Where could they have gone? At that moment, Oscar hurried over, exclaiming, Ma Hongjun, the people from the Spirit Hall have arrived and are currently in the Academy's playground. It appears that tensions are already rising between the two parties. What is there to fuss about? It's merely a visit, Ma Hongjun replied dismissively. Oscar, pressing on, said, the dean summoned me to inform you that you must leave the Academy immediately. Several individuals from the Spirit Hall have come, including 2 formidable souls de law. Have the people from the Spirit Hall arrived so soon? Ma Hongjun pondered. Oscar, in a state of urgency, urged, don't concern yourself with their intentions, their objective is you. The dean has stated that all you need to do is depart. Ma Hongjun chuckled lightly and said, "Is it as simple as leaving? It is certainly not feasible to depart. If one wishes to navigate through the Douluo continent, it is nearly impossible to avoid contact with the spirit hall. Leaving today may allow one to evade them temporarily, but what about the future? Is it truly plausible to live in obscurity and anonymity? Absolutely not." Ma Hongjun declared, "I shall not leave. Their target is me. If necessary, I will venture to the spirit hall. Since they have dispatched two formidable soul Douluo, it is evident they are resolutely intent on taking me away. According to my speculation, this matter has been orchestrated by the Pope, Bibi Dong. Even if it was merely a casual remark, I am certain that her subordinates would exhaust themselves to fulfill her command." Ma Hongjun believed that, given Bibi Dong's current status, her words were likely nothing more than a casual remark. Just as Oscar intended to dissuade Ma Hongjun, he discovered that Ma Hongjun had already vanished from his side. The distance from Flinder's office to the playground was not far. It only took 2 turns to arrive. This time, the individuals accompanying Alvin were not those from the previous morning, but 2 soul Douluos, who had already summoned their martial souls and soul rings. They appeared to be in their 60s, with exceptionally robust physiques, boasting an optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings. The aura emanating from the soul Douluos sent chills down the spines of both Flinder and Zhao Waoqi. Standing in the center, Alvin took a couple of steps forward and declared, "I was already aware that you and that boy intended to leave. Fortunately, I arrived first. This is an invitation from His Holiness the Pope. You would do well to surrender the individual, lest you wish to face my displeasure." The master, positioned at the forefront, interjected, "Alvin, is this truly your form of invitation? I doubt the Pope would instruct you to extend such an invitation." "Xiao Gang, can we presume to interpret the Pope's intentions?" Alvin replied, "His Holiness has commanded me to escort this boy to the spirit hall." At that moment, it appeared that Alvin was prepared to employ any means necessary to fulfill his mission. In truth, Alvin found himself in a predicament. He had reported Ma Hongjun's situation to the Pope and received a response from Bibi Dong. The content of the reply indicated that if the circumstances were indeed as stated, and if the other party was willing, they could be invited to the spirit hall for observation. This implied that the Pope acknowledged the authenticity of the situation, permitting an invitation contingent upon the other party's willingness. Furthermore, it suggested that the invitation was neither mandatory nor inconsequential. However, Alvin had already relayed the situation, and the Pope's message included the phrase "if the situation is true." This indicated that the Pope harbored doubts regarding Alvin's report. To substantiate his claims, he felt compelled to bring Ma Hongjun to the Spirit City. Otherwise, should he fail to secure the individual after having reported the matter, the fault would lie with him.